Stocks back to the upside here this morning. Futures actually coming back in a little bit right now, but gapping higher once again. More strength coming from AI stocks across the board. A couple of individual catalysts to get to this morning. NVIDIA to the upside. We have CRM to the upside. TSMC obviously with earnings. We'll touch on that coming up. UAL reporting as well after the close last night. We've been talking a little bit over the past week or so about strength, continued strength in the airline space. We'll touch on UAL coming up here. It's worth noting all of the Fed speakers coming once again today after it felt like we had all of them come through yesterday and the day before as well. We'll get 5 or 6 different individual Fed speakers today, so keep your eyes out for more headlines. All of these headlines down here, however, you can see no time on the left-hand column there. That is because all of this is delayed because of the government shutdown that continues. So initial jobless claims, retail sales, PPI, continuing claims, all going to be delayed. No data to talk about on that sense this morning. But the market, nevertheless, back higher here this morning after what a wild day it was yesterday. Initially higher, we get the big sell-off, and then we recover most of that. That's the NASDAQ right now. Back to 605 here for the Qs anyways. 605, 606 coming into play once again this morning. Sharif is back beside me. Good to have you back.
Yeah, it was good to be back. I don't like being at home like that. I didn't even leave the house for 2 days, Brendo. So yeah, it was an interesting illness. Good morning, guys. Lots to talk about today. HPE here reporting earnings after the bell, down substantially, Brendo. This one is on the verge of being short sale restricted, down 8.5%. Really, it was the 2026 full year guide that sent this one tumbling. Alibaba separately with news saying that they're already making money from their AI build out. We'll see how that goes. And Snowflake, Brendo, with a Palantir headline up nicely here, 5.5% in the pre-market.
What do you make of this Apple story this morning? Apple and Meta swapping some executives. I mean, that's Apple right now not doing anything. I mean, we're a little bit higher. It's getting to a point, though, where I think the bidding war for some of these people is getting a little bit ridiculous. I mean, it's nothing about the money, I think, in this case, but just more an Apple person going to Meta is the big headline.
You see the fundamental difference between the two companies, both in how much you're spending in the AI build-out and how much you're spending in talent acquisition. Apple is doing neither of that.
Yeah.
You don't see Apple spending really any money, or you don't hear too much. The only thing I know about, Brendo, is they're building out a data center in Houston using the latest M5 silicon, and that's going to be basically running Apple Intelligence as well as their cloud service. But other than that, you don't hear the huge CapEx coming from Apple. Very characteristic for Meta, uncharacteristic for Apple.
Yeah, once again, AI, this fly is
insane.
We're going to have words later. This AI across the board leading once again this morning. Have a look at NVIDIA back higher to the tune of more than 1%. Here's UAL just popping back up in front of me here. I'll keep an eye out for some comments possibly. I mean, earnings after the close yesterday. I was kind of back and forth here for UAL. We're back to basically where it ended the day, but just getting a note there, a little bit of volume coming back into the upside at 8:30. A lot to digest here this morning. Good morning, guys.
Hey, morning, everybody. There's a lot of random stuff to digest this morning, like Snowflake and Palantir. Like, it's not earnings, but it's just kind of out of nowhere. You get that partner up, and then Snowflake can be up, and then CRM as an investor event, and then they're up because after that, and the earnings names like UAL didn't do anything, more or less. But TSM, I mean, they're the big one. And when you have 30% growth year over year and you're up 2.5 points, then the market's going to be up and every single chip name is going to be up. So I think that's where things are going to start. Obviously, we'll be in a good mood today because the Jays handled their business yesterday. It's tonight. Yesterday was not what I was worried about. Tonight is what I'm worried about because we don't have necessarily the best starter going. But hey, when the chips are up and the market's up, at least until we get more Fed talk, then you should be in a good mood. You just never know. We've turned every day on Fed talk for the last 3 days, or the president.
Yeah, I mean, that's where you get these big winners from, right? You've seen them here on the show the last couple of days, is the market is very, very volatile, and you got to hold for the big winners. And we, come on, guys, we predicted, my stream deck's not up. We predicted that Jays win yesterday, and we're glad that it turned out, man. 13-4. I know you're looking for a pitcher's duo there yesterday, but we pitched well. And Kirby did not. Kirby has the all-time record of walks to strikeout ratio, and did not show that yesterday. So he's the best pitcher, best of all time pitching record.
Oh yeah, the guy just is ridiculous for throwing strikes.
But yeah, we nailed that prediction. We nailed some stocks yesterday, and we'll see if we can get something going today. But
and you don't have to worry about Vladdy.
no, thank God. Yeah, he's finally showing up, which is great. He's been having a great postseason, which is exactly, again, what we called for. He needs to show up, and he did do it.
Well, the thing about it is, and I can easily bring it back to stocks too. There's something you should always keep in mind. Like if a stock, hey, what up, Randy?
Yeah.
Blue Jays.
Yeah, that's right, man.
If a stock that you
I've already bet the Blue Jays on this series. I got them plus 500 yesterday.
No, but if something you like is performing like it should, but like, let's imagine like all the fundamentals are exactly how you want and they look great, but the price is decreased, you'd be a buyer, right?
Yeah,
so Vladdy in September, when everybody said he was slumping, he had his lowest strikeout rate of the entire, lowest month strikeout rate. He
was slumping.
No, in the month of September, he had his lowest strikeout rate of the entire year. He had his best walk to strikeout rate of any month that year. So while some of the numbers would indicate that he was slumping, his underlying metrics were perfectly fine. That's why I was like, don't worry about Vladdy. And then lo and behold, what happens? Regression to the mean. So just like in stocks, you have to pay attention to the stats that matter and ignore the noise. So hopefully this TSM earnings are going to end up mattering, and then you can ignore the noise. We'll see. I mean, at the end of the day, earnings, we've seen it before with Broadcom where like they'll have good earnings, they'll be up for a little bit, and then at the open it starts to sell off. So you want to see this stay green today, I think, TSM, because that'd be a good sign.
I got to say a thank you to Life's Interpretation, and Dan Gale wants me to put the glasses on because if we don't protect the eyes, then we're not here anymore. So you guys, thank you for advising me with that one. Okay, so Intel doing what it needs to do, up nothing today. And then Bitcoin right here, 11.4, so IBIT again right here, not doing so hot again here today. Flat on the day, but again, underperforming. I think the Nasdaq's up 0.5% right there. So maybe we can catch some IBIT longs, but I don't know. I don't really have any ideas yet, so we're going to get ready for that. I mean, I've loved SoFi every single day. So down here around $28 has been a level that I've looked at, so that could be something coming through today. I don't know. I'm not so excited about the day. I don't really feel like there's too many great stories out here, but we'll find something to do. Bank earnings on deck. Of course, we just had them. We had Bank of New York as well coming through. And yeah, the Snowflake is a good move up to 250. Palantir just hangs out where it's supposed to be, around this 180 area, I guess. So we'll have to wait to see if that winds up doing anything. Amazon's downside. My boy Marvell seems to be kicking as well, back through 90. Hopefully we can get that today. That's a nice move, up 1.14%. So yeah, man, I mean, buy the best names, right? And I think that that's something that you got to keep on doing and protecting your investments. Is going to come into a very, very important earnings season right here. So, yeah, and SMR, I have an offer at 58 to exit the clip on SMR. So if this somehow gets up to $58, I will be flat and out of all of my SMR. And that vacation fund is just right now getting quite large here as some of these swing plays continue to just absolutely destroy. OSCR2, Oscar Health. I mean, this is another 50% winner here in a couple months. So there's been a lot of, obviously in a bear market as we continue to, or bull market, as we continue to rip higher here. Longs don't seem to be any problems. So yeah, okay. SoundHound, yeah, there's just so much stuff happening.
Yeah, there's
with some of these smaller names.
I just looked over at the name. I thought I looked over at the visualizer and just assumed that, oh, I see like BTTR. I'm like, okay, I don't even know that stock very well. And then you see Prax, which that's not true. 50, because it's 57, so like that's what it was yesterday.
Oh yeah, it doesn't update.
No, I know it's hilarious, but like in the back of your mind, I'm looking at it. I'm like, okay, when I pull it up, what's it going to be at? Like 70?
What is it at now?
Like 80?
Oh, it's at 100.
It's at $160. So this is a pharma name because they got I never want to pronounce the drug, so let's just go trading higher after they released top line data for a couple of phase 3 trials on something for essential tremor. Ulixacaltamide? I don't know, but it's up 180% on that. Anytime you have like a single drug or one or two drug pipeline, this is the kind of thing that you can get. So you even have, and this wouldn't necessarily qualify as like some cheap stock. It's $160 in here, but you've got some big runners. you've got some gappers, you've got some chips, and we know somebody like some of these small cap gappers, even if Prax might not qualify, and that's our friend from Barcelona.
Yeah.
We're just looking at some of these as well. I mean, there's a long, long list this morning of at least double-digit gainers here this morning on the small cap side of things. Let's bring them in. Luis Barbado joining us over in Barcelona, Spain, once again to talk a little bit about these crazy movers. Good morning, Luis, or good afternoon if it's lunchtime there, I guess, almost. We are, where are we? RYOJ, top of the list here this morning. 200% to the upside. This thing went after the close yesterday. I was just reading a little bit. There's not much in the way that I could see anyways as far as news catalyst on this, but teeny tiny, 24 million market cap here.
Yeah, it's only 2.6 million float, and it has traded a lot of the volume already, almost 11 million pre-market volume. So we have a lot of rotation flow, but yesterday it popped very, very tough. 200%. Now is a little bit weaker, trading below VWAP. We are short on this one since we could trade at 12 here in Spain, so 6 in the morning in US, in New York time. We are able to trade. So we went short in the pops to the VWAP, 550 first time, 540 second time, and we're gonna hold this one. If you check at the reports of this one, 2.6 million float, trading a lot of times already the float. We have only 3, it doesn't show the data now, but it's the same as LGCB. We have 3 gaps on both of them, 100% red close probability. And if you go back in time, for example, in LGCB, which is another Japan stock that is very strong today, well, gapping up, let's say, not strong anymore, we have the same behavior with this gap. It was up 80% and in the end up closing 30% red after the open. So we have a huge movement up in the pre-market. It's weak, and when the market opens, just pop to short squeeze to kick out all the shorts and all they fade. So we're gonna look for this type of movement in both of them, both of the Japan stocks.
You ran through a couple of things pretty quick there. Let's just back up for a second. 100% probability of closing red for anyone maybe thinking, okay, what does that mean exactly? Just run through your thought process there.
Yeah, I will explain you. We have what is called a gap, which is from the previous close, how much is moving up or down today. And this, for example, LGCV is moving up 90% right now since the previous close. But what levels do we have to take into account? Previous close, of course. VWAP, of course. You know me already. We check the VWAP all the time. And open. And 100% red close probability means from the open quote, from the moment it opens, the 3 times that it gap up these couple of stocks, all of them red close from the open. No, of course, not from the previous day. So if we go to this stock, LGCB, and we go to the gap, which was also October of last year, almost the same day actually, we have a closing day here. It moved up all the pre-market, but since the market opened here for 0.50 was a penny stock before, it went down 30%. So it is very important levels when the market opens, previous close, pre-market highs, and VWAP and open. That's all the levels we're looking at.
LGCB was the other one you mentioned there. As far as Japanese, specifically Japanese stocks that are moving around this morning, something like, I was just looking at SOND, lower priced, maybe a little bit less volume, clearly not as much participation at this point this morning in the pre-market. Give us just a brief on why the first 2 and not something like an SOND.
Yeah, SOND, we would need to see a push to the VWAP. Right now, there is no volume at all. It has 35 million volume, that's true. But if you see $1 stock, so it has traded only $7-8 million traded. So it's not so much in dollar volume, in dollar value. So we will need a push to 1.50 to go short on this one. I'll share the chart here if you want. So we will need this push a little bit to 150 to short the stock. 150, 160, which is pre-market highs, we would be more comfortable to go in short on those levels. Right now, it's pretty much dead. There is no volume there, so we will wait and see what happens.
When we look at these types of stocks, anything under, say, $5, $6, as these typically are, starting on a higher time frame like that, as you just showed there, gives you a much better perspective of the overall trend. And even if we are gapping up 200%, as the first one was there, typically these things are going to run into some sort of resistance.
Absolutely. First thing you have to do when you have a scanner, as we have, first of all, look the gap, of course, look the float, the short float, the possible offerings or dilution probability of the stock, if there is some possible offerings or warrants and something like that. And right away after you do all that, let's say fundamental work, you go to the chart, and as I used to say, you look to the left side. You look 1 minute, 5 minutes, 1 hour, 1 day chart, weekly chart to see where are we coming from, because maybe it's gapping up 200%, but it has gone down like from heaven to hell in the last year. So it's very important to look to the left side and check some daily resistance where you have to understand always, it's not always about direction, which is very important, of course, going long or short, but it's more about timing, sizing, and finding the prices, the levels that the professional are going to push the stock to keep everyone out of the right direction, right?
The heaven to hell metric, definitely a check or a box to check on small caps. Anything else catching your eye here this morning, Luis?
Well, besides those two Japan tickers, we're looking AQMS. We already did one pretty nice trade there. It's been very active for. Let me check if I can load the chart here. It's been very active for the last days. If you see the chart for the last days, and we saw this push to $20. We have a very important resistance, 21, 21.50. So we took a short here against the VWAP. We went short here, closed the VWAP, and now we will wait for new pops to go short again on this. A stock which was very, very active for the last days, and you can see here it went from $5 to $40. Now we are on the backside. We're going to take profit on any pop to go short on this one. And also we're going to look very, very carefully the quantum sector. Do we have finally a first big red day on these stocks? We talked about last week, I think, was Rigetti, of course, which is the main company probably of the sector right now. It went up, I don't know how much, like crazy time, from 15 to 54. It looks like it can come the first big red day, but it's very important, don't anticipate the move. Whether if you anticipate the move, do it with baby size. So if you're wrong, you don't lose a lot of money on this one, because we have been seeing a lot of days where it looks down and it pops all the way back. It looks down and it pops all the way back. And it's happening very often. So wait for consolidation, wait for confirmation on the short side, because even if you think you're missing the trade and you feel a little bit of FOMO, guys, it's better to be later in the trade, but in the right timing, that a little bit early, and they kick you out of the trade. So be patient, because if it goes down, it's going to go a lot, believe me.
Sharif and I were just talking about the overall market here as well, this relentless bid. I mean, we get one big red ugly candle on the overall market, and then it gets bought right back up again as well. So even the small caps being affected by this strength, underlying strength in the market. Luis Barbato over in Barcelona, Spain. Good to see you again.
Thank you very much, Brendan. Say hi to Sean and Neil.
You just did, my friend. You just did.
Yeah.
Oh, just like that, we get to roll to your boy. All right, guys, good morning, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic Thursday, a good start to this session. All right, guys, let's take a look at our upgrades and downgrades. At the top of the list, we have a Bank of America by Barclays getting that price target raised to $59, reporting earnings yesterday morning. Morgan Stanley also getting the nod as well, too, guys, by Jefferies getting that target raised to $186. Micron by Citigroup, price target raised to $240, and it's up nice on the session, up 3.6%. Roblox, BTIG Research giving them the nod as well to $180 on that target. And Roblox is positive on the session as well too, guys. Now MGM Resorts getting that downgrade here, lowering that price target to $41, as well as Lululemon going from a buy to a market perform here by Bernstein, so not too good of a look in that retail space. Unity also getting that price target lowered to $36, and Lithium America also getting it downgraded to $5 there, guys, by Rothschild and Company. Now, as for some of our options activity from yesterday's session, AMD at that $240 strike price expiring this week, put in substantial volume with 124,000 contracts traded at that specific level, and open interest is still sitting around 21,800 contracts. Look for that to act as a potential call wall, so the volume is relatively high. Now, IWM also putting in a bunch of volume at that 250 strike price as well too, guys, and it's been on a run for the past couple of days, so the small caps are most definitely in play. Open interest relatively light at that strike price, around 4,900 contracts there. And then Bank of America, as I mentioned before, reporting yesterday morning, the volume around 39,700. That's relatively high for some of these bank stocks, with the open interest sitting around 26,400 contracts, guys.
I don't know if AMD can duplicate what it did yesterday after getting into that 240 range. Certainly, it's got to be on watch, and that top, we'll see when it gets there, but I'm sensing a potential false break on that one. But there was an upgrade on MU. You know what, before we get to that, LAC, $5 price target, so they think it's going to get cut in half after the U.S. government invests in it. I'm skeptical, Rothschild. If it gets down to $5, I feel like that'll be
maybe their price target was like $1 before, and they just upgraded.
See, that's the thing I was sort of get at. It's like you always need to know a little bit more information because at the end of the day, like if they were way more bearish on it before, like who knows? But anyways, Micron with an upgrade, this has a chance to run 2 bills today, and Micron is one of the quieter names, for lack of a better word, that's doubled up in the chip space in the last few months here. And it technically is already in the midst of a breakout, because if you look at the last time it was above 197, you're really talking about the pre-market and then a matter of minutes on, I guess this would be the 6th. So on the 6th, it spent like a few minutes above 197 and then a bit of time in the pre-market, and that's about it. So I know for myself here, looking at that 197, as long as we hold above that, that's first dip, and then 193.5 is second dip. I got Micron on my mind. Like a lot of things, some breakouts are clean, some are not. The 200, I'm not really feeling the breaks today after what happened to AMD yesterday. Like it broke the first time, was really clean, then immediately wiped back, and then the second time it went, it was great. So I'm going to play the dip buy, looking for that same kind of strategy over here in Micron on its upgrade.
Yeah, I have Micron written on the sticky note here to go long, breaking through 2 bills. So hopefully that will happen right off the open. We just got to see how much risk to put into this name. Again, a great base there for Micron, and now finally breaking through. I mean, it's exactly why we dipped our toes a little bit. We didn't put a huge bunch into Schwab before earnings, but we were doing the same kind of thing on Schwab here, where we thought there was some bases happening, and I keep on pointing out Charles Schwab. So, right here, you're trying to break through $100 as well, right there on Schwab with earnings. So we'll talk about that. It's getting faded a little bit here. It was 99 down to 97, but not much volume here today. Well, 200,000, but it's, I guess it must have been this print there. So we'll wait to see if this one can get going as well. But Charles Schwab right now up 3%. We'll see if it can kick around just a little bit. But yeah, some good talk there. Shout out to my guy Luis there in Barcelona. Looking good, guy, and thank you for all your contributions to the show. So go check him out if you guys are in Barcelona. Go over, find him, AD Trading. Sign up, get part of his program over there. It's a good one. They have their own scanners and everything created, so these guys are
got a good niche.
Serious over there.
They like that small. That's the thing. I like the small cap game. Knows it well. Stays in that lane and expands on it. And what I love about it is, the level of like detail and focus that they have sort of going into.
It sticks very specifically.
Those players, like what they'll do to short it, what not to, and the caution on something like a Rigetti, I think is pretty important, because that's like a million people think Rigetti's coming back down. Like Rothschild thinks LAC is going to $5, right? And it very well might be, but it can do a heck of a lot before it pulls back. And so you got to be careful. Does it seem like Rigetti made a bit of a blow off top yesterday? Well, it did until it did a complete V-shaped recovery off of the low. So the follow through, just not there yet. At some point, these things resolve themselves in a few big down days, but you're better to be in it when the time is right. Like, you'd rather be in it here when it does move down than trying to fight it like the day after one red day. Because like the last time it had a massive red day, the next day it was up like 20%. So that's the thing. That's the thing. It can seem like it's starting to go down, but sometimes that's like the trappiest moment. So, you know, I like that from Luis saying you'd rather be a little bit late to the move, but at least be in the right direction for that short and not get blown out. So, yeah, Rigetti's probably going to be in play. Actually, it's not really on my list today, but yeah, keep eyes on it. I think you got to pay attention to, and we said this last night, HIMS went crazy in the afternoon yesterday. And that's in the midst of a breakout. So took out that 60 level, traded all the way up to 65. It's still holding well above the prior high. Kind of diddling in the middle, which is not always my favorite because you don't really have these prior highs to work off of. But HIMS this one went nuclear in the close. So got to pay attention to this one off that 60 level if it comes back in for a bounce.
All right, back to the desk.
A few other things of note this morning. Apple, we talked about right off the top. It didn't really do much following that. But, I mean, there's this story on kind of back and forth as far as talent goes between Meta and Apple this morning. I think we're just going to hear more and more of this over the coming months, probably. Yesterday, it's worth noting, lots of selling just above us here, above 250. 250 seems to be a bit of a problem.
It is, Brendo. We were holding 250 as support before, you know, that huge sell-off on, whatever the day that Donald Trump tweeted about China or truthed. Separately, though, Apple has this, you know, ambition to expand into sports broadcasting. They want to expand more into the of course, they have MLS and MLB right now, but they really want to expand into more. Services chief Eddie Q said the company's interested in acquiring more sports broadcasting rights if, though, Brendo, it can deliver something unique and special. Just by way of example, they have an iPhone posted on the foul pole, which I don't think is all that clever, but I'd like to see more immersive style broadcasts, especially if they're going to kind of overlap that with the headset, with the Vision Pro, which they just released a new version of with the new custom silicon M5, of course. So, you know, I'd like to see more of this because it's very high margin. As we know, their services revenue is about 80-some-odd% gross margins. Definitely a lot better than 30-some-odd% for iPhone.
We're going to put anyone who's not a baseball fan to sleep here, but that's actually a very good point. And there's been a few instances in the playoffs already where that has come into play. And there's never been, I don't understand why, but there's never been a good solution for a close-up, a very, very close-up of, was it on the foul side of the foul pole or was it on the fair side of the foul pole, or did it actually hit the foul pole, which is fair anyway. So, no, it's a good point. The other aspect of this is, I mean, I was reading a story yesterday about Instagram as well, apparently, speaking of Meta. Instagram kicking the tires on a potential TV app, Instagram TV.
Oh boy.
I was also reading that it was 2017, they stopped actually reporting daily active users in 2017, now only monthly. But at that point, it was 500 million daily active users on Instagram. I'm sure it's 2-3x of that, you know, by now.
Easily.
But something like that is interesting as well.
I'd like to see how they do that, Breno. Are they going to take their live broadcast? Because if you have a certain amount of followers on Instagram, you can go live and then kind of amalgamate it all into one TV. Or do you have specialized broadcasts like ours, right? That, you know, broadcast on the Meta and have exclusive rights or whatever else. That'd be interesting to see the business model.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out for that. Just a couple things coming through on Amazon right now. Amazon One Medical introduces pay-per-visit healthcare for kids 2 to 11. Again, Amazon One Medical introducing pay-per-visit healthcare for kids 2 to 11 years old. One Medical message visits start at $29 US. Video visits cost $49. So I guess there's maybe a chat type of situation where you can ask a question or something. $29, $49 for video conference for Amazon One Medical. Let's have a look at the market here.
Yeah, 67.15, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES December contract. But I want to note over here, so have a look at the chart pattern that we're currently putting after that huge sell-off last week. It is a series of higher lows where the market's being bought up at more aggressive levels every time. So this is what we call an ascending wedge. It looks quite good as we try to work our way back into all-time highs in and around 68,000. But today's overnight high, Brendo, 67.46. So here's the deal. We're going to use that 67.75 as our second level of support or resistance. The first level, we're going to look at 67.50 because the overnight high is at 46. If we sell off for whatever reason, we're looking at the overnight low, 67.02, so 6,700 as support.
The float higher here continuing. If you haven't done so yet, grab the watch list. It's free every single day. Link is in the description below. If you're looking for Sharif's morning note, just go to the YouTube page. It's under posts. Go to the posts tab. And then there's a members only post with Sharif's morning note out already. Lots to talk about here this morning. Big move after the close yesterday for CRM on a couple of positive notes from their investor day. We're higher above 250 right now. In fact, trying to hold here for CRM. 60 billion they're targeting by full year 2030.
What is with these like 3-4 year projections? We saw it with Oracle. We're seeing a lot more, Brendo, with these companies. Yeah, so they're exactly as Brendo said, 2030 revenue guidance above $60 billion. The guidance excludes, though, that $8 billion Informatica acquisition, which is expected to close late next year or early in 2027. Management also forecasting about a 10% organic growth, revenue growth, excuse me. They're heavily betting, though, on their Agent Force AI. So this is what Benny Hoff's been talking about for a long time. They just released a new version of that called Agent Force Voice, which enables AI agents, Brendo, to handle customer calls. They're also expanding their partnerships with Anthropic and OpenAI, and they're going to actually integrate their latest LLMs into Salesforce products. I'd like to see how that interacts.
Real quick on Lyft, it's notable. Downtick here for Lyft. Lyft opening a new office in Toronto in the second half of next year. The office plans to host several hundred workers across engineering, product, operations, and marketing. Rides up in this country 20% year over year.
Cool. You know what I noticed, though? We don't have any robo-taxis that want to open up in the city. I wonder why that is.
I was reading yesterday, Waymo is going to England.
In London,
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. Lyft, slight downtick. I'm just being sarcastic, obviously, guys.
Well, I mean, we can answer the question as to why you don't have automated driving coming to Toronto, because driving in downtown Toronto is nonsensical, and so therefore it's one of the last places where it'll get adopted. We have too much going on.
Way too much construction.
Between construction and the bike lanes.
Although I gotta say thanks to Sharif, because it was a couple weeks ago you had mentioned about the autopilot, that there was something still not full self-drive related in the Tesla. So then I tested it out, and now Marissa is literally driving around everywhere. We don't have full self-drive. She's using the auto drive. It stays in the lane in the city. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, it's amazing. And so now she wants to take my car every single time now. She loves driving the car, and now she uses autopilot
That's a good
in the
thing.
Tesla.
That's a good
It's not
thing.
full self-drive. It stays in the lane. It follows perfectly, and it's awesome. And it's supposed to be for a highway. I think is better. But as long as there's marked lanes, she's just driving as if we have full self-drive.
So what you're saying is you weren't staying in your lane without it?
I don't stay in my lane. I don't put that in because I want to drive the car. You know what I mean? But the full self-drive is definitely something. But it's not even. It's just a very, very basic stuff. But there it is. Yeah. Thanks everybody for the kind words in the chat. Randy, how are you doing today?
Coffee.
Yeah. Are you asking for one, or you have your own coffee?
You got your own.
I got a little one here. I'm trying to finish this off. Thanks for the banana. We already have almost.
Eat your bananas, okay?
Yeah,
You want a coffee or what?
I would love a coffee.
I'll take when you see my note.
I would love a coffee.
Yeah, just dial the caffeine to 2, though. Cutting back.
What
Cutting
caffeine?
back on the caffeine.
There's no caffeine. You can't dial the caffeine.
You can. You can dial the strength back on the machine.
Oh, the strength of them. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's not.
It's the same thing. Too. You just like all the way roll to the.
Getting a little jittery or what?
All right.
I'll
Yeah.
explain to you.
He has a lot of issues. Okay. Here we go. Let's go over to CRM.
There's a story just before we go to CRM. DoorDash. You saw that pop up there. DoorDash and Alphabet, Waymo partnership. 5% to the upside. Very, very light volume here on Dash. Literally 20,000 shares have traded, so it's not incredibly liquid, but that just hit the wire and is causing DoorDash to hit a 52-week high as we speak. CRM is not hitting a 52-week high, unfortunately. But you know what it can do today? It can close above the 50-period moving average. If it does that and then closes tomorrow above the 50-period moving average, that'll be the first time it has consecutive closes since June. Can this time be different? I'm kind of looking for it because this is one that we've been mentioning. It's made a bottom at 230. Now all of a sudden they're going to give us good news on the investor day. It ended up being a sell the news on the investor. It's like it rallies into it and sell the news a little bit. So I'm looking for consecutive close above the 50, and I think this is a swing once that happens. So there's a decent chance CRM enters swing territory for me. I'm not going to trade it today. I like other things more, but CRM, it needs to do it on Friday, and then to me, I'll probably either buy a close Friday or Monday morning, assuming it holds that 50 period.
Look, I've been a shareholder of CRM for almost one of the longest stocks I've owned. I mean, it's been Apple and things like that that I've held a lot, and you know, it's really been struggling down here at these levels. And Agent Force has been a disaster. And I mean, in what should be an AI boon for these guys has been absolute garbage. So I'm hoping that Benioff can right the ship here and get this going. I mean, I really like him. It's been a good, you know, it's been a good runner. I mean, this is January of 23. You're down here at 140. So it's not like if you held this name, you're fine. It's just there's so many other names that are at the top that when you look back and you say like you've been putting your money into CRM, it hasn't been a good hold over the last little while, right? And I think finally now we're finding a little bit of a base, 230 to 240 with a better than expected guide. So yeah, I really like CRM moving forward here. It's just got to keep going. It's just got to keep going. It's got to hold this and keep going. I don't know what else to say other than keep going. Like it can't come back in, because if it does, then that's another failed breakout. And there's only so many times that you're going to hit this top level of 250 and then, you know, hold this bottom, because bad news is coming in this market. I mean, there is going to be a flush at some point. So if CRM doesn't get its ass up here, then it's going to be down here somewhere. So you better, hopefully for my sake as well as a shareholder, CRM can get going a little bit. And they're doing it today. We just need to hold it. So if it does that, then I think we're good for that. But we're looking forward to some Salesforce longs. I'm just getting the sticky note out. I don't have it today, but I do think that there is something about it. So I'd watch out for this 253 break. I think it could be a good one. I just wonder about the 6%. That's all. It seems like it's a high move up, but let's see, as I keep saying, let's just see if it can hold the bid. I mean, if it does, then yeah, CRM should be on the radar for the next couple of days, as a breakout will definitely happen. It's just, hopefully it's to the upside. And on better news, it's looking like it is. So Salesforce, I like Benioff. I like Salesforce here. Just has to hold these highs.
Let's go on to Snow and Palantir. We're giving back most of this early move. There's a big level coming in here. 250, if you zoom out, is pretty important for Snowflake on the daily chart. But we topped out just almost 260 really at the highs there this morning on this. Teaming up with Palantir on AI Data Cloud, the Foundry and Palantir Artificial Intelligence platform. Not a lot of volume behind this. Let's preface this so far anyway.
Like, what is this AIP platform not capable of doing, Brendo? Because I see it everywhere in logistics, transportation, military. Shout out to them. So the collaboration here aims to help enterprise build AI applications as well as accelerate data analytics and establish trusted, inoperable data pipelines. That's a whole lot of tech speak. But Snowflake, for their part, they're going to embed their AI data cloud directly into Palantir's Foundry OS, connecting that enterprise data with operational workflows to AI-driven systems. Customers are going to be able to use Palantir software with Snowflake's Iceberg tables, which enables bidirectional zero-copy data exchange. I understood very little of what I just read there, Brendo, but that's what they're doing.
Funny, I felt the same. You were saying words, but there wasn't much else behind those words. If we bounce here, guys, going to need to see some participation, I think.
Yeah, this one's kind of unfortunate because it's really been, with the market not doing much of anything, like Snowflake has just really given this move back. And I mean, 250 is a nice round number.
Ah, shit.
But ultimately, like it doesn't necessarily align with anything significant. Like 248 would be an area to look at, and then 244. It just always, I never like it when you're doing this. What I would have envisioned would be more exciting and probably would be indicated to trade this thing instead of other things today. Like we already mentioned that we like AMD today and Micron and HIMS is going to be on play. If you can't hold the top end of the range for the breakout on news, then I think you just have to get super, super patient and buy the base. This is also something which is rejecting the 52-week high on this news. So it's pretty top heavy. It's not like CRM where it's trying to start get going. I mean, Snowflake is more than a double up since Liberation Day. Like it's up 220% or something like that from those lows. So it's pretty significant. So a little bit of sell the news seems like it's happening up here at the top, and maybe just wait it out. And 48 looks like a decent level. 44 probably an even better one on Snow. But the breakout's just going to have to wait. You know, I like it if it ever does break this 260, but you know the pullback unfortunately way under VWAP. That's a nothing burger for me.
Yeah, part of Snowflake's IPO, and we actually sold it, I think, around that $200 mark. So it's off, and I really, again, like this stock. It was having a hard time breaking through it, so we did get out of that. I'll see if I'm still holding some, but if I am, it's minimal amounts, that is for sure. The name is interesting to me there. It's not that it's Palantir, but just another deal, another collaboration there. Thank you, Randy, for that. But yeah, look, so I think that this name is obviously a wild ride, you know, off the open. Yesterday, huge move down. Was not really treated that well yesterday, despite having an up day in the market. Palantir basically goes flat on the day yesterday, if not down. So I think I'm looking for this 179 area here to see if there's some support, especially if the market does give a little bit back. Let's wait to see if we can get a 178 to 179 bid here on PLTR. So something that I am looking for right there. I like that call. I think Palantir can get going again. We have Big Bear AI on the mind as well every day. And this name, again, yesterday, huge move down, tried to get the V-shaped recovery. I think the V-shaped recovery is on. Why can't it just continue today? Down, boom, back up. I am looking for a little bit of a break here on BBAI, and I'm looking right around this area, 875. So I think if we can get a long breakthrough here, 875 on Big Bear, then maybe we get back up into where we were yesterday. You know, big flush, nice recovery. It would have kept going, I think, anyways, but the market closed. And then when the market closed, it did keep on going again. So this might even be a better break. I mean, 875 is right here. It's not the end of the world if you're taking 865, but this is not a bad zone at all. So, all right, a couple, thank you so much for these super chats that just came in right here. Let's take them. SMR passing 60. Well, day trader LA, I hope so. I'm at 58 right now. I'm going to cash out of this trade. It's a 5-bag. It's a 5-bagger or so on this one. You know, we initially got SMR way down into here when it finally was breaking through, down into here somewhere. So that's why I was saying, I think it's $12 or so. Maybe it was right here. We've had SMR for a minute. Yeah, it was probably last year, about here. So we're still long down from in here. We have been selling on the way up, and right into here, we've now broken through this high on SMR. I think it gets 58. I think it actually even goes higher. I just want to cash out of this. I think it's a little frothy in the space, and if the market does make the move to the downside, we go the other way, I think, there on SMR. I want to... Again, I just want to add some cash right now, and I think SMR is a good place of doing it. I only have a couple grand left. So, all right, your money is on tilapia for lunch. Well, thing is that yesterday, Day Trader LA, yesterday we had tilapia. So I could cheat and look now, but you're going to have to wait till about 10:50, and we'll go over what's for lunch today because we like to surprise ourselves. And, you know, it's Joe's only thing that he looks forward to. In the morning time. So we got to wait to see what's going on there with Joe. Oh yeah, he looks forward to the upgrades and downgrades.
It's true. He looks forward to that.
His new segment that he has aced perfectly. All right, let's go back over to the desk and talk about UAL earnings or something like that.
Yeah, gapping up a little bit here. We're back and forth based on what happened yesterday, the big day 2 days ago to the upside on the daily chart. And I say big day because of what happened down at the bottom there. Tons of volume behind that move back higher ahead of earnings. $100, definitely the pivot here. I mean, a decent report. It was kind of an oh-hum moment, I guess, from the market.
Exactly. Yeah, it was not a bad report. There was some good, some bad. Let's talk about it, Brendo. Q3 EPS beat expectations. They printed 278. The street wanted 262. Revenue, though, slightly missed. 15.23 billion. The street wanted about a little bit more, 15.33. Net income also slipped about 1.7% year over year, a little bit less than $1 billion, 949 million for the quarter. Q4 EPS, which is the guide here, came in between 3 to 350. That is above the consensus estimate of 286. And revenue rose, 2.6% year over year, even though, Brendo, unit passenger revenue declined about 3%. Domestically and 7.1% internationally. Despite the declines, they're still looking to expand their flight capacity 7% year over year in Q3, maintaining that aggressive growth despite their competitors like Delta and American. They're scaling back, and they're, of course, targeting, as we always see, affluent customers with the business class where they make the majority of the money.
Both of those, you just mentioned AAL and DAL coming up next week, actually, on the earnings calendar, along with, get ready, Netflix, we get Tesla, we get Intel. We're right back into the heart of big time earnings. Not much to look at as far as price action, though, for UAL today, guys.
No, I was doing this because if you watch the aftermarket show, you know that this was, it bamboozled everybody. It took off and launched and then had a pretty harsh landing after a little bit of back and forth. And now it's exactly flat. Well, it happens to be something that is probably a double up that not everybody realizes has been a double up from those April lows. So pretty impressive in there, right? Maybe this can hold on to the 50-period moving average today. And I think if it does for a couple of days, because anytime it's sideways action like this, let price be your guide, right? Like ultimately, this tells you that there's a lack of conviction in terms of what direction we should go off of this report. So that 50 period is going to be my guide. You give it the 3-day rule. It's been in an upward trend. So if it's even a nothing burger, then stick with the trend. But you got to hold on to this 50. It's about 101 today. So you need to close above that price. I'm not a huge fan of I'm not an airline guy in terms of investing. They're very, very swing tradable. When they get trend, they tend to hold trend, which I'm all for, but not that exciting for me. I look at an upward trend, here's something that we're not even going to talk about that's an upward trend that I like.
Exactly.
Silver just going absolutely ham.
I'll tell them you're
forget about
excited for it.
UAL. I like this bad boy to continue. Looking to play some dips into silver today, 47.4. But like I said, I got other things on the brain. I think UAL is more of that 3-day rule. Can it hold on to the 50 period, and then you can go from there. But if I'm going to try to buy some dips and play some ranges today, I'd rather it be in something that I think has a little more juice.
I didn't even look at airlines today. The only thing that I always say is jets, right? And if you're going to be a fan of the jets, hopefully it's more of the ETF, not of the team, right? But you're just going to see right here, boom. This is a great ETF. The top 5 holdings are spread out pretty much equally between the big 5. So if you're excited for Delta and United and all these earnings coming through, then I think that you are getting close to breaking top here on this Jets ETF. You have the 200-period moving average rate into there. Oil prices coming down should be good for them. You do see a big move there today in UAL, so we're going to wait to see, well, hopefully a big move, but we'll wait to see if it can break through the top here as American, United, Delta, Southwest, they're all in here, and I just want to look over here because it's like when you're looking about SMH or a SOXL or things like that. If the sector gets hot, so do these ETFs that are looking at them, and you don't even have to pick single stock. Why are you worried about AMD, Broadcom, NVIDIA, anything like this? So then again, here's another ETF that we're involved with, and it's a big one, and it's going to break through the top as well. So I just like the Jets ETF right there as opposed to individual airlines, because I, quite frankly, don't know anything about individual airlines. So other than looking and reading the reports, whatever, man. I just trade price action, right? I'm a trader much more than a host, obviously. So as you can come through here, watch out for $62 on IBIT. I think that's coming back in right now. 111.1 coming through very, very soon. So we're excited to see if IBIT can give us some of these bids down here near $62. All right, let's go back over to the desk.
There.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Neo downside here, big gap to the downside to the tune of more than 7% at the lows here this morning on this. I mean, it's a Singapore wealth fund that's filed this lawsuit against them, but I mean, the accusations not great here for NIO.
No, this goes back to 2020, 2022, Brendo. It's being filed now because it's being discovered now. So let's talk about it. Yes, exactly as Brendo mentioned, Singapore's sovereign wealth fund has sued NIO, alleging the company violated U.S. securities laws by inflating revenues through misleading accounting practice. So what they do, they claim that NIO overstated about $600 million, over $600 million in leased battery revenue through its affiliate, Wineng, which is allegedly controlled but failed to disclose properly. So the fund said it suffered tremendous losses. Here's what happened. So NIO operates a battery subscription model, right? Allowing customers to buy the EVs without the battery and then lease the battery separately. So that's what this Wineng company is. It was formed in 2020 by NIO, Cattle, and some other partners, and it was designed to purchase the leased batteries from NIO and then lease them back to the customer. So the lawsuit alleges NIO recognized multi-year lease revenues up front instead of gradually over the 7-year subscription period, and which led to inaccurate data, Brendo. So they're saying that they were grossly hurt by that misstatement, and they're looking for compensation.
Not a heck of a lot to see as far as price action this morning outside of the gap to the downside on NIO. I mean, it doesn't really move a lot anyway, but one to watch. A few people are mentioning Dash again. If you missed the actual headline, here it is. Teaming up with Waymo. This is just in Phoenix for now in Arizona to start things off. They're offering $10 ride discounts for Dash Pass members through 2025 as well. Dash, right back down, guys.
So the thing about this story is, okay, so if it's true and they lose a lawsuit, they may pay up a little bit. Like, do we know now if this is something systemic that is ongoing? And this is sort of where it's difficult to parse out, because it ultimately ends up being something very fundamental, which will have a fundamental price tag for the company. So again, all we can look at is the price action. And what to me is happening on NIO is it just broke trend. So you can either look at it that way. I mean, it's also under the 50-period moving average, which is a good way to look at it as well. But either way, it's broken the trend. It can close above the 50-period, which is at like 640 and right here, and still to me be breaking that trend line, because the gap comes back into like 670. Like if I was looking at this on like a 3-minute chart, I'd be like, okay, you want to be shorted in here in the 60 range or so, and then giving it to like 680 to 7. This, for me, it would have to pop to be a short, like try to fill in a little bit of that gap, and then it'd be more interesting. From the fundamental aspect, I don't really know what to make of this. I suppose too, like if this ends up being something a little bit more like it's ongoing, or there's more impropriety, then you remember that it's also a Chinese company listed in the U.S., and there's all that kind of risk as well. But we just don't know enough as how this is going to play out. So for now, I'd wait for it to pull back into prior support, and I favor the short side because it's broken trend on the daily.
So the Chinese name, I made it perfectly clear many, many times, man. The only Chinese name that I own and that I will probably ever own, there's going to be 2 of them. It's going to be Baba and Tencent. I'm not touching NIO. I'm not touching any of these electric cars at all. There's only one name in the EV space I'm going to be riding with. That's going to be Tesla. Other than that, man, Alibaba, if it can pull back in, I was waiting for 152. I think today we'll go in and edit that order. It might have even expired by this point because we had wanted it when it broke 150 and missed it. It went all the way to 190. So now you're coming back in. I just worry that if this China-U.S. relation does not get going, similar to what Neil was just saying there, the fact that you're listed in the U.S., Trump could just pull all of that. In 1 second. There's a little bit of rhetoric there talking about delisting some of these companies. Not that we have heard about that a couple months ago, but we're not hearing about that now. So I don't necessarily think that that's in play. But I just, I never know what lever will be pulled next, right? So, why was this name Alibaba was just 193 a week ago and looking like it was the king of the world to pulling back down in now $30, $40, right? So I don't know. I don't love these names, but I love the area. If I can get it at 150, and then we'll wait to see if the China play actually winds up working out. Thank you so much, David and Andre, for pointing this super chat out right now. Shout out to Obi. There it is for sage words about patience the other day. Yes, thank you, Obi. Right there, that'll help us pay him. So that's good. Thank you, David. Trust your rules. Play Guns N' Roses Patience with the lyrics. Zen wins the race always. I heard I was listening to Bloomberg surveillance radio this morning, and they're playing some Bon Jovi, so that's a little bit of a similar genre there. So shout out to Obi for Patience and Guns N' Roses and Bon Jovi. And I think Patience, we talked about that, man. Patience, your idea, share size, all of that, very, very important. Patience might be, it's up there. Once you figure out what you're doing, then you got to add that patience aspect to it. And I think that, David, thank you for pointing that out, and thank you for the continued support with all of the super chats that you're always providing, and to everybody, no matter what the amount.
And we just got another one too.
Yeah.
Joby from Yala Studio. Joby, it's a good entry. 1793 is. Now I see why you're saying 1790. It's an obviously oddly specific price. So anytime you look at that, you're like, okay, that's kind of interesting. You're just basically saying breakout. Why 90? I'm looking at the top here. The top's not 93, but you're looking at this for a semi-breakout. Yeah, I can understand where you're going with that one, but if I'm playing this range, I usually like to try to play off the support a little bit better. Like, it's not doing anything right now, so why assume it's going to be a breakout trade? You're just looking for it to break out this little area right here. Like, I prefer to sort of play it off of VWAP into that and off of support, as opposed to taking the top off when there's no today catalyst on Joby. Because when you look at it, it's really just been slowly gliding back into the upside. And outside of that one massive day, you have had a lot of range-bound days. And when the base case has been like range-bound the last couple of days, I tend to play it more in the range-bound. So I like support and resistance and VWAP better in that particular case. But I get the idea with the area if you like the stock. I just don't know if I like the out all the way down at 50s.
CoreWeave, coming back in a little bit, was off to a pretty good start here in the pre-market early on this morning. We got above 142 there, which took out yesterday's high. The grind higher, though, continuing. I mean, yeah, it's an AI headline, nothing significant here, but decent pop once again with the market here.
Yeah, a good look, Brendo. Another product to add to the list there. So they're unveiling what they're calling an AI object storage. It's a fully managed object storage platform. Apparently, it's purpose-built for AI and high-performance workloads. What it's going to do is going to enable instant global access to data without the egress charges or request fees. Guys, again, a lot of very technical things that I specifically don't understand, but a good look for the company. It seems to be shaking analysts here. A couple of good notes from analysts on this headline.
Yeah, if you zoom out a little bit, we're still kind of chopping around in this range for CoreWeave, but nice trend higher overall in the daily, guys.
Yeah, I mean, good trend forward. Unfortunately, yeah, no breakout yet of 144. I think when that happens, it gets a little bit spicier again. It failed the last time at this price, but you break 144, there's room at least to $150. As said, the chip name on my mind today. You've got to watch TSM today. I don't think, they're the ones that had the earnings, and obviously they're going to be a big deal. And it was good numbers, 30% growth is fantastic. AMD just went red into a green market. So again, a little skeptical about that 241. I thought it might be a false breakout type of play on 241, but if it doesn't break that 241 at all, it might just be resistance up here. 230 would be the first line support that I'll watch. And the imbalances came out, and we have NEO. Hey, it's in play. 1.2 million to the sell side for NEO. 600,000 buy for Beyond Meat. Good for them. And Apple's a sell of 450,000 shares. Beyond Meat, of course, is probably going under.
All right, let's go over all the trade ideas that we have here today, at least that I have. There's AMD long 236. We're going to see if that comes through. You can go find this all on my Twitter. So there it is, AMD long. We're going to also look long for the TQQs. We just got filled on something right there. We're now long AMD. Micron long around $200 would be nice too. And then Apple, that's a long break of 200. Let's see if that happens. And then Apple long around 250. That's right where we are right now for Apple. So those are the plays that we're going to be looking at. We're already in position right here on AMD. We're already a little bit in the money, but it's dancing around here as those imbalances are kicking around. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening with advanced micro devices.
I don't think it's working.
We don't, yeah, there it is. There is a problem with our board. Sometimes it shows, sometimes it doesn't, but we're just taking a small little fill there at 236 just to start the trade. That's what we wanted, but as Neil mentioned, the market's coming down and we're not gonna sit here and catch like falling knives and just let it cut us up. So if a break through 236 actually holds for the open, excuse me, then we'll get out, right? I mean, I think even if this breaks 50 cents, like 235.50, let's just slap out of that, which it might happen almost immediately. So 235.50, we're putting it in right now. And if it goes down, then we do want to stop out. So and that might happen. So that's it. Early position right now for AMD, and just trying to figure it out with the imbalances. So let's be a little patient, but not too patient here. As
Archer small buy as well.
Ooh, I like Archer.
Should have thrown that one out there. There's a couple more in there. Archer was 400,000. SMR is 370,000. Those are both buys. LAC is small sell. CRM's a buy of 300,000 as well. I just saw TSM there for 250K. I'm looking. Already broke 200. So it must have been maybe there was a buy imbalance there just now on Micron, because it just went to 201.
Oh, did it?
Right back into 199 change. So I'm looking 197 dip buy. And if we don't get that, then I look to the volume weighted average price as Micron got an upgrade, and we are sponsoring the opening bell by Beta Pro by Globex. Shout out to them as we ring the Thursday bell right about now.
All right, here we go. It is a little bit of a violent open here for Micron, obviously. We're taking some outs right now. Sorry, on Micron, on AMD. We had Archer and Aviation yesterday. Was a great play. We'll see what's going on right there. There it is right now. It's a $2. It's a $1 winner that we just got filled there a little bit on AMD as it just busted through that 236.50 level, and we took a fill up there. So let's go. We got 236.90 was the fill that we had there for Advanced Micro Devices. So, you know, quick in and out there. If it pops through, we know what we're doing. We're going to be getting out of that one. Micron right now back through 200 again. There goes AMD. So 50-50 there. It's a small little cup of coffee.
Did you see?
There, because we got through 237s. Yeah, that's what I was just looking at Micron.
No, that Micron candle was $4, about as fast as you can possibly imagine there, into that 197. That's where the dip is supposed to be. So I'm going to see if I can't pick it up. Man, I had just canceled the order because I'm like, oh, we're not getting 197s because it's at $201. I just finished canceling the order. Whoa, this is ridiculously violent. That's stupid. It just got up to 199. Someone slapped a huge offer, and it was back at 198 in an absolute heartbeat. It's wiping levels there on Micron, like back and forth, like nuts. I think I'm going to buy 197s over and over again.
Yeah, we're long and we're huge, and now we're chicken dinner winnering this one up. So there it goes, man. We got 197.75, and we're trying to take this a little bit out here. I still want 200 break long, so here we go on Micron. Made everything back on AMD, and by the way, AMD is now rocket ship. We punched out the very bottom there on AMD, so congratulations to me for that one. But here we go, man. Right up to 200 again. It's Micron. We like this name, man. Right on the sticky note. Let's see what winds up happening. There's the break on Micron, so we do get some more shares there going long through 200. Let's now see what winds up happening for MU added to our position. So here we go, man. Traders got to trade, guys. And there it is right there. A nice little move there for Micron. Let's go, man. It's the money machine right there, MU. It's too bad because we also have $2, Neil, on AMD, but we took that out at the bottom. There goes Micron. What a call there for Micron as we go up to 201.50 and change. Let's see how high we can fly now for MU. Weekends got out. We're in this one on that bottom tick right there through $200 again. Take some out there, man. We have a 201.50. Let's wait to see if it comes back to 197. We'll reload it, man. Good day so far here today on MU.
Yeah, MU already went 1 for 1. I'm trying to grab it right back in here as well. Oh, I don't want him short. That was supposed to be a stop order. Let's just get out flat on Hims. Hims is making that break through 63. So the idea was to put a stop underneath 63 and then it goes over and go long, but it didn't actually fill to the long side. So I'm going to get back into Micron, play off that same bottom, but I got to go over to Hims to explain what I was just sort of talking about there. Hims was breaking out. I went to put a stop order and then get long. Let's go long now and then get the stop order in. The stop triggered. I went short. I immediately punched out. If you ever get into position and you don't want to, just get out. But Hims holding VWAP. Yesterday it went ham. Let's see if today it can do a little bit of the same, but long in front of 63 there. Micron's trying to battle right back into that 199 area. I had the 99s on a reload. Initially, we were 197s long, but I also like that VWAP or that volume weighted average price here. Get back to 200 and break it again.
Yeah, let's go, Micron. We like that one. We just reloaded that one as well. We have a big, huge announcement to make because today is finally that day. It's something that we've all been waiting for. It is new format day. Starting today at 10 a.m., we will be having a brand new format live right here on this show. We will be joined by Sharif and Joe live at 10 o'clock. So no more bantering between me and Neil. You get all four of us. So it's going to be a really great one. More ideas, more happening. It's 10 a.m. It's Joe, it's Sharif, it's Neil, it's I, and we are ready to rock and roll. We've been waiting to do this forever. I'm not here tomorrow, but Obi will be here. So that should be exciting. We'll start it up today. Here goes Micron right now, man. We're almost at our goal here on the day with MU, but join us at 10 o'clock. And then again, between 1 and 2 o'clock, Neil and I, will be joining these guys on their show. So we're really super excited.
We're double dipping.
We'll be super excited to be coming back for you guys at 1 o'clock as well. So here we go, guys. We are very, very excited to have all four of us. The trading bunch is here at 10 a.m. today. So put up with Neil and I for another 25 minutes, and then we get the whole crew. We got Adara on the desk. Should be a lot of fun. That's what we're going with here, and it should be a good one. I cannot believe that we got out of AMD. We only wrote down 236 as the long. It's at 240 right now. Bye AMD.
Whoa.
Face palm.
Well, Micron,
face palm.
AMD's doing fine to the upside, and Micron's doing okay, but TSM is actually red now.
Damn it, AMD.
So yeah, a little bit of a sell the news here. $9 down on TSM. It's only 1% down. My bad. But it was up a couple of points. That's a 3% move down here on TSM right off the open, and not looking very good. LAC is also making moves into the downside, so we got to look at some other stocks that not just we are in. I know Micron, when I see that happen on TSM, first thought is if it doesn't catch a bid, I'm going to tighten up on Micron. If we lose the higher low, jump out and wait for 97, because that was supposed to be the litmus, what's going on with Taiwan semis. They're the big earnings name today. And of course, logic would dictate that if there is fraud, NEO should go up. To each their own. But it looks like it might fill in that gap. So that gap is to about 675. If it gets in there, I'm looking for the short in NEO. I have no comment. I have no idea whether it's fraudulent or not. There's a lawsuit against them, and it'll get played out in court. But to me, I'm going to look for a place to fade it anyways.
Maybe if AMD comes back to 236, we can get that trade. Man, I cannot believe we stopped out there. It's because I think if I didn't have that stop order out, if we didn't get filled in the pre-market, I don't think I would have taken that fill, but it doesn't matter. So everything really flopped out, man. I mean, even Apple, right, we like 250 as a key level. We had written that down. We didn't necessarily want to go long there. It was at 250 right off the open, but it gapped like down $1 straight, basically downside. We got to really figure it out what's going on with our position board, because it's just back and forth and around.
I covered Micron under VWAP there myself, so I am flat.
Oh no, now it's working, but it wasn't showing anything.
Oh, it did that thing
in the past again. So okay, here comes Apple. Here comes Micron and AMD back to the downside again here. So we'll wait to see what's going on right now. AMD trying to find its footing, and VDA. I'm going to get out if it breaks 97s, which it's about to do right here. It looks like, anyways, on Micron. So we just got another reload down there. So that should be a good trade. Let's see where it goes. But I don't know. We're long at 199.40. I mean, we could take a $2 hit here, but it looks like that is what we're going to do. We're not going to get out of all of it, but we are going to get out just in case this move continues a lot lower here for MU. Again, man, you put up big days, sometimes you get hit. But right now, we're going to wait to see what winds up happening. 197.70 right now for MU. It looks like it wants to be weaker, right? I mean, look what this market's doing. I feel like if the market was flying right now, we'd be okay right now with Micron, but we're still fine. Let's give it a couple minutes to see where we go. We do have our stop, so if it breaks
just went back to 98, so 97 just held again.
Yeah, exactly.
That looks like that could be the spot for Micron, but you got to keep in mind what's going on in the Nasdaq here. Bigger picture. Load, I should just pull over my black chart, my bad. Bigger picture, the Nasdaq's holding on to VWAP. So with TSM coming down, if the Qs in the market are going to hold on to the volume weighted average price, then if you like something long, it should still be good. So off the lows, yes, but can we break VWAP? Just filled 98.5 there on Micron on the reload, and we're right back at to 97. So I'm going to keep reloading 97 until it breaks, and
it broke.
Yeah, it just broke. So I reloaded it the last time there. It gave you 98, it gave you 98.5. If it's a wick bottom, I might jump right back into it, though. Adara?
Yeah, keep an eye here on Praxis Precision Medicines, which is staying really strong here near pre-market highs. In case you missed it, this one trading higher after releasing top-line data from 2 pivotal phase 3 trials for one of its treatments. I want to mention as well here, Fed's Bar and Fed's Wall are both talking right now, and Fed's Bar specifically talking about stablecoins, saying that it's not yet clear if more stablecoin legislation is needed. Fed's Waller, meanwhile, saying that it's might be good for the Fed to refrain from long-run forecasts. Nothing super market moving, though. Maybe keep an eye on CRCL with the stablecoin note there from Fed's Bar. But if there's anything else here, I'll let you guys know. Back to you.
Oh, there goes. Yeah, Micron. I'm going to stop the fail on Micron. No, I was telling Sean the story. PayPal, their partner, their stablecoin partner, whatever firm, accidentally issued like more of their stablecoin than exists actually the GDP of the world for like 5 minutes.
Oh, I didn't even know PayPal.
And then they reversed it. They corrected the mistake 5 minutes later or like 10 minutes later. Who was the name of the company? Axos it was. No, it was some, I don't even remember. It was like something ridiculous, but more than the GDP of the entire world, which is quite the mistake to make.
Yeah, that is kind of the risk with some of these stable coins. It's not super regulated or anything, so we're going to have to, try to be as patient as we can with stable coins, I guess, right now. Yeah, Micron. So it looks like it's too bad because there's not too much profit happening on the show yet, which we're going to get that coming up soon. We have AMD, we have Micron. AMD might be a reload, but I got to wait again for that 236. Try to be a little bit patient. I don't want to just necessarily layer into this one as we're holding on to a little. We did get a little bit more back in on Micron, trying to give this one a little bit of room. Again, I like the upgrade. I thought that the 200 break could have been something. It just bounced off of that level again. That we've already made that move a couple weeks ago, or maybe even last week, and then faded out into 180. So it's not like this move is like a pullback that's going to stop. I mean, we could continue downside here for Micron. So let's just stick around for a little bit. I wouldn't mind seeing like a 195 or something on Micron first before we really slap out of this one. I still think this can turn into a winner. Right now, long 197.50, but our average price before was 199.50, so we will have to, and again, take the fail, right? I don't have no problem talking to you guys about being red, being green, or anything. I think that's what we have to be here, right? As traders, is honest with our performances. And right there, Micron long today, no good. So we'll go 0 for 2 after going, I think, 4 for 5 yesterday. And we'll see if we can make back a little bit here on MU. We've got to try to hold it for now. JP Morgan and the banks have been leading the way in the last couple days with good reports yesterday. JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs both read on Monday, or Tuesday on their reports. We'll wait to see if they can get going. And then SoFi is always on my mind. And we didn't write down 28 yesterday. Today we did have it yesterday, but that break there went into these levels. So we're getting close, man. Maybe a 27.50 or so for SoFi could be a trade. What up, Adara?
Maybe keep an eye on some of these oil and petroleum plays here, guys. I'm seeing. Apparently, analysts are saying that oil companies are very likely to suspend buybacks if oil falls below $50. So analysts saying here, if oil does fall below $50, big oil companies, most of them anyway, are likely to suspend their buyback. So keep that in mind. Again, no economic data at 9:45 or 10 a.m., though Fed speak throughout the morning and a little bit in the afternoon as well. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much there, Adara. Silver just broke the high, but
let's go.
There's your 97 hold. It's a level I like, so we got to jump right back into it. Even if it wicks you out, let's see if we can get past the volume-weighted average price. If this holds all day, then to me, Micron is an everyday long.
Yes, I like that, Neil. Let's go.
But I got to get over it. Look, we don't talk too much about silver, so the days that it's going, I got a lot. Whoa, okay. I was still bidding all over the place on silver. But I want this VWAP, or we're just going to play the breakout consolidation on silver. So 48.4. You know what? I think I typoed and put 47.4 in the note, but that doesn't really matter. You can see the high of the day is 48.4. So if we pull back into the volume weighted average price, I'm going to grab myself some silver. As you can look at the daily chart, gold goes, silver follows, and both of them are absolutely flying as well. So once again, that 97 seeming like it's holding out here on Micron, but I got to respect the rule. I have a rule about this, and the rule is if you false break the high, then playing off the bottom is a play to VWAP until proven otherwise. So I'll play at the $1.20 or whatever that is, and then try to join it VWAP or wait back into 97, because that's a false break of the high, and it's also a level on the daily. So, there's your false break of the top, and it's underneath the volume weighted average price. So until it's holding VWAP, then it's get in and get out and just scalp the trade and try to keep it somewhat in the pocket, right? Like AMD was really good. This has been like mixed so far, because the only good buys were down here, and even then it still ran your stops. Like it went all the way to $196 on that one. So it bounces a buck after it went against $1, and lo and behold,
let's go.
Here comes AMD now finally.
Let's go AMD. There we go, man. We'll let Neil spit his logic there. But here we go, man. We are now $1 in the money on AMD, man, on our post right there. So we're going to be really happy with that one. And we've got Micron. So we're in the multiple dollar clubs right now. Let's see if Micron can get back into $200. But AMD, good trade there. We said we were going to load it back up if we got into 236 again. And that's exactly what we did. And actually dipped below 236 to give us, yes, let's go, man. So here it goes right now. Good movement here today on all of this. So let's go. I don't know about you, but I'm still red on Micron, waiting for this to bounce back through. So hopefully that can go, and we can put, look, we're here to make some money, so let's see if that can go as well. We're also trying to battle back on AMD. And by the way, we are very green right now on AMD. So this is what we talk about, man. Take the hit early, but then if you believe in it, get right back in and put that on the board right now. So AMD, so far so good here as it continues, man. Let's see if Micron can go as well. This could be an absolute monster. It's out to VWAP. I agree with Neil. I'm still holding on to more than half of this trade. We got some out at VWAP there. Let's see if we can go. Remember, my problem is like we could keep reloading down here much, but then when it goes up, I want to try to have something on. We talked about how violent these markets are, right? And so we could have a big move one way or the other. So we'll risk a little bit. We're flat on the day, we're down on the day so far, but that's because of Micron. So hopefully that will come back there to the upside, and we'll be able to deal with it appropriately then. But if it does break below 196, I think that's given us enough of an out right there to be like, okay, we'll tap out if that does happen. But so far, so good there. AMD again off the post, now in the money $1.50. Let's take out a little bit more here in the 40s. That's me at 42. It just bounced off of us. So hopefully we can get that out now, and we won't have too much to worry about. But it's Micron and AMD for me today, and we'll wait. Good move.
There's one name we missed, and for myself, it was Amazon. It was at the bottom of my list, but it was only like 5 stocks, so it doesn't really matter. Double bottom on Amazon. You saw it yesterday. It closed above the 50 period, 200 period, so it's got that wick, double bottom. I do favor the long, but we're not going to get the support level. What? It's already back to 197? Okay, Micron's back to 197 again. I'll get there in a second. But I want to join Amazon. I'm favor long all the way. So if it's going to stair step up after the double bottom, then I want to play off the volume weighted average price when it comes back, if it comes back in. I shouldn't say when, because you can't speak things into existence. If it comes back into VWAP, I like it. So continue to buy the dips until VWAP holds on Micron. It's still, to me, a false break trending down. I want this breaking this trend. At least holding 97 is always going to be a good sign as well for Micron. Want to get a better price in there, and then play it into the volume weighted average price, which is 198.5, let's just say. I've seen a lot of people type in Webull. There is a story for Webull this morning. They're allowing corporate bond trading on the platform now. So that's the story. It's up 2.5%. Go Webull. We like it off that $11 level. It's only at 12, so it hasn't really done much from our 11 level, but there is a story here with Webull. I think that's a minor one, so I'm not really thinking double digits or anything on Webull today. Corporate bond trading, yeah, that's nice, but I don't think that moves the needle. Put it that way.
No, I like Webull. I've been buying these dips in Webull. So we just do now have, guys, 12 minutes until we have our new format. So get ready for that. We have Sharif and Joe coming in just 12 minutes. The show about to get notched up. So we are excited for that. So let's get going. And we did exit out of, we're going to be, I don't know how far this has to go down because my trigger on AMD is 234.99. So if we do break below here, we're going to be very, very careful with what's happening with AMD, as AMD is the only green name so far here. So we're going to hopefully hold out for AMD. I hope Micron can get back going for you and myself as well, as I know that we have a lot invested invested in Micron right now. So we'll hold on to that. But here goes AMD. I'm going to put another bid down near 235.60s or so and see if we can catch another low bid here on AMD. It's Micron right now that we're both in, and having some downside ticks here. It looks like this name will continue.
Oh, I'm out again.
Okay.
I'm not holding this one past. Like I said, like AMD was good yesterday, ARM was good yesterday, so I'm not losing more on AMD than I made on those two of my best stocks yesterday. Right now, I'm down half of what I made on AMD yesterday and down like 60% of what I made on ARM, and that's with getting stopped out at the bottom twice. It is downward trending, so I'm going to stop fighting it and look for it to make some kind of a reversal and uptrend. The level's been okay. That's where it's been bouncing at 97, but it's not following through that price. So ultimately, like, I'm going to have my out down there. I'm going to go back over to silver because that's the one that I did not get into. It doesn't want to give me VWAP. It's consolidating the top here. It might just end up being a top break. So if we break this top, I'm going long silver or waiting until the volume weighted average price. One way or another, I am going long the stock. Or, yeah, not really stock.
Beta Pro by Global X Canada is Canada's largest provider of levered, inverse, and inverse levered ETFs. They have just launched 6 new triple levered ETFs, 3-time bull, 3 times bear, and TSX 60 exposure. Also on U.S. Treasuries, by the way, and semiconductors. They are offering a fee rebate. They are dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until, yeah, it's crazy, eh, Sharif? Until the end of this year. They're focused on U.S. currency hedging. So if that's a part of your game, get involved right now with Global X. We want to thank them. Go check them out, betapro.ca/3xdaily. to learn much more right there. Okay, I don't know what happened to my chart right there, but there goes Micron, finally breaking through a level for me, so nice downside play there on Micron. I guess I have to reopen my chart because it's gone, so we're gonna watch out for that. And then here comes AMD as well, trying to get through 235. So the market, like I said, look at the moves in the market, failing again, back down into 25,000. Let's see if we can hold. But right now it doesn't look like it wants to. That's AMD down to 235. And look at the market. You might have to look at the TQQs, but I got to get another chart up here or else I will not be able to trade.
Yeah, speaking of those Qs, I don't know if you showed it, but that 25,000 has been it's like a pivot point, not the technical indicator, but it's just either we're running away from it, upside barely, or running through it nastily to the downside. I wanted to think of a different word than nastily, but that's what I came up with, so it sucks. 25,000, we lose that, I think you're in a world of trouble. The one thing that at least gives me some kind of feel is if we're going to fail in the market, then ultimately silver can still go up. Or gold, silver can go up when market and when tech is going down. So we end up getting this little consolidated top off breakout here on silver, which we're into, as everything else just seems to fall. Like this Micron does not want to hold. It just went $2 from that 97 level. Yikes. They're filling in the gap almost all the way now on Micron.
All right, here we go, man. Let's go diamond hands on AMD right now. So this is a monster trade today for P&L wise is AMD. I mean, it's just kept on coming back in and just getting it, despite us losing early on this play. And it's a, maybe it's just a lesson. Like, I mean, it's a good thing in the pre-market. At least we didn't take that many shares. We wound up getting 70 cents on the first little push there, but it's all the reloads that have really been helping out here. And we just got a nice move higher. Look at the market. Like, if this market can ever catch a base, I do think some of these names continue to run here. And we are now 8 minutes away, and you'll get some more talk. Like, we're just in these same names. These guys are going to be in many more names, many more ideas, which is why we are bringing them on the show. So, all right, here we go. I'm supposed to use this thing, so let me just go into here. There, go.
I got it.
Send selected.
It takes forever to.
There it is right there, BBAI. So let's go have a quick look at BBAI and figure out what's going on there.
Points.
The market is down, yeah. BBAI, oops, that's still AMD. There we go, that's okay, yeah. So Big Bear AI, remember 850 is such a key level, man. We talked about that. Like, I hope that is an area, okay, shit. Neil, I gotta get the hell out of this one. Wow, what a move right here on AMD, Neil. Bang, right there, man. This is what you're doing when you're trading. It's called taking opportunities. And there it goes right there. It's a monster move upside for AMD. Neil, we green now on the day. Micron who? There it is, man. It's a nice move to the upside right there for advanced micro devices. Okay, nice little $2 move. And if you're playing with shares, $2 actually means something. So there it goes right there, AMD. I'm happy with that trade. That was a good one. That just came out of nowhere, man.
Remember, we don't trade options around here. All trades are with shares.
Yes, all trades are with equity right there. And there it is, man. We're almost at our daily goal. It sucks because we lost there on Micron, but we're going to make almost double here on AMD. There it goes, breaking through the 200 period moving average, man. I hope silver can get that back for you as well, because AMD right now, nice move, up to 238 goes advanced micro devices. Let's go.
Every trade's its own. I don't look at it like, does silver get it back? And we're up over the last couple of days. We're up on the week. We're up on the month, that kind of a thing. Because silver, I don't trade the way I'm going to trade AMD. Silver is not moving.
No, not even close.
It's not moving the same way. And I don't have the bottom.
That's why you would use more shares, right?
No, but a trade is a trade at the end of the day. And this one, I'm risking 10 pennies on it maximum. And I want to see if we can continue this trend and give you like a 49. But if we're going to go on silver, then you got to have multiple entries on this stock. Like when this goes, I want to be in like there, I want to be in there, I want to be in there, I want to be in there. I'm just getting it started here. If we play it, scalp some out, play the range, and then try to stair step it up when it goes programmed, that's the way to go on that bad boy. You might finally be breaking trend here on Micron. Finally. But it's still, like I said, it's still lower highs, still lower lows at this point, and I want to be patient about getting into this one. We talked and we were praised about like the patience game and controlling it. Now you can have the 97 level I like, and you can do so breaking the trend right here. So we close this bar, breaking the trend line, and I jump right back into Micron. And then that's just the play of the game. That's just how we trade it. VWAP is being held on the NASDAQ, so I think the long is still going to be in play as well. So we're going to go back on that train, see if we can get this one going again, because I still feel like this long is valid.
Oh, boy. Yeah, to Neil's point, man, a trade is a trade, and hopefully you guys have some of these trades on right now. Like we said, man, honesty, as Neil's saying, is the best policy, right? Just be honest with yourself, like you were saying, being up on the month, quarter, the year, all of that. That's what's important. Everybody collects their own paychecks here, so everybody do them. But right there, I mean, we are absolutely rocking right now with this advanced micro devices. I mean, part of it is this long. Like, I'm not even sure where that came from. Oh my. Oh my God. Thank you, Hal R. Thank you, everybody in the chat, man. It does mean something, right? It means something to me to be able to be here, talk about the trading, talk about these strategies. Again, here's another $4 winner, right? Yesterday we had multiple $4, $5, $6 winners yesterday on various names. And yesterday we didn't even trade AMD yesterday. And then look what's happening here today, right? We both talked about this is the market that you want to take big winners in. And there it is right now. We were dead to rights. We lost more on that Micron trade than nets of months. It's just, we made it back to AMD. So here we go. It's a nice move upside here, and it's starting to go now on AMD. So we're going to be pretty happy again with the style of trade and with what's happening here. And I'm only looking at these two names because we talk about, sitting in your lane and making sure that you trade the names that have been profitable and the ideas that you have. The other one that we had was TQQ, of course, Neil, and that did not get to 104, but did go to 104.50. So we'll see if that can play again. All right, so I have enough here. I'm going to take one more out here at 87, near these. I just put 87, near 239. We'll see if we can get that. But it looks like AMD now slowing down a little bit. Look at the market there. So you're back into Micron. I'm into AMD. You've got silver and Micron. We've got AMD. I'm going to wait for Micron to get near that 195 again. But right now, all my focus is on advanced micro devices, and this is the green name for me here today. So we're just going to keep on what's been working for us and see if we can get it going again here for AMD to the upside. LAC maybe. Oh, you know what was the name I just saw in the channel? I'm going to throw it back to Neil in a second. Salesforce. So that's good. So someone just said there in the chat, Salesforce is gone. It did have a huge move up there into 256. That was really nice. This is kind of the stuff that we're hoping to hold. It was up 6% in the pre-market. I like to see it hold this level. level right now on Salesforce. So we'll wait to see what's going on here with CRM, but yeah, looking to see if that can hold. Other than that, not much
swing's
else.
not going to happen for me on CRM. The way that it reacts to news is so incredibly disappointing. I've been waiting for a swing trade on that stock for a very, very long time, and it does not want to hold the 50 period. But so Micron came right back. It got almost a VWAP. I was sitting north of 198 there. So we got 96.8. It would be 97, but you know, when it opened the next candle, it opened it under 97. So that's where we got the long when it broke the trend. I'm now taking it out sort of inside this VWAP trend because it's showing me that this is a scalp trade. So I'm going to Larry Bird this. And yeah, see, the sellers are just winning here. See how the sellers just keep winning. It's lower high after lower high. Still like it, but this stock does not have the juice that I'm expecting it to have. So I'll get some back, but that was the read. Like if it cannot break this wick, that 197.8, and still putting in lower highs, even after the trend break, then I'm going to jump out, and if it only scalps 50 cents, it scalps 50 cents, and then do that. Like I'd rather be down a small amount instead of trying to hit that home run. Silver, we didn't get the ad while we're in Micron. Just trying to stair-step this, but I didn't get the ad in the 40s. I think this can get to 49, but I think it's more of a program trade when it's doing this. So every available dip, to me, is an ad in silver, and then just play for that bigger move on the way to 49. These are all fresh highs in silver. Like, it just keeps on making highs every single day. So we're going to continue to buy the dips here, and if the market's weak, I think silver can still be good, and we can hold it hopefully all day.
Okay, we are now 15 seconds away from a brand new format that I think everybody has been waiting for. We've been teasing this for weeks, and finally all four of us are in the building. So we're gonna go to Adara at 10 o'clock, then we're gonna come back with something fresh and new for all of you. Is that correct, Andre? Then let's go now.
Yeah, we're still going to be doing here all of these morning segments, even with the new format. We're going to start here by looking at what the market's doing this morning. So you guys can see the NASDAQ super range bound so far today. Lots of Fed speak on the horizon to keep us busy, even though, unfortunately, we did not get PPI due to the government shutdown. Fed's Waller actively talking right now, in fact, just recently saying here that there'd be benefits to getting that inflation target range, and that the current 2% target is a good thing because it will hold the Fed accountable. Now, we know AI tech stories galore on watch today, including TSM with their earnings. AMD, one of these names in the AI space that's certainly on watch. This one has been trading near new all-time highs ever since the OpenAI deal that we had last week, actually making new all-time highs in the wake of said deal. And AMD also here going to be on watch, getting a couple price target increases yesterday. Now we've got GeoOGL on watch. This name made a new all-time high in the morning, but pulling back a little bit here, making a partnership here with Salesforce, another name that is on watch after its investor day. And then last but not least, UAL with day one earnings. They did have a sales miss, but they beat on EPS, and they're guiding stronger than expected Q4 adjusted earnings. So interesting look there. Lots of earnings names on watch tonight. We'll get IBKR reporting after the bell. And tomorrow morning, we're going to get AXP, American Express. Before we send you back to our brand new format, make sure to like and make sure to subscribe. Back to you.
Oh,
Oh shit.
There
Here we
it is.
good morning.
Was it the morning trades? Okay, I thought we were getting something a little bit bigger than that.
Yeah, I know. Hey, you know what I mean? So did I.
That wasn't what I was expecting. It looked good,
We'll
though.
take it, man. We'll
I just
take
like
it.
that it was blue.
Yeah, it was
yeah, I'm
blue.
good with that.
We're here.
Run it back one more time, maybe there.
Yeah, run that back.
Yeah, run that
Can you
back
do that
there
again,
for
Assassino?
Assassino.
I thought it was going to be a
Let's go,
bigger
baby.
thing.
Hit it one more time for the
Assassino. We need
last
that one more
Assassino.
time.
One more time, brother.
One more time.
All right,
It's not happening.
We're not
for us.
getting
It's
it
not happening.
again.
All right, right now. There it is. There it is. We do have a new trade coming on right here. We're going to talk to these guys in a minute.
Trades.
We just went long on Micron again, trying to break through VWAP. So we're going to have that going. Sharif, how you doing, my friend?
Brother, I'm still, as you can hear, coughing up
Yeah.
the storm. I'm trying to,
Storm.
you know, I've got, you know, the paper towels here. I'm trying to not
towels,
pollute
oh,
as
no.
much as, you know, as much as
Yeah.
is
Don't use the paper
case.
towels, my
What
guy.
do
That's
you
going to be
do?
too
What
rough
paper
on the
should I be
nose.
using,
there.
Katina, man?
We have Kleenex somewhere.
We have
don't we?
Kleenex.
We got this.
Yeah, I'm good with the Kleenex
Yeah, that
too.
stuff's hard on the on the old
don't-
nose there and the cough. So.
No,
on,
but
bro.
it was brutal yesterday, but
The one
hopefully
ply.
today ends up a lot better. Guys, I just want to point out the small cap gappers
Like, what is
that
he
I'm
doing?
looking at because I don't want to say it's a light bunch, but there are some moving, guys. So here we go. Let's talk about it. IONZ This one is trading above $3. Very, very directional. Joey, there's no red candles on the 5 right now. This thing is up 10%. But let's cut the crap, okay? Let's talk about the elephant in the room. PRAX is a dang rocket. This is a biotech stock with a phase 3 headline, and it was a successful phase 3. So, Joey, we closed out yesterday $57 on this thing. It is trying to take out $180 right now. Needless to say, it's awfully spready, awfully volatile, but it's got one hell of a chart pattern over here on the 5 that's holding the 10 EMA like a glove. So I like this one. We're in size in positionally appropriate so we don't get wiped out, but it's a 180 level right now that we can't seem to shake. The seller's looking to take profits or the short's getting in there, guys. I'm going to keep an eye on PRAX.
Good stuff. Good stuff. I mean, yeah, Katina Man's got a couple big trades rocking and rolling there. We're trying a couple moves on Bitcoin, but hey, they're not going, man. It's a sell here on IBIT today, trying to catch a couple bottoms there, folks. But that's not the case there, Sean. As you can see, we're starting to head to the south side in IBIT. So a couple longs, sticking to those stops, though, which I think is the most important attempts. I'm like, oh, okay, we're starting to curl over here. Let's rock and roll if we're going to break through some of these pre-market highs. And it says, no, we have other plans for today. So we take another attempt. So we're 0 for 2 at the plate on IBIT. But guess what? We got 3 strikes, guys, because that's the name of the game. You want to stick to those stops, and that's exactly what we're doing here. You got to make the losers look half decent as well, but we obviously want to put on some winners here momentarily for you guys.
OpenAI hires award-winning black hole
physicist.
Black hole sun won't
Axios right there.
Well, physics and
We do have a nice little move coming back up here for AMD, so I'm going to still be on these 2 names. Hopefully we can flip
I just put it in the chat.
Position boards.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can flip that so we can see what the guys are up to. There it is, man. We just saw 100,000 shares on the level 1 right now here. We do have Micron starting to go back up to the upside. We did take that going higher right now, 198.17 or so, trying to break through. It looks like we're bouncing off VWAP again here for Micron. So this, we just tried it. We thought a VWAP break would work out. So we're going to hold out for that one right now.
Down, Raymond.
Okay, yeah, Ramin is in. Everybody here but
Ramin's agonizing everybody.
No, I don't hear Ramin in my ear.
Yeah,
though.
Ramin, you have to do it to all of us. It's not going to work out if you just do it that way.
Yeah, that's not fair.
We're just fooling around with this format. If this format doesn't work out, we'll change it back right now. But it's so far so good. So IBIT, I'm long AMD and Micron. Let's go figure out what's going on with some of our new positions.
Yeah, well, look, I have the same old going on, but I just actually reloaded Micron myself. One of the 2 of the reasons: one, finally making a higher low. So there's your higher low, and the futures busting out above VWAP themselves. So the overall market is coming back. I did have one question I have to ask you, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
That Prax is like a $180 stock. That's a decent-sized pharmaceutical company. Does it fit your rules for small cappers?
Look, here's the deal, Neil. This one was let's look at the market cap right now. So this one, Neil, just because of the 211% move, it is now a $4 billion market cap. So you're absolutely accurate. I don't like to trade anything above $1 billion generally. Sometimes we make exceptions for that, like, for example, your open doors and stuff like that. But I see a very critical level here, Neil, and that's what's getting me very interested in it. It's accumulating with higher lows, guys, into that 180 level. It can't seem to breach that 180 level decisively. It's 180.75, but look at the spread. It's about $1 spread right now. So that 180.75 to me is just a quick wick through a very important technical level. I'm looking for that 180 to clear and clear decisively, Neil, and then I'm going to look to get in. But this one, awfully interesting because it's a real catalyst. And there it goes, Neil. It is through the high of the day. Let's try to chase this one now. Oh my goodness, it's 185.
185.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's just that's the problem there. I should have had a resting order with a spread above that 180. Mistake on me. I'll look for that retest of 180 as support. We'll try to get in that way, guys.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I was going to suggest on stocks like that, Sharif, you can set an offset key so that when you throw it out there, instead of crossing by a cent, it crosses automatically by 10 cents.
Yeah, I definitely got to work on my keys. I was talking to Joey about this before, and it's definitely one of the things I need to take care of now.
Well, it's just that's a lesson I learned trading. Shoot, it was
look at this.
It was SMCI pre-split. I was on the show with it wasn't you. It was actually it wasn't. It might have been Max. It might have been Max. And I was sitting there, I'm like, oh, it didn't get out.
Maximus.
Didn't get out. I'm like, oh, give me a break. And then I was swiping. He's like, oh, just set an offset key so you're not having to cross down. You just automatically cross by like 10 or 15 pennies because the stock has a way wider spread. Look, the market just, you got to be kidding me. We're just singing the praises of the NASDAQ a second ago, and we're right back under the volume weighted average price on the NASDAQ. So I jumped out of Micron, and as I said, until it proves to me it can hold and close above VWAP and close the second time, I'm playing station to station. So I just got 97.5 into 99, and I'll play the next available trade. Like it's been, lose to lose to win to win to win to go back to green on it. But I don't think the story's not over with the stock. If it holds VWAP, we get 200. If the market's good, we get 200. That's what I want to stick with. Silver seems to be doing fine, but watch out because we opened the day talking about TSM. That TSM's supposed to lead us to the promised land. TSM is still trying to bounce off these lows. It's made a bottom. It's held 300. This is why I'm feeling a little bit bullish because I think TSM has found said bottom.
Ooh. What do you think?
Okay, what I'm thinking is right now, $3 in the money on AMD, 70 cents in the money on Micron. This is why I think this will work out, man. Let me sit here and trade, and we'll talk about all these stocks as well. Thank you so much to everybody. This is a new format. We're going to see if it can work out. We've all got different opinions, different trading styles, and different stocks. So put all of your names that you want us to look at in the chat, because if we go over here, show my board here, we can go, I got to zoom back out of this one. And when you zoom in on the other one, it sort of messes up this one. Right now, Google wanting some love here as well for this today. Palantir, we'll have to look at Google as well. AMD, we're already in that one. That's starting to rip up right now. Big Bear AI, some good talk there. Rigetti, by the way, my order was at 57 on SMR. And I just got the note that we got filled. So let's see what SMR is doing. I am now out of SMR at 57. Okay, so right off the open, we get that fill there on SMR. We are now out. I still hear myself in my ear, so that's going to be a problem for this format, of course. But right now, we are $4 in the money, everybody. Right now, we've got Micron's $1, and we've got AMD $3 right now. We're at the high of the day. We're just hovering around 2 times our daily goal right now, so it's been a good day so far for the stock market and for, the market's been pretty flat, so we'll have to wait to see if that works out a little bit better for us or not. But there goes Micron right now. There goes AMD. Man, are we cooking with gas over here, guys? I hope your positions are moving as well. As Neil said, I don't know what SLV's doing, but we are right now. We're here, man. Let's take this to the promised land, boys. There it goes. AMD, a nice move higher.
Yeah, for sure.
What do you got, Joey?
No, I'm just looking at the TSM options chain here. Nothing substantial really going on from an activity standpoint. 320, there is a little bit of size there, 13,200 contracts, 12,200 there. But I mean, let's go TSM. We're in this name. Someone mentioned we got to get all 4 of our names on the position board. I don't know how we're going to squeeze that in, but I'm sure we can work wonders around here because that's what we do. But at the end of the day, guys, what do you think about TSM?
I think you have to let this thing settle down. We've said it before with Qualcomm did this once. We saw Broadcom do this, I think it was 2 quarters ago, where everything looked absolutely fine and the numbers were fantastic. But once the market opened up, we just sort of tanked, or we were looking for a bid. Well, where'd it bounce? It's already shown a bounce off 300 at yesterday's lows. So that's a good sign. Remember, this is right now failing the high break. So fail high break, price to perfection, more than a double up from the April lows. You can take a minute to catch a bid here. As long as you hold 300, I feel like we're good about this. If we lose 300, then I think the market's got some trouble in it, and I'd be wary of some of the chip stocks. Long term, 30% growth is going to play, no questions asked. It's just a matter of were we already too high up for this to make a 52-week high hold. That's all, and that's not a bad thing. Ooh, we got this David in the chat. Who's Mike, Greg, Peter, and Bobby? Call the downside on quantum and rare earth. Sorry. Don't be sorry.
Are those members of the Brady Bunch or?
I don't know.
I never watched that.
I never watched that.
I know
show
Peter's
either.
in the Brady Bunch. Because for some reason Peter sticks
the
out.
Bradys. Yeah, they are the Bradys. So yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, guys, let's see what we got going on. Katina, man, I know you're still cooking up there. TSM is consolidating. Honestly, Neil, I think it's cooled down a little bit here, brother, because we've been trading in this range since not too long after the open.
Give me your look immediately on Bitcoin right now. Bitcoin is Tank City right here.
Tank City.
Yeah, into 10.2.
Yeah.
A nice move down for Bitcoin. So what are you thinking around here? I mean, I don't know if you're looking to dip buy anything around this area. I like 108. We're coming into 110 right now. But so that's Bitcoin. I just want to give a quick update before we go back here. This is what trading's all about, guys, and this is what I'm doing. And there goes Micron right back there through $200. So I'm just sitting here relaxing, listening to this conversation. Meanwhile, we're in the money, Neil, $5. So so far so good there. And there's the 200 break for Micron. So let's see what winds up happening now on MU. But yeah, give me your take there on Bitcoin, Sharif or Neil or anybody, Joe.
Yeah, no, I agree with what you say. I think at this point, Sean, we're going to probably crack 107.5. You can see that level there and head into the hundreds because there's a shelf and there's a key level of support. And what I'm seeing displayed from an intraday standpoint is that we're not really having buyers engaged just yet. So again, anything south of those key support levels, I'm going to be looking to get involved and most definitely going to be dip buying.
All right, I got to
that's my game plan.
Guys, PRAX is breaking out. Guys, I got 182. It's going into 190. We're really breaking out. We're testing the high of the day, 192.77. I've got 182.40s. We built the position into that 180 area. Let's wet the beak here as well. Looking for continuation above 190. PRAX going nicely. We're going to flatten out the position here. Send it to Adara.
To let you guys know here, we have comments coming right now from Feds Myron, notably a little bit more dovish as of late, though yesterday, despite remaining dovish, he was a little bit more cautious in his remarks, and that is kind of continuing here today. He's saying that housing conditions are going to be more important for him right now than the markets, and that he's not worrying about asset pricing bubbles with regards to rate decreases. I want to mention as well here, we also have reports from Axios suggesting that ahead of their meeting set for tomorrow, or I guess ahead of Trump's meeting with Zelensky tomorrow, Trump is likely to speak with Putin. Again, that's being reported by Axios. But yeah, just some geopolitical stuff in Fed Speak on Watch today, guys. Major, back to you.
Yelling out.
Yeah, shout out to Sharif there. Huge winner over there, man. Glad to have these guys back on right now. I mean, $8 on Prax. Let's go. Both you and I, Sharif, right now.
Yes, sir.
$4 on AMD right now, breaking higher there off our post. Micron, $2 in the money. We appreciate everybody. There we go. We get another out here on. We're almost at now. We're at 3-time daily goal as we continue to go higher. Look, stick with your trades, right? We had Micron long, we had AMD long, and now we have to look at Bitcoin maybe to get going right now. So I see you're still in silver. How's your day going over there, Neil?
Green and silver's at the highs, gold's at the highs. I don't know what's going on. I was going to mention crypto in this vein because at the end of the day, yeah, you can check, absolutely. Bitcoin is down at the low of the day.
Check what?
And we're going to the upside in both gold and both silver. Why?
Yep.
Because Bitcoin ain't what we want it to be yet. And ultimately, it's not that store of value. So it is what it is. And until that changes, you just got to trade it like a little bit of a risk asset. But as long as we're going up in the metals, then we're buying all the dips and trying to hold until we get to 49. So buying that 48.4 every time it dips down, we're sitting at 6 and going to continue that trend over and over and over again. Nvidia is also finally.
Yeah, I wasn't checking your net. I believe you if you say you're green. I was just checking to see because I don't get to see what these guys' positions are right now. I mean, I believe you. Don't worry about that. All right, so here we go. There goes AMD right now, $6 in the money. Micron, $3 in the money. Believe it or not, we've got these trades on board right now, and we are absolutely Rip City right now to the north side. Congratulations on being green, Neil. Let's go over to Sharif and Joe and see what you guys are up to right now because it's Bitcoin. I still need to know about your Bitcoin talk right here.
Crypto struggling
as we go. Yeah, crypto.
Are we below 110, Joey?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Not yet. We're running into that area right now. Well, I mean, yeah, maybe we are 110, 400 right there. I mean, at the end of the day, I think we're going to break through some of these key support levels. And I've been talking about this for some time now, guys, is that you get these legs up, but then you fall into these multi-month consolidations. And we're just repeating the exact same pattern. Leg up, multi-month. And you can go back into the history. I mean, this is where IBIT was released. It becomes optionable. You go on, again, this is like 6 months of consolidation. Plus, you make that move higher and then additional. So we're just doing the exact same thing again. It's rinse and repeat. And if we don't make those moves higher, then sure enough, you need to absorb some more liquidity, in my opinion, and and that might be a move back into 100,000. So I think we're going to head into onto that path.
You really think so, eh?
Yeah, 100%.
I don't know, Joey. I feel like it's been very respectful of that consolidative phase.
Yeah.
You build a very clear area of support, very clear area of resistance. Once you clear that resistance level, you start using it as support. We saw it, Joey, with the 100 or whatever it was, 1,000. We're seeing it with the 110. How many times are we going to come into that 110 area and hold up?
That's a fantastic question, but I'm just going in the past, right? So it's like consolidate, boom, you break, you wick lower.
How quick that was bought up,
It's
Joey.
it's quick, right? So I mean, it can happen relatively fast, but I still think that we break through the support. The same thing with Ethereum as well too, because we would have made that move higher if there was enough. If there was already enough liquidity absorbed, then I think we would have made that move. Tom Lee said 4,200 on Ether, and then you continue your path to the northeast. That hasn't necessarily been the case, and I think we're falling into the same round with both of these names, is that you consolidate and then you make those additional legs higher, but obviously you get some liquidations in between there, guys.
All right, guys, PRAX is continuing to run. We're now knocking on the door of $195, guys. It is 194.90 area high. There goes 195. It moves dollars quicker than you can say, how do you freaking do? 195.99. This one looks like it's absolutely destined to hit that $200 area, up 240%. Just to give you an idea, this one was trading, it closed out yesterday at 60 some odd dollars. And if you're wondering what the hell is going on with this name, well, it is this headline here. Praxis Precision shares soar on phase 3, not phase 1, Joey. Not even phase 2, but a phase 3 essential tremor success. So here's the deal. What specific ailment is this? So I can't even say this, man. And where's Obi when you need him? That met their primary endpoints for essential tremor, a nervous system condition that causes rhythmic shaking that patients can't control. Sometimes I feel like they make up these ailments and then they make the drug for them. Because sometimes you never even hear of these. But I know I see your face there, Neil.
Oh,
I'm exaggerating for effect, of course.
I know.
But PRAX, guys, 197 on the dot. I want to see if it holds 190 now. Did we clear 190 by a sufficient amount to say, all right, that 190 looks like a good support level? And I also want to shut up, boys.
Just very quickly on that point, the thing about those, like if it's really, really rare and you don't know about it, the margins on them are huge on those types of things.
They are.
They absolutely potentially huge. Like some of these treatments can be ridiculously expensive. So it's a one drug that they got. So that's a legitimate stock. We have to thank Rusty Dutch.
Exactly. Yeah,
thank you to Rusty Dutch sending 5 Trader TV memberships. And remember, everybody, with that membership, you now get to see the note. Every single morning, you can check out that note. CoreWeave was in there. Snowflake, Palantir, Neo got sued. TSM's obviously going to be there. We didn't talk about Alibaba, but you can all find it there. So if you sign up for that membership every single day, there's like 20 some odd trading days in a month. For $5, you can get a good research note every single morning and follow along. Know what's moving stocks on the day every single day. Micron's going to be on there because that's a big winner right now. And obviously, I don't necessarily know that Prax didn't make it, but at the end of the day, all the big names are always going to make it on that list. So thank you, Rusty Dutch, for those memberships, and I appreciate you.
Yeah, I mean, we're in some TSM. We've been in it for a while here, guys, since approximately 950, and we get into the volume-weighted average price, and it's rejecting. So it was multiple dollars, but we're starting to come back in a little bit. It's not moving in tandem with the market. As you can see that the Qs and the SPY are both above VWAP, and we're struggling at that 305 level here on TSM. So let's see if we can break it. I mean, reporting earnings, we like that. And you know what? Neil, we were talking about it cooling down a little bit, still negative on the session, but I'm curious to see if we can get it to break a little bit higher here, but it does not want to participate with the market moves right now.
All right, guys, just want to let you know that the new members who got that free membership, shout out to Rusty, you guys can get the morning note every single day. Super easy to get. So first of all, if you're not subscribed and you didn't get a free membership, I just want to show you exactly how to get it. You click right below the video there. It says join, then Brendo, the handsome gentleman, shows up. You can hit that join button there, charges your Google account $5, $4.99 a month. And then once you are subscribed, I want to show you exactly where to get the morning note. Super simple. You just go to the Trader TV YouTube homepage, Click that bad boy under posts right there, guys. From home, click post, and there it is. It's going to have a huge icon with Sharif's morning note. Just click read more, and there she is right there, right on that Google Drive. Make sure to get it every day. Comes around the same time that Adara sends out the watch list. Hope everybody knows exactly where to get that, guys.
I don't know about. We talked about Neil's.
Patina man.
We talked about different strategies here about breaking out, and I mean, look at Micron. All Micron, we both talk about patience, right? And I think that this is exactly what happened today with Micron, was being patient for this breakout, right? So there it goes, man. We wanted that 200. We had to wait. We played the bottom, and we did get stopped out there. But then we bought it back on that VWAP break, and it's more about being patient and waiting for that VWAP break, right? I mean, try the top side there, and then once you get stopped out at the 200 period, you stop out, you let it see if it drips lower, take that break, and then now it's huge upside. I mean, even if you just forget about everything in the morning, because we were down on that, and you got to just regroup, right? And we talk about that, and then there it goes, get back there, have multiple strategies in your toolbox, guys, because this is what wins the day for you. And then there goes back Micron to the upside. $5 on Micron, $5 on AMD, and those are the only trades for me there today. And it looks like Bitcoin's trying to bounce here off of this 10-2 area. So we'll have to wait to see if it can hold.
NVIDIA's joining the party. The Nasdaq's back the highs as well.
Yeah, so we just got to figure out how to get the position board going. Neil's just in silver. I'm just in these two names. Big time trade alert over there for my guy Sharif as well. And Joe, I don't know if you
$2. We got $2 on TSM there.
Oh, TSM.
So let's go.
$2, baby. We'll take that all day.
All right. For you, Joey. There's one.
Two.
There's the second one right there.
There we go.
I think we're supposed to send it off to Adara here.
Time for the small cap recap. Let's talk here about WHWK. This one entering a new partnership with Tempest AI to leverage Tempest's data and AI capabilities for biomarker-driven cancer research. Nothing was really notable about the float or the market cap on this one. Then we have Praxis. Shout out to Sharif, who's been trading this one today. Praxis Precision Medicine here with positive and well-received phase 3 trial results. They do have about a 13% short float. Last but not least, VIVK, this one with about a 10% short float, trading higher after announcing a non-binding term sheet agreement yesterday. So this is a day 2 catalyst here, small cap with a 10% short float, VIVK. Before we send you back to all of the guys, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Trade the Pool. Did you know that instead of risking your own money, you can now trade with someone else's capital? No more fear of losing. No more moving your stop loss too soon. And you actually get enough capital to make it worth your time. So you can aim for big profits, not just a couple $100 a month. This is the revolution called limited risk trading, and it's powered by Trade the Pool. Here is how it works. Join Trade the Pool, hit the profit goal, and keep 70% of the profits. Visit Trade the Pool or scan the QR code, tradethepool.com, or scan the QR code now for 10% off. Back to you.
That's Trade the Pool. Thank you very much.
There we go. We got Sean's things filled in there. I mean, yeah, nice trade there on the Pyrex, Sharif. The $8 you caught there. Really Pyrex cooking. Sharif is up to. Yeah, and I mean, TSM.
You cook using Pyrex, Joey?
No.
You don't use the Pyrex?
No,
That's
do you?
Crazy time.
Do you use it?
You never made chicken with rice in the Pyrex before?
I don't think so.
I made quail with rice.
Oh, yeah?
In the Pyrex.
All right. The Pyrex cooking. My guy. Yeah, there it is, guys. Let's see if we can break. We're continuing.
You can do like mac and cheese.
Yes.
In the Pyrex.
All right, these guys are Pyrex cooking.
No, you can bake your mac and cheese.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of referring to there, Brian Hart. And here comes TSM. This name's we don't talk about trading this name too often from an intraday standpoint. It's been choppy, especially on earnings here. Not too much flow going on, volume relatively light. I mean, we did take a little bit off there, but nothing substantial. So we'll dock in a small W here, but I think that this market's going to be a fade. We've just been chopping throughout the whole session. breaking highs. So if I can catch the top end of the range, either on the Qs or the SPY, I think I'm going to look for a potential fade. But here comes TSM right back into my break even. So we only took about 30% off right there, and then going to get stopped out the remaining of our position.
You still got the higher lows there, Joey.
Yeah, we do. We do. It's
lows,
choppy, man. It's tough to sit through. It just the ebbs and flow on it are
Well,
not
tell me
fun,
you saw the wick just now on the NASDAQ.
I did not. Let me pull that up.
I just jumped out. Look, I'll just show you market first. Overnight highs again. We tagged them and then right back into this volume weighted average price there. Personally, I just tagged out for the first time on silver. I'm going to continuously buy the dips, but I put a trailing stop in when we broke out the highs. But we'll take what we can. We never got the bottom on this one. This is just, it's kind of program trading, and it does let you win multiple times if it's going to go like this. Gold strong, silver strong. Going to continue to buy the dip as this looks overall pretty good. But we got to jump over.
Neo.
Someone asked me, I always got to move on to what's next because it's like, okay, great, that's nice, silver's going up. But Neo at 670. Yeah, I played Neo when it broke 670. But this thing, like a level's a level, and you can try to short in front of it. The first time, good, but I didn't get the first time. So I tried the second time, it busted through. Now what I like is a trend break. Always got to keep it to the rules base. It's filled in the gap. You break the trend after filling in the gap, and now I'll jump into the trade. So we talk about patience. If we can close here around 67 or 675, then I'll take a second shot at this and give it to the high of the day. But it's got to hold underneath this trend line. Neo, they're getting sued. But it's hard to read this story because it's something they did in the past allegedly, and it's one shareholder that's trying to get paid off of this. So ultimately, is this something that's going to be that big of a deal for them if it's not ongoing? It might not be. Let's be real.
Yeah, we'll have to. They were looking good, Neil. They were knocking on the door of $9, I think, like not that long ago, and that's definitely a big setback. I want to mention one thing, and we'll get to it. Apparently, you know, it wasn't just the Singapore Sovereign Wealth Fund (GIC). Apparently, there was a short report back in the day. Grizzly Research. They had a note on them claiming back in 2022 that they accused Neo of pulling forward 7 years of revenue. So this was kind of, you know, we always have to be careful with short reports because sometimes they're obviously very self-serving, and the motivations for them can be often, you know, a little sus. But yeah, that was apparently it was in focus at the time. Separately, I want to mention IONZ. This one's kind of putting in a decent looking bull flag over here with the volume weighted average price right at 303. It's holding VWAP, but it's not really showing me the volume that gets me excited for the possible move back up. I'm going to continue to watch this. I want it to hold the $3 level at most. Separately, just before we go back to the big desk, PRAX put in a topping tail candle through, you guessed it, $200 and is now coming into the 10 EMA. I see the 10 EMA at around 183.5 to 184. We'll see if it holds up there, Joey, but it hasn't lost the 10 EMA since the pre-market. I'm talking about that 7 a.m. time slot when the news got released. It has held the 10 EMA on every single closing print. Let's see if it does it this time around. Go ahead, Adair.
Keep an eye on cannabis stocks. Here is Tilray, seeing a report coming through suggesting that U.S. President Donald Trump is opening to loosening cannabis rules. Now, these are coming from, I guess, unconfirmed sources from the White House, but apparently anonymous White House sources are reportedly saying that the President Trump is open to loosening federal cannabis rules. I also want to say here, guys, that I am seeing confirmation from the White House that U.S. President Donald Trump is set to have a call with Vladimir Putin of Russia today ahead of his meeting with Vladimir Zelensky tomorrow. Back to you.
It's all about the money. Show the money.
It's all about the Benjamins, baby.
I don't know. Do we like any of those stocks? I mean, I think if we're looking at Tilray, you know, there's a potential here. Trying to break out on the daily. MSOS, I think, might be the right way to play it. I mean, you get these huge moves up in some of these stocks, and even there, Tilray's actually red right now, down 3% on the day. And guys, this is what I think is the best pace to play, is just MSOS. As opposed to, you know, CGC or anything like that. You guys involved in any MSOS in your own account or anything?
No, you know we're rocking. We're still holding some Aurora cannabis.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, average price.
Yeah, let's do this for 13. That. I mean, some of these cannabis. If you look up a long-term chart on cannabis, it's not great. I was wondering.
Could be worse.
No, it can't be worse.
No, it literally, no, Neil, it literally can't be worse. So you can't go any more down. I'm at 99.9% of a loss.
Yeah, I'm at like 98 point something percent of a loss.
Yeah, I got nothing left, man.
I don't think it could be worse.
No, but my only thing is how, like, to your point on MSOS, like Tilray literally is down on the day on this news.
Yeah,
like that's gross. If you're gonna get a positive story like that, and you're gonna get the space up, then I think it's not like CGC is flat. You're probably what's doing well, like I don't know, like grow generate.
Oh, they're doing horrible.
Like what's up right now? Because if MSOS is up, something actually has to be showing some strength. Because it's certainly not CGC and Tilray. Those are puff pass for me. And I trade Tilray, but if it's gonna be down on positive news, then what are you supposed to do?
That's definitely a puff pass for me there, Neil. I mean, you have to wait. If they're looking to kind of make it not as a high grade of a substance, I don't know, it's correlated with heroin or something along those lines, which I think is insane. But once the money starts flowing in, who knows what can happen? We've seen it here north of the border. So, I mean, I like our chances from a federal standpoint.
Joe, I'm sure cannabis has the same effect on people as heroin.
Naturally, Katina, man, naturally. Yeah.
Absolutely.
No, but I'd like to see them focus more on the division that makes money, right? We always hear about how medical cannabis has far higher margins than recreational. So expand that market and where the margins lie and where the profit lies. I personally don't, own any. I've never owned any. I've looked at ACB. I've looked at Tilray at key levels. And, you always feel like you've missed the trade because, anyway, on this side of the border, all I've seen is marijuana prices at retail go lower and lower and lower and lower. And that, to me, is a horrible business. Because you're just margin compressing. So, to me, I'm not interested in anything.
We
are we going to Adara or no?
Yep.
Yeah, we can go to Adara. We're margin expanding right here on our P&L as we are now close to 4 times our goal here for the day.
Margin expansion.
For that one, some margin expansions here. Let's go get some more news from Adara.
We're getting commentary here from China's commerce minister saying, confirming here that they met with the CEO of Apple, Tim Cook, in Beijing. We already kind of heard reports of that, but in general, just be aware we are getting these comments coming from the Commerce Minister of China saying, the Foreign Minister of China talking here, saying that decoupling is not going to be a realistic or rational option for the U.S. and China, and also saying that they should be communicating effectively to address their differences, but also blaming the U.S. for these restrictive measures for the trade tensions between the countries in the first place. But again, we are going to be getting the comments from the Foreign Minister of China and then also the Commerce Minister of China saying they're welcoming Apple to deepening their cooperation with China. Back to you.
All right, good stuff.
Joey, I just want to cover this again. PRAX is just nuts. Here it is again, guys. I was just showing this to Joey. We were talking, waxing poetic about how this one was holding the 10 EMA like a glove. It did it again. So you got that topping till candle that scares you into 200, right? It's in a critical level, the $200 psychological level. It drops, makes the first 5-minute candle to make a new low since basically 9:45. And then you just get the bounce right off the 10 EMA, and it gives you $10 quick as you freaking like. It's still a 201 high. I need to see a decisive clearing of 200. I think we may need to wait a bit for that. Up 241%. Trade it carefully because it's got a wide spread, guys.
Absolutely. Katina, man, what are you cooking up on still? You still have your MU and AMD. Neil doesn't have anything rocking and rolling. I'm flat right now myself. We got a little pop in Bitcoin, IBIT to be exact, up to 62.68. So, I mean, that's not a bad look. AMD is definitely one of the better traders, and NVTS also trading above VWAP as well, too. So there's a lot on our radar as the market is finally breaking out of its consolidation zone. Let's see how high we can climb today, guys.
I want to mention also, guys, BTQ. Look, not the biggest percentage winner on the day. We're talking about 16.5, but it just rocketed up into the high of the day, 1280. And here it is. It tested previous breakout level. Take a look at this area high right into 1240. It makes a new high into 1280. Lo and behold, drops back down into that 1240, holds it like a glove, and here we go again at the 2/3 of a dollar. Here comes the 3/4 of a dollar, and we're looking for that 4/5, which is the day high. BTQ up 17 and change. I'm definitely looking at executing on this one, boys.
Yeah, the small capper is going. The market also breaking out the highs, and you're now getting some more participation across the board everywhere else. NVIDIA just finally broke its high of the day. Amazon just broke trend. It's heading back to upside. This is the worst Mag 7 name yesterday, pretty sure, as it dumped out, but it did make a double bottom. So we do like the fact that Amazon held the 200 period. We've been saying if you like the stock, buy it at the 200 period on the daily, and that's exactly where it is holding. So as long as it does that, I'm a fan, and I'm favoring the long. We just took it after the trend break. I said I'm waiting for NEO to break trend to go short. It hasn't. So now we've broken this wedge, let's call it. I'm not a charter market technician, but that looks like some kind of a bull wedge pattern to me. So when it breaks to the upside, go long and play it into the high of the day. Buy some dips into the volume weighted average price. And if we get another 1% type of day, or maybe even more than that, there's one thing to keep in mind. 3 days, I think, out of the last 4, at some point there has been some kind of Fed or presidential whatever past 1 o'clock that reverses the market. So in the back of my mind, I have that. So note when all the Fed, we have like 4 people from the Fed speaking today.
Yeah.
And it gets a little bit, they're piling it on at about noon. So just remember, we've tanked at some point each afternoon.
Neil, I wanted to get your opinion on this Micron move, actually, because I know you and I were looking at it earlier. Now it's up $9 from the bottom. So I just wanted to, almost $10 here from the bottom. I wanted to get your opinion on this move here.
Well, my opinion is I'm only looking at it from station to station. So if it went 97 and this high is at 01, then
No, what's
05.
your opinion on the move of one? 05, yeah, okay.
Yeah, like it's just, I look at it, like for me, I like 97 because of this. And then the top was at 01. So the top end move, if you put it like $4 one way, it's like $4 the other. Because when you have blue sky setups, I've openly said this, I don't use Fibonacci's. In terms of having levels when it's breaking out of a fresh high and there's nothing above, all you can do is look at the prior consolidative range and sort of extrapolate that out there. So like 5 makes logical sense in that regard, but you know, that's why you toy with fibs or trend lines or whatever it might be. Like if I was if I was still in it, I'd be taking 05 because that's just the way I look at it.
If it gets up
the same reason that I'll get out at the lower high range or get out at the VWAP on the lower highs. When it breaks trend, play it to there. It's just when it broke that trend in here, it never really gave another entry point that was remotely clean. Like it was just sort of all over the place. It gave you the higher lows, but this was really the only viable dip.
Yeah.
And in that moment, so man, maybe 95. But I'm damn sure not shorting it at that.
No. Well, you can't short anything right now.
I'm not shorting it at 05. I just think that's.
Yeah, well, we're $7 in the money here, so I was just wondering. So we are starting to top out here at $2 to 205. So we've taken some more outs right here. We only have 15% left of this trade, and we have about 10% or so left of AMD. AMD was a good one near 240. I don't know if it's going to continue to break higher through there as well. So far, a couple big wins here, and over to the desk with Adara.
Here is the sector board. We'll take a look here at the finance sector, which seems to be really, I guess, bringing down the market a bit. Charles Schwab is still to the upside on earnings, though it has dropped a little bit below its post-earnings high, but BRKB, MasterCard, Visa, AXP, and Blackstone really weak. Just a quick couple notes here on BX and AXP. Blackstone, BX, we just got confirmation from China's foreign minister that they actually met with the CEO of Blackstone. AXP reports earnings tomorrow morning. Retail trade, mostly weak here with the exception of Amazon. Consumer services struggling a bit here as well. Transportation with some weakness. DoorDash, though, actually trading higher here, and commercial services a bit red. Now, in terms of strength, health technology looking really good. Consumer non-durables looking great here. Procter & Gamble leading this group to the upside. And these tech sectors still have lots of outside strength within them. CRM up more than 5% here, and it's actually removed from highs after positive guidance there during their investor day. PLTR, Oracle, Google, and ServiceNow also strong, as well as electronic technology really being brought to the upside here by Broadcom. Before I send you back to the guys, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Woman Boss. Empowered women change the world, and you can help make it happen. The Woman Boss trains and mentors women and girls across Africa to lead, innovate, and thrive. Since 2018, we've reached over 10,000 women and girls, and your donation today can launch the next great entrepreneur. So scan the QR code on your screen now and join us in building a brighter future. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara.
Yeah, someone.
Go ahead.
Someone just brought up this BTQ. It's another quantum play.
I'm in it right now, Joey. So can I talk about it?
Yeah.
All right. So SPCE, we've got 62s on right now. There goes 90. It's a 93 high. We're going to wait for a $13 break. So what I'm doing is I'm posting in front of that $13, knowing that there's a good likelihood we reject 13, at least initially, as a psychological level of resistance. And here we go. We got a seller at 96, so we're going to wet the beak there, take it out, and now we're going to put north of 13. We're going to go at 13.07. We're going to wait for continuation. Now, I have an out here below 1240, Assassino, if I may. There's an obvious level of previous resistance into 1240. That level got tested. So it already proved itself to me as a level of support. So I've got two options, the way I see it. If the price reverts back to 1240, I can add to the position because it's proven itself to me as a level of support, or I can just stop out and look for the next trade. I'm going to make my decision based on what I see at the time. So I'm going to go ahead and put the stop in, but it's easy for me to cancel that stop as the price descends, if it descends back into that 1240. So that's what I'm looking for right now, guys. A decided break of 13. We don't get it. I'm looking for a move back into 1240.
All right, we like that one there. Let's see what Amazon is up to, starting to climb 218 on Amazon. We want to grab this name for a potential buy as well, too, guys. We like Amazon. What do you guys think about Amazon here? I'm kind of comparing it to the scenario with Google and the antitrust. And we know with all this tariff talk between China and Amazon's e-commerce business, do you think that this can be a possible weight on Amazon's shoulders? And if the issue gets resolved and everybody meets a medium that we all like, do you think that we can see this name start to put in some new all-time highs?
I hope so, because I already bought the 200 period, and the thing is, you've been able to buy it multiple times since the earning. I thought it got punked way too badly on earnings, but I think the story for me might be this shutdown a little bit more as well. I think ultimately, this seems to be the stock getting hit the most out of the Mag 7 during the shutdown, I think for some obvious reasons. You already got a lot of Fed speak talking about now the risk is in the labor market. Well, that means people spend less. And these guys are probably more likely to take it on the chin because at the end of the day, when people start cutting back, they don't cut back. Do they cut back in their iPhone? If they're going to buy one, they're going to buy one. People will have an expensive phone before they will pay bills in a lot of places.
It's crazy.
But for Amazon, you're going to cut back your orders on Amazon if you have no choice. So ultimately, I think this is one that's really going to benefit when they get some kind of a deal. So I'm buying out in front of it, personally. But yeah, I care more about that than the antitrust stuff because I always feel every antitrust thing for big cap tech just means you're doing something right. You pay your fine and you eventually move on. And until that trend is gone, I'm going to always be cool with buying the dip on any antitrust concerns on the Mag 7.
Yeah, I guess Amazon just now, hitting the 200 period moving average. So, this is kind of where you want to dip by, as Neil mentioned there. I don't have it hitting the 200 period other than yesterday or today.
It wicked it twice. Yeah. It hasn't closed. It hasn't closed there.
Yeah, no, these fills, 216, 217. Yeah, so look, I like Amazon. I think that there's still some problem with retail in general. Right now, you can look at Nike and things like that. We talked about Lululemon, probably a little overpriced clothing, which is why they have a downside move. And Lulu actually today, guys, got downgraded. Let's have a quick check to see what that's doing. 165. So this is like where we bought our second dip in and around here off day 3 off earnings. So it tried to get going up to 180, broke back down below. So Lululemon not doing so great. And then there's the call, man, 205. So 205 came in on Micron. We got some out on that one. We're just sitting in Sharif monster trade there today. We like that one on Prax.
Appreciate you, bro.
We've still got $9 right here with Micron and AMD, and we're just kind of just relaxing and waiting for that. And Joe, man, oh, dude, you and I were just talking about iBit down there when it was literally here at 60 bucks, and I was thinking about pushing the long, and I should have, but iBit right now, a nice move back higher right there. Let's go to Adair, and then we'll talk some Bitcoin.
Yeah, huge pop higher here for AMC. CEO of the company, Adam Aron, confirming via an X post that AMC and Netflix are in a partnership. Apparently, they're intrigued by the mutually beneficial opportunities that could arise from a collaboration. As I get more details, I'll let you know. But yeah, again, confirmation here that from the CEO of AMC that Netflix and AMC are in a very nebulous partnership. Back to you.
All right, guys, here we go on BTQ. There goes $13. We wet the beak at 7s. Next area, we're waiting at 17s. High of the day, 15s. We got 62s on. We're looking for more, Joey. Boom! boom, there it is. Into the quarter dollar it goes. Now we're going to set up at the third of a dollar. Simple as that. We're going to post at 33s. BTQ, it's got 22.5%. And the way I see it, Joey, there hasn't been a red candle on the 5 since 10:20. So we're going on now almost 25 minutes, and that was a candle of indecision. I'm talking about this one right here. It doesn't actually show that way up on my other chart, so I don't know why it's showing like an inverse hammer candle here, but that's neither here nor there. Seller at the quarter dollar right now on BTQ. It's got a good support level at 1240. It didn't come down into that level, so I'm working with the original shares. I haven't added anything to this position. We're going to wait at 33s, and then we're going to see if we can reload in there. Just before we send it back to the boys, I want to talk about PRAX super quick, because this one is still dilly-dallying south, though, of 200. I've seen this before, where we accumulate for that flat top break only to actually lose that $200 area. So I'm not going to trade PRAX again until we're decisively above $200. And here comes 201. But we've been up here before. 200, there it goes, Joseph, 204, the high of the day as we're speaking about it. PRAX has the juice to let the longs loose.
The juice.
Yeah, I mean, UAL certainly getting let loose to the upside. This one flying higher. Their earnings call started at 10:30 a.m., even though the company did report earnings after the bell yesterday. But regardless, earnings call this morning, UAL CEO saying that they are planning to reach double-digit margins. And they have a plan created to make that happen. They also said they're expecting to add at least a point or more of margin each year, normalized for any unusual macro activity. That'll be to the upside or downside. They also expect to hire more than 2,000 pilots and over 3,200, so 3,200 new flight attendants in 2026. So tons of hiring planned here. They want to expand those gross margins. People like it. UAL, back to you.
We talked about the Jets ETF. We do have a couple earnings plays coming through, obviously, over the next little while. So we'll wait to see if we get some more Jets airline or UAL Delta. I don't know.
Netflix coming up.
Netflix. Yeah. Who's reporting tonight? Do we even know? I should go over to the. You guys know who's reporting tonight? We should check that out.
Tonight,
Yeah, we got Interactive Brokers this evening.
Okay.
I think that's going to be an interesting one. Yeah, exactly. Let's see what we got going on. As for just the increase in options activity, obviously margin accounts. Last time on their previous earnings report, they're saying, yeah, we're seeing an increase in margin accounts, which obviously with individuals getting over leveraged, and that's what happens when you get these liquidations in the likes of Ethereum and
crypto.
Bitcoin.
Saw that in the crypto wipeout.
But see,
Joey, did you know that they're working with 20 times leverage? Coinbase has a 20-time BTC leverage product. What the hell-y?
So what happens if Bitcoin falls 5%?
And that's exactly what happened, brother.
This is everything crypto's not supposed to be.
Say that again, Neil?
This is everything it's not supposed to be.
There you go, man.
They just turn it into like the leverage mess that everything else is, so that the downside risk is huge. And then
I hate that.
Yeah, it makes you a little bit more, what's the word I want to use here? Pensive in the whole like just buy and hold forever. Like to me, I never want to be selling Bitcoin, but the more leverage there is, now I just find myself trimming at some tops and then waiting for the next move down and then finding a place to buy the dip. Where I feel like I want it to just be a set it and forget it, but you can't treat it like that anymore because you're going to keep getting these liquidations, and then you're kind of a fool if you don't trim some and then buy back on the next big dip, which I think there's going to be one.
And I kind of, Neil, like, I've complained to you about this before in the past. You and I have talked about it. I hate the fact that, before the futures are open, 6 p.m. on the Sunday, I'm looking at Bitcoin because I want to get an idea of where the market is going. I hate that I do that, but the fact of the matter is there's still a correlation between BTC and the overall market. When the decorrelation happens, if it happens, your guess is as good as mine. But, I'm not punching into Bitcoin to trade the Qs. If I want to trade the Qs, I'll punch into the triple Qs. So I'm waiting for this to decouple. The sooner, the better.
But do you think it will, though? Because now it can just act as a regular ETF vehicle. I mean, it's optionable. You're getting the mass adoption in between the institutions. Will we ever see that kind of the decorrelation between the NASDAQ and Bitcoin? Obviously, you'll have those outlying times and just like whatever time sometimes periods of time where, okay, yeah, Bitcoin's going on a run and the NASDAQ might not be doing anything.
Right.
But what we've seen over the past month or so is that it's extremely, even longer than that, it's extremely correlated. And sometimes it sells even more aggressively.
Oh, brother,
due to the
I don't even want to
speculation.
argue the fact that it's correlated. I'm just, my desire is for it to be decorrelated. Like much in the way that gold is. And, you know, we always talk digital gold this. Everybody knows the comparisons between BTC and gold and crypto in general and gold and some of the precious metals. But gold is not trading in the same way as the Qs. And most notably because it's being bought up aggressively by central banks all over the world who are looking to decouple from the US dollar. BTC is an option for them as well. Very few, if any, are taking that right now, though. Does that change in the future? That's the kind of the question that I'm asking myself at that point. I think we're going to Adair.
Yeah, let's discuss the US dollar. Again, it's a little bit hard to be talking about this and not really have any economic data to look to because it's really just going to be Fed speak, at least for the next couple days. But next week, guys, on Friday, October 24th, we will get data. We will get the CPI. It's been confirmed by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, so that is very exciting. Until then, though, all we have to turn to is going to be Fed speak as the U.S. dollar makes its third straight red day. But again, we are maintaining pretty well here that uptrend we've now been in for roughly a month. Now, lots of Fed speak today, and as you notice, there's a couple of repeats on here. Fed's Barkin speaking twice. He already spoke at 8. He's going to speak again at 12:45. Fed's Bowman, most recent speaker at 10 a.m. I didn't even really see any comments come from her, but Fed's Myron is the one to watch out for. He already spoke at 9, and he's set to speak again here at 4:15 p.m. But these Feds can always do interviews throughout the day, so there are always, you know, there's always ample potential for them to be talking when they're not scheduled. So that's why I'm here to keep an eye on that for all of you and keep you posted. You can check out this lovely little calendar and X at TTV Research. Back to the guys. Like, subscribe, and check us out every day.
All right. Thanks, Adara, for that one. I just I wanted to bring back this Micron trade because it did break below the 21 period moving average. So we did get out of half of what we have left. So right now we have 5% left. We'll see. We cleared out of a lot of this trade upside there. We want to thank those super chats coming in for the Micron trade. I mean, yeah, it's made obviously a huge difference today. For me, though, I am way, way higher. AMD is really the stock for me today. We were lucky enough to get this 235 dip buy, and that's what we're talking about. Once you see these levels, sometimes you can go, and if you're playing the right names, as we had sort of put down here on our note here earlier today, is play the momentum in the space, right? We knew Micron was going to go at some point there, but what we talked about with momentum, watch out. We got an upgrade from HSBC momentum. This is not stopping. Stay long here, right? So we had 236 written there for AMD, and unfortunately, the only stop out that we did have was right in the pre-market when that happened. So we're going to figure this out now back there to the upside. So right now, AMD letting it shine here right now. But hey, we've got all four of us right now. Let's do our favorite segment right now.
What do you got, Katina, man?
For lunch. So here we go, Sharif. You weren't here yesterday.
Let's make some guesses first, because I have a strong.
Okay. All right. So then let's go for. I mean, we're just randomly guessing, but let's go.
No, I think we're gonna get that grilled chicken.
Should we put our takes in?
We're going to get chicken.
Grilled chicken.
Okay. What do you got? What do you think?
Chicken, Katina, man.
But what kind? Like grilled chicken? Like.
I'm going to go grilled this time. I think it's been a hot minute since we got grilled. Was it? Well, I mean,
so we can guess anything. So we have 2 grilled chickens.
Okay, I'm going with the teriyaki salmon just because.
You're going with the salmon?
They won't do back-to-back fish,
the grain there.
Okay.
They won't do fish back-to-back.
I'm going to go with.
Got the salmon.
We had
what are you going with,
last week.
No tilapia.
I'm going to spice it up and say fajitas.
I would kill for
No, but you know, we spice it up, but you kind of.
If it ends up being fajitas, we'll know. Katina, man, what do we got? You're leaving everybody.
No, I'm throwing it to my girl over there.
Oh.
I'm okay with fajitas as long as they're not spicy. I just don't want that bean thing last week that Joe swore wasn't spicy and then burned my mouth alive.
What was it? What'd you guys do spicy?
It was like some lentil beanish thing, and Joe's like, it's not spicy. And I'm like, I smell the spice, but keep chirping. And then it was too spicy for me to eat.
I liked it. I thought it was quite good.
Yeah, thank you, Assassina. There was 2 types. I had no spice in mine whatsoever.
All right, let's get refocused here. What's for lunch? Okay, right now. By the way, what's for lunch is we're eating up Micron right now, 205 back to the upside.
Bang.
Today, right there, we just took another out. So we did get out a half there. We'll take a little bit more out right there, up 7%. We've got this one, $7. Today is Mongolian beef Stir fry. So I think that's going to work. So no one's even close. We do have.
We've never had that.
Stir fried chow mein noodles. I think that'll be good with wok fried vegetables and mixed greens. I couldn't be happier. I think that's going to be good. I think hopefully we can get the Mongolian beef on the salad today. Join me on
that's a winning lunch.
So we'll probably get
Neil, you said that's a winning lunch?
Yes.
All right.
You don't like that? You don't like that?
Listen.
He hates the beef stroganoff. And Obi and I were talking about it last week, and I thought it was quite delicious. Like, quite delicious. So I think he's got a beef with beef.
No, honestly, just the name kind of rubs me wrong a little bit there.
Stop about the name.
It's how it tastes, Joe.
Don't care about the name.
You don't eat the word. Don't care what
I don't know.
Called.
Oh my God.
I
Anyway,
can't believe I have to put up with this. But yeah, shout out to you guys. They're hilarious. He doesn't like beef stroganoff because of the name. But I mean, you know what? To each their own. You know.
That should be illegal,
Joe, what are you feeling about Mongolian beef stir fry? Is that name okay?
See, stir fry sounds good, right? Like stir fry, I think it is.
But does the fact that fry sounds a lot like pie, does that bother you at all?
No, not whatsoever. It does not. It does not. There's no correlation between the fry and the pie. You know what I mean?
All right, just want to make sure.
Yeah, guys, I want to call one out that's breaking out. There's a couple actually right now, Assassino, if I can. Bottom left and top left of your screen right there. IONZ, 323. It's at the day's high. It's looking at taking it out right now. And then ELWS. This, I was going to call it something, not flattering, but it lost all the support. Multiple halter to the downside. Now it's halted up. Just south of 6, 593 halt. It's up 61% with a 660 technical high. I'm going to be looking at this one to kind of find support. We'll look at the top. We'll see what this one is up to. Last but not least, before we send it back to the big boys, PRAX looks like it might, for the first time on the day, at least on my chart here, lose the 10 EMA on the 5. If it loses it, I want to see where this one goes. We were talking about that breakout level in and around 180. That also happens to overlap a little bit with the 20 exponential. It's up 231%. We're going to see what we can do on this one. PRAX, guys.
All right, PRAX. I'm not sitting on anything right now, guys. I'm still waiting for a good opportunity. There might be a double top here on Amazon. We were talking about that not too long ago, so you can see the rejection of that 218 level on multiple occasions, just a little bit south of 219, and they were running in into some support here at 217. So if that cracks and volume starts to pick up, there might be a potential fade here in the market, guys.
Well, I don't know if the market's going to fade, but NEO finally broke trend. I'll get to that in a second, but we have to. There's an IPO that I just want to tell you.
Nice.
It's not that big one. We're waiting on end of the month Navin. That's the $1 billion IPO. Yeah, this one, for some reason, the website doesn't have an offer amount, which is weird because it looks to me like I have it grayed out, so like it should be opening today. And that's Aptera Motors, SEV. So 31 million shares, but I'd have to dig to find some more details on it because usually they'll show you the offer amount, so I know how big it is. So that's a little bit disappointing. But if you're into those, this is not in the category of I am taking this print. The one at the end of the month is an outside possibility. But I'm not taking the print on that SEV. We'll let you guys know if there's any big updates on it. Finally, a trend break on NEO. We tried it once off the high at the 670. Then we just, after it took the hit, wait for it to break trend. It broke trend. I tried to get it at 83. I didn't get it till 79. And just going to play it back into the volume weighted average price. They're getting sued. I don't know how big of a deal it's going to be.
Shout out to Patrick over here. It says, lots going on here, but it's entertainment at its finest with a lot of good info. And Joe's weird eating habits is 1,000% fire. So we say thank you, Patrick. Look, I don't know if you guys enjoyed this new format or not. We're going to talk about it. We'll get a feel for it and talk to the guys and see if we're going to come back with it. But we tried. So I want to thank everybody for being patient with us for this little segment here. If we do it again, I'm not sure. We'll get it figured out. But thank you to everybody for watching again. I think it was a lot of fun. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. We'll do more of a Q&A. So that's going to be sort of a different
Get your
style.
questions ready. If you got anything like a stock, it could just be like overall thoughts on the market, whatever. Who cares?
Yeah, Q&A coming up at 1.
Do you like it or do you not?
I don't know if we wanted to put a poll up there, Joe.
Right, but I'm just saying that there's a quick fix to the scenario. It's either you like it or you don't. Yes or no.
I'm seeing mixed reviews a little bit there, Katina. Maybe some people like it. some people not.
Salvador,
like it.
high
I kind of
vibrations
expected
like
that, to be quite honest with you. I mean,
I mean, I'd be down with a poll, but we'll figure that out. Maybe we're back at 1 o'clock either way. So you guys enjoy 2 hours with the real guys over here. Neil and I will be back at 1 p.m.
Yes.
All right, let's enjoy our lunch. We're gonna get some Mongolian stir fry, not pie.
It sounds good, at least.
I think it'll be good. Over to the midday show.
Are we changing the chat assassino or no? Boom! I feel like anticlimactic doing that. I was just on. Now I'm yelling boom, bang. Welcome to the midday show, guys. That's the same guy you saw 5 minutes ago. His name's Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And I'm gonna have to switch the streams, Joey,
where
because
is it at,
I was told that it's gonna be a different stream over here by Ram. Shout out to Rim. What's that, Ram?
Whoa.
She wants to fight me?
She said find it.
I'll
find
fight.
it. Ooh.
No problem. She wants to put eyelashes
I've
on her
seen
truck,
that,
bro.
man. I know.
I mean, like, what's got to do?
Dara likes it.
Oh,
So
that's
shout out
great.
to,
I think it's hideous. Let's shout out everybody. Omar, Jason, Saga Escapes, and Steve M. Shout out to Org. And Mike P. D. Ryder. We got High Vibrations. And we got Alexis Trades and Brown Lightning. Sorry, Johnny Fishbone. Shout out to L. Martin. We got Dave B. and Dexter Smith. Shout out to 420 Bud Monster joining us from across the pond. Shout out to Hangry Wife. Sup? Right back at you. Who else, man? We got Bax, Ichiro. Very insightful guy. Make sure to look at what Ichiro is saying. Very insightful person. Shout out to Derek Chomson, Atif, Tabat. We got Jose Gonzalez, and why not? Shout out to Jaguar Nut as well. Hope everybody's having a great morning, guys. It's been a really interesting one today in small cap gapper world. We were all over a couple of names today. Let's get right to them. It's the PRAX show. As I mentioned, this is the first time on the day PRAX lost the 10 EMA on the 5. Ironically enough, it came back into that 182 level. I wasn't looking for that level. I was looking more for 180. It's putting a bit of a hammer candle now. Still, though, south of the 10 EMA, it's up 229% and of very great interest to me. So is IONZ. Shout out to my Americans there. Otherwise, I would have said Z. 325 high. Bull flag continuation, the way I see it, holds VWAP like a glove into that 304 area, and there it is back into the day high. I'm looking at weaseling into this one. Last but not least, before we see what Joey Options has to offer, I'm looking also at BTQ. I executed on this one on the breakout. It's the first time it's coming into the 10 EMA since basically this candle over here at 1025. I want to see what this one does in and around 13. Obviously, psychological support is that whole dollar level, but the 10 EMA about 20 pennies south of there, looking to bounce off that level. So I'm looking at both these, Joey.
Yep.
And if you guys have any new small cap gappers, of course, I'm very interested to see what you guys are talking about. So make sure to tag Joseph and I in the chat, and we'll get right to you guys.
Absolutely, guys. All right, happy Thursday. Who do we got? I got the Leafs playing tonight, I believe. I'm not too. Oh, the Rangers. The Rangers. So yeah, we'll check that out.
The Jays too, bro.
The Jays tonight as well too. Yeah, the Jays as well. So a monster game from them. So that's going to be exciting. But most importantly, what's going on in this market? We had that trade on TSM that worked out. We did get stopped out of a little bit, and now it's just range trading. So if you can catch the lower end and the top end, that's $1.50 right there. Bang, we'll hit that one.
Bang.
Even though we haven't even done that. But also, Bitcoin's starting to come in. Sean and I were talking about, all of us were talking about this. Excuse me. Bouncing off those lows. I don't know why I always when I start talking, I get the hiccups around here, but that's all right. So a lot of buying pressure you can see on these wicks. So I'm looking for this trend to continue. There's another way that we can look at this is that we're forming that downtrend. In all honesty, I think it's only a matter of time, whether it be a couple days, a week, at some point we might break through this. And that's what I'm game planning for, all right, is that we punch through those support levels. And then after that, I always say you don't want to grab everything all at once. It's a contract here, it's a contract there, it's a couple contracts there, it's a couple hundred shares there, and that's exactly what I'm looking to do, and just try to put on a solid position for a bounce, and then maybe a move back into that previous all-time high. And I was thinking, hey, we're going to see 130, 140 on Bitcoin with the previous move, but that has not been the case, especially with the government shutdown still looming. So, I mean, it's a tougher look. We had mass amounts of liquidations, but before that, we still had crazy amounts of inflows. I think it was record inflows into IBIT and some of these other crypto ETFs, but sure enough, that has started to phase down a little bit. But there goes TSM grinding higher now, Sharif. The volume on the lower time frames is starting to kick in. We're at 305.17. Not too bad of a look on TSM.
That's hilarious, Grant. I don't look like that guy, man. He's taller and skinnier just because he's got a stash. Was watching the Jays game last night and thought I saw you pitching for the Mariners. Come on, bro. Kirby, you think so, man? I don't know, bro. Is George Kirby your long-lost son? I don't know, brother. I don't think I resemble him. Apparently, he had 2 really good outs against the Yanks. And he got his ass handed to him yesterday,
He got
Joey.
lit up, man.
He got absolutely lit up, and I couldn't be more happy because the Jays' bats needed to wake up. You need that confidence boost. It's like getting shut down 2 days in a row. You need to come in that 3rd day, smash a banger,
Exactly.
you know, run.
Get the confidence
exactly.
up. Yeah,
And I couldn't be more happy about that whole thing. It looked finally like the Jays were in their element, and it doesn't hurt as well. That maybe like 10-15% of the crowd were Jays fans.
Look how well they try. It's Vancouver.
Exactly.
Right?
That's exactly it. It's Canada's team, right?
Yeah,
So wherever they go.
Yeah, exactly. So my cousins live in West Van, and they're massive Jays fans. So a couple of my cousins there. So I wouldn't be surprised if they were traveling. They're playing ball and everything along those lines. So yeah, I mean, let's go Blue Jays. They're in tough. What's the catcher's name on Seattle? Raleigh. Raleigh. He's nasty. Yeah. Oh yeah, he's got the hockey legs. He's got the.
Is that what they call him? That's sick.
He's got
big dumper.
He's got the hockey legs, Katina, man. Yeah, so not too
Which
bad.
one was the one with like the 1,000-mile stare, like the first
you got
picture?
cut off, brother.
No idea, but there goes TSM. Wow, that 303, the consolidation in a bounce up to 306.18. A really nice move over there, guys. Hesitation nation on this one to get back in. If it worked once, it's probably going to work again. And there it goes. That would have been $3, but that's what if history, guys, and we do not play that whatsoever. But yeah, I mean, the market's choppy. We've been in the first hour of the day. Consolidate. Yeah, that guy. I don't think he looks like Sharif that much, to be honest with you. This guy, like at a hole.
What is happening there? I don't look like this guy.
Yeah, I think that's Kirby.
He's a good pitcher from what I've seen. He's lanky as hell,
He does not look like he's lanky.
You got to see these pitchers, bro. They're teaching them to end up down the mount so that the release point is like 3 feet.
It's crazy.
So that you're actually pitching from a lot closer because the release point is so much closer to the batter. So there's a decided advantage now, and there always has been mechanically, but now obviously being taller.
Have you ever been to a batting cage?
Yeah, but it's been a hot minute.
A while, yeah. It's not. I want to go hit a batting cage.
I want to smash a batting cage soon, especially with all the playoff.
Exactly.
But I want to talk about this, Joey. So BTQ, we were involved in this one early. It comes back in. It tests the 10 EMA on the 5, and now it's rocketing back up. But I've been lured into these before, where you find support off a technical level, case in point the 10 EMA, but they're still making lower highs. So I've learned my lesson on this one. I'm going to insist on a higher high. So what's the level I'm looking at? I'm looking at that 50 penny level. Take a look at this top pink tail candle here at the 1 that rejected 50 pennies. So if we can get another maybe 12, 13 pennies, make a new high, then I'll get back in. Obviously, that means I get a worse price, but I'm okay with that. If it means, having better accuracy on the trade. Just before we go to Adara, I also want to mention ELWS. Multiple halter. It's halted at the high of the day, 663. Weirdly, though, it's showing me a tap of the exact same price as the one we halted at. Now, typically, we see that with NYSE and Amex stocks because you don't see the tap while they're halted. Usually you don't see the exact same price, but that's what we're seeing right now on ELWS. I'm looking at setting up into this one. Adara.
Apple on watch, guys. AAPL reportedly entering the robotics market. Again, I'm seeing reports here they're expanding their smart home production in Vietnam with BYD. They're going to be making devices like a HomePod style display. This coming, I guess, this is just an analyst note here from Morgan Stanley saying that this move will bring AI into the physical world and puts Apple in a good position competitively to compete in the robotic space. Just a Morgan Stanley note here on reports about Apple moving into robotics. And back to you.
Really interesting because I saw a bit of a markup. It was obviously you know, an artist rendition because we don't really know what Apple's going to do until they release a product. But it's like this screen with a pole tied to a circular base, and the screen kind of moves around and follows you around the room, so it sees what you see, hears what you hear, and it can kind of interact with you. Kind of terrifying, not gonna lie, but as long as it makes money and the price of Apple goes up, there goes ELWS, Katina man, into 725. That is the high of the day. It's a multiple halter. It's clearing 7, Joey, but not that decisively. Up 92%, looking at clearing that triple-digit territory. We're gonna be all eyes here on ELWS.
Beautiful stuff. All right, guys, there we are. You can see, oh, position board is not currently up, but we're waiting in this IBIT now. We're in a position. Now it's starting to grind a little bit higher, so a solid entry there. And we're just waiting. After this pullback, guys, you've seen that we had some indecision and consolidation, and I'm looking for the continuation to the top side. If the market wants to grind higher, let's see if we can get to the top end of the range. Once again on Bitcoin, what range am I specifically talking about, Joe? All right, well, let's display it right now. We drew the trend line before, so if we get up here, then we're going to be rocking and a rolling, and if we break that, best believe we're going to add to that position. Even if we get a pullback at view up, we see the signs of strength and the volume starts to pick up on the 5-minute time frame. You can see that we're starting to stair step down, which isn't a positive sign for the buyers. But if it starts to kick in, I like our chances for a potential bounce off of those key support levels that we were talking about earlier in the session. Now, I mean, what I have on here was roughly around half the size that I had on both of these positions, so I am going to be looking to add substantially. Now, as for the top performing sectors, let's take a look at that because we have not today. And honestly, I don't want to lean too bearish, but I just have that kind of mentality right now, considering...
I heard you yesterday. You were quite bearish in your analysis on the triple Qs.
Yeah, absolutely. We got the short on the SPY, which was really nice. And one thing to note is that, Shreve, over the past couple of sessions, I don't know if you've noticed, but around that 2:30, 3 o'clock hour is when we start to get those flushes in the market. Yeah. And usually, I find in my earlier days of trading, I've observed that. So, yeah, it's good to see that come in. But I mean, you don't want to you want to try not to hold too heavy of a bias, even though I'm sitting here talking about it, because if this market continues to grind higher, you don't want to be continuously trying to short things, all right? So at the top, and here it is. Like, I mean, the NASDAQ is up 23% on the year. That's insane. We have the technology sector up almost 1% today. The healthcare sector is up 0.6. We have the real estate sector up 0.4. Consumer staples up 0.4 as well too. And the bottom three, energy, we're up about 1/5 there. Communications 1/10, and then the industrials a little bit less. But we only have one red sector on the day,
Which one?
And that's going to be the financials. And after a lot of the big boys have reported, we're starting to see a little bit, the whole sector in general, start to come back in. But I think that it's positive for me. It's buy. Any of these strong names, whether it be financials, the tech sector, quantum space, the nuclear sector, if they start to sell and some are fortunate enough to get that 5%, 10% pullback, guess who's going to be a buyer?
Who?
I am.
Okay.
Adara. Are you?
I mean, I'll talk about PayPal because I don't know what happened there. But PYPL on watch here, pushing a little bit lower. Now, we know earlier there were some concerns here with their crypto partner accidentally minting $3 trillion worth of stablecoins. But right now, we're going to talk about this new catalyst, Coinbase, announcing they have a powerful suite of business tools, business payment tools on Coinbase Business. Looks like this is viewed as competition for PYPL, which is pushing lower again. Looks like PayPal is pushing lower as Coinbase announces a new suite of business payment tools on Coinbase Business. Back to you.
Great question, Gregory. So in my swing account, I'm 100% cash. 100% cash right now, and in my long term, 5% cash.
You're holding 100%, eh?
Yeah, my one account, I have nothing on.
Why don't you put it in some shorter dated treasuries? Get like, 3-4%.
It's my swing account. It's the one I mess around.
Oh,
yeah. No,
yeah.
my long term, I'm 5%.
Yeah, you're holding
5%. I've just got a little.
Oh, that's like nothing.
Nothing, right?
Nice.
And that's just from my Robinhood trim at 122.
I gotcha.
Where I just literally left in what I invested, and then I took the rest out for profit. So
good, bro.
Yeah, exactly. Just managing it. Yeah, exactly. And looking to buy, I'll probably buy some more Bitcoin with it. Why not?
Why not?
Yeah,
No,
exactly. So I mean.
Joey, I want to let everybody know ELWS, it giveth, Joey, but it taketh away quite quickly. And that is the nature of these small cap gappers. And I will not stop saying, trade them carefully for exactly this reason. And that's the bad news. We're halted down, sure. Good news, if there's any, you're holding a previous area of resistance, that $6 level. In addition, it's the whole dollar level. In addition, you're still above the 10 EMA on the 5, and you're still above VWAP. They're very close together, the 10 EMA and VWAP. So I'm still interested. Obviously, I'm not going to be punching it in blindly here, while it's halted down. But I'm interested to see how this one trades when it is open. Let's take a gander here at the top. The theoretical auction price showing 582. That's a no good because we halted at 612. So we're already slated, at least for now, to open up lower. So what time did we halt? 11, 12, 29. It is 16. The earliest we will open is 11, 17, 29. Obviously these halt levels are 5 minutes, 5-minute increments. So let's see what this one does separately. I'm still looking here at IONZ. Just printed that high of today of 330. I'm going to be an interested buyer at 320. Couple of reasons for that. One, it's a price action resistance area initially. Number two, currently it is the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. So we're getting a current higher low on this 5-minute candle relative to the prior candle. So I don't want to punch in yet. I want to wait to see, does this candle make a higher high? If it is, then I could get in a different way. All right, we have to digress. ELWS is open. It's holding VWAP. It's holding the 10 EMA, but it's below 6. Does it weasel its way back above 6? A little zig, a little zag. It looks like basically right now there is an equilibrium between buyers and sellers. It's still south of 6 though. There goes 6, Joey, up into 605, 610. Let's see how this cookie crumbles, up 64%.
All right, nice. Good look there, guys. Bitcoin starting to come back in, holding 62.60. Let's see if there's going to be a reload opportunity. I'm not in love with it. Full disclosure, guys, I'm not in love with this potential trade. As I mentioned, slightly bearish on the crypto space right now. And I put a post on X a while ago, just before the government shutdown, and I'm like, something smells really, really fishy here. Are we going to kind of experience that 10, 15% pullback? And I mean, if we talk about the likes of Bitcoin trading all the way up to 126,000, let's actually find that all-time high on it right now. So we're just not speculating on the prices. And we'll go back and we'll find that previous all-time high. I mean, it's my dot display right here. So 126, right? So where we're currently trading at, down 12%. I mean, a little bit less than that. But if we crack through this and we hit in those 20% realm, which I think we have the potential to do, just above 100,000, then I think a lot of us across the board are buyers of this, right? Gaurav, you're long Amazon. Nice, Gaurav. I really like that. I talked about potential swings on Amazon. Haven't pulled anything. You know what? I'm so content with just being patient, and I would be more mad at myself for taking a trade and being like, oh, this isn't for, in my opinion, the current market sentiment in order for me to do so, and then put the trade on and then take a substantial loss that I'm not necessarily looking to do. But again, to make money, you got to risk money. Fortune favors the bold. And you got to put on the trades. Adair, what do you got?
Yeah, keep an eye here in Peloton. It's worth noting this news story actually kind of alluded to as early as last week. But either way, Peloton, I'm seeing here, set to be, their app here set to be integrated into ChatGPT later this year. Again, they were part of that ChatGPT event last week, so this is not necessarily new information. But PTON pushing higher here again. Their app set to be integrated into ChatGPT later this year. Back to you.
Okay, whatever. All right, ELWS, as quickly, like we talked about this, as quickly as it taketh, it giveth, and as quickly as it giveth, it taketh. So make sure you're falling on the wrong side of that, on the right side of that, I should say. A lot easier said than done, though, SSE. Look at this, bro. I'm like gasping for air. I just walked like a couple of feet and I'm gasping for air.
When I was feeling like you are, and I went in the steam room, I could hardly breathe, man.
I thought you were gonna say it got a lot better.
No, obviously, no.
Later
it clears
after?
up, but it's still hard because your lungs are congested. You got mucus in them and stuff in your body. And
like
when I went in there, it was just physically hard to breathe.
bad,
It may clear up your sinuses here,
which is good,
right? But everything else, it was just like it was difficult to breathe. I was like,
I was getting gassed walking from my bed to the kitchen, bro.
Man.
I'd be like, like, you know what I mean? Like, I try to think that I'm like some athlete, and
get this guy,
all of a sudden you're nobody. Right?
Get this guy the O2 mask.
It was actually quite difficult the last couple of days, guys. But all right, here it is. We're watching ELWS. Look, we won't be able to punch into this. It doesn't seem to be available on our system, which is fine. We're going to keep talking about it for you, though, because it's got a 725 high, and it's got higher lows and higher highs. And it's definitely looking at number one, taking 7 again, and here we go. Here's mid-80s. Let's see if we can get 90s. And then ultimately, of course, we're looking for that 725 break and take. On our way, I think Tisha was saying something like 9 and change. Let me go see what Tisha has to say. 951, Tisha says. Room to 951 off the daily. Shout out to Tisha Perkins. Let's keep an eye out on this one. But this one we can execute on here. IONZ. This one is accumulating for a 330 break. It's got an ascending wedge pattern. So let's go ahead and punch. Oh, really?
Oh, really?
Another one?
I'm really rich.
Seriously, bro? All right,
No
can't
way.
get into yeah. All good. We'll keep an eye out on this one as well. And last but not least, BTQ. This one feels like it is losing the bid though. So it's got a descending wedge. We were talking about an ascending wedge. This one feels like it's got lower high, lower high, lower high. Yes, one more lower high. All the while, it has been finding support at 1280. Now that 1280 is not a level out of nowhere. In fact, it was acting as resistance. Look at this bull flag pattern into 1280, and then that's where I got in initially on the move into 60, and then we got up all the way into 1350. But that 1280 level, if it goes, this could definitely send this at least at 1250, if not more. We're going to keep an eye out on that one, see what the situation is. But those are the small caps that I've got going on, guys. But as I always say, and as Joseph always says, you know, if there's something out there we don't see, let us know exactly what it is so we can have a look at it for you. And I just did a quick scan there, Joey, of the old scanner, and I'm seeing a new small cap gap. Or is it small cap? Yeah, $191 million market cap, quadruple C. I happen, of course, like the letter C, but this one is 4 C's right there. I know, delusional, right?
Triple C.
I was about to cough again. I do apologize.
Want me to take it?
No, we're good. We're good, Joey. So what I'm looking for here is a continuation off the 10 EMA and a move into 3. It's got 21.17% under its belt. Does it have a headline? It does. Here it is. C4 Therapeutics. Proceeds expected to fund, so they raised money, expected to fund the next phase of this obvious melanoma development, including registrational phase 2 trial in combination with dexamethasone, I know about that one, and phase 1B trial in combination with one I don't know. So we're going to keep an eye out here on quadruple C. We'll see if this one's got the juice to let the longs loose. There.
I want to talk here about U.S. President Donald Trump. He just posted on Truth Social, quote, "I am speaking to President Putin now. The conversation is ongoing, a lengthy one, and I will report the contents, as will President Putin, at its conclusion. Thank you for your attention to this matter." So just so you guys know, Trump speaking to Putin. This was reported earlier and then confirmed a little bit after that by the White House, but Trump now confirming it himself on Truth. They were talking ahead of Trump's meeting with Volodymyr Zelensky, leader of Ukraine. Back to you.
Thank you.
I know.
All right, there it goes. Joey,
Nothing for him.
BTQ is losing the bid. We talked about the flat bottom break possibly through 1280, and here comes the blood. The red candles dripping down into the volume weighted average price. This is VWAP now. So this is the former area of resistance now looking to be support. I'm talking about 1260. Let's see if it can continue to drop down a little bit more, catching a little bit of a bid here off the volume weighted average price quickly back into the 80s. But is it, as my friend Neil likes to say, a dead cat bounce? We're going to need, I'm going to need to see higher highs in order to get involved. I don't want to catch a falling knife on BTQ. I had a good trade on it to the upside. I don't want to try to catch it as a long while it's on the way to the downside. So I'm going to kind of insist that this one starts showing me newer highs on the 5. Otherwise, I don't get involved. Joey, what do you got?
Absolutely, man. Oh, Sharif, you know what I got over here, man. We
man.
got 3 rules for beginners options traders right there. So go and check your boys' YouTube short out there, man. How can you deny that smile? Obviously, just being sarcastic, but go check it out. There's individuals in the chat who are asking. Oh, hit the, all right, anytime. Anything for any. there it is. No, seriousness. No, go check it out there. Sharif, he's all right, man. He's doing okay. Bitcoin's starting to sell. There you go. No, I'm blushing and slightly red. But in all seriousness, we had some good questions. Gaurav, I see nothing right now. I was talking about the potential sell in Amazon breaking through that double top. Now you're cracking through some of these lows. This Bitcoin is breaking through some of my support levels, so we're not going to hold on to this for much longer. But let's see if we can get a bounce. Market slightly choppy here on today's session. Shout out to Katina, man, for finding that strong, that nice long there on MU. As Kramer likes to say, there's a bull market somewhere, so you just got to be able to find it. I think that's a really, really big skill. So shout out to Katina for that. Now, as for my guy Peter, who's been asking very kindly about some options activity, I'm not sure, but basics of call and put walls. My understanding is that the European options differ a bit from U.S. options. What do you look for when price of stock moving severely like today? Yeah, they do. There's some exercise and assignment rules in the European options that are slightly different. Do I remember exactly all of them? No, I do not, but I can definitely touch up on them. I've read up on it, but there is some slight difference. Now, as for call and put walls, it's pretty basic. So when you have your options chain up, you want to look for high levels of open interest. And what we would like to classify as a call wall is the highest level of open interest on that specific name. Now let's pull up the SPY, and the exact same for puts. Now, how do we implement this and how do we put this within our trades? Well, essentially what you want to see is how the stock reacts around those specific levels. Now, in this instance, we have 670 on the SPY. What was our high of the day today? 668.71. So not quite to that level, but you're starting to see the rejection. So I would look to see how price is reacting around that specific level. All right, guys, I'm all out of this IBIT trade as it's tanking. I talked about being slightly bearish in the space. We were looking for the long, and it wasn't working as we cracked through some key support levels. So we'll get out of that one, take a hit there. But back to what I was getting at is you can see that this is the highest amount of volume on a specific strike and also the highest level of open interest. Now the market is tanking south of those levels. You want to look for those rejections on those high level of OI and volume. Same thing on the put side. You want to look for things that you potentially bounce to the top side on, and that's what you're looking for. You go down your chain, the highest amount of volume and the highest amount of open interest, you look for those levels to bounce. Now, as for the earnings report, that can also indicate a lot. You might get the magna effect into those levels and then the heavy rejections of them. So that's exactly what I'm specifically looking for. We have Ozan looking at them as well too. Pug Life I haven't seen in a while, and some other individuals who are always trading options, they like to identify these call and put walls there, Sharif.
All right, guys, we're dealing with ELWS. We have the 7 long in a 7.5. It's having trouble with 7.5, despite, of course, the fact that the high of the day is 762. I feel like it's only a matter of time until that 7.5 gets cleared. Here we go again. There it is, Joey, 780 now. Here we go, 783. We are on the way, it feels like, to 8. If not, that 951 that Tisha Perkins, shout out to her, has been talking about in the chat. But here's a halt parameter, 783. We need another 5 seconds in this parameter. We will gray out on the level 2, and it will be a halt. And now. There, close. 783, halt level, having halted exactly at 11:29:30. So this one will be the earliest it will be open, 11:34:30. So yeah, do whatever you need to do there, set your timer or whatever. And we're going to be looking at this one clearly. The top rocketing up, at least initially, 828, 830, showing right now during the halt. Very strong. It's not the strongest one on the day. That still belongs to PRAX, but ELWS really working its way up quite well. The OG Bovin telling me CTRX moving up, as evidenced by the multiple Ps he put in that message. So let's look CTXR. CTXR. Shout out to you, Bovin, because I know you were waiting for this one. You know how I felt about that one south of VWAP. But yeah, you did call this one out to me, I think around 755, 750. Here it is. 155, 150. Now it's at 170 with the local area high there into 172. Look, this doesn't fail my rule because technically that 930 pop, that 194, that's an official high of the day, right? That's not a pre-market high. But I don't like this because as quickly as it gained is as quickly as it lost. And, you know, it's trying to fight above VWAP right now. I'm going to keep it up on the side chart, Bovin. There's no doubt about that. So let's go ahead and put CTXR there. And we're going to keep an eye out on that one. If it continues to trend above the volume weighted average price, we'll certainly have a look at it a little bit more thoroughly. Adair.
We will look at Bitcoin, I promise, but I want to start here by taking you guys through some catalysts for equities in the crypto space. I'm going to start here by talking about Coinbase. Here is our friend Brian Armstrong, and this is Coinbase. This is an older infographic you can find on X at TTV Research, but I bring them up because they just announced here within like the last 15, 20 minutes that they are launching global payouts and payment links here for their business platform, which is Coinbase Business, very aptly named, I suppose. That's going to be allowing firms to send and receive USDC stablecoin without any gas fees on Base. Now, that news sent another payment name here, PayPal, to the downside, but PayPal has its own crypto catalyst. Now, I'm sure we'll maybe get into this one on the news segment later, but basically, long story short, PayPal's blockchain partner, a company by the name of Paxos, accidentally minted $300 trillion worth of PayPal stablecoin, PYUSD, on Wednesday. The company called it a technical error. They were able to correct the situation within 20 minutes, but very rough day, I guess, for PYPL, specifically in terms of crypto. Let's take a look here at Bitcoin. Bitcoin, again, continuing to kind of waffle around that $108,000 level. On BTC, continuing to serve as support. Let's see if it can continue to hold. Ethereum making slightly lower highs here on the daily, but a little bit, I guess, removed from lower lows as of right now. BTC, though, 108,000, absolutely on watch as we send you back to the Bash Brothers. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Okay.
Thank you for that. All right, guys.
Yes! No!
Smash the glass.
Stop.
Smash the glass,
Stop.
Joey.
Stop. Fabian. No! It's supposed to be, I need to be faded into that. This is what I asked for, Fabian. I need the code. So anytime, because you know how Adara has her trumpet? Right, Adara comes in, and then watch it. Turn the screen black real quick there, Assassino. Bang, now hit it now, Fabian. Come on, now bang, now bring me in. You see how I'm getting out there?
I love your energy, dog. I love your energy,
That's
bro.
That's what I was looking for,
sick
man.
energy,
That's
man.
what we wanted to. We needed that for all of those who know
Who
what
can
it
hate
is
on
that,
Steve Austin,
you know,
bro?
man, you
That's,
can't. The rattlesnake,
fantastic,
man.
fantastic.
The rattlesnake, baby. We love that. No, that's what I was asking.
Fabian's coming in hot.
In my defense, it wasn't in the notes.
No, it wasn't in the notes. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair, man. Yeah, that was sick, man. I'm glad all you guys are loving it. Yeah, that was sick.
That
We
was
love the
awesome.
rattle. Yeah, you like that one?
Yeah. Steve Austin, dog, bro. Just comes in, he's like waddling, he's angry, he's cussing, right? He's side to side.
Couple beers here and there.
it's
Yeah, man. Good
funny.
time, man. Good
Guys,
time.
PRAX is losing it in an absolute hurry over here. It just gave up 180. Look at these wicking candles. These were all candles of indecision. I didn't know which way the cookie was going to crumble here because, well, we're well above VWAP, we're trending up, and then we have these buy candles, right? Well, I don't want to say buy candles, indecision candles with lower wicks as well as upper wicks. But look at the speed with which we're losing 180. We were just moments ago, we were at 185. Now we're down into 172. So we could be destined here for a VWAP retracement. And that's currently, at least on my charts anyway, 162.75, give or take. We're talking about a multi-$100 name here that's moved ridiculous amounts. Look, they've got a good catalyst. It's a legitimate catalyst. It's a phase 3, positive phase 3 trial that was well received by the market. Obviously, it wouldn't be up 200% if it wasn't. But price action is price action, baby. And that's what we're here for. So I'm going to be looking out here for hold off VWAP. If we get that, I will get in again on this one. We'll see exactly what we get. We won't get upset. Shout out to my man, Neil. But that is the one that I'm going to keep my eye out. Obviously, looking at ELWS as well, as it's halted at 783. It looks like this one will be a 10 minutes or more halt. This one has been a multiple halter, both to the downside and the upside. As I see it, though, this will be the first 10-minute halt on the day, if not more. So there's that one. And then last but not least here, BTQ. Look, I had a good trade on it, but the lower highs is still intact. And that sucks, because I'm not going to get in if we continue to put lower highs. That's not the move. I need something right above, 1330. If this candle is to drop back down to VWAP and we're making another attempt at that level. And then last but not least, quadruple C. Here we go, VWAP. This could be an entry for me here on quadruple C at around 255, give or take. I'm going to be watching this one here. Not up big, 16.5, Joey.
Beautiful stuff there. So I was just trying to re-listen to that. I think that was
Where
awesome.
you at?
Yeah. It's
fantastic.
Yeah, it is great stuff. I like that you're calling that out there, Los Pollos. Good look there on Tesla. Bang. Let's see what we got going on there. I think we're going to get a good opportunity to get involved in this name via TSLA. So yeah, let's rock and roll. We have our risk profile defined. There goes Tesla starting to grind higher right at VWAP. We want to get in before it's too late. Or I don't think it's going to be too late, but it's too late. It's too late. Who sings that one there?
I don't even know.
Oh man, Darren knows for sure. All right, let's get involved here on some TSLL. See if we can get this pop above the volume weighted average price. We have a risk profile defined that is going to be around these lows. Let's pull up the actual derivative in which I am trading. And that is going to be approximately 10 cents of risk. We like that. We'll take that all day, every single day. So yeah, let's cook it up and see if that works. Bitcoin is continuously selling. Just keep that in mind.
So above 110 though, or no?
Pardon me?
Above 110?
Yeah, but not. I don't think for much longer there. Yeah, as we're heading towards some key support levels. So yeah, we're just holding on to 110
we're below,
right
Joey.
now.
109.875.
There we go.
You're right.
So for not much longer.
You're right.
Yeah, so there it goes. I think we
Joey,
see
can I show you something that I think you might really like, especially in crypto world?
Absolutely.
Have you taken a look at the daily on Hut 8?
No,
Get ready, my friend.
Man.
Get ready, my friend.
That's
Look
crazy.
at this rocket ship over here.
But like, what I don't understand is these guys are a Bitcoin miner as well too. So what is the difference between them and Mara, who I think is like up there in Bitcoin holdings? So with a Bitcoin miner who has more than the majority, why is it underperforming some of its peers?
Like price action talks, Joey. I don't know the ins and outs. This is a $5.46 billion market cap. Mara at the current moment about 8. So maybe, a little equilibrium coming into focus. But I want to show you how close we are to the COVID highs, Joey. Because we are really close, dude. Not too bad. Not too bad. I mean, if you're looking at 80, right, it was almost at 60 yesterday. So the real print there, look to me, is at 75. Because look at that. You couldn't close anything above that. I don't know what's going on with my headset, Joey. I gotta shut this up.
Yeah. Do your thing.
Let me
I'm talking. Do what you got to do over there. Yeah. Los Pollos, fantastic call out there on Tesla. We're getting a little bit of a pop on this move here. One thing that we got to keep an eye out on is this downtrend. Right here. But if we get up into 20, we're most definitely going to take some profit. Come on, Joe, take me home. All right, I don't know what that means. Joe laughs like
I've gotten this before.
I don't know what that take me home is. Oh, Cliff Curtis, you like that guy? Oh, I know. What other? He's in some movies.
Minnesota trader.
Yeah.
Sharif, I heard you guys talking about who you look like earlier. Actual doppelganger. Cliff Curtis. What do you guys think? I've gotten this one before, and I remember him in that what was that movie where he played a terrorist, where he was dressing up as a cop and he was blowing up places in L.A. Something like that. I know him from Training Day, obviously, but I think it's the one before that. I forget what it was, but yeah, I've gotten this one before. I think is this guy Colombian? What is he? What's his background? He's from New Zealand.
New Zealand.
All right. Okay.
Oh, there goes Tesla downside. I think the fades are in vogue today, man. We're not getting very much of the longs working for us. So shout out to Katina, man, for getting that done, and Sharif, obviously, and Neil as well. So other than that, my my best trades on the day yesterday came in the latter half of the session when it was just me chilling. Katina Man was short, I was short, Obi had a couple of shorts as well too. So let's see if this signal comes into play. Once it covers the majority of its wick, I don't like our chances, and it seems to be doing that right now. So yeah, a little bit tougher of a start for sure, but I mean, we got plenty of risk left, and it ain't nothing. All it takes is two solid trades, and we're rocking and rolling once again. There goes Bitcoin cracking 62.27. Man, IBIT is $10 off of its previous high, which is not good. So yeah, just be cautious of this stuff, man. It's really speculative right now, and it's kind of frustrating because you think it would be forming significantly better, but that's not the case. There goes my stop loss in TSLL. So before I'm death by 1,000 paper cuts, guys, you're not going to see me in too many positions throughout the day. All right, I'm gonna wait for precision, and then I'm gonna hammer some trades potentially extremely heavy. So I'm gonna be doing that. So again, unfortunately, you're not going to see me in these trades, but just think of it as this. Good things come to those who wait, and if we find something potentially well, not only do I get to put on a good trade, I get to display that for you guys. That's my style. Sniper Joe, back in vogue, Sharif.
I like it.
Oh, it's tanking now, Bitcoin. Look at it. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to see what happens by the end of the day, because it's done a hell of a job defending that 110 level. But let me be real about it.
Yeah.
I personally. Oh, thank you. Sorry.
Yeah.
I personally don't mind. Sorry, Fabian. Thank you. It dropping a little bit more.
I want it to.
Yeah. And I do like that because. I haven't really gotten to add as much as I want to. We did get that planned DCA that I put out there that I forgot that I put out that ended up filling, but it ended up being a good thing, Joey. But I don't mind it dropping a bit more, but I need the fundamentals to be sound.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We need to hear the right things from the right players, and right now we're really not, man.
We're not
hearing the right things.
So it's quiet. I mean, with the Genius Act and obviously the Clarity Act, we had that initial pop in the likes of Ethereum and crypto, who trailed it as well, but not as aggressively. But I think at some point you will get that catalyst that comes into play. You get a new wave of the treasuries. And isn't it with the Clarity and the Genius Act, it's not actually implemented for about 120 days after it's passed? That's what I was reading on, 60 to 100 days. So really, you have the banks not taking it into effect in some of these other companies.
You got to get them a runway to get ready.
Exactly. So they're getting ready. They're getting ready for everything. So yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Who knows what can happen by then?
Here's what I mean when I say I'm not hearing what I want to hear.
Yeah.
I want to hear the central banks punching into BTC.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about all of them. Of course, they're still mostly run by boomers or people Gen X or whatever. And those people are not, the most pro-crypto generation or the most crypto, group of individuals. So I think it's going to take years, quite frankly, before we start hearing about, central banks punching in. But that's who I want to hear holding on to crypto, on their asset reserves. And that's not what we're hearing so far. And we're really not getting much in the way of new buyers. We're getting institutional involvement, which is great, right? But you got to diversify beyond that. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see what we get.
I mean, we know that
they're
slow to adopt these types of things.
So slow.
Extremely slow. So at some point, guys, listen, I'm a crypto bull through and through. I'm a market bull through and through. But what these prices we're currently trading at, I don't want to buy anything up here. It's that simple. And that's just me. You can buy until you're blue in the face. That's you. Me personally, I want to get some of these good names at lower prices. And that's exactly what I'm waiting for. Patience is the name of the game. And I told you, great things come to those who wait. But you also don't want to be too hesitant as well, too. So just be prepared. Look to get aggressive at some points. But the volume is absolutely skyrocketing in Bitcoin right now. Look at this volume really pick up. That is insane, guys. Wow, this doesn't even display how many shares that is, but it's substantially larger than anything we're seeing throughout the day. So I think that we're gonna see this continuous bleeding in Bitcoin, and watch out over the weekend, because we know things can definitely get moving in whatever direction it is headed in, that's for sure.
All right, Joey, we're in ELWS, looking for continuation here. It's going to have to hold 750. That's a current bar low. We've already wet the beak. We're in at 72. We got some in the 80s, looking for more, into 8. Showing me 80s right now. So it's got current bar low, I believe, is 750, 745 on the dot. There's 80 right now. I'm also in quadruple C, but I'll get to that one in a second. So I'm watching over here. I need it to hold 7.5. Otherwise, we're out. So here comes 7.5. It looks like it will lose it. There's a buyer at 7.5. He's getting decimated, so I had to flatten out there. There was a huge buyer. Look at the slippage I got on that. That's 30 pennies worth of slippage on ELWS. That's frustrating. And it's going to halt down. So that was an excellent flattening right there, as it was no liquidity. So we did get one beak wetter there into 80s, but we'll still take a hit on this trade. And now we are down halted right at 7.18. That's just a little bit ahead of that $7 area, which is a psychological area of support. Also happens to be that 10 EMA on the 5. Let's have a look at quadruple C, see what this one is up to. It's got a 4-candle hold up right now at the volume weighted average price, which on my chart is 256. We're in at 59, and we're looking for continuation. This is a one that I don't mind adding into. It's a bit of a slower mover, or maybe I should be careful what I say, because I've said this before, and then, you know, the bottom will just drop off. So what I see with this one is a possibility of moving back into that 2 3/4. We get that, we'll add to the position incrementally. Otherwise, if it loses the volume weighted average price, that's the end of the trade. Simple as that. Not seeing anything else show up in my world other than PRAX maybe starting to put in some higher highs and higher lows. But when you look at the wider time frame, you're still seeing more lower highs. So I'm seeing incrementally here higher lows in this area, but the wider time frame shows the area troughs are all lower than their predecessors. So we'll keep tabs on that. I'm still not going to take off ELWS from the side screen over here because it's still holding above the 10 and VWAP. So it's, to me, it's still tradable, and we'll definitely be looking to execute on it if it is appropriate. So those are the only ones that I've got on right now. I realize IONZ is nearing or close to the day's highs, but I believe we're still restricted from punching into this. Yes, we are. So this one I can't trade, I guess, because maybe it doesn't do enough volume on average. So the risk department always, you know, makes sure that we're all safe over here by that. So we'll keep tabs on that, Joey. Nothing really to update you guys on other than the long at quadruple C, looking for continuation into the 60s.
Beautiful, my friend. All right, let's take a look at some of the volume names here, see if we can get anything in and anything that attracts us from a potential trade standpoint. Crypto always gets punished the most. Yeah, exactly, it does. So the outflows are substantial. It's the market. There's a correlation within the market because it's outpacing from a downward trajectory standpoint. Right now we're probably closer. We were down 12%. We're probably closer down to 13, 14 now at this point. Maybe not that much, but you get what I mean. You see what I'm getting at there. So there's NVTS. This has been on a run for the past couple of sessions. NVDA not doing too much, guys. So starting to head towards some key support levels as well too. We can take a look at this name from a daily, and we're just inside. We're range bound, and it's going to be hard to convince me otherwise. Again, we're still within Friday's range, just trading within that specific area. And you know what? Come Monday, who knows what that's going to bring. But until then, we still have a couple more trading sessions. What's QBTS quantum space starting to come back in a little bit as well too, guys. This is what we want to see. The quantum space slowly start to cool down. Now, as for some of the airlines, what do we got going on there? Mr. Kramer himself says there's a bull market somewhere, and it's our job to find it. So let's look for some specific things. SoFi starting selling Quad U. MU. Damn, this is like, there it is, man. Really great call out from Katina, man. Sticky Note is hot. Sticky
Note Nation.
Yeah, exactly. Sticky Note Nation, Hydration Nation, Hesitation Nation, and everything along those lines. Now, as for
I heard you make that joke yesterday.
Hesitation Nation?
I heard it.
Yeah, the Hesitation Nation. None of that going on today, Sharif.
Yes,
so, man, the long term is not liking the selling in Bitcoin, but we got to think a little bit more because we're just going to buy that 5%. Going right away, straight into IBIT. Yeah, exactly. TSM. I'm looking at TSM right now for another additional potential long. I mean, we go 1 for 1 on this name. So if we get indecisions on the lower time frames, we're taking that additional trade there. QuantumScape, what are you doing? Getting absolutely shellacked, getting wrecked there, Sharif, to the downside. So nothing horrible, but coming off of those $18 highs, you want to see those pullbacks. What do you think we can run into? But guess what? Who's a buyer? I am. All right, so we'll get a little bit more of that involved. Ethereum, same thing as Bitcoin. So the selling pressure is most definitely in, and you can see that it's substantially larger than what we're experiencing in the overall market. And this is what I'm talking. It's outpacing it. Look at this volume on the 5-minute time frame start to pick up, and we're not seeing that in the Qs or in the SPY. Now, as for a couple more names, PLTR. Oh, also I messaged in the chat. Sharif, when I do my options activity in the morning, I'm going to have one specific underlying asset with a little bit more detailed information, which I'm going to be calling the call of the day.
Oh,
you get it? The call of the day. Yeah. So coming to as of tomorrow, I'll be starting that. I think it'll be a little bit interesting. So
nice,
the call of the day is what it'll be.
Those Joey options picks.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be the call of the day. So there it is. CLF. That's going to be lots of fun there. Let's go, says Carter. I know you love the options activity, and so does I think Lacey in the chat likes it as well too. So let's rock and roll. IWM. Surprisingly so. Look at this name from a daily standpoint. Touched into all-time highs yesterday, but coming off of that 252.5 down to 248 there, Sharif.
All right. ELWS is open, guys. Holding 7, holding the 10 EMA like a glove. Prior bar high is 779. Here comes 62, 64. Do we make prior bar high? Do we breach prior bar high? Let's watch. Watching. Up 108%. Here comes 777. Seller at 71. Generally in the low 70s right now. We're zigging and zagging a little in the low 70s, a little in the low 60s. Now, actually, we're dropping back into the 50s now. Look at that bid, right back into mid-70s. And there it is. Let's look for the continuation now. Boom, to the high side. Let's see if we can get more into that area. So 7.5 ends the trade. Let's look for continuation into the 90s, showing me mid to high 80s. I need that continuation. Let's go, bro. There it is. Boom. All right. Looking for more. 8. There it is. 4 now. 8's a level. Watching. Seller at 8 generally into that 8 area. 803 is the area I'm seeing rejecting. 803 there. Okay, so now it's 8. Zigging and zagging with the area. Anything under the $0.5 ends the trade. Continuing to watch, guys. Looking for continuation, but it's a topping tail candle through 8. So I don't want bamboozlement down into 7.5 and then it clear 8 after that. So we'll continue to watch over here. I'm just packing my patience, not adding to the position. I don't mind adding above 8 if 8 decisively gets cleared as an area of resistance, but this is a lower high. So let's just be real about it, right? We want it to pop up back into 8 area, but this is a lower high from that 883. That is a prior area high. So continuing to watch over here. Nothing for me to do quite yet. Either flatten out below the $0.5 or take profits above 8. That's really what it comes down to. We just flashed the $0.5 there quickly. Still showing 55s, 54s. We're going to have to end it there as it comes into the $0.5, and it gives up the $0.5. So we will give back again on this one. Looking to do a little bit better, man. This EWS trade, holy, I had a lot more shares than I thought I had there. Ooh. That's quite frustrating because I didn't want to get into that many shares. And so we ended up taking a bigger hit than anticipated. So mistake on my part there, but that's all right. We'll set up, again, if it is warranted, 650, 659 is the volume weighted average price. And then you have the breakout area right over here. That is the candle at 10 a.m. I just double checked that. Yes, that's a 10 a.m. candle right there. So 6.5 VWAP as well as a prior breakout area. So be on the lookout for that. Then the other one that I've got on is quadruple C. It's doing nothing. It's holding VWAP, which isn't bad, but I'm definitely looking for it to move back above the 10 EMA, which is generally at that 261, 262 area, Joey.
Absolutely. Good look at good call outs there, Sharif. Let's pull up our chain and see what we got going on with some of our names here. As for the activity, we were looking at TSM not too long ago. Someone in the chat was telling me we've got to add up our gamma and your open interest. We're not going to get into all of that there, right? We're just going to use these walls, again, to each their own. You have to be able to find a system, and how you construct that is totally up to you. If it makes money, at the end of the day, it's irrelevant how it's acquired, right? So BMNR, Sharif and I were looking at this for a potential breakout. What has BMNR been up to?
Oh, what is it at? I punched into that at 53s.
Yeah, it's not.
Where are we at?
Oh, okay. Oh. It went up to 56 this morning, Sharif.
Yeah,
You're in at 53? Yeah, we're right back at
51?
50. Yeah. No, we're at 53.
53?
We're just a little bit below it. Yeah.
I'm looking at getting more in.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree
Small
with you on
entry
there.
position, Joey,
Exactly.
but we're going to work into
Listen,
that ascending wedge that you show everybody every time.
Yeah, all the
That's what's
time.
got me
Yeah,
interested.
it's a really good look. I mean, I like the space. I'm going to forever, but it's not always going to be in play, right? So, and when it is, it's our job to take advantage of it. So I'm in some TSM, small size, nice indecision print at the lows. Is it an A++ setup? Absolutely not. We're looking more at like a C, C-, just because of what the overall market's doing, and I don't think that it's going to move. It's definitely going to be heavily correlated. So once again, we'll take another long on it. We'll stick to our stop, and if we take the loss, we take the loss. It'll be an additional paper cut, and then it's time to go with the flow. If you're not finding anything with the longs, you're not getting the potential bounces that you're looking for, maybe it's time to flip the bias and find something that is going to continuously sell. Obviously, we were fortunate enough yesterday to get some of that SPY selling. We had multiple catalysts coming in, and then in the just before the close, we had the imbalances, a heavy sell on NVDA, which helped drag the SPY a little bit lower. So again, 370. What's my average price on this one? 301.38. Again, I'm going to give it $1, so another 50 cents or so, and then we're going to get out of Dodge on that trade. Wow, 75 million in Bitcoin just moved from U.S. government wallets. Auction coming on secret reserve building, says Carter. That's fantastic stuff. I'm really curious to how you guys find this stuff out, but that would make a lot of sense. Like, look at this volume step in. Something is going on here that is substantially different than what we're used to seeing on a regular occasion, all right? So just keep that in mind, and thank you very much for keeping us posted on that. Another 30 cents on TSMC, and then we're at it. Well, it's not another one. It might be another loss on that one. So yeah, let's be patient and see what we got going on. Back to our options activity. VOO, this is a beautiful dividend payer right there. Activity is relatively cool. Man, oh man, there it goes to the south side. Yeah, I'm getting out of TSM. It's definitely a short. Yeah, take another loss on that one there, guys. So just slowly dwindling on the risk. So you have to be really, really cautious on what we got going on. Let's go through a couple more names. NVDA, we're going to see a lot of volume on this here. 195, 108,000, 200, 120,000 right there. So again, I think those are going to act as potential call walls, and we're going to be struggling to break through those levels, considering buyers don't look like they want to get overly involved in the latest sessions. So yeah, a couple more. IBKR reporting after the bell as well. So nothing crazy from an OI standpoint, 3,500 at that $70 strike price. And as for Amazon, continuously sell. Why? Because we're going to buy it, Sharif.
All right, guys, in ELWS at the third of a dollar, took some profits there at 75, holding a little bit here on this trade. Now, if it comes into my area, we're flattening out, looking for continuation into 8. We have our profit taker north of 8, but that is obviously predicated upon getting an aggressive bid, a liquidity grab, so to speak, but it's down into the 40s now, into the 50s, zigging and zagging. It's got some lower highs that I need to be on the lookout for. I'm trying to switch to the 5-second chart up top without really taking my eye off the screen over here. Up into the mid-50s we go. Yeah, this one, it's so consolidative, but it's putting in lower highs. Here's what I see. I'm ending it there. And then here, it's going to drop probably. Pop, whatever. And we'll make some back on that one. So happy about that. But are we still negative? Yeah, we're still negative on because we fat-fingered a large position initially, which obviously I didn't want to do. But that's trading live for you right there. So we'll be positive on the day, good positive on the day, but we'll give back a little bit here on EWS, and we'll be negative on the name, no doubt. Continuing to watch quadruple C, looking for the higher highs and higher lows. We're certainly getting higher lows. I don't know if we're getting enough volume, though, to kind of move us back into the mid-60s or hot or low 70s there. So we'll keep tabs on that. Back into ELWS. I don't want to take my eye off this because what I'm looking for here is a decisive break of the high of the prior candle. So the prior candle was a candle of indecision. It was a doji candle, closed above the 10 EMA on the 5. It wicked 8, but it lost 8 as quickly as it wicked it. So what I want to see is a clearing of that candle high and a move back up. And here we go again into the mid-50s. Yeah, but we're just not getting that continuation on ELWS. I think I'm seeing what I want to see or what I hope to see here and not what I need to see. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take the subjectivity out of it. And if we can get above 810, So the prior bar high, 809. If we get above 810, that's where I'll punch in. So it'll force me to wait for that prior bar high breach. Let's go ahead and put that in. We're going to go at 11s, and we'll give it a bit of an offset, maybe into like 17s or 19s, just based upon the spread of the name. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. But I think we have to go to Dare for happening now, and then Neil has his lesson of the day. Are we doing that or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, we'll just let Adara set up for a second. I think something is going on with the mic.
Okay, I'm good to.
She's good to go, or we'll send it back to Adara.
Guys, yeah, crude oil inventories just came in a little bit later than expected. 3.5 to 4 million here for crude oil inventories versus 0.25 million expected. But let's talk about the market, which, again, as we talked about, really selling off starting at 11 a.m. Joe was mentioning this, that this happened yesterday as well. We started at 11 a.m., then we get 4 straight 15-minute candles to the downside on this NASDAQ. But let's talk about one company or stock that just keeps getting catalyst today. It's had now 3. We just got a 3rd. PayPal here having this issue with Paxos, their blockchain partner, accidentally minting $300 trillion worth of stable coins. Then we also had Coinbase, I guess this is now about an hour ago, announcing Coinbase Business Payments, which is viewed as a negative catalyst for PYPL. Now users are reporting issues with using PayPal's actual product. So really rough look for PYPL today. And I just want to give you guys a little bit of a look of what's to come, happening now, but also happening later. We will have U.S. President Donald Trump making an announcement at 3 p.m. Usually we get some kind of indication as to what said announcement will be. I haven't seen anything, but either way, I'll be covering this for you at 3 p.m., so don't go anywhere, guys. Between this and our new format, should be a very exciting show for you all. As I send you over to Neil and his lesson of the day, make sure to like and subscribe. Take it away, Neil.
Thank you very much, Sarah Dara. And on days like today, there's always people looking for that bottom to come in, and there's a setup that a lot of people like, the bottoming tail candle to look for a long. Now, I want to give an example here as to what can differentiate between a bottoming tail candle that you like and is worth taking a shot, and maybe the one that you don't want. And first things first, obviously, you're catching a falling knife, you know you're going counter trend. There are counter trend trades that can work, but you've got to be very, very careful, have a good set of rules for doing it. So A, what is a bottoming tail candle? Something along the lines of this. There's your body, there's your bottoming tail wick, and the nice consolidation. Another example is this candle at the low of the day. What's the difference between the two? They both look pretty good. Now, there's 2 reasons why this one is better. The first one is it actually happens after it's made the low. So the bottom got put in right here at about 62.3 on IBIT, and then you're already making a higher low. Then it wicks the bottom, closes right back, holding the top. There's even a little consolidation after, which is hold that same level. So you can be long anywhere in here, and you have confirmation that a low has been made, and you've got the bottoming tail, did not break back underneath any of those prior bars. There's a pretty solid long. It never really threatens against you. Even if it does, there was some multiple layers of confirmation that there was some buying starting to take over. Now, the issue with this one is it looked good, right? There's your break of the low, close right back above. But what happens? Next bar opens up and cannot hold this prior bar. Just can't do it. If it holds here, you're probably looking for an entry somewhere in there, but it doesn't happen. That's the difference between looking at something that happens on a single candle and punching long, or waiting for that actual indicator to be indicative of buying and the seller's losing control. So look, I wasn't looking at IBIT here. I was looking at IBIT for a bottom, and then obviously never entered. And I can give you an example of one where I did enter. I really have to zoom in because LAC has been taking on the chin here, down like 20%. But if we zoom in even further, there's a volume spike, not the biggest one. So I'd only call it like a B trade and not an A trade, but breaks the low, wicks the low, holds the prior, and then breaks back out. So there's an example of something that actually holds up, and I'm waiting for that confirmation to get in. Now, if you wait for the confirmation, maybe that first candle's so big you don't get in there. It just never lets you into the trade. And does it mean it's going to automatically fall through? No, but I want that confirmation if I'm going to go against the grain. The market continues to bleed. on days like this, and we've had it like 3 days in a row now, or however many it is, at some point we've been making these big left turns, or I guess it's a right turn when you actually look at a chart. Overall, like it's a big right turn to the downside. So if you're looking to catch the bottom and it's not at a support level, let's just say you're sort of out in the middle of nowhere and you like those bottoming tails, it's so much easier to wait for confirmation above it. The cues didn't really give you, that's an example of a candle that you'd be chasing off that setup. I don't love it. If you can get it in here, great. If you can get it there off the same level, great. You don't have to chase it, but you do want confirmation. Like you can, if something is trending up, then you don't necessarily need a million reasons to go long. But if it's trending down, I think you should require more than like one kind of okay idea. Like you should have a couple of things lining up that indicate to you that this is a reason to jump in. If it's not at some kind of massive support level, which in this particular case, like you'd already broken through, or down here, you'd already broken through the support. Like if anything, this was a much better long. There's your bottoming tail. It's at a prior low. It gives you confirmation. This one gives you zero confirmation, zero reason to be in. And I even typed in the chat, I said, ooh, IBIT's trying to form a bottom here. It just never happened. So you didn't see me say I'm going long because it just never gave you that reason to do so. Be careful going against the grain. You can do it and win. Just make sure you have enough confirmation of that bottom being put in that you can actually take a shot. Just because it looks like it might be a setup doesn't mean you have to execute. There's nothing wrong with hesitating 2-3 times trying to bottom pick. Like I'd rather miss the bottom than lose 8 times trying to find it. That way at least you're gonna be alive and fight another day. Flat is a position and you don't always have to go against the grain. Let's get this market back to the upside because I want LAC to go and I'd love for Bitcoin to go for everybody. Good luck.
I agree. All
right.
I wouldn't mind getting the market back.
We're back.
Uh-oh. This guy, bro. You know what I want? I want the Rizbot laugh. Like,
You want the Rizbot?
yeah. I want to get that one.
right,
I want to be
let's
able
go.
to make them on my own. You know what I mean? Like it's not the most complicated thing because it's like an audio. There's no video with it,
I don't
right?
think you don't want to give me that skill because next thing you know, I'm coming in here with like apps.
You're gonna load all of them on there, right?
Oh yeah.
Hey,
You
now
guys
I
don't
can hear
want
you
that.
well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, there we go. You got you're fixed up. You're fixed up there now. All right, that's good.
All right, Joey. Here's the deal. Your boy Bovin is calling out MGX, and other people are calling it out as well. So let's get right to it. MGX. Let's see what we got. Okay. So well off the day high, but let's go into the 5. Go into the 5 over here. Adara, you want something? Okay. All right, so MGX 365. Yeah, I'm not sure what was going on there. 365 is the local area high, 395 the day high, up 13.5%, excuse me. 348 VWAP, yeah, $0.50 holding. Look, the volume on it though. What is the volume on this, man? 2.26 million shares on a $3 name. It's not great. It's not great. This isn't great either. I'm gonna keep an eye on it, Bovin. If it continues to run, we'll talk. But the price action right now, a little late for my taste, right? So we'll keep tabs on that. We're still holding though. Quadruple C. I'm looking for a hold of VWAP and a move back into local area highs, maybe 275. It's holding VWAP, but I just don't want to get caught in a head and shoulders pattern. So left shoulder, head, right shoulder, and then it loses 250, 255. So I've placed my stop in an area where I think I'm able to catch the right price. So we'll keep tabs on that. Archer looking like a good buy, says Trix. Let's have a look at Archer. Saw that was very strong yesterday. I know you guys were talking about it, ACHR. Well, okay, so Archer selling off aggressively today, 5 1/3. Yeah, this could be a good buy. Let's go to the hourly chart. Yeah, you're still getting higher lows, so take a gander at that. Still getting these higher lows throughout. Bit of a double top pattern into 14.5. The most important thing for me is to hold this 200 EMA on the hourly because that's been basically holding up lately. If it doesn't hold the 200 EMA, I'm looking for a higher low. Today it looks like it's double bottom, at least on the hourly, at 12 1/4, showing 12 1/3 right now. But basically, at the day's low. Where's Joby, that piece of crap, doing? Joby's down as well. Let's see, down almost 5% today, down to 1674. JOBY, another, eVTOL name. But Neil did send me this headline from the morning. Let me see if I can load that up, because this is, there's a video. Okay, even better, Neil. Here it is. Let's go ahead and pull that bad boy up. This is on X. So XPEV CEO plan to mass produce flying cars next year. Say more, my friend. So let's see what we got over here.
Mass produce.
Yeah, so look at this, Joey. This is a car. This is an eVTOL in the form of a car. So let's just move it over. There we go. Now we're seeing, and there it is, baby. There is the eVTOL. Dude, this to me is the move right here.
That's the future, man.
That's the future. So I don't know if it's going to be in this form factor, Joey, where like the eVTOL is going to be in the back of a van. But yeah, more players getting involved in this. Now, what I want to see, initially, I hate to say it this way, but I want to see military applications.
Oh,
and the reason I say that is, they're willing to run at a loss, the military, obviously, to buy the latest technology. Whereas, business, it needs to make dollars and cents.
Yeah.
Like, I have to be profitable taking you from point A to point B. Otherwise, I'm not doing it, right?
Exactly.
Whereas the military can kind of just buy things because it puts them at a competitive advantage over others. So I want to see some military applications, some military contracts. Ideally for eVTOLs, we'll have to see. I haven't personally heard of any. If you guys have, I'd like to hear. Yeah, I'm not talking about them buying from XPeng, obviously. I don't think the U.S. military is going to be buying from a Chinese company. That's not what I mean, obviously. I need proof of concept for the industry, not the player. But yeah, that's kind of how I feel about that.
Yeah, I want to start at the racing league, an eVTOL racing league.
Great.
What can we call it? It'd be like NASCAR F1 there, and get the best eVTOLs in there.
The problem is so far is like you have like such crappy duration and flight like time because you're held back by the batteries.
It'll get better.
It's really
It'll get better.
It's so dependent on battery technology. You got the electric motors. That's there. We see them all over the EVs.
Yep.
It's just really comes down to making the battery and the airframe as light as possible, and to make them as most energy dense as possible. And I think that's a technical breakthrough that your friends at QuantumScape could possibly. Yeah, ceramic tiles, man. I think we're going to Adair.
I looked actually into it to see, have there been any concrete examples here of eVTOL military deals, and there is one that I could find immediately. There might be more, but this is like the immediate thing I saw. This is from over 2 years ago, but Archer Aviation actually entered into U.S. Air Force contracts worth up to $142 million as of July 31st, 2023 for, I guess, representing a landmark investment in eVTOL technology for the military. So that is the only example I could find. There might be more, but I was kind of doing a quick search. So to answer the question, there has sort of been some, at least, representation of interest and investment in this by the military.
Yeah,
like
to me,
Sharif,
I just wonder why we haven't heard anything for 2 years.
It looks like
That's interesting.
the Avatar vehicles at those things. You know what I'm talking about?
Joey, I don't care what they look like as long as they work, baby.
They look yeah, you know what I mean?
I haven't seen Avatar,
pretty
I'm not gonna lie. No.
Wow.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, Neil. I'm not a movie guy, as you probably have suspected so far. I don't know, man.
I don't know. Name a better visually created movie.
Right. Well, I can't vouch for that or not because I've never seen it.
I get heat for not eating pie. Sharif hasn't seen probably one of the most.
I don't see that many movies.
Yeah, that's fair.
The last time I went to a movie theater was 2018.
No way.
Yes. I saw, I think it was Black Panther.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Shout out to
that was the last movie I saw in the theaters. I'm just not a movie guy. I don't really. Hey, I'm just not a movie guy, man.
That's crazy.
It's not my thing. Neil's I'm gonna get roasted now. Oh, our boy.
No, I'm not. I'm
just
kind of curious. Like, why don't you go to the movie? You talk about how great Interstellar is.
It's fantastic.
You saw that in the theater
because it has to do with space.
He likes space.
Oh, okay.
Space. I'm obsessed with space.
But I mean, technically, Avatar is kind of derived from space. They gotta fly to Pandora, which is like
I was about to say.
Yeah. They gotta go far away, man.
Hold on a second.
Hey.
I don't go to movies. Not seen Avatar. Why did you watch Interstellar? Because I like things with space. That literally makes no sense. Avatar is obviously also in space in a science fiction movie. But I'm going to throw this one out for you.
Okay.
If you really liked Interstellar, And I don't know if you've seen The Martian. If you like The Martian,
I have. I love it.
Okay, so then watch out for Project Hail Mary. So the guy that wrote The Martian also wrote Project Hail Mary. That should be coming out. I don't think Ryan Gosling's playing the lead character.
Hail Mary.
Think of it like this. It's The Martian meets what's the word? The one with Tom Hanks where he's stranded.
Castaway.
Castaway.
Yeah.
You think
I
The
love
Martian meets Castaway.
That I saw too.
It's a really, really good book. I read it. But I'm going to throw it out there. It makes absolutely no sense that you like space movies, and that's why you didn't watch Avatar.
You want the truth? I didn't choose to watch Interstellar. It was somebody else who wanted to watch it. I watched along. I fell in love with the movie.
Okay, bang. Yeah. It's a really great movie. You know what's also fire over here, bang, 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 is Tesla. Finally, we're getting a long cooking up here. Tanner, tell Joe to hit the showers.
Oh. What?
I don't know what that means.
Practice?
Yeah, what is a hockey practice? I skate around that guy anyways. It doesn't even matter. But there it is, guys. Bang. 1965. We take a little bit off there if we can crack through that. You can see that was once acting as support, currently acting as resistance on TSLA. If we get a little pop there. Why was I long? Let's break it down. Break it down now. Perfect signal, volume supporting it right off of the lows. That's what we were looking for all day, every day, and I'm glad that we got to finally get something cooking up, and we're just chipping away, man, chipping a chair, and that's what we do. It only takes a couple solid ones to get going, and next thing you know, it's just like, boom, red to green.
Isn't that exactly what you said you were going to do?
Yeah, it is exactly
what you said you were going to do.
I have every single intention to do that. Yeah, I mean, obviously, God willing and market willing at the end of the day. Let's see if we can get another one to cook up for this. Guys, I'm curious to enough of our days. We're curious to know how your day is going. I'm going to put it in the chat. I'm going to put it in there, Sharif. We're going to do it. I know what you are today, but put in your red or green circles in there, guys. I'm going red. I know you're green on there. Put that red green circle in there, Sharif. Bang. We're going red on that one. Curious to how everyone's session is going. Participate. Don't hate. And at the end of the day, let's see if we can create some solid trading, and Tesla starting to cook it up. There we go. Danielle Dallas, thank you for the love. We got greens everywhere from Darth Trader. Why not? My guy, my favorite name. Why not? From there, yeah, as if there's zero chance that's real.
0%.
Yeah, zero.
Actually, we don't know. We don't know.
It's negative. I put my bottom dollar on it there, but a lot of red in the chat, and that's okay. We got broccoli green from Steven, Michael Lab, Bria Power, slightly red on the day, but don't worry, I have confidence in every single one of you. If you are red on the day, be patient, wait for that primetime opportunity, and I think you'll get a good chance to turn the day around.
Well said, Joey. Well said. Here we go again.
Yeah, looks good.
Oh, what do we got? Is that the beef?
Yeah.
That looks good, Katina, man. I like, what is that, a little bit of rice?
Yeah.
Looks a little bit of rice with some veggies there. Okay, we can do that. Looks really good.
Bang.
Hopefully it tastes good too. Shout out to Joey. All right, guys, we're taking prints here on Quadruple C. We're waiting next at 70 pennies. It got up to 69, didn't cross. So we're waiting. This one's a bit of a slower mover. We're going to pack our patience on this one. But I want to bring your attention to another one right now, which is IONZ. This one's trending back into the day high. 340 the day high, show me 37s, and most importantly, holding the 10 EMA on the 5, so holding trend. Now, it did have a bit of a dalliance here with it, where it did lose the 10 EMA on a closing basis. I'm talking about that candle at 1020, that 1025, and then the indecision candle would be the last time we closed below the 10 on the day, at least for now. That was at 1030, and it's been all gas, no breaks since that time. IONZ is the one I'm talking about. It's up, I want to say, about 17% on the day. So it's not exactly a rocket ship or anything like that, but one to be on the lookout for. I'm just scanning my top screen to see if there are any new small cap gappers that have weaseled their way onto the scene. I'm seeing over here, what is this? Mira Murati? Oh my God. No. ELWS, REE. I'm seeing REE moving. Who are we going to take off here? We're going to take off CRTX. Let's have a look at REE. It's not the best looking chart either, man. It looks like it's a flat top break waiting to happen at 148 to 150. I see an ascending wedge here, higher lows through that 148, 150 area. We'll be on the lookout for that, Joey.
Good stuff, guys. All right, let's hop out of Tesla now. And for some exciting news out of Canada for sophisticated traders on the stream, Beta Pro by Global X Canada, Canada's largest provider of leverage, inverse, and inverse leverage ETFs, has just launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs, offering 3x bull and 3x bear exposure to the S&P and TSX 60 semiconductors. And on U.S. Treasuries, even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st to 2025. Plus, the U.S. Forward strategies use currency hedging, offering the potential for peer performance and exposure. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca 3x daily to learn more.
You see crypto, Katina Man pointing out it's at 108, Joey.
Yeah.
It might be time to punch.
No, well, I mean,
here's what I've noticed. Yeah, we do breach a 110, but it's on a week basis, and then we typically trend back above it. So the money fills might be below that 110.
Yeah.
Who knows? We might be trending back to 100,000.
I think so.
But I'm gonna stick with the trend and what's been happening as of late, which is that 110 area gets defended. You know, on the daily, or because nobody's cutoff time, it seems to be exactly the same. You know, the open and the close for crypto. So where your candle opens and where mine opens really depends on what platform or brokerage we're using, right?
Which is crazy in my opinion.
So we'll keep tabs on that.
Yeah, I mean, hey man, grab some. I'm looking to grab some too. I want to grab some, but I think it's going to be a little bit lower from here. Grab a little bit more if it continues to sell. So yeah, let's be patient. We're all out of that Tesla trade. We took 20% off, and then the momentum to the downside in the market just really started to pick up. So I think it's time to start looking for some pullbacks and then look for the continuation to the downside, because all of these longs have not been working for us. Today we had one good long on TSM. We'll go 1 for 2 on that one, 50% there. We had half decent long here on TSLL, but we just didn't take enough off, only 20%, and then we get stopped out the remaining 80% right there. I don't believe that there's going to be a strong rebound in today's session, and it's the October narrative is, I think, completely out of the water now, Shreve. The first couple of weeks were extremely fun, but it hasn't been the case after that. So, yeah, damn.
I don't mind.
Spooky. Yeah, so we all like this,
We're
man.
1 day into the second half. The Katina Man's added into the micro position off 201. Katina Man, I was going to ask you. Yeah, you can show the screen. Katina Man, what do you punch into? You punch into the I bit? He's doing it, man.
Are you grabbing
He's logging into the account as we speak right now. He's picking up IBIT. And that's what I want to ask him, what product he's picking up. But Katina Man's involved in some IBIT there.
He's grabbing some IBIT.
Yeah, he's picking up some IBIT, Joey. He's literally logging in as we speak. Bro, you're not getting, well, we haven't seen it below 110 all that often lately, so I think it's a great ad. Shout out to Katina Man. Hope he prints up multiple storms. Here's the deal. We might punch into REE. In fact, we are. So we're going long REE over here. We get the print at 145. Let's go ahead and wait for local area highs into 148, ending the trade at 130. At 140, excuse me. Reason I say that, look at this long consolidative period here where the 140 bid has been holding up. The 140 bid goes, so does my trade. Simple as that. We're throwing in the stop as we speak right now, so we can take the subjectivity out of it. Shout out to Jam Locky. I'm buying VPR. Say less, my friend. Let's have a look. One that we've been talking a lot about in small cap gapper world as of late. What did this company actually do, though, bro? Vivo Power International, sustainable energy solutions company focused on electric solutions for customized and fleet applications, battery and microgrid, solar, electric power. So they're just in a whole bunch of sustainable power. Okay, I don't mind that, but you know, I have no issue with sustainable power. But your friend Donald, President Donald Trump, of course, he's not a fan. And we saw the falling out between him and Elon over that exact issue, where Elon was trying to tell him that solar is the future, and President Trump was having none of it. So, you know, quite frankly, I don't think it's the best time for these, what are they called, alternative energy plays. But what do I know, man? Maybe they catch a bid. Maybe there's mass adoption on an institutional level, and that completely doesn't matter. Whether or not there are economic incentives, regulatory incentives, I should say. So look, VVPR. I don't know what you're seeing here, brother. This is coming obviously from much higher during COVID. Let's look at the COVID highs, of course. You know, we double top there into 240, into 218, but it did 10-to-1 split, so that was probably a different price at the time. You've been locked in a bit of a range. When you look at the weekly here, there's certainly resistance at 10. It doesn't even stay at 10, though. Most of the closing prints are all south of 7. And that takes us all the way back to January of 2023. You don't really get much, if any, closing prints above 7. You get a bunch of wicks that, you know, go in 8, 9, some at 10. But anyway, you've been putting in higher lows since this area low here, and that was, I think, the tariff tantrum. That was March. Actually, that's a little bit before the tariff tantrum. Look, you've been bouncing since that March low when you were trading at around $1, maybe $1.50. Now you're at $4. So I wish you print up multiple storms. It's just not an area that I'm awfully interested at the moment. The Katina man has bought more IBIT. What you get there, Katina man? He got 108. Yeah, we're at 108, 185. So he literally got 108. We're going to shout him out. Good ad there, Katina man. And obviously, that's for the long term, I'm assuming. Yeah, he gave me the nod. 401k, which we call in this side of the border our RRSP or TFSA, whatever. We have many different ones. All right, we're taking prints here on RWE. We got long here for the break into 150. Where are we long, Joey? We're long 145. Oh, baby, it's taking out 150, and that precipitates an out for me, and now we're really squeezing. 155, let me see how many shares I have first before we start getting all crazy. All right, we're going to take it out there into the high again on RWE. Here we go. This is the day high. 157 is said day high. We're posting at 160, and then we're going to see what comes after that. Joey, just wait for 1 second. Let's see if we get the print. We get the print. Now we're good to go.
You're ready to rock and roll? All right. Did you know that instead of risking your own money, you can trade with someone else's capital? No more fear of losing, no more moving your stop losses too soon, and you actually get enough capital to make it worth your time. So you can aim for big profits, not just a couple of $100 a month. This is the revolution called limited risk trading, and it's powered by Trade the Pool. This is how it works. Join Trade the Pool, hit the profit goal, and keep 70% of the profits. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code. Check the link in the description, and you get 10% off of that bad boy right there. In the corner of my eye, I'm like, oh, what's going on here as the market is starting to bleed aggressively? And this is what I was talking about earlier in the day on Amazon. We were talking about it a little bit. Double top right here, break of that 217 level, and now you're heading towards the whole of the low of the day. And the market is starting to pick up its momentum a little bit here, guys. So keep an eye out on that one. We're going to look for the continuation. If we get any form of pullbacks, I mentioned earlier, not going to see me in too much right now, waiting for that prime time opportunity. Yesterday's session, we bounced off of those lows. Aggressive selling. So who's to say that won't happen again today? So that's specifically in what I'm looking for there. Now we can run through some of the volume names in our scanner to see if anything's popping up and catching our eye. If there's any usually pop up, if there's any unusual options activity on the call or the put side, we can always take a look at that, run the scan there. But as for this one, RGTI still cooling down, bang, aggressive selling today. I think it's going to be a lot going on. Adair, what do you got?
Duolingo dropping, and as has always kind of been the reason for Duolingo dropping lately, it's because an AI announced some kind of translation product. So this time it's Perplexity saying that they now have a product where you can learn any language on Perplexity, DOUL. I will check on the volume on this. Only 500,000 shares traded on the day, so relatively light. $3 spread, but DUOL dropping as Perplexity announces a language teaching feature. Back to you.
Yeah, one day.
Crazy.
So I had a 90+ day streak on Duolingo, missed 1 day, and then it eliminated the streak. It usually gets 2 days. It says, hey, you can recover it, put it as a widget. I put the app as a widget. Boom, flat to zero.
Can I say something to you? The best move I've done so far
is buying.
That, of course, but minus the money that I had to pay, right?
Yeah.
Including chat with Duo. Joey, I'm constantly between chat and Duo, and you just screenshot and you throw in the screenshot, so it's like you don't even need to copy the words. It's super simple.
That's it.
And then you ask it questions. You're like, hey, how come I had to use this word in this context? I didn't have to use it, and it gives you the full answer. That hot garbage Duolingo gives you none of that. You're just sitting there like, okay, I'm doing this. I have no idea why. And I have no idea what to repeat it in the future.
You know what's funny?
You know what I mean?
Speaking of chat, So what I noticed yesterday, Sharif, is that I was talking to it. I was like, hey, is it NBA preseason or NBA regular season? And it completely lied to me about what was going on.
Yeah,
but the thing is, though, the British
Constantly.
accent is so convincing that you're like, hey, I believe everything that you have to say. But yeah, guys, no, in all seriousness, let's get right back into these markets and see what we got going on. Relax there, Steve M, my friend. So QUBT continuously selling. Quantum Space, boom, pulling back here. This name wasn't participating like the RGTIs and the Ion Qs, so keep that in mind. UVXY, what are you up to? I'm assuming you're going to start to climb a little bit higher, bouncing off of those lows, $10 all the way up to 12. What does the intraday price action look like? Well, the volatility is most definitely picking up there, guys. So VIX calls in play on today's session. Hims and hers intraday session selling, following the overall market. So if we get any forms of pops, I'm looking to participate to the downside, guys.
All right, Joey, we did it on REE. We took the flat top breakthrough 145. We wet the beak at 169. You know where I'm going to be posting if we're in the 60s. Alas, it did make a 176 high a day, so we don't have the best price. But guess what? It comes back into that 150. I'm buying again. So we're going to pack our patience. We're going to wait for a 150 test, maybe a drop and pop. We'll be looking out for that on REE, keeping my eye on that one. Also keeping my eye on quadruple C. Looking for that continuation into 275. We got the beak wet a couple of times. This one's, quite anemic in its price action. It's making higher lows, but, putting me to sleep while doing it. So not a good look there. I'm seeing the market absolutely take a dump. Everybody's talking about it right now. We did see this in the afternoon yesterday, and then we did see a strong late afternoon session. We'll see if that comes into play again. But somebody was asking me here real quick about NVIDIA and whether it's going to pop back up. So let's do a little bit TA. I want to call them out. Shout out to Not So Boring. That was his name. So let's look at NVDA. Oh, we're right at the 10 EMA, Joey, on the weekly. I don't care about the weekly. Where are we at the daily? Yeah, we're downtrending now for several lower highs, man, on NVDA. We had that big red day on Friday. 1, 2, 3, 5 red days now, Joey, on NVIDIA. 5 red days if we close red today. So let's do a little TA. Let's go to the 5. What's the situation? Okay, so I'd be looking for a bounce in and around 180, maybe a little bit lower than 180. So yesterday's closing print, 179.80. We know that that is awfully close, of course, for a $180 name to that 180 level, right? So I'd be looking for an initial buy area, possibly on NVIDIA from 180 to 179.80. If it gives up that, $0.75, if you want to give it a bit more room, down to the 179.5, have at it. Here comes 180, Joey. NVIDIA really selling off here. We're at the day's low. We keep printing new lows. Here comes 180. We're going to have to watch now. Does it find support at the whole dollar? Wow, that's a flush. It is flushing down. NVIDIA is very weak right now into that 180 level. Look, we're not quite getting into yesterday's closing print. And there's the bounce off, at least for the moment. 180-ish, still dancing right now. I wouldn't be buying here. That's just not my style. I need proof that that level is going to hold up, and that usually means getting a worse price after it changes trend to the high side, of course. So NVIDIA looking to go flat on the day. It was barely green. It's Google and NVIDIA holding on to Greensville for dear life. Google's going to go red any moment. So could NVIDIA at any moment right now with the Mag 7, all except those two already very red on the day. Adair.
I just wanted to check in with you guys and tell you I don't have any news on this. I just checked Truth Social because I know sometimes as we get these Donald Trump posts, we can get a move in the market. He hasn't posted in over an hour. So nothing I can see obvious for this move to the downside, much like what happened yesterday. But either way, keeping an eye here on the news and keep an eye on this market. If I get anything else, I'll keep you guys apprised right away. Back to you.
All right.
Yeah.
I haven't worked out since Sunday night.
How do you feel?
And can I say something to you?
Yeah.
I generally, if I'm healthy and I don't work out for one day, the next day I'll have a lot of excessive energy.
Yeah.
And it usually manifests in a negative way.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And so I definitely need to expel that energy. And I'm finding as I'm recovering, is starting to get that
accumulate.
I'm a little bit, gung-ho. I need to do something, and I don't like that. I don't like feeling like that. It's like being charged out on too much caffeine.
Cool.
You know what I mean? I don't.
All right.
You get what I mean by that, though, right?
Yeah.
So. I definitely need to get in a session today, but like it's hard to breathe, Joey.
Yeah.
That's the thing. So I've got to be super late.
But once your blood gets flowing,
it opens up.
Yeah,
you're right.
But watch out, because Sharif will be coming through in the gym.
Stop, bro. Don't make me laugh. I'm gonna start coughing, man.
No, you, Sharif, and Joseph lay off the creatine. Brother, I will never lay off the creatine. Yeah, this is Sharif right now.
Ram, that's not even nice, bro. I was suffering for 2 days. You're just dunking on me right now.
Dunking.
Get out of here, Ram. Bro, she's ruthless.
Ram, we're gonna do. Ram, you want to do part 2 of the options video one day or what? All right, cool, man. So yeah, good stuff there. Wrestling match. Yeah, I mean, here we go, guys. Let's see something. The market continuously bleeding. Look at the volume step in. This is what we're talking about here. Momentum to the downside is most definitely starting to pick up, and you're going to see that expansion in the average true range as the VIX is starting to climb as well too. What is the VIX? We don't want the DAX. We want the VIX. Pull up the VIX. Oh, we don't want the options chain on the VIX now, does we? Let's see, VIX, come on, pull up. Why is it doing it to me? Oh, there it is. The index, bang. Intraday standpoint, we're in the lows of 20. We're up to 2250, continuing to climb. You are getting a little bit of a bounce in the overall market right now, but I don't think that's anything small potatoes. And this is what I'm talking about. We've literally almost for a week, guys, take this into consideration. We have been trading within this 675 range, within this Friday's candle range all week. And where do I think that we're headed? South of that range. I just don't see anything stepping in, with maybe the exception of earnings. So if the hyperscalers and the big boys, the Mag 7 is what I'm referring to, really come in on surprise and they just blow everything out of the water, that might be able to fuel an additional leg higher. But how much of this is already priced in? And I think that's a major factor that we need to take into consideration. What has the market priced in from a best case scenario? All the way to, hey, CapEx, what are we looking margin-wise? We know Oracle, their forward guide was absolutely ridiculous. The margins are going to struggle on that. So we're going to keep an eye out on those things. Amazon, how much are they going to be affected by the tariffs via China? So there's so many factors that we need to implement into potential trades and new buys. I can't wait for the big boys to report and see what comes after that, Sharif.
All right, Joey. I want to mention something. ELWS has awoken from the bowels of somewhere. And it is halted again to the high side, this time in the 704. It's up 91.33%. Let's take a look at the theoretical auction price, the top, and see what to expect from this monster. I think I took it off the trading screen. We can throw that back on. No worries, no worries. ELWS on the NQ, of course. We're showing a 711 tap. Excuse me. So we'll see what we get over here. 704, the halt level. 1236.18, the halt time. Now we're showing 712. So at least for the moment, the bids are overwhelming, or there's more of a bid imbalance and a sell imbalance right now. So we'll watch to see if this one weasels back up, but it's above VWAP. So meets my criteria here. VWAP, at least on my chart, is around a little bit lower there at 6 2/3, 6 low 60s. That's where I'm seeing VWAP right now with this thing above 7. So I'm gonna be keeping my eye on this one, no question about it. We've had mixed results with it today. I sized in accidentally large, and then we ended up going right on it. So we're gonna look to get back into Positiveville on ELWS. We'll see what this one has to offer. I'm also keeping an eye here on REE. We talked about this one breaking into the highs and coming back down into 150. 150 is the breakout level. So I want to see if it's going to be support this time around. It was certainly resistance, and it was resistance multiple times on the day. Here comes 157. Now, I don't know if we get that 150 drop. I may have to front run it. 155, 154. In fact, right now it's already finding a bid here in the high 50s, moving back into the low 60s. So I'm going to be keeping my eye right now on RWE to see if we can get something in on that. And then Bovin, SOND, getting volume. Let's have a look at SOND. See what that one is doing. Did you guys take the NVIDIA long off 180? Because it gave you like 60 pennies. It's not rocketing up.
Literally said, I'm long off of 180 on NVDA.
Well, that's what we were talking about, right?
Bang, bang.
Let's look at SOND, though. Joey, see what this one's up to. Okay, Buvin. So this one was running in the aftermarket yesterday at about 5 to 5. The breakout time came at 4:55. And the aftermarket high, not the pre-market high, but they're very similar, 240. The actual pre-market high from this morning, and I'm just putting out there for reference, I don't think I'm going to be basing my off that level, is $2. So we're certainly below the aftermarket high from yesterday. We're below the pre-market high, and we're just barely trying to squeeze our head above the volume weighted average price and that 150 level, and we're already being met, I should say, with resistance. But I've seen this story before where I count these ones out and they end up running. So I'm going to keep an eye on it. Keep me apprised, Buvin. If this one starts running, I'd like to know. In fact, I'm going to throw an alert at 180. That way I'll kind of have a bit of advanced notice if it moves into 2. And that's kind of what I'm thinking there. So pack in my patience on that one. Still watching REE, keeping an eye on ELWS. We mentioned this one halted at 1236.18. It is currently 1240.18. So we've got one more minute if it's going to be a 5-minute halt, and I'll submit to you, we've had multiple 10-minute halts on ELWS on the day, so by no means is it guaranteed to be 5. We'll see if it ends up opening in about a minute, less than. The tap now showing 726, so it's about 22 pennies higher than the halt level, which is 704, so we're going to be keeping an eye on this one. Let's look exactly what time it is right now, 45, so we still have about 30 seconds or so, Joey, before this one could open up, and that will give me an opportunity to throw some orders here on REE. I'm going to be waiting. Look, I'm going to wait for a money fill at 53. Come on, man. We get the fill, we get the fill. We don't. That's fine. So let's move back now to ELWS. We've got about 10 seconds now until ELWS might open. If it's going to be a 5-minute halt, the tap dropped to 712, bumping back up to 720. So it's not at the high there. There we are, open now on ELWS, holding the fifth of a dollar, trying to hold 7. Let's see if this one can hold 7. It's holding 7, Joey. It's making a move, possibly into the $0.50 here. Nope, losing 7. VWAP at 660. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think this one, the best trade's behind it. Let's see, though. I could be wrong, especially if we get back above 7.5. ELWS. Keeping an eye on that one, Joseph.
All right, cool, good stuff there. All right, we're looking across the board, guys. Oklo getting a little bounce off of the lows. Tesla once again another bounce. But how sustained are these moves going to be? I don't know. I'm looking to fade. So if we get these strong pops, I think there could be some good, solid opportunities. Amazon was a high of 218.70 on the session, and then now we traded to a low of around 213.93. Green Day turned into red, says loss. Joseph said went long again. AMD says Katina Man 234.10. Let's go, rock and roll on that one. Let's see if we get that same bounce in the market then, which we experienced yesterday. But yeah, Joseph Schmo, as to what you had to say, brother, I would have told you that for free at the end of the day. I also didn't trade half of those names. So yeah, I mean, congratulations on paying attention there, my friend. Anyways, yeah, so Amazon, I don't know what's going on with that one. We're going through some of these names. IREN, selling off aggressively as well, too, from $70 all the way to 62. So at the end of the day, like, you got to think, so when the VIX is picking up, essentially we're getting the expansion in price action from an intraday standpoint. So what consistently happens is that when you're going long, the way it is like, okay, we're long, the market, there's not much fear in the overall market. You have the ability to have significantly tighter stops. But now that you're getting the expansion within the average true range, you have to give your trades a little bit more room to breathe. Why? Because they're fluctuating more. Instead of it being a $3 ATR, it now goes from $3 to $5.50 or $6. And therefore the range and what you can trade from a daily standpoint is vastly grown. And that's why, for me personally, is that you don't want to tighten your stops in the heightened volatility. You actually want to widen them, allowing the stock to breathe and fluctuate a little bit more. So HIMS, and I mean, by all means, I'm trying to do that as well too. So it's just a little bit of a kind of adapting to the current scenarios and the environment around us. Palantir all the way from 185 to 177. That's a flush city right there, Katina man, on Palantir, but that's okay. We like these things. Really? That's the thing. Every single individual, I believe, I don't want to speak for everyone, but I have a good hunch that we like to buy things at lower prices. By no means are we bearish. We're going to continuously be long, and when these names sell off, best believe we're going to be buying a little bit more. RGTZ, Defiance 2X. Oh my God, now we got a 2X leverage ETF on RGTI, Sharif, RGTZ. I saw. That thing's been trading. RGTZ, oh, that's the inverse one. It's an inverse one there, guys, because RGTI is selling on today, and then the RGTZ is up on this session there, guys. All right, we got a special guest today, Adara. She's going to be bringing us an interview.
Who the hell are they? We're very excited to have in the studio with us today Rahim Balloo, who is the founder, CEO, and executive chairman of Pesorama. You can find Pesorama trading as PESO on the TSX Ventures. How are you doing today, Rahim?
I'm great. How are you?
Great, thank you, and happy to be here to talk about this business. So tell us a little bit about your company, Pesorama, and how you guys fit into Mexico's retail landscape.
We are the only true dollar store in Mexico. We operate 28 locations in and around Mexico City. We have 2 stores under construction now, with another 4 that'll go into construction in the next few weeks. So we're looking to grow.
It's very exciting. Let's talk a little bit about your brand specifically. So what experience do you at Pesorama offer to your customers?
We offer bright, airy, well-lit stores, offer 26 different departments, everything from home, garden, baby, toys, cleaning supplies, confectionery, very similar to what you would see in Dollarama here in Canada.
Let's talk a little bit more about the products too, because your stores do feature global brands that are trusted, and then also private label products across a wide array of categories, as you mentioned. So how does your supply chain and your operating model allow you to maintain consistency, competitive pricing, and reliable retail inventory?
We have offices internationally. We do all of our own logistics, all of our own supply chain, managed in Mexico and abroad. We have a third-party distribution center in Mexico City that's about 60,000 square feet. Lots of inventory, and we keep that supply moving all the time. Containers arriving every day.
So can you talk us through your expansion plans for the business, and what infrastructure do you have in place to continue to grow your business and your reach?
Look, we have a solid management team, combined experience north of 75 years in retail. We are well equipped with respect to our distribution center, our management team. We understand the private label market quite well. And we offer value proposition to our customers. 80% of our goods are less than $3 Canadian.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit now about the customer base and the wider, I guess, sector, right, of dollar stores. So how large is the dollar store market in Latin America, and what type of opportunities exist specifically in Mexico for your business?
Look, Mexico is a country of 135 million people. Canada is 37, 38 million people. We have 1,800 Dollaramas here in Canada. So you can just understand, in terms of the sheer population, Mexico's 4 times the size of Canada. There's lots of room for growth, and we really think that we can probably open 500 to 600 stores in the next 5 to 6 years.
The opportunities definitely seem vast, that's for sure. So is there anything else you want our viewers and our audience to know about your company?
Look, follow us, Pesorama, PESO, on the venture. We're growing quickly, and we look forward to just disrupting Mexico's landscape in terms of value proposition retail.
Awesome to hear it. And thanks again here to Rahim Balloo, founder, CEO, and executive chairman of Pesorama. And again, you can find them on the TSX Ventures at PESO. Great to have you on the show, Rahim.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Interesting take there, Joey.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. You know how much we love that kind of stuff around here.
I
you always hear me yapping about Dollarama and the like. And I don't know. Do you feel like there's the same kind of, I don't want to say stigma, but like I never used to hit the dollar store back in the day. And now it's just like the dollar store is not the dollar store anymore.
No, man.
No, like it actually has brands that you actually like, and it's just for a lot cheaper. So
Colgate and everything.
Everything that like you would get at Shoppers or in Walgreens.
I had no issue, man. To be honest with you, I mean, I'll go there, I'll buy my toothbrushes and everything along those lines from there because it's significantly cheaper. Why? I'm getting the exact same thing. When am I going to go to Shoppers and pay 200 times? But no, in all seriousness, Sharif, we know that the higher end consumer consumer usually isn't that heavily affected. It's the lower end consumer where we start to see things cool down. Names like Pesorama and Dollarama start to see inflows, especially in times of struggle. Canada's high employment rate is 7.1% and probably going to continue to climb. I think so will the volumes in Dollarama and some of these names. I think it's.
And you know what's interesting, Joe, too, Joe, is that, you know, typically you would have looked at Walmart as like a discount store of sorts, right? And you would have categorized a certain type of buyer to be more prevalent as a purchaser at Walmart. But what they keep saying is they're seeing a lot more affluent of a client, a customer, excuse me, shopping at Walmart. And you got to love that because that's an expansion of your TAM.
Absolutely.
An expansion of your total addressable market. If you weren't hitting those type of customers before, now all of a sudden they're showing up at your store trying to strike a deal. Do you think that that's more to do with the inflation, or is just the consumer becoming more thrifty because they have more access to information about where the cheaper goods are?
I think it's a little bit of both.
A little bit of both,
right? Like smart money doesn't want to spend it really that much. I mean, they like the luxury goods, but at the end of the day, I think a lot of the more conservative folks know that you don't need all of these materialistic things. So hey, if I can get the same product for a cheaper price, then by all means am I going to go to that discount store. There's no reason for me to go and get it at the Loblaws or at the Shoppers and let it be substantially more expensive. No, that's not necessarily the case and what I'm looking for. So yeah, there it is, guys. I try to short. I think it's a little bit of both there, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
I try to short on SPY, not working, tried going with the flow. The signals are, the bottoming signals are in now, and I decided to go long. So that's another another loss we're going to take there. So yeah, I think at this point, things aren't rocking and rolling today, so we're going to probably just cool off and shut it down. I know we're probably going to do the news here momentarily.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm willing to
I think the boys are coming back on at 1.
2.
No. I think they're coming on at 1.
Is that changed?
I don't think so. I mean, maybe.
Okay, just double check your thing. That's not what I. That's not what I read there.
Did Brendo say the?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I could be totally wrong. So
just take over for a sec.
Yeah, they will be back at 2 as per normal. As last time.
All right. So let's get to the news then, baby.
Yeah, Katina. I mean, Assassino. I heard otherwise. So if I'm wrong, I'll be more than happy to be wrong. So.
Is he there? Is Brendo there?
I don't think he's. He's there. Yeah, he's there. He's there.
Can I just take over for a second?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so I mean, there it is. We're taking the short on the SPY. See if we can get an additional breakdown here. One thing, it may work or it may not.
Oh, you're right. We're good to go. We're good to go
too. So we may as well just hop into the news. Because that's going to be it for
All right, I'm just going to show my this position quickly over here. We're still holding quadruple C, and we're testing that same 270 resistance level again. We're holding from 59. It's showing me 69. We just wet the beak at 68. We're waiting for 70s, and ultimately, I'm looking for a move into the high of the day, 279, 280. Who knows where this goes? I didn't get the opportunity, or I lacked conviction to add into that 260 break now, or support. So why do I say 260 was a support? Well, look at the amount of rejections we had at 260, which was got me into it, because I said, look, if I get in here, it's only like 2 pennies or 3 pennies that I've got a risk for an area low. And so it ended up breaking 260. I was lucky enough to be part of the breakout then. More importantly, it comes back in and tests the level. I don't have the compunction to punch back in. That's a mistake on my part. I should have been, if I wasn't ready, or if I wasn't looking at it, I should have been putting an alert to let me know it's coming back into a support level in the same way that I do when I'm looking for breakout levels. So I'm looking to do a little bit better next time. I should have certainly been adding into 260. Because look, if it gave up 260, I just get a 259. So it wouldn't really cost me anything. It would cost me a penny per share on the DCA. So an oversight by me. Look to do a little bit better next time. Let's start the news. It's a news-packed day, man. So let's just get right to it. I just want to move this over so that I can see my trading screens. There we go. All right, Assassino, we're ready to go, baby. Let's talk about TSMC posting record Q3 profits on, you guessed it, of course, an AI chip boom. So their Q3 profit, I don't know why they start with profit out in Taiwan. They have a little bit of a different earnings setup than we do in North America. They surged 39% year over year to a record $452 $417.3 billion new Taiwanese dollars, easily beating the 417.7 expected by analysts, with revenue jumping as well. And eye-watering, Joey, 30.3%, up to almost $1 trillion. New Taiwanese dollars, about 989.9 billion, topping expectations, of course, of the 977, with net income, of course, rising as well. As, well, you better be making money with all that revenue. 13.7% quarter over quarter. Now, with respect to the guide, they raised their full year 2025 revenue growth forecast to the mid 30% range. That's up from around 30%, so about a 5% give or take bump there. And they also increased their CapEx for the rest of the 2025, up from $38 billion. Now they're saying we're going to spend about $40 billion. That's for 25, guys. That's not for 26. Likely to spend more into 26. They're really saying it's the advanced nodes. Everything 7 nanometers and below, that's accounting for 74% of their total wafer revenue, underscoring, you know, the lead in the cutting-edge chip production. We've talked about this with Intel as comparing to Taiwan Semi. That 18A, 14A node by Intel kind of compares to about the 3 and the 2 nanometer, if you're looking for Taiwan Semi speak there, Joey. They're also closely monitoring, of course, as we know, U.S. tariff policies as Washington considers new duties on semiconductors, and they offered them, Joey, that kind of 1-to-1 build one semiconductor here versus the amount that you import. So if you import one, you got to build one. They said no, thank you. And we're just going to stick with the tariff policies.
Okay, I mean, by all means, I think there's enough demand for this name anyway, Sharif. They don't got to comply to all these rules. People need them, and NVDA needs it, AMD as well, too. We know that they're having capacity issues as well. So, I mean, TSMC been on a phenomenal run as of late from a daily standpoint. We're going to go over to Adair in just 1 second. I want to take a look at the technicals on TSM, and that's going to put us on the daily climbing higher from those April lows, guys, a substantial 133%. April 7th low to where we're currently opening up at on today's, where we opened up on today's session, 133%. Adair, what do you got for us?
Yeah, what I have here for you guys is PGNY and CYRX. These are both pushing higher as the New York Times report that apparently Donald Trump is set to make an IVF proposal today at the White House. Now, we know there was a scheduled announcement at 3 p.m. As I mentioned earlier, I wasn't sure what the announcement was supposed to be about. This could be it. So New York Times, again, reporting that Trump is going to make a proposal related to IVF today at the White House. CYRX and this one on the screen here, PGNY. On watch with this in mind. Back to you.
Want to comment on TSMC?
Report, and I mean, I think a lot of what I said, I'm going to say on this, I said to Neil yesterday too. I think just how well TSM is doing, and I think if they continue to do well, it's going to continue to make Intel's foundry business kind of look weak sauce in comparison, namely because TSM actually has a foundry business, right? So yeah, I mean, a good look for TSM, probably a bad look for Intel. And again, I wonder kind of how TSM fares as we have ongoing tensions here with the U.S. and China, and also we know China and Taiwan. I think the geopolitical headwinds are very much still existent, but no revenue or profit headwinds right now for TSM, that's for sure.
All right, let's go. Go ahead. Yeah,
I like what Adair's point there, because with TSM, we know that Howard Lutnick said, hey, you guys want to build here? I mean, you guys want a part of the American capital? Well, guess what? You're going to have to invest a little bit more in capital, more capital into America, and I think that's going to make Intel's job that much harder.
Yep. All right, let's go on to Salesforce, lifting their long-term outlook and betting the farm, so to speak, on Agentforce AI. So let's talk about it. So they moved up nicely in the aftermarket yesterday. I think it was about 5%, maybe a little bit more in the pre-market. And again, looking at 2030 revenue guidance, again, very, very long-dated guides. We're getting used to seeing a lot more of that, especially with Oracle, who's guiding into 2030. So they're guiding their 2030 revenue above $60 billion, beating the analyst estimates of $58.33 billion. The guidance excludes, though, that $8 billion acquisition that they made of Informatica, which is expected to close late next year or early into 2027. No date given quite yet. Management also forecasting about a 10, give or take, a 10% organic annual revenue growth between 2026 and 2030, giving about a 4-year window, saying they're going to increase about 10% annually between that time slot. So, as I mentioned at the top, they're really betting heavily on Agentforce, which is the company's AI-powered custom automation platform. They're looking for it to be a key revenue driver. What's going on over there, Katina, man? All right, so he's long AMD at 214. He's 234. I couldn't say it. He's $4 in money. That broke trend, Katina, man. So I think that might go. Good look there, brother. Killer trade for the Katina man on AMD. But back to Salesforce. They've just launched this week Agent Force Voice, which enables AI agents to handle customer calls. We're seeing that already with some other platforms. And they're looking, of course, to expand their partnerships with large language models. Case in point, the deals that they're striking with Anthropic and OpenAI. And they're going to integrate those LLMs into their Salesforce products with early enterprise adopters, Joey, being FedEx. We got Pepsi, Pandora, Williams-Sonoma, all, joining to use this integration of LLM as well as with their CRM software. Now, there are concerns that have been risen that AI code generation tools could disrupt these traditional CRM SaaS models, software as a service models. Be it Benioff, CEO, dismissing that, calling the notion that AI writes all software as nonsense. So we'll see how that ends up going, but that's been one of the reasons I would say that CRM's been selling off in the year. Despite the rally, Joey, I think CRM shares were down about 29 or 30%. I'm just going to give you the exact number right now. CRM year to date is down 25 1/3%. Do we go green on the year?
With CRM?
Yep.
On the year, I don't know. I don't think so at this point. But I mean, it has broke down trend, Shreve, which is a positive sign. I'm looking to get involved in this name for a potential swing as well too. The one thing that I've mentioned on multiple occasions is that, hey, it's unfortunate that CRM Salesforce has not participated in this AI boom. It's been selling off ever since it previously peaked in December of 24, and it has not even came anywhere relatively close to putting in a new all-time high. We're actually putting in lows, down currently 32%, a little bit less than that. I think that there is going to be a good opportunity. Benioff, I like him. He's always guided cautiously. That 2030 outlook is, I think that's kind of out of his nature. I've never seen him do anything like that before. He technically usually doesn't. It's slightly more subdued. But anyways, at the end of the day, there is growth within the company and Agent Force. I like it. If they can get this going, I think it has potential to continuously grow. And then you're going to see CRM, a name like AMD, maybe start to play catch up.
What I don't understand is if he's going to create these agents, and the agents are going to be specific to tasks, right? I don't know. I'm just giving you any example. Opening up new accounts for existing customers. That may want to add new accounts or whatever. Why can't software developers use coding software, which is exactly the point, and integrate it into their own systems? We already see ChatGPT included agent in ChatGPT 5. And I'm only assuming it's going to get better, not worse. So what is the defensible moat here that this guy has?
I don't know.
It trips me out to think about that because they're such a big company. I don't know. We'll have to see.
You're just saying, why can't people just use their own APIs?
Well, isn't that what people are doing anyway? Look what Fabian's doing all the time. All this stuff Fabian's making, dude. You know what I mean? So, Adira, how do you see this?
We talked about this last week. I know Joe was saying, Mark Benioff should provide more lofty guidance. And my opinion is, I would be way more impressed if you guide really cautiously and then you give me some crazy number. I don't know. I think that is always going to be more preferred to me because you guys know how I felt about Oracle. I do not trust really lofty guidance years in advance. Now, I will say, at least with Salesforce, this is almost within the realm of reality compared to analyst estimates, so I will give it credit for that. But I don't know. I don't love the idea of guiding so far in advance, so loftily, because I think then you set expectations really high, and you get people really excited, at least temporarily, in the market. And in the case of Salesforce, you gap up, things are beautiful, things are lovely, and the market opens. People are like, oh, wait, why are we liking this? And it pulls back a little bit, right? Oracle, again, really great example. Now that, not a great earnings report, but they released that guidance, the stock gaps up, and it actually continued buying into the day, which CRM didn't really do today. But I bring up this example because Oracle did come back to reality, much like we have with CRM. So I think maybe traders are trying to be more realistic about this guidance. I don't know. I find that move interesting. But I do want to mention as well, Bright House Financial, BHF. This company reportedly in talks to sell to 6th Street for about $55 a share in a deal that would value the company at $3.1 billion. BHF did move on this, guys. Buyout rumors. Back to you.
Yeah, Shanks, I don't know why you deleted your comment there in the chat, but I agree with what you say, because security has a lot to do with it, and I think that that's where maybe they may have a defensible moat in how they integrate security with your CRM and your agents. Yeah, that's a great point. I don't know why you deleted your comment, brother, because that was actually quite apt. Let's go on to the next story, Joey. Hewlett-Packard HPE falls on week 2026 outlook. Let's talk about exactly. Oh no, I saw it, brother. I saw it. Shout out to Shanks. Good look there. I want to read Darth Trader's comment before we go on to HPE. He says, I work at SFDC. There's a huge economy around consulting, customizing their software. It will be a slower switch over so that they can keep their partners happy. Interesting take. Interesting take there. Thank you for that. It's always nice to get. Thank you, Assassino, for putting that on there. I appreciate that. All right, let's go on to HPE. Shares fell about 7% after hours. I don't know where it's at right now. Let's find out. HPE. Show yourself. 9. Okay, this thing is going to get SSR any time now. 9.94% and bleeding after a disappointing, yeah, you guessed it, full year 2026 forecast. Adjusted EPS, they're projecting adjusted EPS to be 220 to 240. That's, versus the analyst expectations of 240. So the high end of the range meets expectations, but the midpoint does not. Revenue growth, they're guiding about 5 to 10%. That sharply missed the 17% expected by the street. And so they're outlining, HPE there it is, that a new strategic priorities roadmap is to design strength and strengthen their long-term profitability. Some of the planning includes here expanding into networking and AI infrastructure to leverage that JNPR, Juniper acquisition that they made not that long ago. They also want to target enterprise and sovereign AI clients and drive margin improvement over revenue expansion as part of its new chapter. Will we see that dichotomy, right? Do we expand the top line number and increase revenue at the expense of profitability, or have we capped in terms, or not capped, but the growth phase of the company is kind of coming to an end, and it's time now to focus on profitability? I think that's something that, CEOs and management always have to struggle with, especially when you've been in a growth phase for a long time. So we'll have to see what HPE did. I'm not saying HP is a growth stock, but they certainly had a growth tailwind with AIA servers. And the HPE's board approved as well an additional $3 billion in share buybacks, bringing the total planned value to about 3.7. And the company continues to prioritize capital returns, even though top line continues to slow down. I don't know how long they're going to be able to do that for. I think we're going to Adara.
Yeah, keep an eye here on NVDA. The information reporting that XAI, of course, owned by Elon Musk, is working on a $20 billion lease-to-own deal for NVIDIA chips. So again, NVDA on watch as the information reports that Elon Musk's XAI is working on a $20 billion lease-to-own deal to get some NVIDIA chips. Back to you.
What do you think about this, Joey?
Yeah,
HPE taking a bit of a hit here.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting. Usually, Sharif, when we see some layoffs and share buyback, relatively bullish for the stock, but that has not been the case. But again, guys, when we are priced to perfection and you don't come in on the within the analyst expectations, sure enough, you're going to see a 9% hit, roughly, like we're seeing in HPE. This stock has participated on those April low rallies and now starting to come back in a little bit. But once again, guys, when you are priced to perfection and when you guide relatively lower, it's not going to be a good sign for your stock because the market is always forward looking.
Joey, we've just taken out $4,300 on gold. Yeah. Another new all-time high. Gold is up 2 1/3 today, while Bitcoin getting smacked. It's 43.0820, all-time highs right now. I don't know if it's all-time highs because this is the continuous contract, so filters in with previous contracts as well. I'm not running the actual monthly expiration contract. Adara, how do you see HPE?
Talk about Oracle first, because it's actually moving up here with volume and moving up quite sharply. ORCL pushing higher. Apparently, the company announced that their distributed cloud offering is growing 77% year over year with an average deal size of $67 million. So more Oracle announcements here. ORCL pushing to the upside in a major way. I don't have too much of an opinion here on HPE, truthfully. At least this guidance is involving, the current, or I guess the next fiscal year. But either way, like I said, if you're going to be a little bit more cautious here with your guidance, then maybe you stun us and maybe you have a beat, but I'd honestly prefer cautious or tepid guidance, especially if you've just had an acquisition or you're trying to fit that into your company. Again, I'd prefer that to massive like blowout over the top earnings. So we're gonna have to wait and see what happens. The layoffs back in March, right? The acquisition earlier this year. So I think a lot of things from earlier in the year they're trying to settle out and work out. And it's interesting they didn't. I wonder how much they planned their restructuring before they finalized the Juniper acquisition, because it seems like they're caught unawares, which I don't really like the look of that, I guess.
Alibaba sees early AI payoff ahead of Singles Day. Let's talk about what Baba's up to. They said their AI investments are actually starting to show what they're calling measurable returns, especially when it comes to their e-commerce operations. So the VP reported actually a 12% increase in advertising ROI, return on investment, specifically though from AI-driven personalization and product recommendations. And we've seen this with Amazon. I don't know if you guys used Amazon, but there's an AI there to actually help you with product recommendations. So AI tools, according to the company, are enhancing the user experience via smarter search, virtual try-ons, and automated targeting for advertisers. And they plan to expand that even further. They want to spend about 380 billion yuan, about $53 billion over the next 3 years on specifically that AI and cloud infrastructure to build across all their platforms. Now, we know they have e-commerce as well as many other divisions, including cloud. Management reiterated that profit margins may have to take a back seat for the moment, at least in the short term, while they prioritize what they're calling historic scale investments specifically into these technologies. Now, what is this Singles Day? If you're not from China, you may not know what it is. It's basically, yes, exactly that, for singles. It's a day to celebrate singles, and it's one of their biggest shopping days of the year, much like our Black Friday, which starts this week. The VP, said AI applications are expected to boost the gross merchandise volume significantly this season. And Joey, they're expecting AI to optimize their pricing, advertising placement, and consumer targeting. So needless to say, they're taking an all-in approach to AI.
Yeah,
I mean, in every way, right?
Like, but it's interesting to see the ROIs on those, because we haven't really seen it like in the likes of some of our hyperscalers, all the individuals that are spending big time cash. Yeah. When are you going to start to see a little bit more of a return on investment? All right, guys. In Africa, a new generation of leaders is rising. The woman boss empowers them. We provide the training and mentorship women and girls need to start businesses, create change, and build sustainable futures. We've already impacted over 10,000 lives. Your contribution creates the next opportunity. Scan the QR code, empower the next woman leader today. Now that leads me to kind of obviously with ChatGPT. What was it? Was it Etsy that you're allowed to check out on it now or something along those lines?
I think it was Etsy that was including it in the chat.
It's including it, right? So
they switched exchanges. Did you see that?
No.
Yeah, they
Etsy
switched.
Did?
Yeah,
oh, no.
They left the NASDAQ for the NYSE now.
No way.
I understand the point of doing that, but whatever.
But anyways, so you're slowly starting to see the monetization on this end. When are we going to start to see the real effects and the big time ROIs? I think that's going to start to come in from the digital ad revenue with OpenAI, and once they start charging these guys up the wazoo to use the product. But as for Alibaba Group, Sharif, we know that they're building data centers across the globe, opening up one in Brazil as well too, so that's a positive look. But what isn't positive is the chart. From that previous high, you're down 18%. So that's almost bear market territory, right? You get down 20%, watch out, you're officially bear market. Now, I mean, we know that we're at risk with Alibaba to the overnight trading, but we can't complain. It's been on a monster run, essentially from these lows, 117 all the way up to 192 there, 62%. I think you take that all day. I think Alibaba will be just fine once this tariff talks with the Americans starts to cool down once again, and they come to a conclusion. Hopefully both parties win, and you'll see the stock market go in both directions.
I hope so. All right, Adair, what do you make of this Alibaba all-in on AI push?
I mean, we kind of knew they were going to be in on AI, right? Like, that's not super surprising. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Again, for me, the proof is always in the pudding. I want to see how these Singles Day sales do. We know that Amazon's Prime Week, at least people subscribing heading into Prime, was a little bit more tepid than we were expecting. So, yeah, I mean, let's see how these pre-sales go, and let's see what we actually get in terms of revenue and in terms of material interest in this sale, because if you guys know me, I don't want to speculate on what might happen. I want to see what actually does. And yeah, I mean, let's wait and see what happens. I think if the AI growth and push works, and I think it might, because we know the company's been working on that, then maybe this is a record year for them. So yeah, solid look, but I don't want to speculate too much. I also have to let you guys know as well that ORCL, I mentioned this earlier, but Oracle on watch here again, talking about some of their AI infrastructure growth guidance. CoreWeave doing really well on the story too.
What happened?
And yeah, I'm trying to other comments here. White House saying there's going to be a high-level meeting here following the Putin and U.S. Or Putin and Trump call, and that meeting likely to happen next week. So yeah, I mean, with BABA, wait and see.
All right, NEO, well, it did plunge. Now it's actually break even as the GIC files revenue inflation lawsuit. Let's talk about this. So the Singapore's sovereign wealth fund called GIC has sued NEO, alleging the company violated U.S. securities laws. So you can already tell they're suing them in the United States by inflating revenues through misleading accounting practices. As I mentioned, they're filing it in the Southern District of New York. GIC claims here that NEO overstated about $600 million in leased battery revenue through an affiliate, this other company that they fully own called Weineng, which is allegedly controlled but failed to disclose properly. The fund says it suffered tremendous loss after purchasing NEO shares between August 2020 and July 2022. So here's what they are alleging, more detail. So NEO, as I mentioned, operates a battery subscription model, which allows customers to buy the EVs without a battery and then lease one separately. I don't know why they would do that. Maybe it drops the price. Weineng, formed in 2020 by NEO specifically, and some partners like Cattle. This company was designed to purchase the batteries, to purchase lease batteries from NEO. The lawsuit alleges NEO recognized multi-year lease revenues up front instead of gradually over the 7-year subscription model, kind of to inflate their earnings and hide depreciation costs. NEO allegedly installed its own executives at this Weineng company as it used it as a conduit to remove battery assets from its balance sheet, so you wouldn't have that negative on the negative side. The claim was also echoed by a research short seller called Grizzly Research that accused NEO of pulling forward 7 years of revenue via that structure we just spoke about there. So, Joseph, as I mentioned, NEO is back to flat on the day. It is literally 0.0% right now, trading at 682.
Yeah, straight to accounts receivable, Sharif, at the end of the day. So, I mean, here it is, guys, straight right away. But in all reality, you guys are starting to see a little bit of in the morning, you see that full recovery, as Sharif just mentioned. But I'm surprised. I thought you'd get a continuation, considering there's a lawsuit here in the state, obviously in North America. Not too good of a look. I think it's an opposing thing. That's why we're trying to rationalize the market. Never really works, because you would think this would go to the downside, not completely recover on today's session.
It's insane.
In my opinion. In my opinion.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I agree with you.
It doesn't make too much sense. But, I mean, we talk about the car space being tough. We zoom out on NEO. We go all the way up here. I don't know if there's any reverse splits in this. I pray that there isn't, or there is. I don't know which one's good for it. But, I mean, trading as high as $67 to where we're currently trading at. No, there's nothing. There's nothing.
No,
so
there was never a reverse split.
There's nothing. There's nothing. So there you go,
That's
down
real,
90%. That's as real as it gets.
Joey.
It's looking like a marijuana stock right now, down 90% off of that previous high. That's going to be that COVID run there, guys, on the weekly, 67.13 to a low of around $6 to $7 where we're currently.
I have a
trading.
video on my phone back from 2020 when the Katina man was trading this thing at like $30. You know what I mean? And he was spinning the money. That's why I have the video on my phone.
Yeah. And I don't think you ever recover from that, to be honest. I don't know.
You better start selling them damn cars. They better be flying to Mars.
You better really, and not be lying on your balance sheet saying that you're going to be receiving more multiple years worth of contracts in the exact same year.
Yeah,
so
it's not a good look. I don't like it.
It's not good accounting practices.
All right, Adara, what do you make of this whole debacle?
It's kind of shady, especially the lack of disclosure. And I think this is another situation here. Obviously, this is a much more prolonged timeline because we get the short seller report in 2022. But if you guys remember with SMCI and even more recently AAPL, we'd get these short selling reports saying, hey, something's maybe going on. And then you get either an investigation in the case of AAPL and SMCI, or in this case, a lawsuit being like, hey, something happened. We don't like it. So it's interesting, as much as we make fun of short sellers, there is now, I think, a little bit of evidence to show sometimes they have their eye on something that could be a legitimate headwind for the company going forward. Another example, too, Roblox, we had those concerns being flagged, and then also we've recently had some lawmakers putting up those issues as well. So, I mean, that's more kind of, I think, of an example of how to view these types of stories going forward. But with regards to NEO here and now, I mean, it's not a good look for the company, and it sounds like there might be enough evidence to maybe make this case. Let's see how far it goes, because we know these cases are usually pretty drawn out, and it might be a while till we hear any more details. I want to let you guys know, too, speaking of details, about 5-6 minutes ago, Donald Trump posted on Truth Social that he finished his call with Vladimir Putin. He said that it was a productive call, and as I mentioned earlier in passing, there will be apparently a meeting of high-level advisors next week, led by Secretary of State Marco Rubio, at a location yet to be determined.
Also, look at the technicals on Baba there, eh? When Joey was pulling that up, because I heard you in the morning say you were interested. Guys, IVF is absolutely rocketing up here. This is a new small cap gapper. Here we go. It's clearing 150. It's up 93%, and it's insane. So trade it carefully. Many wicks here. Right down, like this moves 30, 40 pennies at a time. So it's already a little bit too rich for my blood, but we'll continue to watch it in case it settles down and gives us good technical levels. IVF, midday mover over here separately. This trade that we're continuing to hold, Assassino, we got this at 59. We just went the beak at 74. I'm talking about quadruple C, high day 79, showing 77s. I'm waiting at 82s. Let's see what we get on quadruple C. Slow mover, but steady state, higher highs, higher lows. Let's go on to the next story, though. Snowflake and Palantir, they're teaming up on AI data integration. Let's talk, pardon me, a little bit about it. I'm going to read this out, but I'm going to understand very little of what I'm reading, Joey, just like I said on the morning show. So Snow and Palantir have announced what they're calling a strategic partnership to integrate their AI data cloud and their Foundry AIP platform systems together. The collaboration's aim is to help enterprise build AI applications, that's straightforward enough, as well as accelerate data analytics and establish what they're calling trusted interoperable data pipelines. Sounds great, don't know what it means, but it sounds very important. Snowflake, for their part, they're going to embed their AI data cloud directly with Palantir's AIP platform, which is going to connect the enterprise data as well as the operational workflows into AI-driven systems, I'm assuming, for optimization purposes, so they can analyze and see what needs to be changed in order to get better productivity. Customers can use Palantir's Foundry with Snowflake's Iceberg tables, enabling what they're calling, Joey, a bi-directional zero-copy data exchange. The move is expected to reduce friction in deploying intelligent apps and shorten time to value for enterprise AI projects. It really does feel like a lot of back-end sort of B2B stuff that we probably never see in real life.
If you have no idea what is going on, I have absolutely no idea either. But no, in all seriousness, Snowflake, Sharif, cloud provider, we like that one, considering that obviously with CapEx, and then also with Palantir as well too. Palantir, guys, I'm waiting for this earnings report. We know that they're getting government contracts, but one thing is where. And for me, that is going to be its international business. How much is that going to grow? We've seen on their previous report, it was roughly around 3%. But coming with this projected report, we have, I believe it's a Germany deal and a Japan deal as well, too. So I'm curious to see what we get on Palantir. This thing was the hottest stock for an extended period of time. Things don't stay hot forever, but I would not be surprised if Palantir started to pick up its momentum once again.
All right, good tie-up, Adara, or what's your take on this?
I mean, AI, right? AI good, I guess, is the takeaway. I don't understand all of the, the intricacies of the science behind this, but here's the thing. I'm not even fully convinced the market does either. The market hears AI, and the market gets excited, and so I think with that in mind, here's PLTR, which got a really nice move off the open, maybe connected to this. Like, Palantir's a company that's kind of known for announcing deals. Snowflake, as of late, all these tech companies announcing AI and specifically cloud deals. So it seems like, part of the trend, as Jay-Z might say, on to the next one. And I guess the next one today is SNOW, but SNOW couldn't even hold that strength. They did sell off pretty much right at the open. So yeah, I mean, I think right now, much like we're seeing with Oracle, but I'm thinking more specifically today of Salesforce, the market gets really excited about an AI-related catalyst or guidance, they gap up, and then people are like, what are we doing? It comes back down. I think wait to kind of feel it out, wait to see how longer term players are positioning before you get too hyped about it.
Hey, we're talking about Joey cutting his hair.
I was literally this close to just shaving it all off.
What? I told him not to, Ram.
Why?
Don't do it.
What if I grow the beard? Grow the beard, and I was literally this. I don't think this. I was literally standing in front of the mirror with the thing going. And
should we put a poll up?
Yeah, put the poll up.
Should we pull up? Assassino, we're doing it live. Joey cuts his hair. Yes or no? Shaves his head. Sorry. Shaves his head.
It's not a haircut.
It's not a haircut. He gets haircuts all the time. I don't think you should, but what do I know?
Everybody's saying get some DHT blockers and all this stuff.
I know you want to do that for charity. We're still going to definitely do that. This guy has got no problem over here.
You see, the thing is, though, the chat would just want me to shave it so they can be like, laugh at me. Well, don't do that. Don't do it. Anyways, but just they want that just so they can laugh and be like, Joe shaved his head. They don't really care about my well-being and everything.
We'll see. Don't jump to conclusions, Clay.
Yeah.
What did you want to say? I love it. Shout out to Chilean Nightmare, man. Yeah. Killing it. All right, let's talk about CoreWeave, Joey, right? So they're boosting GPU data performance. They're launching something called AI object storage, and it is exactly for what I just said, to boost GPU, data performance. There it is. I'm clicking no.
I'm going yes.
I'm going
50,
no.
50. Like, these individuals are malicious.
No, guys.
They're malicious. There's
That's
no
crazy.
good
Just let it happen.
whatsoever.
Let it happen. Nobody said it was binding upon you, right?
Yeah.
You didn't make that obligation. Let's go on with this, Joey. So the product launch here, what are we talking about? CoreWeave, they unveiled something they're calling AI object storage, which is what they're describing to be a fully managed object storage platform, which is purpose-built for AI and high-performance workloads. Great. It's going to enable instant global access to data without egress charges or request fees. I guess there were egress charges and request fees. That I didn't know about. Unlike, of course, traditional cloud storage, which ties data to a single infrastructure, this system allows multi-cloud and hybrid accessibility, which gives developers global reach with zero friction. Let's talk about the cost efficiency and the pricing model for this new product. They introduced 3 automatic usage-based pricing tiers, claiming to offer about 75% lower storage costs versus traditional models. That should get some people interested. We'll see. This allows customers, Joey, to scale their AI training as well as inference workloads while maintaining that predictable cost structure and full transparency. Let's cut the crap.
Yeah.
That's really important because AI inference and AI training costs up a storm. You got to rent the CPUs, the data, and you probably got to pay for the energy depending upon the deal that you're striking. So anything that drops the price makes you more profitable because your margins increase.
Exactly, and that's exactly what I was going to get at. The increase in margins, I think it's going to be a good thing for CoreWeave. That's what you want to see, considering it's extremely CapEx heavy, the cost of energy and everything along those lines within CoreWeave. But this name was an absolute super fire IPO, and even after that, trading from a low of around $30 to all the way up to $190, just a little bit lower than that. And it's recovered substantially stronger than some of the other names. I mean, we're going to compare apples to oranges here, but Webull, it's done nothing essentially. What has Circle been up to? CRCL. I like the data storage personally, considering that I wouldn't be surprised coming the earnings report that you're going to see an increase in CapEx, more AI spend, more data center spend, and everything along those lines. There it is. Oh, man, Ramin. Was that Ramin?
Always trips me out because you look like a different person.
I
would not have.
I was like a teenager at that time.
Do you think he looks the same, like in those pictures? I wouldn't have guessed that. Personally, no.
I mean, that's stash? That's peach fuzz, man.
Yeah, it's like he's still growing in. Me?
I didn't even know that difference.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean,
yeah, man.
No, but you look like a different.
I was in Dominican right here. Yeah, we were in Dominican.
I like the dress,
over there.
bro.
Yeah. I like this. I think that's my favorite picture right there.
Yeah,
over
that's
there.
the best one. Out of the 3.
You guys can't see. Yeah, out of the 3, yeah, for sure. I was partying up a storm there, and I was probably 16 years old. 16 years old in Dominican Republic. The guy had our passports, and he asked us. He's like, "How old are you?" My friend and I were like, "We're 18. We're 18." We're like, "No, we were clearly 16 because it said on our passports." But he just gave
care?
No, he just gave us the ban. Yeah, he just gave us the ban anyways.
You can see over the bar, you can drink.
Yeah, exactly.
Simple as that.
That's Dan Gale. You know exactly that's the case. Still am, but obviously. But no, in all seriousness, guys, some of these IPOs still hot. I think CoreWeave's going to be in vogue for the foreseeable future. Even though they got this rotation going on with NVDA, that might cause a little bit of trouble, but in the long term, you got to store it somewhere, and I think CoreWeave is going to be one of the prime places.
All right, just before we go to Adair, guys, I'm done my trade on quadruple C. We take it out at 82s. It's continuing to run. It's up about 27%. Let's see what this one does. Does it get to 3? We'll have to wait and see, but good day today for quadruple C. All right, Adara, what do you make of this CoreWeave launching this AI object storage?
I mean, yeah, another day, another deal for CoreWeave, I guess. I think it's a good look for CRWV, and I think maybe the reason this IPO has withstood the test of time is, A, I think the sector is in a very hot space, especially with constant AI and data center stories, and B, with CoreWeave, it's also, I guess, the way they're able to constantly put their name in the news. I think the company has done a really good job of social media or not social media, but just keeping themselves and their name in the conversation. The CEO was talking to Jim Cramer last week, so they're doing the interviews. They're doing what's necessary to keep you on their mind. I think it's paying off. Now, the reason CoreWeave had this most recent pop, in case you guys are like, what happened here? I did mention this earlier. I'll mention it again because I want to remind you guys what's happening with this one in ORCL. An executive from Oracle said that AI infrastructure has grown 117% year over year so far in Q1 fiscal 26.
We're going
to wait and see what happened. Q1 fiscal 26, I believe, is also the one they already reported. But either way, nice infrastructure growth for that sector, and they're talking about that, and CoreWeave is pushing higher. So yeah, like, long story short, regardless of the catalyst, I think as long as it sounds positive, CoreWeave will react positively.
Thank you for that. All right, let's go. I like the comment. All right, we got to address this super chat right there. Are we able to pull that up, guys? Because I don't have the tool there, Assassino.
Pull up the old by Lisberto.
But shout out to Lisberto Calvo. There it is. Joe, just get a sick, low-drop skin fade. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, I think I had
those all the time.
Yeah, I get them all the time. I just haven't gone to the barbershop in a while because I told you I was taking that hair growth stuff, but it's up here, man, and I ain't going out like that. I swear I've seen a couple. So I'm like standing on my balcony and I see it's like it's the cul-de-sac, and then you got the big spot in the middle, and I'm telling you, I ain't going out like that, man. I'm
like how you say that. I ain't going out like that.
There's no way.
Joker,
there's
bro.
no way.
Me, bro.
Listen, I know. I'm sorry. Listen, I'm just being honest. There's no way.
Hey, man, I just talked you off camera.
I know.
Get in, Neil. Get in. Neil's coming in.
I am going out like that. I don't give a damn. So what? It's all good, and I'm proud of it too. Battle scarred, baby, got the gray.
There you go.
But I do say this: I did the shave of the head bald in COVID. It's great. So I'm gonna slowly work my way into that. I figure like once a summer.
But your daughter doesn't like it, right? Like we talked about this before.
This is the thing. My daughter doesn't love it, so I'm gonna do it like I'll do it once a year and kind of wean back. And as she gets older, she's not gonna give a damn.
Exactly.
But she's like, Daddy, I don't like it. I like it when I can rub your head and there's something there.
Love it.
It is what it is. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how you like it. If your little girl doesn't like that crap, you ain't gonna do it. Let's be real about that. But she'll get old enough, she doesn't give a damn. But I think you should do it, Joe. Go for it. And maybe I'll join you. If you do it, I'll do it. How about that?
What is so funny
What
about that?
the hell? You'll bring that in. That's a sick picture.
It's not even bad.
You think you're making fun of him, Ram?
Yeah, I know. That's literally.
It looks fantastic.
Yeah.
You'll bring that in, my boy.
Bang.
Look at this guy,
I can
bro.
come dressed exactly
You'll maximize that.
I can come dressed exactly like.
John Juan's comment.
What did John Juan say?
He said, shave your head, shave your face, 3 piece.
Bang! It's John Von Swords. That's my guy right there. Bang.
I love it.
Like, I can literally come like this tomorrow if I wanted to.
Joey CEO.
Yeah,
that's what that is there.
CEO,
Joey Management.
Welcome to CW Capital right
Joey
there.
Joey C-Suite.
Yeah, it's Joey C-Suite. CW Capital right there, Katina, man.
My man's looking all dapper. Looking crazy.
Dapper Dan.
All right, let's get to the next one over here. Apple eyes expansion into sports broadcasting. So their services chief, known as Eddie Q, of course, said the company is actually interested in acquiring more sports broadcasting rights, but, big but, only if it can deliver something unique and special. What does that mean? We'll find out in a second. He emphasized, Q that is, that Apple doesn't want to replicate traditional sports coverage. Instead, it aims to reinvent the viewing experience with innovation-driven broadcasts. As we know, Apple TV currently streams Friday Night Baseball as well as has exclusive rights to MLS, Major League Soccer, through the MLS Season Pass. But we know that they just dropped that F1 movie. And they were asked about whether or not they wanted to get the rights for F1. He didn't answer. He declined to confirm whether Apple has brought or is interested in getting broadcast rights for that F1 series. We'll have to see. Q criticized existing broadcast issues like regional blackouts, multiple service subscriptions, travel-based restrictions. I see those all the time. If anybody has DAZN or DAZN, however you say it, or Fubo, and you go to another country where the rights for the sport that you're watching is with a different carrier, it'll tell you you can't watch it. Doesn't matter if you paid that $20. That $20 is only good in the jurisdiction where they have the rights. So I completely see where Apple's going with that. Because, what am I supposed to do? I'm not going to go get another subscription for the country that I'm in for the few days just to watch sports. And they also want to produce what they're calling feature-rich broadcasts. They want to pioneer it. And they're talking about multi-screen picture-in-picture experiences across all streaming partners. We'll have to wait and see. I was telling Brendo this morning, they have an iPhone on the foul pole for their Friday night games for baseball, Friday Night Baseball.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, if that's as clever as they're going to get, just pack up and go home now. I need to see something a lot better than that.
A lot better than that.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What do you think about this whole thing in general, though?
I don't know. I never watched the movie F1. Personally, I'm not the biggest fan of the car movies, but aside from that, it could be interesting. I think it's a tough space. Obviously, it's very, very competitive with the likes of, obviously, Amazon Prime. You got Netflix and all these names. And Sharif, I found what I'm reading here is very interesting. They're not just going for those single games. They're looking to acquire the whole season, essentially, is what I'm getting from this. So, there's not much I can really say. Friday Night Baseball, Major League Soccer. Again, sports broadcasting on the more platforms. These sports deals have been absolutely phenomenal. Apple getting involved, I'm not surprised. But it's actually surprising that they're looking to spend a little money because they don't do that too often.
Yeah, you're right. Absolutely. But like, I don't mind this where they can integrate it in their services revenue, which we know, is a high margin product. 82, 85% gross margins. It changes from
when
quarter to
Google's
quarter.
paying you $20 billion, then...
Well, yeah, exactly. I don't want to rely much on that anymore, Joey, because, that may be coming to an end with the end of search being like the main way that people get information.
Yeah.
And unless they're going to somehow get...
Well, I mean, you got to think about all the LLM. Like, you got the apps.
That's what I mean.
on the...
If they can get a substitute, so instead of search, you're the default LLM, give me 20 billy. I don't know.
Well, I think that's going to be along the lines of Perplexity and ChatGPT. I think they're going to have it at some of the primaries there.
All right, Adara, what do you make of this Apple pushing in a sports headline?
I mean, I don't know. They talk a lot about doing a lot with sports. I don't see a lot of action with sports. I think, to me, this is kind of a nothing burger until we get actual traction. There is no traction right now, right? It's just Eddie Q, cueing us to maybe consider the possibility of Apple sports broadcasting once again. Because even as you mentioned there, Sharif, in the headline, we talked about this pretty recently with regards to F1. So again, this is not new. I suspect this will be a continuing conversation, and I feel like I have very little to offer to it unless we get actual news. But with regards to their streaming bundles, I think this is a real possibility. Earlier today, they announced that they're teaming up with Peacock of NBC to offer a new streaming bundle. And truthfully, if they have that streaming bundle in Canada, I would be interested because we know what show is on NBC, but it's Law and Order. But either way, that's going to be $15 a month. It'll combine Apple TV and Peacock. So the point is, Apple clearly already has some kind of framework for these streaming deals. I want to see if these streaming deals can continue in sports. But yeah, I mean, right now, I think it's not too much to say.
Thank you for that. All right, what do you got, Joey?
Yeah, we got something up here.
All right, man.
New traders, listen up. First month free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform. It's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts. Predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trade now. Ready to elevate your trading.
Yes.
Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. Regional.
All right. Go on.
Yeah, absolutely. So MLS partnership. So I'm just curious. I'm just reading a little bit more on this.
Sure.
So what are they going to do? Are they going to be looking to pay the league additionally
like
to get
what Amazon does. You saw what they paid for NBA, and it keeps getting more and more every year.
So there you go. You're getting another big name looking to pay for the rights.
And
to
that's
some
what
of the
we've
games.
talked about in the past, like these linear TV networks, like the CBSs, the NBCs, the ABCs, they have to team up with bigger companies like ABC.
They can't afford to
exactly
do it.
because you got the Mag 7 competing with you, who have a ton of cash,
unlimited.
What are you going to do?
Yeah, exactly.
Right, and that was the.
I mean, we heard about the Paramount Plus as well too. That's increasing. They're striking new deals. They got the UFC deal, putting other sports, NBA on there as well too. So yeah, a lot going on in this.
Good one, man. I want to punch in a PSKY.
Yeah.
I actually want to punch. Let's take a look. PSKY, especially with that buyout. Yeah, it's breaking trend, Joey. I mean, I could pick it up at 15 and a half, somewhere in that area.
Oh, did you see TKO got an upgrade today?
No, it didn't, did it? Let's have a look. But it's not the actual brand that I wanted to get in with the broadcaster because I have no exposure to these broadcasters or anything like streaming related. I don't have any flakes. I have nothing. Not bad. Yeah, this is a good look, man, for TKO. God dang, bro. The 200 is money.
Man,
money
cash,
on TKO.
Look at TKO.
Lucky I muted that.
So
no, but that's money, dude.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to digress for a second. Shout out to Day Trader. Day Trader LA, BTQ. Yeah, man, we were involved in this one a bunch of times today. Let's load up BTQ before we talk about United Airlines. Here it is. We were involved in this one at about 12.60. We wet the beak all the way up to 13 1/3. It's just coming in now to my exit area into 13 1/3. High of the day, breaches 80 momentarily into 85. So let's look at this a little bit on the black charts over here. BTQ, and oops, that's BTW, my bad. BTQ. Let's pull up the 5. That's a great looking daily on BTQ. Jeez Louise. That's not a bad look at all. $10 hold there is absolute money. Let's go to the 5 on that, though. Yeah, look, you're certainly breaking the downtrend. I drew this trend line earlier. Let me throw in the ticker. Sorry, guys, so you guys can follow along. Yeah, you definitely broke trend there. What I'd be looking for is continuation in the high of the day, which I mentioned is 1385. I'd be looking for resistance at 1385, but you clear that. Let's go to 30, see what other area highs we have. So if you break that 1385.14, you're looking certainly at 15 and a half. The next area of resistance, look at that. If you clear 14, which was a base from October 8th, look what the top end of that range is, 15 to 15 and a half. So that gives you about $1 to $1.50 worth of upside. Now, whether you get that all in one day or it ends up being a multi-day runner, we'll wait and see. But as I showed you, the daily chart on this is quite respectable, man. I mean, yeah, you were definitely hanging out here in penny stock territory at 25 pennies, but look what happened in, I want to say mid-December. Since the mid-December low, so the local area highs that we put in a few days ago, you're up 2,700%. So that's definitely a good-looking daily chart there, no doubt about it. Shout out to Broke Hiker, $10 super chat. Thank you. First of all, thanks to the entire team, especially Miss Adara. But I held on my BBAI from $4, sold everything except 30 shares at $9.15. Should I buy more under 8 and divorce my $4? Adara rocking the LSU colors. You're getting love in the chat there, Adara. Do you want to look at the technicals for him?
Yeah, absolutely. BBAI. Should you buy a little bit more?
You're good.
All right, you hopping in? All right. I know you're going out like that, though, Neil. So I was just curious if you're going to hop in there.
Don't make me laugh, bro, please.
Yeah, no, in all seriousness there, Broke Hiker. I think you can be patient, right, considering the market sell-off. You can always just buy back in. If you do sit on top of this range and the momentum and just the sentiment in the overall market shifts, I think you can get some in. You could buy a little bit more. I have no issues with buying higher because if it's continuously climbing and you average up, you buy some more at the lows as well too. Just slowly allocate. I think BBAI in the long term will be pretty good. You can grab some down at $7. That's already significantly cheaper than what you sold it for. $7.93 is what we're currently trading at. So whatever you're looking to allocate, break that up into 20%, into fifths, 20% 20% there, 20% there, and then sure enough, you'll be on your merry way. And by that time, the market has turned around. It doesn't have to be day after day or week after week. It's over an extended period of time, but a little allocation when the market is continuously selling is pretty good. Katina Man bought some IBIT, selling aggressively, sold some Oracle into strength. I think that's actually fantastic to touch on. Buying when there's weakness, when everybody else is panicking, and selling when there's exuberance and everybody else is excited. I think that's absolutely fantastic. But we missed a couple super chats here, Sharif. I want to go over those. No, it's all right. Thomas Kondo said he called me ugly, but Joe, don't be dissing. All right, brother, no problem. What? Yeah, I don't know, man. It doesn't affect me. It's just funny. He said that in his chat. He's like, Joe, I know you. He's like, I know I called you ugly, but bro, don't miss my super chat. So anything for you, man. So anything for you. Yeah, I don't know, Thomas Kondo. Thoughts on NKLR? Is the market giving 2008 vibes? I wasn't in the market at that time, but we'll pull up that up for you there, Thomas Kondo. Hopefully it doesn't crash my system, which it seems to be currently doing. So we'll give it a couple more seconds.
You want me to look at mine?
Yeah, if you don't mind, if you
NKLR?
can. Mine just, yeah, NKLR, yeah.
Yeah, no worries. Of course, let's put that up, Joey. NKLR, what do we got over here? Oh, okay, so we've got a D-SPAC. So something that was a SPAC here, clearly, Joey. Yeah. Back in 2024, it looks like a D-SPAC maybe on the 3rd of October or the 6th of October. Hard to tell. The way you can tell it's a SPAC is because it hugs $10 for like an excessive period of time. So that's what I'm seeing there. Now, with respect to price action, do you want to give him your take?
Yeah, I'm
on the price action.
Yeah, I'm going to grab another chart here.
Yeah, no worries. So look, looks like a 2191 area high. It's a topping tail candle, followed by a subsequent red candle to make a new low. You're coming into important areas over here because this is all very, very early de-SPACing price action. So if you come back into that 1150, I want to say the first day you might have de-SPAC there if it was 6. It's 12.5, the closing print. So I don't know how you feel about this, but that's a quick move up and a pretty aggressive move low. Let's look at fibs. Let's see what we got in the fibs to see exactly what percentage retracement we're at. So we're just going to start from around 10. We'll take it to the area high. So we're losing 2/3 retracement right here, Joey, below that 38.2. Looks like we're on that way to 23.6, or that about 77% retracement level. That'll be around 13. That's pretty close to the 12.5 that I was telling you. 13, 12.5. Now, how do you feel about this?
Yeah, I tried it 3 times. I don't know why. I'm like, okay, let's pull it up on this chart. Hopefully it doesn't crash this one. But as from the daily Sharif, I agree with what you had to say there. You get that aggressive move higher and then equally to the downside. I don't have much more data other than what's being displayed. Obviously, you mentioned that's a SPAC, so $13 all the way up there. At this point, if you have that momentum, the downside, I think watch out for the crack of those key support levels, and you can head a little bit lower there.
All right, we'll go on to the last one here. United Airlines reporting and lifting their Q4 outlook after a mixed quarter. So let's talk about that mixed quarter. They reported Q3 EPS of about $2.78, beating the $2.62 expected by the street, but revenue did miss slightly, all very, very slightly here. $15.23 billion. The street wanted $15.33, so a bit of a miss. Net income as well continued to slip. They made money, but not as much as they did last year, dropping about 1.7% to about $949 million in profit on the quarter. Adjusted profit came in at 909, so I'm not sure what the one-line item there is. Q4 2025, they're guiding now $3 to $3.50 EPS. That's well above the consensus estimate of $2.86. So a good look there for EPS guidance. Revenue on the quarter did rise about 2.6% year over year, even though unit passenger revenue declined 3.3% domestically and 7.1% internationally. So how'd they make money? Probably shored up costs. Not sure exactly how they did it. Didn't get involved too deeply into the story. United expanded flight capacity about 7% year over year in Q3, maintaining that aggressive growth, while their competitors like Delta and American scale back to protect their yields. So they're taking a completely different approach or angle of attack to this whole thing. Let's talk about their premium travel and route expansion. So United, as most airlines are these days, are targeting affluent customers through upgrades to premium seating at international routes, with premium cabin revenues This never seems to surprise me. Up 6% year over year. I mean, the people who have money seem to have more money every year, and they continue to spend it. And you can see that certainly in the airline industry about how much premium cabins continue to grow as a revenue stream. Meanwhile, basic economy sales did grow 4%, suggesting United is balancing luxury as well as their budget segments effectively. I got to tell you, that's pretty much, you know, I don't want to call it a unicorn, but it's definitely not the industry standard to see premium cabin revenue increase as well as economy. Usually economy is dropping and premium is increasing.
Well, I mean, that's what Delta was saying the other day, Sharif, on their earnings report, is that the premium is going to outweigh and surpass what the economy is going to do from a revenue standpoint.
Right.
It's starting to blow it out of the water. There's consistent increases. We always talk about the higher end consumer tends to be just fine. It's the lower end where you see the heights of inflation cooling down in travel, et cetera. COVID absolutely blew this whole space out of the water and was non-existent to the point where it did recover. The government bailouts here north of the border, Air Canada getting a bailout here, got my refund on that one, so I'm happy there. So shout out to Air Canada there. But as for those April,
let me ask you something.
Yeah.
Do you think they make the comfort in economy worse and worse? Little by little, so that they force people to like upgrade to at least premium economy. Did you see? Not business or first.
Did you see some of the proposed airplane seats, like the standing section, like some of them
that
are
I've heard about.
But did
Ryanair wants to do that.
Did you see that they're trying to come with like a multi-layered economy? Did you see that?
Yes.
It's crazy, and it's not even like a seat. You're like on an angle. It's like half standing and half sitting.
I saw that.
So I mean, what are you gonna charge for that?
Bro.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is. No, but in all seriousness, off of those April lows, guys, we're up 85% in UAL, and usually, as Sharif mentioned, we don't see that type of growth on both ends of it, the premium and the economy sector. So, I mean, it's not too bad of a look. UAL, DAL, who else do we got? We got Love as well, too, Sharif. Southwest Airlines, relatively cool, so not doing too good there. As for DAL, it's subdued, but not too bad. And then Jets is the ETF. How's it been doing altogether? I mean, kind of moving in tandem with what UAL and DL are doing, so not too bad of a look there.
All right, just before we go to Dara, IVF is breaking out, guys. Shout out to Bovin in the chat pointing this one out to me. This one was bull flagging. Nice consolidation there on the 5. Generally a 150 or 145 area high. Looks like generally a 125 area low, basically after 120 onwards. And here we go. We're taking out the highs into 160. It's up about 100% give or take. Be on the lookout if you're interested in these small cappers. IVF going. All right, Adara, what do you make of this United Airlines report?
Yeah, I mean, I think with this one, the guidance, obviously, for those quarterly earnings was really good. I think if they can deliver on that, I think it's a great look. And then also, they talked here about how they have a plan with regards to their gross margin and getting that tighter over the next period of time. That's why the stock spiked randomly around 10:38, or I think closer to 10:45 a.m., in case you're wondering why. They had their conference call at 10:30, and they spoke positively about trying to get this margin tighter. Now, what I want to talk about is our friend Scott Kirby. He's the CEO of United Airlines. And you guys talking here about economy air reminded me of a really fun back and forth, and take the word fun how you will, between Scott Kirby and the CEO of Frontier Airlines, a man whose name is Barry Biffle. So basically here, in case you guys do not know, because I think it's a fun piece of lore, like literally less than a month ago, September 17th, Scott Kirby basically made some comments at an airline conference saying that he thinks discount airliners, including Spirit Airlines, are going to go out of business. And he said quite glibly, because he's good at math. That's why he thinks that. Then Barry Biffle fired back at him and said people still need economy airlines. So I think, interesting point either way. But the point I'm trying to make is this conversation we're having is being had by airline CEOs on a wider scale. So I think it's an interesting point to remember, guys. Keep an eye on economy airlines in their future, because there is some discussion even at the CEO level of these large companies about, do they have a future and where do they go from here? So Sharif's point about, catering to these more affluent customers, very much a reality.
All right, thank you very much for that. All right, that ends the news segment. We have about 8 minutes left on the show. So I'm going to take this opportunity to talk a little bit here, Joey. So you know what, we back in April, I took about 5 days off. During those 5 days, I built a home gym, right? To varying degrees of success. I needed a little bit of assistance from the old man. But I've had two independent towers as my squat rack.
Yeah.
So I use it for everything. I use it for benching, squatting, lunging, deadlifting, everything, right? But I've lacked one specific tool. I've got the adjustable both legs dumbbells.
Yeah.
I've got a bar. I've got plates. I've got a pull-up bar. I've got a dip bar. I've got a bunch of crap, right? A bench. But I don't have any cables.
Ooh.
Let's show them, Assassino.
Bang.
This is going to be the new one right here. Why do I like this? Let's show it, Joey. Because it takes like no space coming out of the wall. Look how close that is to the wall there. And it can be obviously many different things, as you're able to see over here, where this gentleman is using it as a bench press, a squat rack. She's doing front, good for her. She got excellent form too, racking it properly there. So I think I'm gonna get one of these. This obviously finishes the gym. The gym. So you got the cables.
Yeah,
what?
we're gonna have to see the finished product.
We're gonna have to see the finished product. But what reason I like this one, all the other ones, they take up way too much room. They come far too out of the wall. You know what I mean?
How many does it give you the dimensions?
It does. It does. It gives you everything there. So like I measured it, looking at the exact size. It would be perfect for the second bedroom. And then the other one though is a bit better. So this one's 3K. Yeah. The other one's 5K. The other one has a seated row right here, so it's got 3 different cables. This one's only got 2. Yeah. So you got these ones on the side, but then the other one has ones in the middle at the top and one's in the middle at the bottom.
Bar there is too.
So I'm thinking about weaseling this in. This is gonna take a lot of work because I have concrete walls.
Yeah, you're gonna have to concrete drill that.
Drilling concrete is bro.
We get that done.
I didn't expect that.
You gotta get the right power drill.
I know. It was a learning experience, Joey. I learned. And you got a bunch. Look at this. You can add bands onto that, and you can add plates. So if this stack of weights is not enough, you add the plates on the bottom there to add a little bit more weight.
You already know it's not enough. You're going to be adding those plates.
100%.
So you may as well just add those to the cart as well, too. Straight to jail. And just buy them right away.
Yeah, so this one is going to get definitely added into the home gym. Can't wait to do that. I need a vacation, obviously, though, to do that because it's going to take a lot of drilling. Sharif, I drill concrete for a living. Tell me, Maxi, brother. I need
you need the hammer
tips.
drill, brother. Yeah.
Bro, I had to go get special drill bits. I had to get a special drill, the one that like pumps, not just spins. I didn't know all this stuff, man. I mean, it was a learning experience, definitely, but I always want to add a little bit more into the gym wear. That's a nice station setup, and you can work out your whole body functional movement. Absolutely, never, always, ever like your name,
You know where you
dude.
can go? I don't know where you got your last one, but just go to United Rentals.
I got everything off Marketplace, Joey.
Oh, you bought it?
Yeah,
okay, you just bought it. All right, you could have.
I figured out the product that I wanted.
Yeah.
And then, as I always do, I stock that product on Marketplace, get the best deal, and then we move on. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm not paying $3,000 for that thing. That's crazy.
No, I'm saying go to United Rentals and rent it, and then you just
for the drill.
Yeah, for the drill. Yeah, for the drill. Yeah.
My bad. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. But it should be. Hey, you're taking off, brother? What's going on?
No, he's just getting here. He's just getting back.
Okay, he's pumped. I like it.
Yeah, hold on. Tina Man's coming.
I have everything. Just ask me if I'm feeling nice. Is that you, Fabian?
That was me, man.
That was you?
Yeah.
Okay. That was Ram. Of course, I figured that was you because of your hubby.
I thought you were talking about
He's
that.
got all the tools. I appreciate that, Ram. I'm
I
gonna
hate
definitely.
everything. Just ask me if I'm feeling nice.
I thought Joey is your buddy. Won't he help? Oh.
Yeah, I could set you up there, man. We get everything nice.
We could get BPI to come in too with all his tools, man. He's always talking about all his tools. Yeah, but I definitely want to get that. Here's the funny thing, though. About maybe 8 months ago, they sent an email that the condo gym was
done.
Yeah. So I totally forgot.
Yeah.
That was 8 months ago. You think maybe, Joey, they put the drywall up and they were able to kind of put the flooring? No.
You know what's coming?
No.
You know what's coming?
What?
Special assessment, baby.
Oh, special assessment. I'll fight. I'll fight.
That's $5,000.
No.
Right
we just
there.
changed 4 elevators. We didn't do a special assessment.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So you guys have good reserve then.
We have good reserve. Yeah, we have good management, but they're super tight about how they spend the money.
Well, that's good. You want that. You don't want
to
be like just free roaming like some of these other
I just feel like
condos.
sometimes they spend the money on the wrong things, like upgrade things, like the party room. It's hideous. It's just like a bunch of chairs. There's no TVs. There's no stereo systems.
Nothing.
There's nothing. It's just a bunch of chairs for people to throw parties at, but there's like no actual functional utilitarian things inside. So anyway, going to the gym. So I went downstairs to the condo gym. And he's gonna get in a session. fucking empty,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like there's nothing involved. Like what the
That's
hell is
funny,
this?
yeah,
I'm like, no, I'm not gonna rely
So
on
once
anybody
you get
anymore.
that done, all right, you're still going to Good Life, or
Of course.
it's done? All right,
Yeah.
all right,
The home
all right.
gym is for the morning sessions.
For morning sessions.
Morning
okay.
sessions are when I'm feeling a little bit lazy
right.
there, Joey.
All right.
So that's what I'm doing there. You saw him like Jerome Powell talking about your tools. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, what
Peter.
kind of tools, man?
I do. It's because
Sherry,
Powell's always like, we have tools in place for the economy. We have the right tools.
I see.
And it's actually, it's pretty funny.
Implement the tools that the Fed can use. Yeah.
Sharif, shout out to Mr. Thumbs Up. Use earplugs or the loud sound of drilling damages your ears. It was actually quite annoying. And because my building is mostly, well, all the walls are concrete, the ones that are weight bearing anyway, it resonates throughout the entire building. So if somebody like 3-4 condos down is drilling into the wall, I'll hear it on my side, which is really annoying. And I think that just speaks to the quality or lack thereof of the build there. And there was like multiple lawsuits against the builder who absconded the jurisdiction and is no longer around. We can't, he filed for bankruptcy, so.
See you later.
He's absconding, Katina, man. He ran off with doing all the right things to the condo. All right, Mikey, hold on, wait, Sharif is going to drill into his condo concrete walls. Is that allowed?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can look past
Yeah,
that.
hey,
Don't
listen,
need to mention
he
it.
can't follow all the rules, otherwise he won't be doing much around here.
Everybody drills into the concrete
exactly.
walls. That's what I just finished complaining about. Anybody drilling in that bad boy, it resonates all over the place. All right, let's do a quick market recap, Joseph,
Absolutely.
before we
Let's
hand it
rock
up
and
to the
roll.
big boys. We've got a couple of minutes left. It is a very, I don't want to say very, but it is a red day in the market. The NQ is down 1/4 point. Likewise with the ES down 1/2. The Dow is down 1/2 as well. But the Russ, which made new all-time highs yesterday, taking it on the chin and dropping below 25,000, down 1 2/3%. But you see gold there, Katina, man, above 4,300, up 2.5%. Silver having a fantastic day. As Neil mentioned earlier, silver up 3 3/4%. Oil continuing to getting shellacked below 60, dropping 1.5%. Over here, let's look at the Mag 7 as well as Netflix and Nvidia. Uber and Netflix. Uber down 3%. Netflix below 1,200 again, down 1 1/3. Softy, for the names that are down, Amazon and Softy only down 0.5%. Meta's down 1%. Apple down 1.1%, with Google and Nvidia, Joey, being the only two names in Mag 7 world that are green on the day. And look at that 180 hold on Nvidia. Shout out to the OG Gorev, who I think did take this trade. We were talking about this earlier. Look at that clean hold off 180, and you got about $2.50 off of that as it worked its way up into 182.5. So the Mag, for the exception of Google and Nvidia, negative on the day. In terms of microchips, it really is Micron with the best performing day, up 6%. And I was telling Katina, man, because he was involved in the trade earlier, yet another all-time high on Micron, as everybody and their mother's cousin is trying to get their hand on HBM before, obviously, they're going to increase prices as demand increases and supply decreases. 206.34, Joey, the high of the day, trading around 203 and a third right now. Great day for Micron. And we've been seeing, I would say, a couple of weeks for Micron.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been on an absolute monster run. Great recap there, Sharif. And here it is on the VIX. You're getting a spike off of those lows. So you consolidate for some time all the way to 16 bucks, and then you climb up to 24. So volatility is staying within the market. And you can see within a couple of days here, things cooled off, but not substantially. And sure enough, we just ramped things right back up to where we were before, and even north of that. So the fear index is starting to pick up.
No.
But you know it's not.
Hold on, Joey. One more.
Yep.
One more. IVF is breaking
Dang.
out. It's huge right now. Here comes $2. It's up 158%. Shout out to the OG Bovin, who called this one out to me. IVF, very strong, guys, going into the close. Send them off, Joey.
Good stuff. All right, man. You know where we're going. We're going to the desk next to us. It's the big boys. It's Neil. It's Sean. And it's also...
Start smashing glasses every time.
It's Austin 316,
So good.
baby. The rattlesnake. Let's rock and roll.
Right, I was wondering. I like Stone Cold. I love Stone Cold. I was like waiting for something to break or I also like the fact that we request a lot of things on this show and get nothing.
And get absolutely
We get absolutely nothing.
This man wants Stone Cold and gets it like that.
Whatsoever. How long? More or less than 3.5 years. A month. That sounds like great service to me. I mean, I've been, I want to get like a Let's Go on here.
Remember the whole. Remember that whole thing where you could put like a devil and an angel on the shoulder? We asked about that.
And then I'm like, we got this big like thing that's happening when we did the 4-box, and all it says was traders on there. I was like, Fabian, my guy. Fabian, man. This guy's staying over here like Ashton Genty before he gets the ball, but no one would understand what that is.
I understand what that means.
Other than me or you.
Sharif knows Ashton Genty.
Does he?
No, Ashton Genty, the.
No.
Okay, no, I think he knows football. It's like.
Anyways, he stands there like he's Michael from Halloween. Yeah. Like that, basically, with his arms.
Speaking of Halloween, that actually gives me an idea.
Yeah?
The Stone Cold thing. Because that's another thing we can do.
There's a lot we can do.
There's always a million things. It's a little bit late in the cycle.
Yeah.
But like at least 1 year. I'm not saying it has to be this year, but at least 1 year we're gonna each pick a character and hook that up. Because that's
yeah. Well, I came out as Hulk Hogan for my wedding, so that was a lot of fun.
I'm surprised we haven't done that already, to be honest.
We'll be able to do something like that for sure.
And I'm not gonna.
Shout out to Ashton Genty.
You just gotta roll as Norman Smiley.
Yeah, you do. You gotta do the big wiggle. That's what he does.
That guy is the best.
He does that wiggle.
I hope he's still alive.
Yeah, he's still alive. Actually, I don't know if he is actually.
No, because
actually, I think there's.
It's weird. Like you get to an age where like some of the people you grew up with, you just don't know. You got to look it up. I don't know. Norman Smiley was the best jobber in the history of wrestling, and it's like, because how many jobbers actually turned into a regular?
That's what I'm saying. I think he went higher than a job.
No, but he then did that without actually changing his name. He was still, there was no shtick. He was still just Norman Smiley. Like everyone else has their stupid shtick. What was weird about the middle of the day is that stupid market tank didn't wait till like 1 or 2 o'clock. I think we would have been ready for it if it was later in the afternoon. But there was some great long. I'm out of every long. Took IBIT long. Took ARM long. Took silver long again. Covered them all. And I'm starting to think we're going the other way again, unfortunately. Because, like, we had, unless you're, you know what, let's go right to brass tacks. Like, Apple's literally breaking the low of the day as we speak. The NASDAQ is rolling back over. Like, you saw, like, the crazy move, and then there was your bounce play. You had to pick and grip what you liked. The weirdest thing about it, the reason I was in ARM for the dip long was because we happened to be talking about some other stuff, and we were talking about stocks that we were recently selling. Yeah. And I'd recently sold ARM. So this is what, like, I had this up in the moment. And when we were tanking like that. So we were talking IBIT earlier, but the market's a little bit sick right now.
Yeah, I actually posted up here my own account here. So I did sell some Oracle on the long-term account there at 319 when it bumped higher. So we did get that fill. I did sell out of all of my SMR earlier this morning when I misspoke and said 58, but it was 57. And I can show you the chart there. So I'm out of all of SMR. And I actually asked, we sold it at 57 and now it's at 50. I have no idea what it's at right now. But I said to Neil, like, I could just make 15% back and buy it right there. But I don't know. If I think that there's a move actually coming to the downside, then I should wait for that to happen, I think. So we'll wait to see if that does come through right now. But yeah, so we're going to wait and try to be as patient as we can be here with the market. So we did do some of that selling there. And then we did buy some dips in AMD in our long-term account. And then we did buy some, in our account right here. I did sell some AMD today as well. I thought I posted that, but I guess I didn't. And then we did buy some Bitcoin today by using IBIT, and we sold some of that, and we got out of some IBIT. So back into some IBIT there at 108 on crypto. So not using 108,000 there. So what I did during lunchtime was sold Oracle a little bit in the long-term account, sold SMR earlier, sold some AMD up here as well, and then IBIT, we bought some. It might not even be good right here, right now. So we actually wind up buying at 108. So I don't know, I'm just appreciating this move down, and we talked about selling some highs there in some names, so we're doing that and just putting capital back to work. I don't want to be all doom and gloom. I don't necessarily think that this market is, completely crashing in or anything like that. I just wanted to get a little more liquid as I'm nervous. We're heading into earnings season again. The banks were fine. Well, they're not really reacting.
Use AMD as an example. Like AMD's like multiple relative to, I don't even know, I should double check.
Well, I sold out of AMD because I went into my account and I looked, and this is not, I was up 270 something % on AMD. It's a longer hold for a long time. But if you bought in April, you're up 300%.
But I haven't bought AMD since we were our campus office.
That's what I'm saying.
Like that's when I was investing in that
well, then
stock.
you're probably long AMD like at $4.
It's stupid, but I don't own enough of it to care. I shouldn't say that because like the reason I sold some ARM, let me just back that for a second. The reason I sold some ARM is because outside of NVIDIA, that was my largest chip-related name. So it's like, well, what am I going to? I'm going to trim something that I have a bigger position in.
Yeah,
so that's,
of course.
That's logic. But it was AMD in the market cap. That's not the market cap. What's the forward? The PE is 38. Sorry, the forward PE is 38. The PE is 142. That's what I was getting.
So what did you say was
so like
forward?
the forward PE is 38. That's the forward. I
don't actually mind.
Whereas NVIDIA,
forward is only 28.
Forward PE is 28. Like that's, and its PE is 51. So, there you go. So like it's just so much more.
But you said their current
right?
PE is 100 and something.
Like
AMD's.
142.
So it's a little more expensive here than NVIDIA, but. AMD. The thing about AMD is it has those rocket boosters on it, man. I mean,
it's more volatile.
This is like, again, my biggest trades today, and the reason why I'm green, is we got a huge move here that happened right about 10 o'clock when it just like we got long, and I couldn't even blink, and it was up in the money about $1. Like crazy fast right there. So that was a great one. And then right here during the midday show at 12:30. We came and we just bought this dip again off of these. We tried it first right here. We didn't sell it out because it was just a small piece. Came in, we wanted to watch 234 and then, $6 the other way. So yeah, good trading here so far on AMD today. It's my number one stock by far. We did retry some Micron right into here as well, right off VWAP. And again, like, my big trade, so we were down on Micron, and then we busted the VWAP break higher there from 198 up to 206, emptied the clip out right here. Like, that out right there, wow, what a save. And then we averaged back in here on VWAP and thought we were all Joe Cool-like. And then boom, that made a nice move upside again, and then we averaged back and then dropped it out. So right now, Micron's coming back into your volume-weighted average price again. So there'll be some trading talk here this afternoon. We're going to have a lot of fun with it.
Remember we were talking about sports betting?
Yeah.
This is completely random, but DraftKings just did a very, very large volume spike.
Yuck.
To the downside here. And Dara was just said in the chat, I asked Dara, did you see anything? Because I couldn't find any news for this move on DraftKings. I know the market's down and it's only down 1%, but that's a pretty significant volume event.
Someone just came in and
for DraftKings. And the good thing about DraftKings is it's made a pretty good bottom. Like the May low has held up as a higher low, that 33. So maybe this gets back in to retest. At some point in the afternoon, I'll get into what we were talking about with sports betting. But for now, Joe is ready to get the afternoon rundown started.
Joe?
At least that's what. Oh, my bad.
Sharif.
Sharif.
Wait a second. Is this your theme music now? I don't know what.
I made the mistake because I wanted to hear the music. That's why.
Okay, good. As long as I just want to know what, because I want to be able to hit it too when I'm trying to throw to Joe.
I want the Shaft theme music then.
Neil,
if we can get some theme music up in here,
no requests.
I want
for
Shaft.
new things.
Done.
All right, back over to the desk.
The afternoon rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys, they're locked, they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers right there is to get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. Make sure, though, to throw in that $ followed by the ticker. Let's look first at all major averages. And oh boy, that is an uninterrupted look here on the hourly chart for the ES, down 0.87%, really bleeding here. Looking at losing 66.50, guys. All four major averages, in fact, are red, with the NQ also down 0.71, below 24,750. The Dow taking it on the chin, going back and forth with the ES here for who is second worst on the day. The Dow below 46,200, looking at holding on to 46,100. And here, the last but not least, the Russell 2000 made new all-time highs yesterday. Today, taking on the chin, over 2%. In negative territory. Let's start, though, with the first ticker as decided by you, PRAX. What a move up here for PRAX, up 200%. We were trading this one earlier on the midday show. It is a groundbreaking phase 3 trial, guys, which sent this one up. It closed out yesterday at about $57, $58. Today as a high of 205%, and still holding, guys, 200% on the day.
200%, you say, huh?
200%.
Prax, yeah, big shout out to Sharif who nailed that one off the open. So that was a great.
At 9th,
or not off the open. I think it was 10 o'clock when we switched over with that. Was it 10 that started to bump?
Oh, you know what? I'm looking. The problem with these small caps is when you look at the chart, I'm so accustomed to when you're looking at the big volume spikes. Without looking at the time, I just assume that's the open. But if you look at the biggest volume, that's at 8 o'clock and all that stuff. So the opens here, it would have been around here, like the 187. Hey, that's interesting. Coincidence. 187 to 200, I think. But Luis was talking about this name. I think the important thing for some of these, and I know it's not a small capper because it's over 4 billion, but for these gappers and runners, is a lot of times the best trades, like getting it off of VWAP and getting it in the early volume, is going to require the pre-market. So it's a dish best served early for these stocks. I'll always believe in, but there was a little something here at the open. It's legit, and this is not some downward sloping, completely nonsense stock here. However, you're up 200%. This is in the let it simmer. Because look what happened if you look at a higher time frame, look at what is happening right now at 180. Like makes a top and then there's a brick wall at $180 that it can't seem to get through, and now starting to pull back off of it at 171. So this is give it a beat. I don't know if it's going to be able to hold this bid at 171, and the gap on a 15 minutes like 10% down from there, which is nothing for this stock. So I think you got to pass on it for now. It's the early trade that gets you. How many stocks will you see where all of the pre-market volume absolutely dwarfs what you were seeing in the open range? You're just not going to see that happen.
No, I don't see my guy Mike P. DeRider in here, but you could see right in the chat in my, you probably hear, so maybe if I zoom in, this is him saying, y'all see Prax move right at 7 a.m., so there you go. That's what I was thinking. Shout out to you, Mike, who's in here right now, messaging.
You messaged at 7?
No. This is 5 hours ago. I'm just saying, people are looking, and it's good. I'm glad because I know you've been mentioning that for a minute there. Oh, a message just popped in. I wonder if that was the Mr. DeRider right there. But no, I think that's very. I'm looking at Micron right here, trying to bounce off $200. By the way, right now. I think those early moves, man. I mean, stick with them. That's just another runner right there. PRAX. Great trade by Sharif early. We'll start talking about more of these names and put them in the chat. We'll reload that little board there for you, and we can start discussing some of these names as we go. But let's get through this rundown because there's like monster names on here right now, including what I thought was one of the strongest names besides Micron. We got AMD. We'll talk about that in a couple seconds with Sharif at the desk.
Yeah, what a rocket ship it was yesterday, Sean, as it ascended back right into those all-time highs at around 242, 243. It had a great day yesterday from the open to the close. We were up about 7.5%, giving back a little bit today, about 1.5%. No specific headline for AMD, but we did have Taiwan Semi raising revenue forecast on a bullish outlook for AI mega trend, they're calling it. So a bit of sympathy possibly there.
Come on, people.
Okay.
Okay.
This is a 25? Oh my.
Yeah, look, so AMD again, like I had it written down here as the #1 trade idea that we wanted to look at today. I mean, it was just a huge mover yesterday, right? So, I mean, in this crazy move there yesterday, we started with the NASDAQ up today. So to me, it was kind of one of those names where we didn't want to miss what we had seen in the past. And I just got to move that so I can see the timing right here. And then we just found 236, which looked to me like an area of possible support. The only problem was today when it came, look, AMD is my #1 stock. It's huge. Without AMD, I'd be red. So yeah, we like it. But first, early, take your shot, right? I took the shot that was at 236 when it came back in. We got this really early in the pre-market, and I was like, okay. If we lose 50 cents from that, we're going to get out, and that is what wound up happening. So we took an out there. We took a few ins. So that was, we were down, but a cup of coffee, let's just say. Then it came back, and this is where the fun really started. Because we had that bottom right there, I could give it. I always try to give a stock, and I heard Joe say this. So our merge, the merger and acquisition is getting closer, Joe, because I did like what you said right here between dip buying in and around, giving levels more space. So if we're expecting, and I'm not expecting anything, but I do know that AMD can move. So if we're looking at volatility here, this is a $5 move. that we had and we held, and we got a lot out for that. But we're going to try to always hold things about $1 against us, especially if we can find key levels. We know that there's a chance that it wicks those levels and breaks lower. You know, so if I put my stop right here, then I am out of this trade, right? But we give it a little bit more room to the downside and able to average in, and we wind up having a banger of a trade there. And the same thing kind of happens right here. This never goes against us, but right there, we take small piece, average it in down near this 234, giving it some room off of that low, and then boom. I mean, that's just whatever. I mean, this trade's pretty obvious. Huge move to the upside again, right? So get some out at the 21 period and then just explode to the northbound. Today's a real good day, man, and I'm trying to be as humble as possible, but those are just trades that they came in, they landed into our lap, we took it, we nailed it to the wall, and that was the end of that story. So right now we have a very, very small piece of AMD, $1.50 in the money. We have like 2% left. I'm waiting for that 234, and guess what? If 234 comes in again, and it loses it, I'm out. It's like, it's really that simple. It's all about risk to reward and making sure that you have the right, you know, angles there. And I think we do today with AMD. Neil, I hadn't even looked at NVIDIA. Like that's,
I looked, but you know what? Here's the thing. I happen to be an ARM, but there's another thing that silver's bouncing off VWAP, so I'm back into that thing. We'll get there in a second. But if you look at, how do we do this? Go to Sean's chart for 1 second first.
And you can switch it off.
All right, so see the bottom?
Where here? Or early?
No, second.
Okay, yeah, 12
see that
o'clock,
one?
yeah.
12, no, it's not 12.
It's 12:30.
12:35. Okay, so 12:35. Look at the VIX, or in this case, because our charts at real trading, we have UVXY, we don't have VIX. So I can show you guys what happened on UVXY. Look at this parabolic candle where you're cruising higher. So risk is going up, and then you have a parabolic candle into the top, and then that reverses at 33 and starts pulling back. So the big, you know what, it's an FU, you know what the term is, candle comes in here, and then volatility pulls back. That is kind of like, it's a topping tail signal for volatility, which is like a bottoming tail signal for like the market and risk and all that stuff. So whatever you happen to be looking at that moment was probably, if it's going to follow the market, showing a bit of a bottoming pattern. And so that's where I was. And like I said, I happened to be looking at ARM and Bitcoin at the time. It did this utter nonsense at the same time the VIX was making that top. It's like, well, if you wouldn't go long on that when the VIX made that pullback, then you wouldn't go long at all. And I think so AMD did it, the chips did it, Bitcoin did it. And right now it looks like we're losing contain, because we're pretty much like this. I don't even know if I like it. Like ARM went like $3 from here last time. I don't want it here. The market's too weak. This feels a little bit different. Like last time, didn't we bounce and hold a bounce? That's what we've been doing in this market. And today feels distinctly different because the NASDAQ looks like this. There's our bounce. All right, let's get to VWAP. We're not even getting to VWAP, and now we're breaking the low. So last-ditch effort here would be at the yesterday's bottom. Forget about the overnight lows were gone like hours ago. Yesterday's low is our last chance to bounce. I don't know if it's automatic. I'd rather buy something which is putting in higher lows as opposed to at the actual bottom. So it's just one thing to look at. I think the more volatile the market gets, yeah, I believe the wider stops, but those are the days that you do want to have the VIX up. Like literally, how often do we even look at the VIX? Every now and then, and these are the markets where it actually gives you some indication of what's going on. Let's talk about quantum, which probably didn't go that well for the long, I'm guessing.
It did not, Neil, at all. Over 14% is Rigetti in negative territory. So look, you know, the broader quantum space is about up 5,000% year to date, you know, due to positive developments, you know, U.S. Air Force contracts, partnerships with NVIDIA, et cetera. But this headline here, the CEO of Rigetti, Subhadar Kulkarni, he sold his entire 1 million share stake, which is raising investors' concerns about the conviction of management, guys. So ever since then, we've been putting in lower highs, lower lows, that $58 top from yesterday, and now we're knocking on the door of 47.
I think actually Luis was saying short this, believe it or not.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Market's coming in.
But he was like, but it was like a cautious short. Shorted, make sure it's on the back end after what happened yesterday because it double topped. I don't know if he shorted the stock. We don't even have free locates. Like the one we can short for free is QBTS. and which probably did exactly the same thing. But it does feel like we're on the back end for a bit here. Like there's your continuation. So it hasn't really done 2 red days in a row since like here, like September, and that wasn't even close to that bad of a move. So yeah, big time pullback. You always, to me, it's gonna guesswork where it's gonna bounce. Like I just kind of look at where's the most recent support here. So like 41.5. So I look at that and it's like, oh yeah, for a couple of days it held 41.5 before ramping. So until it gets to 41.5, you probably won't catch me thinking about longs and Rigetti. And we'll revisit it if it gets there, possibly soon. The way it's 13%. But this is exactly why you trim things.
Right. It's never a great thing when, like, the CEO of the company is talking like that. But at the end of the day, I mean, I think we can look at, names like QBTS, and it's part of why I sold out of SMR today. We talked about this last night. Even last night wasn't my recap show, but the night before that, when we had Brian Shannon on, and I was talking about some froth in some of the markets. And it's not that you don't have to believe in quantum. I do. I think that quantum will crack many codes out there, and it is something to a little bit be worried about, I think, but at the end of the day, I think we're many years from what I've heard. Again, I'm not in this space if there's any engineers out there that may know more about this, but I heard that before we actually get the right amount of qubits and all that to be able to crack anything specifically, we are years and years, maybe a decade away. I think even Jensen was talking about a timeline as well, which that was sort of back in here. I feel like we had one of the first rallies in quantum, I think was NVIDIA sort of spurred that on. But yeah, I just think it's been a huge move. So if you're looking at your account and you're like, wow, man, I just bought this name back in, September. Wow, it's only October? Okay, and now we're up 3 times. I think there's a little bit of profit taking there. And then, some of these owners or CEOs and big shareholders, investors, things like that, hedge funds, when they start seeing this kind of return, I think it's a no-brainer that they start to cash out a little bit. So for me, I wouldn't be worried about it if you're still in these names, but I do think, and that's why I tweeted out a couple things today, that there was some froth here, and I even got out of some Oracle. The one thing that I didn't tweet out, I got out of some Marvell. And I'll tell you, 88.50 I got out of some on my Marvell today. I don't even know what it's at right now, 87.50. I did get out some at 88.50. I should probably tweet that out as well. It was just during the midday. Everything I was doing today was during the midday, so it was rated probably in and about here. So we didn't get the greatest price, but we did get 88.50 today. So did sell out of some of that. And again, I'm trying to practice as I preach, basically. And it's just, there's been so many times, like I was saying, I'd even met with a wealth manager at the bank there because I didn't want to, looking at stocks all day and making decisions, sometimes I tend to make bad ones, but then I just sort of told myself, I manage my own money like I've been doing for a while. I just have to make sure that when I see something and I just trust in it and try to get out a little bit. So that's what I did with Marvell. And then also we did dip by in some Bitcoin. We'll talk about that once we get going. But
actually, to that point,
go.
I think it's a good point, the whole left brain, right brain thing. Before we did the show, I actually had a personal policy. I would, while looking at the markets every day, I would never engage in my long-term account. I wouldn't talk about it.
Smart.
I wouldn't think about it, and it served me well for a long time. And now we do the show. I'm more mature now, so I'm better with it. I have a feeling if I was younger, I probably wouldn't have been. You need to do that stuff when you're younger, because I would have made some more rash decisions as opposed to just sort of being methodical about it. Now I think it's okay, but the other thing to consider when you're in this environment too is if it doesn't feel right, and just something you don't. Oh, I look at this stock, I'm like, yeah, you know what? That move is too much for this company that I have, or the stock that I own. This is now too far stretched. If you get that feeling, and you're deep in the money in it, I understand FOMO, and if you sell some, maybe you don't get it back in. Maybe it doesn't dip, but you don't get it back in. But it's never the worst thing in the world to do, especially if everything is telling you it's just a little bit much, man. I looked up at Caterpillar and I was like, there's a lot of risk in this top in Caterpillar if there's a pullback in the economy. If China has some issues, there's a lot going on. So if it's sitting there at all-time highs and too much of your portfolio, what's the end of the world taking 10 or 20% off? Anyways, let's talk about Tesla, which I did not trim at the top.
It's down again, Neil, 2.5% on possibly this headline here. BNP Paribas is just initiating coverage on Tesla now. I don't know what's going on there, but yeah, the analyst there, James Picciarello, he initiated coverage on Tesla with an underperform rating and a $307 price target. He likes the two AI-led ventures, the Robotaxi, the Optimus, but he says they generate zero sales today, but inform about 75% of the firm's $1.02 trillion valuation. He notes that he takes a positive view on them, but he can't stomach the valuation. As a result, he's initiating an underperform rating, guys.
Oh, I just saw a good comment, and I'm on that thing. My only beef about this putting the chat up, and I'm just going to do it the old way, because I have to find the actual comments. I have to scroll to the comments, be able to flash it for you guys.
I'm telling Brendan.
What? What did I do?
You're putting the chat on the screen, my guy.
I know, but like I can't find.
We have direct orders.
I'm trying to find it in the thing so I can do the update, and I can't find it.
I'm trying to save people's jobs.
So I'm just gonna read it. Common sense says Neil is the Mr. Rogers of the stock market. If you think, trust me, I got a way better Mr. Rogers sweater than this one, and maybe I'll wear it tomorrow. I got a real Mr. Rogers sweater. By the way, that dude is an absolute legend.
Rogers, yeah, he passed away, I think. I forget his name, but he did pass away.
Yeah, there was, if you could ever find it, that he gave like a speech in front of like Congress or something.
Oh, did he? That guy's,
then
must be a legend.
And then there was another one where he was talking, like I don't know. Anyways, it's just, the guy is he's an absolute hero. Like, it's about somebody that just gives for the sake of it because he wants to see people do better. Like,
oh, like charitable and stuff?
No, just in terms of like
oh, just the way he speaks.
The way he speaks.
That's nice.
The reason he did the show, like he's that person in real life. Unfortunately, Tesla's an absolute dumpster fest today. And when I was saying I didn't trim any of this at Tesla, hindsight's always going to be 2020. And the thing about it, I'm usually like this, where like remember 220, 222 was like the number, and 220 was the support. I am typically that guy who will tell you if it's resisting at 440. When the bottom was 220, of course you trim there. That's exactly a double up. And it finds resistance exactly at that spot. So I'll probably be honest, it doesn't matter, 420 or 440. This might be one that I take a little bit out of. For this afternoon, it seems like gap filled down to 418. Like 418 is the bottom from today's Thursday, so that's Tuesday. 418 is the bottom from Tuesday. So maybe we can get down there, bounce off the old 420 area here on Tesla, because it's been sick at 440 every single time it gets there. And that's the important thing. Price action matters. Long term, we talked about this morning, like automated driving. You were mentioning how great the features are. I love Tesla. I believe in Tesla. But that doesn't mean it can't head a little bit lower from here. So, you know, I think that's all that's happening now.
Tesla's like the original cult stock. I mean, I'm sure there was some back in the day, but in the last 20 years, I mean, as the market goes, kind of so does Tesla. I mean, if there's going to be some weak feels about the market, Tesla's going to get crushed, right? I mean, there's obviously the controversy about the pay package. We'll see what goes on there. I mean, there shouldn't be anything. It's all tied to performance, so I don't understand what the problem is there. It's supposed to be a free market, but I worry about a 400 loss. Of that level, to be completely honest with you. We had a monster move up right there. We are a little nervous about that. The only thing they've come up with, instead of giving us that Model 2 and all that, they give us a cheaper version of the cars that already exist. I'm not in love with that, but I don't hate it either. I think it's going to help with their delivery numbers, which eventually helps out with full self-drive. Regardless of the car that you're in, if you can get an FSD in there, I think that's going to be a game changer. I know there's a lot of friends that I have specifically that always, now that they know that I have a Tesla, they're always asking me, do you have full self-drive and all? Like, everybody is so excited about that, and I don't have it. So I think it is the way of the future. I think it revolutionizes and changes the way taxi services are operated and everything like that. So I think Elon's obviously onto something here. And I always thought that the home, and I don't know if they do this anymore, but there used to be like a home powering. I forget what that is, that's called there for Tesla, but it's like a generator and things like that. I still thought there was opportunities in that business as well, but
it's still an energy.
Maybe they're not even in that business anymore. But yeah, I like Tesla for an energy company as well. I mean, this guy, I think he can think of everything. So I don't know. What's the next step? We wait for it. Be patient with Tesla if you're in it still. But look what's happening right now, right? The market's about to lose the bottom right here. And whoops-a-daisy, you know, Tesla's getting a lot more aggressive on no headlines from what I can see. So we'll figure this out. I mean, if they lose China, not the company, but if the United States and this sort of back and forth here with President Xi doesn't go the way that Donald Trump's thinking, I could see Tesla, Nvidia, some of these big boys, they're going to be the first ones to get the gun pointed at them. So I'm a little nervous for that.
I think the gun's pointed at them right now.
Yeah, well, yeah. Well, I mean, if China gets solved,
then it's it's moon.
Then you're fine. So
when moon.
When moon, yeah, exactly. When Warren moon, you know.
Maybe not for the. We were talking about Warren Moon earlier because
CFL.
Norman Smiley looks like Warren Moon, and once you see it, you can't unsee it.
And you look like Warren Moon then.
I don't think I look like Warren Moon.
No, you don't. You do look like Norman Smiley a little bit. I think. A lot of people don't know who Norman Smiley is.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. You have to be a really
He's
big
light-skinned,
You have to be a huge wrestling fan to know Norman Smiley. So it's going to go over your guys' heads. But
it's not in a minute because I'm going to show it.
No, you have a picture of.
I do right here. Look. I mean,
I don't have the mustache though. I have to do it
this could be.
It'll take a lot of.
This could be.
This is Norman
Smiley.
Smiley.
Shoot, it's on Instagram. This is Norman Smiley.
Norman Smiley. The greatest jobber in the history of wrestling. He was a legend.
It's called the Big Wiggle, man.
He was a legend.
I can show you his. Oh, here it is. Here. He's going to be wiggling right now. Oh, get this guy out of here.
Come on,
get quiet, dude.
Don't print this guy.
Okay, no, forget about this guy. I'll find the big wiggle coming up soon here. There he is.
Oh, he's doing it right here.
He's doing it right here. This does kind of look.
I'm not Jack. Like, come on. I'm not Sharif, bro.
There we go. See? The big wiggle.
That's the dude.
Right.
That was so hilarious.
That's what it is. Norman
He was so funny.
All right, back over to the desk and maybe we talk about something.
Before we get to, I know we're going to right to the desktop of LAC. IVF is halted way to the downside. Way down. $1.30 is just halted back down. This was obviously
by the way,
doing really well, but this is absolutely tanking.
While we were doing the big wiggle, we did the big profit. And there it is again. Boom, Norman Smiley. We smiling all the way right now, guys. There it is right there. Look at that play there on AMD. It just comes right back. This is what I'm talking about. Trading is definitely not easy. There is no doubt about that. But when it comes right back into your lap again, and we can do the big wiggle right there, we do that over and over again. My name is Sean Katina. That's Sharif. Back to the desk.
You guys are hilarious, man. You're making me laugh up a storm over here, which is causing me to cough. But yeah, LAC is getting shellacked, boys. Down 22.25%. So as we know, lithium-related stocks have been quite volatile lately after China. The Ministry of Commerce in China announced that foreign suppliers must obtain approval to export certain products that contain rare earth materials. China, for their part, they're kind of annoyed with how the U.S. is exaggerating the new limits on its rare earth exports. That's what China's claiming. They're claiming the U.S. is exaggerating all this, calling it an unnecessary panic. In any event, guys, MP Materials, USAR, the critical minerals players, they're all down. LAC down 22 1/3.
I'm gonna send that clip to my brother because he loves WCW and all these like AEW guys, and so when I tell him that I called you Norman Smiley and that we showed it on the show,
that's my dog.
He's going. No, I know he's gonna think it's hilarious. So I just sent that.
Who's Mike's favorite?
Oh no, he just likes all the independent.
He should go. He could dress as Halloween. Not Scott Hall. No, he'd be almost better.
He's my brother here. I don't think
he could do Scott Hall.
I don't think he necessarily looks like any. He looks like an evil Joker here or something like that. I don't know what this guy looks like. There he is. Man.
Evil Joker.
As you can see, he got the good looks, not me. But anyways, what's up, Mike?
LAC was okay if you were short. There was maybe 3 times that you could have gone long. I don't think it's a long here. I'm going to get that out of the way. It's at a new low. It did a bottoming. I talked about this one in the lesson of the day, the bottoming tail candle, because it was a pretty good one. But this is now in Nastyville. This broke trend on the daily. So as far as where the bottom might be on LAC, 650, 550, or the 50-period moving average at 450. But I'm not touching this with a 10-foot pole. Like, I tried it once and was able to get a little bit of a bottom play on it because it was technical and a lot of things were bouncing at that moment. But I think this one is done for a little bit here. It'll be SSR tomorrow at least, so maybe you get an SSR bounce and you can revisit it. But it's just too much downside currently. All right, so I talked about VWAP here on silver. It's bounced a couple of times off the volume-weighted average price. Good early, bad off VWAP during the tank, and now starting to ramp back up. And look, the market's also catching a bit of a bid. So I like things that are at VWAP and holding, which is good, because that means they're relatively strong for sure. But LAC is not one of them. I'm not trying to bottom pick that. Forget it.
I'm not really trying to do anything other than make a little bit of money. And right now, you can see that right here. We just put $2 in our pocket. Like, I don't even know what AMD's on right now, but what it is I'll take 5 of those because, like, this is just an absolute, like, boom. Like, we were big wiggling over there, and then all of a sudden this started to happen. So nice little play there for AMD back up there to the upside. Yeah, so thanks for joining us once again here, everybody, today as we continue to have some good fun. I am out now of 65% of this AMD trade, and I'm about to punch out a little bit more. There it is. Oh, okay, well, I don't know what we just got there. Let me tell you what price we got there. We got 42s, boo. So a little bit of an out there again on Advanced Micro Devices. Let's see if it can hold the day into said close. I like the stock.
Good India news just now.
India news?
U.S. and India have had productive discussions that have led India to already cut Russian oil imports by 50%, according to a White House official.
That's according to Rahim Alani as well. Rahim Alani is the Canadian ambassador.
Yes.
I don't know if it's an economic, I shouldn't quote it, but he's some sort of an ambassador there. Yeah. We can just message him right now and find out, but shout out to Rahim in India. He's been talking a long time about, obviously, the strength in that economy, and good to see that, President Trump, or that story that you just mentioned there, is coming through for India.
Well, technically it's not from the president. It says White House official. Usually they give you a name, but whatever. Productive talks are not bad.
Adara's over there when she hears something about it.
Yeah, like productive talks are not. You're not going to be able to spin.
Did
that
India just
into
buy like everything AMD or what? Like this is a big move up.
Someone just said oil may bottom
yeah,
soon.
we can have a look at oil.
Shoot, I don't have what's the
it's
current?
CLX. CL/X.
I was in my wrong quote board. I have multiple quote boards.
Right here.
Where is oil?
X. You probably don't have it. You probably haven't looked at it in a while.
I do have it on my quote.
Oh, you do? Okay, what's
there
X?
it is.
X is the symbol. But anyways, yeah, look, oil, huge move to the downside. I mean, if it's bottoming, I think you're about right. Technically speaking, right on that. Like, I don't, for me personally, I'm not sure where it's going to bottom or anything like
55
that.
55 looks good.
But it looks like, you might be onto something thinking that oil is getting close now. So 55 is the absolute bottom, Neil, but I think we could get into there again. So, yeah, watch out for oil making moves, of course. And, if we can ever solve Ukraine and Russia and all that, then maybe oil bounces back upside a little bit. I don't know. China being pretty safe right now. Let's see what FXI is doing.
I think the problem is that if there's issues with the Chinese economy, then that just continues to weigh on oil.
Oil is huge for production, right?
Yeah, you just need to get the all clear.
Put these back on.
I
got the bandage taken off yesterday. They said everything was all good with the eyes.
Key.
So
that's key.
You're going to have a couple more weeks of, it's PRK, so a couple more weeks of vision blurriness.
It's what, sir?
Over to Adara.
Something RK, was?
PRK it's called. I don't even know what it stands for.
Oh, okay.
That's a laser surgery that I
didn't know what it stands for either. So
I have no idea.
I have a habit of if I don't know something, I ask. That's
probably a really great habit to have, I would say.
Tell it to my wife.
Oh, you ask too many questions?
Oh, like she'll say something and it's like, oh, what do you mean by that? Or what is that? And then she's like, well, I don't know. I'm like, well, you said it.
I have the opposite problem.
I have
my
to
wife
think
is just way smarter than me, so
I'll look it up, and I'm kind of like that way. Anyways, let's go to Adair.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know here, with regards to the reasons for the market dropping, I've seen some people ask about a CNBC headline mentioning bad loans, so I do want to get into that. That is from earlier in the day. It's not new, and it's mostly seemed to be impacting regional banks, like, for example, Zions Bancorp and Western Alliance Bancorp. So not the overall market, but I will go over it just to mention this, because I think, again, people do seem to be a bit concerned here. What happened was there are some concerns here about bad loans lurking specifically in the private lending sector, just due to the bankruptcy of 2 auto industry related companies this year. Because of those bankruptcy, people are worried that the lending practices might be a bit too loose. And as I mentioned, especially people are concerned about that looseness in the private credit market because it is a bit opaque. So people are wondering if this is going to be another crisis like what we saw in 2007, 2008. But again, this seems to be more of a catalyst, at least directly, for these regional banks. I do want to address it, though, because CNBC had that headline floating around about half an hour ago, even though, again, we've had this catalyst all day. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Adair. Appreciate you for that. One thing we didn't do this morning that I'm going to restart it right now. I know we had great talk with we tried a new thing this morning, and we also did a lot of putting the questions on the board live for you, but we really ignored this. And so if you have any symbols you want us to look at, remember, type $ in the chat, $, then the symbol. So if it's like I don't know, it could be AMD, it could be Tesla, which we were just talking about. You got to go $ TSLA, but what I'm going to do first is restart it. So we get a fresh look. So $, I'm just going to throw Tesla in there because I said it, and it's the last thing I thought of. So Rigetti, it's SoFi, oh, forgot to look at SoFi today. Archer, Silver, Dust, IVF, that was just, actually that just reopened. So we should probably take a look at that. So we'll revisit that and see what it is that you guys are interested in. You're still forgetting the $. Some people. Remember, $. IVF bounced.
Yes.
Halted down, bounced off 130 to get to 150. So that is looking at least okay. And this gives us an idea, hey, what's moving? Like, have we looked at SoFi today? It's right now #1 on the list as I look up. Can it still stay there? And then it's real time. So I look up and I see it kind of going. SoFi, I love you, SoFi.
Yes,
but
SoFi's so good.
But that's another example of a stock where it quadrupled from the lows earlier this year. Like 4x. Who wouldn't take some profit in front of if it goes up 4x? I don't know.
I mean, but you got to have the bottom.
There's like plenty of people that would probably not. But even if you didn't have the bottom, you still could have, the other consolidation was still like 2.5 times. Like
I mean, yeah, I kind of went the other way on SoFi. I bought more at 25.50, so I averaged up into it. But I just think that this move down on SoFi, to Neil's point, you're already falling down. You're already 20% lower than the high, right? I mean, you're giving up I guess you're 15%. You're giving up, I mean, we're at least 30 as the high, not 30.50. So if you're 30 down to 26, that's $4 on 30. So you're giving up, that 12 to 15% there already. So it's kind of is in correction territory. If this fell back into $24, then you would officially be in bear territory to $24. That's it. So this could go bear territory tomorrow, SoFi, right? And so at some point, you got to think to yourself, like, what is the purpose of this exercise, right? And if it is to, get more shares of good companies when they dip down, then I think that kind of a pullback is worth it. But I mean, I don't know about everybody else right now, but like money. This is why I'm trading AMD. We said already that AMD was, for me, big time trade today. So we're going to put it back on. And we said that as soon as we came back on air. AMD was one of the top questions that we had a question, or one of the top stocks that we had a question about. And I was just like, if it comes back down into 234, I'm buying it. Like, that was stamped here live on the show. So I just want to say, like, I hope some of you have this trade right now. It's $3. We've taken like $12 or something net on AMD today. So if you extrapolate that out, it's a good day. Bottom of the day again, and tops of the day. So we have like top outs here, and then a bunch of bottom picks. So shout out to my good friend Obi, who talked about the sniper abilities. And I mean, I just think that if you're waiting around for prices, look, man, I'm no sniper. My kid is much better camper than I. But like, if you just sit around, believe in yourself and believe in the levels that you've done work on. And I'm not even believing in myself. I'm just believing in the market and in what this can do, right? I've sat around here for long enough to know that what risk management means. And if this goes against me, do you know where my stop was? I mean, I could ask Neil to tell you, but I'll just tell you myself. 233.89. So right here, this is let's say with slippage, a 25-cent worth of risk. Okay. We're now in the money 300 cents. So this is now 10 to 1, but we only have on board right now 25% left. So when it starts to go up into the money, 2 to 1, 3 to 1, 4 to 1, 5 to 1, 10 to 1, I mean, these are trades that you put on and you take them to the bank. So that's exactly what we did there with AMD. I'm going to take another piece out right here at 35. There it is. And now we'll wait to see where we go from here. But that, to me, is what I'm trying to trade, and this is the style that I'm doing. So let's go back over to Adara, and I'm going to put in my earpiece.
Yeah, I want to let you guys know, Donald Trump just posted on Truth Social, nothing market related, but it's always worth noting when he's being active on Truth, he is, I guess, encouraging people to vote against this global carbon tax in London tomorrow. So that's happening. Also, guys, he is scheduled to make an announcement at 3 p.m. today. Now, that announcement is speculated and actually reported by the New York Times to likely be about IVF. So keep an eye on these IVF stocks. Those tickers include PGNY and PGNY is one of them for sure. I also want to let you guys know I'm seeing reports that Apple is preparing its first touch MacBook Pros, which it would include a thinner frame and M6 chip. So keep an eye on AAPL, and as we await that 3 p.m. announcement from Trump, I'll keep you guys posted. Back to you.
Wait, was that Apple just now? Because that explains.
I mean, but a MacBook though is that doesn't make.
There was, I mean, yeah, I mean
the
the
touchscreen MacBook. Yeah, okay.
Okay, because there was a huge volume spike in Apple.
Does that do anything though? A touchscreen MacBook?
Does it? I don't
know. I think it's enough for people to switch, like upgrade cycle, but I don't know.
Well, you have
a MacBook.
Yeah, you always have to be refreshing. It's not bad. I don't think it's huge.
I think the problem with MacBooks is they're just so good that people don't refresh them.
No, it's
and
but I think you have the same issue with the iPads too, though.
And iPads, yeah.
Yeah, that's why. That's why I don't think either of those products drives much for Apple. It's about the phone and it's about services, right? Let's just sort of keep it real. But yeah, Apple not good. This is healthy for Apple. It's not good today. It's among the weaker stocks because it's a pretty good bounce. Someone said, "Why is the market bouncy?" It's yesterday's lows we seem to be bouncing off of. So in the Nasdaq, that'd be 24/7. Hey, that actually, there you go. 24/7 on the ES, whatever that works out to. But really, Apple comes off of Tuesday's lows and bouncing off 245 here. I think you could say it's technical and then just gets the benefit of that story. But I don't think it necessarily moves the needle. And I would almost argue that Apple maybe could pull back a little bit more, like 240, maybe a little bit lower than that before it becomes a dip buy again. It's not even that far from the highs, Apple. It's $12, $13 from the high. 5% off the highs, Apple is right now.
5% today?
No, 5% from the high.
Right.
Like that's not even, you're not even remotely panicking.
No, that's the one I'm not selling.
No, like it's not even, and it's not close to a dip buy zone either, I don't think. Juxtapose that with Amazon. Like if you pull up a chart of Amazon and you'll get the idea for sure. Be free, I really hope so. I'm supposed to use the thing, but I'm not going to, so I'm just going to read it here. SoFi under 200 by 2026.
Under 200?
I'm assuming you meant 20. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I think that's a reason why to trim. And we were talking about SoFi earlier. I'm just eyeballing silver because it seems to be very much rejecting 49 exactly. So it's like VWAP to 49 and lower highs. So the reason I'm eyeballing it is this. Like it's at a decision point. Like the buy spot has been VWAP, and now it's trying to break trend higher, which would allow me to go long at 49 instead of waiting for the volume weighted average price. So it's very close to breaking this top end trend line and maybe getting to the high of the day. I believe we're going back over to Idera. Oh, no,
we got this. Beta Pro by Global X right now. Make sure that you check this out. They are Canada's largest provider of levered, inverse, and inverse levered ETFs. They have just launched 6 new triple levered ETFs, including the 3x bull, similarly to the TQQs, and 3x bear exposure to the TSX 60 and the S&P 500 at semiconductors and U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping those management fees to just 65 basis points until the end of the year. This U.S.-focused strategy uses currency hedging, offering a total potential of pure performance and exposure against that U.S. dollar. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, please check out our sponsor, betapro.ca/3x daily to learn more. The company is Global X. So we want to, again, always thank them for their continued sponsorship of the program. All right, so just breaking through 236, we now have under 10% left of, or trading through 237, we now have under 10% left of this trade. So we'll wait to see where it goes from here. But just trying to figure it out with AMD where we're going. So, maybe if we break through the 50-period moving average, because it's just so violent, we might as well get out again. We took about half of a unit. We didn't want to risk too much. We don't really put on too much risk here near the end of the day. But remember, I'm only speaking in units for myself. You guys, I do that so that when if I tell you I have 3 or 4 units on, it's a little different. For that, if you guys are following. So like one contract might be 1 unit. If you're trading options, maybe 100 shares is 1 unit. If you're trading stock or whatever, but that's the talk there. So this was like half of a unit, but still good enough. I'm getting ready to put my order out at a break of this 50-period moving average, 235.88. So we'll go 235.79. I always go a little bit under sort of, the levels that are piquing my interest. So the 50-period moving average is something that I like to look at. We were pretty saved earlier on was it? Yeah, it was Micron right here when we got out right there, breaking basically the 50 period at that time, or the 21 period it was. That was one mistake there, breaking the 21 period, but that one saved me as it came back in, and then we averaged back into Micron. Micron still looking at 2 bills. I still think that is a decent level.
It's still the big, it's
Tonight we have IBKR earnings, by the way.
Interactive Brokers is...
Yeah, so that could be something for SoFi and
business
Robinhood.
to be in.
So down I was just going to say like down 1.5% right now, and you know, so you've seen this. Whoa, that's right, they split. But seeing that move there, and then looking at a name like Robinhood, I feel like this is going to be not necessarily a bellwether for Robinhood, but we'll see what they're reporting as well. Both down 1.3% and both suffering from a little bit of a pullback off of their highs. And again, here's Robinhood stock. This didn't split, but you see what I'm saying? Like, this is why I'm getting out of some AMD, some Marvell, some Oracle, all of this kind of stuff. It's not that these are bad names I'm dumping. It's just, it's like this right here, 155 down to 130. So you're losing $25 on 150. So this is already down 13 or 14%. You know, so that's what, 6 or 7 straight down days. You know, if you had got some out near the top, you may feel better, and you could have an opportunity to buy some back in. It's just one of those things, right? Investing is a long-term game.
Yes.
And you got to sometimes think about, if I do think there's going to be a pullback, you know, what stocks are maybe a little overbought, and you know, look at the run and where they've come from. But you don't want to sell all.
You don't want to get out of everything, because like buy and hold is undefeated, especially quality companies in the long run. We know this. 2 things. 1, you can't talk about Robinhood, we can't talk about IBKR without acknowledging, remember the PDT rule is going to get altered.
Right.
That's been approved. And then 23/5 trading comes at some point next year. I looked it up because I didn't know off the top of my head, but there is no firm date. But apparently it could be as late as, it could be late 2025 or early 2026 is kind of the window that's being put in for that PDT rule change. Of course, Robinhood benefits from that and all that stuff. But, and I'm going to see, I can use this instead of just putting the chat in front. I'll use it. I had time to set up. On days like today, when setups happen, but the risk is higher than normal, so is the reward, what would you recommend? Take the trade even though the risk is, oh, that's right, it cuts it off. Shoot. This is why I don't like it. It cuts it off. I think it said higher than normal was the rest of that.
Probably, I mean.
Yeah, take the trade even though risk is 2 times normal. So here's, I'm going to give you an exact example of the difference between the morning and then the afternoon when things go crazy. So in the morning, like every time I was taking Micron on dip plays, like I was stopping out 20 cents, 30 cents, 50 cents at the absolute max. And that's on a $200 stock. When when the market went into crazy mode, I took the trade in ARM here at 196.50, essentially stopped giving it low of the day, which is why it's like twice as wide to stop because the market was twice as volatile. So like I think that that's the, I mean, okay, I can't say for sure that the market was twice as volatile, but you get the point. Like the way that it was moving in the morning was not as crazy as it was later. So there's only 2 ways you can play that. You can either adjust your risk by taking less shares, which doesn't necessarily solve the problem. It's more that your setups are going to have more fluctuation and variability. So you might just have to have a wider stop. But at the same token, you need to hold it a little bit longer. So instead of scalping out every 50 cents, you might scalp out every $1. Like that's the adjustment. It changes the, what's the word? The breadth of the trade. So you hold it a little bit further and you give it a little bit more of a wider stop. And if your system doesn't allow that, then just find a stock in which you can do that. Like that's where maybe like TSLA or something like that is any better. It doesn't really make a difference. It's just adjusting stops is something that you have to do sometimes.
Yeah, we talked about this. We talked about this with Wilson Capital over there, and it's just like I gave a perfect. I mean, that's a perfect example there. But we just did it live right now, where I gave 30 cents worth of risk here. So it didn't. It's not. I wouldn't be afraid of share size or anything like that. It's just a matter of trying to take the trade at all times and just understand that volatility is here right now and expect moves like this, you know. And we have numerous plays like this, and I look over and, we're being rewarded for taking risk, right? And look, some days we get smoked when it's like, okay, nope, just keeps on breaking. Like, if this market wants to go down there, it could have just kept on going and you take a hit, but you take a 30-cent hit or a 40-cent hit instead of a $5 hit. We'll take $5 winners, not $5 hits. So I just think that you got to make sure that you're well positioned and well thought of. Always have an out before you even have an in, and that's the thing for me. So and obviously it's been really working out for that kind of a trade. And then also, like, follow your scanners, right? Like, if there's anything that's going on, like any sort of a hot list that shows up, like, understand that the reason why you're looking at it is for a reason. Don't just stand there and be like, why are you looking at this trade rate? Because I want to know which names are hitting right now. Like Tesla, NVIDIA, they're often very similar, but on a day like today, you may want to look at a Rigetti that's down 12%, or a Palantir, or, this KRE, regional banks. Like, what the hell's up with that? We don't normally look there, but now it's on here. So maybe there's an opportunity. Look, a 52-week high print there for GDX going through, right? So there are a lot of opportunities in this market. It's just about trying to find them. And when you do, please try to take advantage of that. And, that's it. Like CoreWeave with news today, right? Neil and I talked about
what
some of the
news again?
It was earlier. Remember, it popped earlier. And we thought there was. It's actually on our watch list.
It was. I was surprised that Oracle didn't.
Did Oracle?
But nobody was asking about Oracle because that had an insane move at 1 o'clock.
Right.
Like this, and this was not. I mean, the market bounced too, but like Oracle went absolutely ham in the middle of the day, and like no other. Because this is another stock that we were sort of talking about in terms of being toppy. Like it already had that crazy move when they rejigged their guidance, and then it's like all reliance on OpenAI, and everyone's all concerned about that because every penny of that guidance was all about OpenAI, but it's still holding the top end of that range. But it made a huge move in the middle of the day today. So like, it's nothing wrong with ringing the register on Oracle either when it does something like this, because it's 3 lower highs now since earnings that the stock has put in, like bang, bang, and bang again. So that's a bit of a downward sloping, whatever the heck that's supposed to be called. I know what it means. It means there's sellers every single time it gets above like $310. Let's go to Adara.
Yeah, I do want to address there too. There was a catalyst on Oracle intraday, which led to that move in ORCL, and also CoreWeave talking again here about very strong forward guidance well into the future. But the other thing they said that was kind of interesting was that they talked about more than 100% year-over-year growth in their cloud AI infrastructure for Q1 2026. Well, they already reported fiscal Q1 2026, so looks like they might be restating some stuff. Either way, that did lead to the push up here in ORCL, just for some context on that move in case anybody missed it. And that's what led to CoreWeave moving as well. Also, I still have a live stream for Trump's event, which is set to happen at 3 p.m., but it was delayed yesterday as well by about 40 minutes. So I'll let you know if I have any updates.
And yeah, thanks, Adara. That's exactly what we talked about here. I literally got the 319 fill. I offered 319 and grabbed that today in the long-term account, selling Oracle for that exact reason. It just looked like it was top heavy, and we'll see if that is the truth or not. Someone's saying Eli Lilly news in the chat. Let's go have a quick little look. Not really doing anything. NVO was the one that had some recent news on it and looked like it was breaking out, and I think it was a couple days ago that it looked like it wanted to get going. Yeah, and then it didn't. So yeah, a couple days ago, I guess it was like about a week ago or so, when we were trying to bounce through here and see if there was some sort of support getting back into the 200 period moving average. So this is Novo Nordisk, nice little downside move there. I mean, if you could basically just do something like this and see what's going on right now. I mean, it's like there's the highs. We broke it a little bit there, and then now we're just lining it up into the way down. So this is obviously looking like it wants to get lower as well. So you're going to have to try to base out somewhere here, form this sort of flag, and then wait to see if we get back upside. But right now the pressure on Novo Nordisk, we're looking to hold 54. So if that can hold 54, which would be right into here, that would confirm. Then you get the break higher, and then you hope that power hour can be a profitable hour. But yeah, so Novo Nordisk, oopsies, I got to get off of that, or it's going to keep drawing lines. Novo Nordisk looks a little bit interesting there to me as well. And Eli Lilly might be another one of those names. Now this is actually quite a, like I only own probably 25% in my portfolio of Eli Lilly, similarly to what I own in Google, Meta, NVIDIA, like all of those. Let's just say if I own 10 grand of all of those, I own like 2,500 of Eli Lilly. So I need to get more into this name or more into this space. And that's why I chose, again, I've been recently like putting more money into ETFs because I just feel like they're a little bit safer. So XBI, the biotech space as well, that continues to work out very well as an ETF. So, you know, that's something where I'm not going to sell. Like I'm buying XSP, which is here, XSP is in Toronto. So this is the iShares for the S&P 500. And then I also buy XQQ, which is the iShares for the NASDAQ. So this is what I'm doing with my CAD, is throwing it around like
that
this.
way, never sell your ETFs and your indexes.
Yeah, I don't want to sell.
Only individual stocks.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't sell. I buy the market, but I don't sell the market. I'll sell individual stocks.
I still think we're young enough to hold, you know, a lot of equity instead of index.
Oh, 100%. I told you this story. There was a former Fed, whatever, board member being interviewed. I don't know what his name was, so don't. It doesn't really matter. It's not that important. But the guy was in his 70s and retired, and he was doing an interview, and they asked him about the market. He was talking about Fed-related stuff. Then they asked him about the stock market and what he was in, just kind of casually. And he just listed off like individual stocks and then the SPY. And they're like, do you own any like bonds, fixed income? He's like, no. And this guy's in his 70s. I'm like, if that, and that's probably a little bit extreme, but I think it's not the end of the world, especially if you're in a position where you're very, very secure. I get it. Maybe that fluctuations don't matter. And sure, as you get older, you do want to make sure that you probably have a little bit less risk. But there's tax implications as well. But I firmly believe you got to own U.S. equities. And it's just that you're not beating returns over the long run. Like I'm not trying to think I'm that cute.
It's the greatest economy in the world.
That cute, man.
It's the greatest, wealth generator of all time, the stock market, right? And now we're going through another big revolution. Now it's the AI, right? We went through, the computers, we went through factories, the industrial revolution, and now, maybe we're in the right names with Google and Meta and Amazon and all that to hopefully enjoy the next round.
Even like in Eli Lilly, like we're talking about.
I mean, I think they take advantage of AI too.
Yeah,
you saw Caterpillar's recent move up, making their tractors more efficient. Eli Lilly making.
I just think this one's getting a little much. No, but like this, like come on, man. Like you're not gonna trim something.
I wonder really what is really underneath.
It's like
that.
really
exploding. It's a big one.
No, like this, it's 100% a company that is going to have some serious risk if we actually had a real like economic slowdown. Right, like let's be real. Like, but at the same time, like these guys are going to get the real big benefit. Unfortunately, I get it from rebuilding after wars. Like it's when the rebuilding happens, eventually when the war in Ukraine is done, these guys are going to be making money hand over fist. It's just how it works. It doesn't make it good. It just makes it true. But I think a little risk off makes some sense, at least in a certain sense. But I did want to go back over to, Brian Adams just put it in there. You mean quantum when we're talking about frothy and top heavy? Those are exactly the names. So those are the ones that unquestionably, like if you didn't sell, I sold some SMR at 50. How could you not? Like these valuations make so little sense that you'd be crazy not to bank some profit in it. I mean, like bat, crazy not to bank at least a little bit of something. Down 13% today. And that's just one day here on Rigetti. Like, if this stock was at $27 next week, how many of you would be surprised? And if it was at 75 next week, how many of you would be surprised? I don't think any of us would be surprised. And if I knew which one, then trust me, I wish I knew which one. But I'm waiting for $41 specifically on this stock to at least look for some kind of a dead cat bounce.
Yeah.
It's not a dead cat bounce. You know what I mean.
Shout out to Central C and Drake. Which one? Which one? Okay, so I knew which one, and today I did wind up selling, and I'm just lucky to get that fill right at the beginning of the day at $57. And all we did yesterday on SMR, and we talked about it before, was look at these highs and put it right there. We went up a couple bucks and got it. I actually thought I was at 58, and then got the note today. So again, nice move to the downside here. Make back. I said 14% before. It's 7%. It's only $7 on 50, my guy, not the other way around. But oh no, that is 14%. What am I talking about? $7 on 50, yeah. But anyways, nice move there. You know, we did re-enter into Bitcoin today as well. So not re-enter, we did the other thing. We didn't even reload it because we didn't sell anything up top. But if you're going to look right here at crypto, again, this is the US dollar index, first of all. I was taking a look at that earlier as well on the 5-minute chart, just basically hitting the downside here. So as the US dollar gets lower, generally speaking, that should be good for the multinationals. But yeah, not really today. You know, nice move higher there, trying to hold out. Like if we can get lower, you know, a lower US dollar means when they repatriate back in, you know, the euros or the yen or whatever, you know, Apple's selling phones in China, their yuan and everything, or euros if selling it back into London, you get the British pound and whatnot. If it's worth a little bit more when they bring it back, that's also a good sign. But again, weaker US dollar isn't necessarily great overall for the economy, but we'll wait to see if it can hold out. And I know the president always talks about wanting to have a strong dollar. We'll see if oil can play a play in that as well. Okay, because again, USA is supposed to be oil independent, I believe. Okay, so this is why I bought more Bitcoin today. So, you know, the last time I bought Bitcoin was 102, which was right into here. And again, that was based on the same kind of theory, was that we were bouncing around 100, 102 right there. I mean, let's not call Bitcoin, you know, the greatest investment of all time. It might have been if you got it 15, 20 years ago. But right now, like this level that it's at right here, this is where it was last year at this time. So if you hodled, this is why I don't believe all the time in like, I'm just gonna hold this thing. Because this is the thing, like I hear Joe talk about getting in and out of some options and trading it on the swing account. I believe that can be good. This is December of 2024. So obviously, if you go to October of 2024, where we are right now, then you're still up quite nicely. But I'm also not cherry picking down here either. So if you just go back and look at like some last levels of support right back into here, you can go back into December and January and February and March of this current year and say, okay, that was 101. Well, right now you're at 108. So you're up about 6% since the beginning of the year here on Bitcoin. Like, is that something? Yeah, it's nice, but parking your money in USDC gets you 4.5%. So I just want to say, like, if crypto,
just stay away from PayPal.
That PayPal story, I still have to don't even understand that. But you know, just understand there's other alternatives out there, and Bitcoin might not be as risky maybe as a lot of people think. I still think there's risk, honestly, in all stocks.
There's way more, like the leverage in Bitcoin is insane. And the leverage in crypto is insane. It's the weirdest thing where sometimes increased leverage leads to less volatility for a while. And so everyone thinks, oh, it's okay because it's actually leading to less volatility. Well, that's the same mistake that got made in the subprime crisis. And the next time Bitcoin finds that out, and look, I'm a 5% portfolio Bitcoiner, although sometimes a little bit more than that. But what's great about it is same level, different reasons. Like, to me, this has held a very good structure, Bitcoin has, where all the prior support and resistance have turned into great places to buy and sell. Like, I draw the line, you buy in front of it. If you're a trimmer, then you trim in front as well, and then you buy in front. When it now shows me that this is the range we're in, you buy there, and then I'm also willing to buy the second level as well. So if I see 93, I'm probably a buyer down at that price. But I'm thankful because I didn't even realize, and Sean was the one that told me this, I have like Bitcoin in like multiple places, and it's like I want to have it all in like one thing in my TFSA. Now in Canada, IBIT is, you can do IBIT in Canadian dollars, which I didn't know. It must be relatively recent. Well, you don't have to be in purpose, a little bit lower fees. Because that's the thing about the ETFs, right? Like you're still better off holding physical Bitcoin. Let's go over to Adara at the desk.
This part of the show is brought to you by our friends at Woman Boss, because empowered women change the world. And you can help make it happen. The Woman Boss trains and mentors women and girls across Africa to lead, innovate, and thrive. Since 2018, we have reached over 10,000 women and girls. And your donation today can launch the next great entrepreneur. So scan that QR code on your screen now and join us in building a brighter future. Back to you.
Thanks, Adara. Yeah, obviously support that. We want to thank Woman Boss. All the bosses in my life are women, and then the market, which is probably a woman as well. Yeah, right into here, 237.50. So I just have an offer right here, 237.40. If we do bump back up, we have less than 5% left of this AMD trade. As we had talked about that, we had really emptied our clip when we got up here in this general area, when we were holding about 50% of the trade, and then emptied it out there on the 200 and on view up. I'm trying to get better at holding things for bigger moves. As we've discussed, the bigger moves are here, so we want to make sure that we are well involved in all of that, and I believe that we are. So that was a good move there. So here it comes right back up. If it does give me that trade, we're going to take it right there. I'm at 237.40. So this is that sniper attitude again that we have. So we're just going to sit there, hopefully get filled. There's some, okay, now people have joined me. So now we'll hopefully get offered and get hit. There it is. So we'll hit this again for everybody. That's another $3. We just took that out right there, and now we wait to see what it's going. And again, that's another level that I pointed out before it got to it. So there's my out right there. We get out there at 237.40 as it goes back and forth. I always get questions like these aren't real fills or anything like that. I mean, I'm literally taking them as we're sitting here live on the show and everybody can see it. So let me guess, that just didn't hit 237.40. I don't know. But anyways, we're out right there. Nice trade out of AMD. We still have one small piece left. I might as well have just got out of it all, but we'll wait to see if we get back up to here. Stop is still in place for this, by the way. If it does break, we talked about 236, so that's this level right there. I'm going to now change it. That's 236.50 is the 50-period moving average, so I'm going to change this and put my stop now. It's getting close, right? We just got that out. So let's go 236. What did I say this was? That's 50, yeah, 40s. So 236.24. We'll just go under the quarter. We'll hit off or enter. And now we put it up. We put our hands up in the air because our stop order is in. So if it triggers, it triggers. And that's that. So we just got out right there. Another piece there at 236.50, 237.40, sorry. And here comes a couple more pennies and we get stopped out of the final position for us, and then we'll see if we put something else on the rest of the day. But I mean, the NASDAQ is not screaming opportunity to me right now. I would much rather it be at 25,000 up here at VWAP.
I don't think we're going to see 25,000 today.
Nah, not today, right now. What's up, Aura Alpha? Get into Toronto, and potentially I'll let you kiss this lucky head of mine. But right now, no, we're doing pretty good here. And that's the thing about it is, I've been talking about this. We put these trades on every day, so at some point the luck sort of becomes skill, and I think that right now we're in that. We've got that aura, so we're pretty happy with it. And if my kids were here, they'd punch me in the face for saying aura. But yeah, so far so good. Ooh, I just got an email. Blue Rodeo is almost here. I went to a Blue Rodeo concert with my wife a couple of years ago, so that might be where that's coming from. Oh, did you see StubHub, by the way? You were off, of course, but StubHub rallied nicely. Oh, now it's faded back again.
Well, I mean, everything faded.
Got back to $20.
Oh, really?
Yeah, well, its IPO was still 25.
Oh, what the hell, today?
But then, look, see, it's like right back into there. So this was going to be, I thought maybe a breakout here on StubHub. I'm still checking StubHub all the time for things. But I thought that was a good little breakout. Really? You know, the key to buying tickets to everything is last second. Like, you know, you can probably, like if you're trying to go to the Jays game or something like that, or the Cubs game.
Oh my God, the prices were insane.
Prices were insane, but like you could still sit somewhere low and good if you kind of wait till last second, but ALCS, World Series.
I couldn't go over the weekend for, you know, I wish I could. I really wanted to be there, but I couldn't do it. And people were paying. It was stupidity.
Yeah, no, it's ridiculous, man. You get some crazy prices.
My wife actually, she asked me, she's like, oh my goodness, the Skydome Hotel has a game-facing room still available. Like 2 days before the
room. Oh yeah.
2 days before the game, and it wasn't even available. And I'm like, yeah, but
wait a minute, it was available or wasn't available?
It was.
Oh, it was.
Sorry, but yeah. And I'm like, okay, but how much is it? It was like 33. It was a 3,300. I think it was US too.
So you get the room, and then you get. But is that from? That's somebody selling it, or that's from Ticketmaster? Like I don't know.
I think it was someone selling it. That's the thing. The thing about it is, just to save anybody, if you ever come to Toronto, our baseball stadium, it's a big dome, and there's a hotel in the back. Yeah. And so there's rooms in the hotel that actually face the field. You can go watch the game. Now I've done it a couple times. As a lifelong fan, I'm going to simply tell you it's a cool thing to do once. It's a little bit overrated. And so there's just no, like if I'm going to spend a grip to go to a playoff game, there's a 0% chance I want to be sitting as far away as possible in that hotel room. And
right.
it's not the same experience. You're not high-fiving any fans. You're not feeling the vibe in there and all that stuff. Like when I'm hugging strangers when a home run's getting hit. I'm that dude. So
that's why you're always sick, you know?
It doesn't.
Not that you're always sick.
No, it doesn't help.
That was a joke.
No, it probably doesn't. You're sitting there literally high-fiving random
I mean, when you go to, at the Leaf game, I was like looking around, I was like, bang, bang. I was like, okay.
Or you had that dude when we went to the Bills Patriots where, you know, he got a beverage that was not a good beverage because he's wearing a Patriots jersey, and that guy had to go. That was just weird stuff happens again. But again, I just think it's a little bit overrated.
There was a story you were going to say. It wasn't a bad one. You were saving it for later. I can't remember. What was it? Was it about Amazon? No, there was. You teased it at the beginning.
No, you're right.
You're like, I'll tell you. It was during the rundown. You're like, I'll tell you something later about it. You had already talked to me about it in the midday. I can't remember what it is.
Crap, I know because we were talking about something in the middle of the day, and it's like,
and you were like,
oh,
yeah, exactly.
Not during
we
the
were
rundown.
like, let's talk to these guys about it.
Now this is gonna bug me.
I don't remember what it is. Okay, woe is me. All right, so let's just go on. Let us know if there's any sort of stocks in the chat that you guys want us to talk about. Remember, tonight we do have IBKR coming through. Join Adair and myself. Just Adair and myself tonight. And tomorrow we'll have another guest, Steve Talman, come through. But right now it's Adair with maybe some news or something like that.
Yeah, please join Sean and myself on the market recap because it's always a good time. And we do have IBKR earnings for you and CSX, which is less likely to move, but could still be fun to look at. Anyways, I want to let you guys know I'm now seeing a stream open here for this Trump announcement. It's not the White House stream, it's the Associated Press stream, and there's no footage yet. But either way, it looks like we are preparing to see that announcement come soon. Again, it was scheduled to happen at 3 p.m. Obviously, it's now 16 minutes past 3. But either way, it looks like we could hopefully get this announcement soon. Once I actually get any kind of video feed, I'll keep you posted. But we have a stream open, which is an update. Back to you.
Okay. I see some talk in there about Webull. I mean, we asked to see if there's any stocks you guys want.
It was just green. Oh,
we can easily talk about Webull right here. So, I mean, again, I like this stock. This is another name that I'm trying to dip by as well. We did actually buy some Webull. I think it was last week or something. That's right. All these stocks had such crazy birthdays. Yeah, we had bought some right about here. So we're out of the money now, about $1 on Webull. I think we must have bought, it was last week, so we for sure bought into this level. So it's coming back in. Time to, again, like put some of that SMR money, put some of that whatever, Oracle money or whatever, into financials. And I actually, not that Webull is like the financial that you all want or anything like that, but I do like the stock and I do think there's a decent potential here for kind of a moon situation. I don't think we get back to anywhere like this. This is IPO craziness. But, you know, back in breaking some of these levels, all it takes is to simply look at some of our friends like SoFi and Robinhood and what they look like on their early goings, and it did look something similar to this. So, again, if we're going to trade off support and resistance, I think that's a decent call.
I think the day or not the day, but whenever that finally breaks away from that 18, like you just pull the chart back up. So I'm not going to flip to it. You know, it's like, ignore the stupidity that's that crazy wick and just kind of look at it after it's settled down. And it's $10 to $11 to that 18 double top. And the longer it holds that range, eventually you break it out and stocks explode.
Yeah.
That's a momentum play. I don't want to be long 18 when it happens. I'm going to be long still at just under 10 or just above $11. Promise you. So I'm never getting out of all of it, and I'm always reloading in front of this level as long as 10 holds. And then one day, trust me, we're going to look up, and Webull's going to be in the 30s and all that fun stuff. And it could be, it could be next year. I'm fine with that. But it's no different from SoFi, everybody. Like, how long was SoFi somewhat disappointing? Like, look at how long this stock did absolutely. I mean, that wasn't nothing. It went from $6 to like $10, and then, you know, back down. It just kept going $6 and $7. But eventually, you got the big move. They get tripled up, then it pulled back to 8, and now all of a sudden it goes ham. If you like a stock, or if you like a young stock or something like this, and you believe in them, and you like their business, you got that banking charter, like, sometimes you're going to have to sit in it sideways, and it's like, well, if you've been in this for the last year, it's done absolutely nothing for you. Okay, fair enough, but I like it, so I'll be in it. And then you get a bit of a ramp drop. So I think that of Webull, and we just got a super chat in there, so I'm going to use the thing that we're supposed to and do this. See, I can use it. I'm being good. Like, for the entirety of the week, I haven't been using the tool, so I'm getting a hard time for it. Prax. That's it. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you, Revol Auto. It just says Prax. So, like, I don't know what to tell you that's going to be that great. Remember that 170 support? It's just very slowly bleeding away from that 170. Maybe it holds the volume weighted average price. There was a big level here at about 155 earlier. But this seems pretty determined not to absolutely fall over itself. Like, it's not doing that. It's, yeah, sure, it made a top at 200 and it's down 35 bucks from there. But if you put it into perspective, this is really not that bad. So I'm going to give it a couple of days, see if it can hold on to 155. Maybe you'll get some kind of a secondary push. But buying up here, you better really know something about the company if you're buying up here for the long term. But for like some kind of a day trade or a second salvo, now that you've broken that 170, you need to hold somewhere down here, like 155, to take another shot at it. So 40 minutes to go, 30 minutes till the imbalances, and the market once again looking a little bit weak. And I blame, some of the blame I think was Bitcoin breaking that 110. You know, there's other things as well. Back to the low of the day, Bitcoin. And ETH is at 38. We didn't even talk about ETH. ETH lost that 4,000 level, obviously. I mean, how could it not?
I mean, Ethereum, I don't really play that game. That's kind of a
I still have some.
Fugazi for me. Yeah, I still have some of it, but I don't even really look at it. Look, this is why.
Ooh.
I mean, this is what we're doing, right? I mean, you can have whatever opinion you want of the market, but there's the out, right? So we got out at 236.50, saving us $1.50 right now, right? I mean, we just wicked down through 235. So it's like you can have whatever opinion you want of the market, but at the end of the day, if you're going to be on a prop floor like we are right now, and you're trading options or you're doing something daily that's, you know, like, I don't know, 0-day options, I think are only on Fridays anyways, but, you know, this is going to be a big move right there back down if you are trading prop or you have your own accounts. Like, generally speaking, 237.50 or so down to 235, you're like, well, what, 250? I'm not going to exit out of my position, right? But when you have over whatever, I'm not going to say the amount of shares traded today, but I don't even know how many trades I have on this today. 108 fills on AMD today, and it's just a monster. It's my P&L probably #1 for the month. Just on, like, this one stock today is going to be the most I've made on any individual stock in any given day, and there's all of these fills. So it's just like doing that over and over again gives you all the opportunity, because this play here, 235 up to 240, that's $5. Even though we have a bunch of outs, you know, then that's another couple of $4 or $5 again. And then you just saw me make that $4 there. So if you just kind of add it all up, it does make a little bit of dollars. Maybe might not make sense, but it does make some dollars. So that's a good one there as well. And in this crypto move down, nothing wrong with looking at a Coinbase. I'm actually going to call up a Hut 8 as well. Hut 8 has that Eric Jackson behind it. So there's the move there, 390. Right, and again, like, maybe the play is to buy Coinbase and not buy any Bitcoin or buy any of that. Just buy the picks and shovels here. Let's see, COIN, Coinbase. Okay, that didn't work. COIN right there, Coinbase. Now let's go see. I just want to see Wednesday report. So 2 weeks from today on the spooky, is there 31 days in October or just 30? Halloween day.
Yeah, 31.
Yeah, okay, so day before. PE right now 40s and 50s there for our good friend here at Coinbase. So we'll have to wait to see if that holds. You know, looking at another name, I was actually talking with a trader before today as well, actually just today, and he was mentioning about Circle as a potential opportunity. So I actually want to look at Circle right now, because these guys are the USDC. Oopsies, that's the wrong one. SCRCLE. There it is right there. Circle Internet Group. Very interesting name. Not on Blue Ocean. Interesting that it's actually traded on Blue Ocean, to be honest with you. He was saying he likes this one. He's talking about it kind of like, almost like the railroad. Like, you're using USDC here. It's on most exchanges, has USDC. People will convert their money from crypto, from Bitcoin or any of those other coins into USDC to sit on exchange. So potentially there is some use cases here for this. So I'd like to see maybe one more report before we get involved in this. They just came to market in June, and it's coming right back into IPO prices again. So this is another thing. Like, Circle gave you outs right here. That's 234. Like, it's at 120. Man, this stock is chopped in half, not even from their IPO, just from like I guess a couple months ago. Like, so there's some opportunities.
I like those when they like it's shown a bit
What
of a
about
base,
bullish?
but it's almost forming a base where it gets a 50 period,
Right.
it then holds a base and then holds the 50 period, and they're like, oh, that now it's got some structure that I like. Because everything else, when you don't have enough reports, you don't really know enough about the fundamentals of the company unless you've really done a good deep dive. But I think that one is getting close. Because we were literally talking about the whole getting in and out, going in and out, and stablecoins being the way and being the path. Like this is why PayPal and everyone's getting their own, because they want you to stay in the ecosystem. Obviously PayPal, I'm only using that as an example because they screwed up last night and minted 300 trillion or whatever the ridiculous number it was that they corrected. But so there's obviously going to be some risk, but like I've dabbled from now and then. Like if I'm in my Coinbase account, like I'll go into USDC if I'm like, I'm selling a little bit of, I have a little bit of like Doge and some other nonsense and some ETH and some Solana. And when I want to sell it, but I don't want to go into anything else, well, that's what you park it in. And then it eventually ends up in Bitcoin for me, because that's just how I roll. Like I kind of treat Bitcoin as that a lot of times. Speaking of which, Bitcoin's IBIT is triple bottoming. Sometimes people get at us for saying Bitcoin if we're not trading Bitcoin, because we're not. I can call it up for you, but a triple bottom here, and I'll give you the number is, oh shoot, I lost my Binance one. What are we at right now? Oh, there it is.
1079.
1079. Yeah, I went over to ETH and lost it. So 1079. So around 108, but it's a triple bottom on IBIT. I'm going to take a shot at that triple bottom, and if it breaks the low, then I'm going to jump out of it just to look for a little bit of a scalp trade before we get the end of the day. We got 40 minutes, 35 minutes until the close. Maybe only one or two more salvos. I'm not seeing any small cappers that are going ham on my, like usually I'll pull up like this, the trade rate. I know Sean looks at it too. And you're able to snag something in here that's like some small capper or smaller company name that's running on a day where the market's weak. I'm not seeing any of that here. Like Rigetti shows up, but trust me, if you look at Rigetti, you're not going to think bullish today. So there's really nothing going. That IVF that was going crazy earlier kind of slowed down a little bit. So, just trying to find something which has like an easy structure and a decent risk to reward on Bitcoin. I traded a couple times today. Like grabbed the bottom here. That one didn't work, and then we grabbed the bottom. But this was that VIX, like the VIX top bottom. Like when the VIX topped out, that was the real good level that you wanted to grab. So stocks that get back to that level, I think, could be worth it. I'm trying to snag some Bitcoin here.
Yeah. I mean, I bought some here.
Walt Winchell. Any relation to Mike Winchell? Friday Night Lights?
Sam Walton.
Is it a good time to buy Rigetti 2x short? Like, would I go short Rigetti is what you're getting at? I don't know. I'm never a fan of shorting the low of the day at the end of the day when a stock is SSR. It's down 15% today, and it's at a triple bottom. I'm not saying I'd go long, but yeah, I don't know. If you're meaning like swing short, I don't know. Where's your out going to be if you swing short this thing? I never swing short anything. I do think it's on the back end of the trade, but if I think it's back end because of this, then I would have put it on like here, like Luis was talking about. Like shorting this end bottom, to me, you're giving it back to like 57. So that's $10 worth of risk. You think you're risking over 20%. I need to be really convicted that this is falling apart completely. So my answer is I wouldn't, because I don't necessarily like the risk to reward in here. And if it's a day trade you're talking about, I don't like shorting that triple bottom right when it's at the low of the day. If I think there's potential support at 41, that's $6 away, and the big resistance is like $10 away. I don't really like that setup.
All right. I just got a spam message from Cash Patel saying my compensation is ready. Well, that's nice. Thanks, Cash.
What up, Cash?
I don't know if he does not realize I'm not a U.S. citizen or not.
They never do.
But they never do. So shout out to Cash Patel. Yeah, just send it over here. Just super chat it.
I got so many during the election of just like random.
Oh, my spam right now is getting loaded with
it's
like
insane.
Republican this or Democratic that.
Like I'm Canadian. Why am I getting this? Like, how?
Here it goes right here. I just got one right now. Is Jay Jones too soft to debate Attorney General Myers tonight?
Yes? I don't know.
There you go, right into my Trader TV Live trash email. Okay, Oh, what I want to look at too, the reason why I went to Coinbase was Eric Jackson here. Let's just go, okay, so now we're below 50. I wanted to see sort of what HUD 8 was up to here today, and you can see it is a nice downside play, down 8% right there. So this is another name where he talked about this as being an AI infrastructure play moving forward. So if you believe in that, that just sort of tweet came out the other day where he had picked up a spot there, and now we'll wait to see if HUD 8 can explode to the upside there, like what is predicting. So we'll wait to see, but nice downside play there for HUD 8 as that continues. The other
I remember this story, and it's not stock related.
Okay, the other play was Open Door. Open Door right now obviously down today and just getting hit right now at the day's low. The market's not at the day's low, but the Nasdaq's still not having a great time. Actually, some of the money that I've returned, I want to buy the Nasdaq down 5% from highs, so I'm going to figure out when that is, then put more money in when it's down 10% from highs. I still think that happens this quarter. I think you get another flush coming with earnings season just around the corner. I do not. The very first time you hear CapEx reducing CapEx, this market is dead. I just said we could pull back 40%. So I hope not, but I was looking at the chart. I think that's a possibility. But Open Door right here, $7, looking for something on Open Door. So it's not going to happen today. It's 3:31, but this could be a tomorrow thing. That watch out for like an instant, like if we open up tomorrow down near below 7, look for an instant flush into this 6 area, and then I'm starting to buy it. But I think tomorrow you could see 6 potentially here on Open Door, especially if we open up under 7, because that's the break right here in the fill. And then we look for our next area, like so maybe $5.50 to $6 right into here, I think is where Open Door is a buy for the next stage. I would not necessarily buy it at the 50 period, because once this flushes, then I think you do get a nice move down. Remember, we just pulled 50 cents right now in an hour. So we can easily pull 50 cents right here on this 7 break, get back to 650. Then I think we start to buy in this area Open Door if you do like it. I mean, it's the same, shout out to my brigade as well, as Big Bear AI is having itself a whoopsie day as well. And I don't feel any kind of ways about this kind of a move, because we've already talked about where we got out, man. 650, 750, 850, we did it again. So outs there, we only now have, I think we have 40, I'll double check, 40 or 60%. I think we're holding 40% for that move. Got out 20, 40, 80, 20, 40, 60 on the way back up. And now we didn't do it the second time. The first time we missed 850, so we got it right there again. So we're still holding from this initial move down. We did not buy this dip. So Big Bear AI, I think it was November. I'm going to throw it back to Neil in a second. I just want to see here. BBI, I think it was it late November or early November where their earnings date is. So I go to calendar. I just did this yesterday, so I can't believe I can't remember this. There it is, unconfirmed. Yeah, okay, early. So November the 4th for BBAI.
Is it SSR? That's a good SSR stock.
Probably. It's down 10 right now.
I remember I just remember a day where it was SSR, and then there was a really, really good bounce play. Oh, it was this day. Whatever, August 11th, and then yeah,
crazy headache again.
Like it was good. Like it was a really, really good. When I say SSR, it's down. It hit 10% today, right? It's 9.9%. I'm going to assume this is not the low of the day. Oh, it is. So it's not. The second this ticks 10% down, the uptick rule goes into effect, and it stays tomorrow. So then tomorrow, in order to go short hitting the bid, the last print has to be green, which sometimes makes relief rallies better. It's not automatic that it's a good long, because sometimes people say, oh, this stock is down 10%, you're going to buy it, right? I'm like, no, you still have to actually find a long setup. Something like the pre-market low hitting, or like an even dollar level holding and then bouncing off that. But I just look for that kind of a setup and ride it to VWAP. And it worked. I remember it working really well on BBAI at one point. Okay. I think it might have been the 11s. I'm looking at the chart. I'd have to go back and check. But yeah, that could be a nice one for sure tomorrow. So right now, just really looking at IBIT. Let us know what else you might be looking at. We didn't get to that super chat. Apologies.
Which one?
You know what? I just see it here. Yeah, I'm not going to use the thing because that's going to take me too long. On the rail, not sure why people. Okay, thank you. Not sure why people panic on days like this. It could be an opportunity. Remember what Warren Buffett said, buy the fear. Yeah. I'm long on SoFi and AAL. I tend to agree with you. I mean,
I very much agree.
The thing is, we're only down 0.8%. Like that day in March, when things were getting destroyed, or like Liberation Day. when people were talking about limit down on the futures. Like, those are the days I'm buying. You couldn't even get, I told you, you could not get Apple at the open as a prop trader. It was,
yeah.
You need to use a market order. Like even my regular aggressive limit order did not fill breaking out 200 at the open. Like you get filled 10 times out of 10, and you couldn't buy jack because the programs, there was nobody on the offer. It was like absolute panic to get back in after the sell-off. But people were talking about limit down on the futures, which is 7% that morning. We're down 0.8. So I don't, like, this doesn't qualify as panic to me. That's why I'm not sitting there with a laundry list of things to buy. I think this is just maybe the start of a move. And if we get a capitulation day, yeah, I'm a buyer on days like that. And I'll make the adjustment next time.
I mean, there already is blood in the streets. Like right now, Bitcoin's down 15% from its highs. I mean, have you guys seen the banks today? They're getting absolutely sloshed. They're getting crushed. Right now. Look at this. Whoops. There goes JP Morgan, now 297. How does this feel? Like, boom, to the downside. I'm in this name. You know, boom. Like, that's not great. I'm not going to sell today because we already did sell some up here. This is what we're talking about. And I mean, and selling SMR 15% ago, I don't think is panicking. I mean, 15% in one day. We'll sell that and regroup. That is for sure. But we have to make sure that everybody scans that QR code right there in front of you. And it is going to be for eSignal. So scan that QR code, get involved with eSignal today. I think it's the best platform out there. So get involved. You can trade smarter, capitalize on their scanners that they have, instant trading with connections over 50 plus brokers. So get your broker account hooked up right now with eSignal as well. Download it. It's completely free. By scanning that, you will get 1 month free. They have back testing. It's all in one platform. So if you do scan that link there, it should take you, get that, see what eSignal is doing for you. Over 500 symbols, the back testing, you know, Neil and I always going back, looking at, you know, daily, monthly charts and all that. You can also, obviously, similar to other programs as well, but program in your indicators and all of that. And then there's a huge knowledge base of what other traders have been using eSignal for. So, you know, get involved with them and scan that QR code and make sure that, you know, you do have trustworthy charting software. And I think actually the biggest thing that I didn't even discuss there was the fact that you can entitle many different markets. So whether or not you're trading on TradingView or I don't know what else.
I'll show it off in a second.
Trade ideas or something like that. You can grab like any exchange. So if you want to grab, you know, the Indian market there, the Nifty 50, you want to grab the yen and look at what stocks you're doing, especially if you're trading in Blue Ocean overnight. You may also want to have real-time charting for whatever stocks you're moving there in Asia, right? So you can do that with eSignal. I like it, and you know, well worth the investment there, eSignal. It's a little more expensive, but if you're trading with a lot of capital and a lot of money, you want to have reliable charts.
Well, look at, and one thing that I've done with eSignal is wherever possible, when there's a big IPO, have a 5-second chart up of it, just to see like the liquidity and understand it. Because that IPO today, which we said we're not taking, by the way, that SEV something, there it says right there, Aptera Motors. Look at this is a 5-second chart. You think a 5-second chart should have gaps in it like this? Like, it halts a million times, but even the points at which it's open, there's like big time like liquidity gaps all over the place and like insane wicks while it's open. Like, who has a 5-second chart with this kind of a body and that kind of a dollar wick, and the entire body is like probably 5-10 cents? Like, that's insanity. Like, the lightning fast selling that's happening on even the slightest bounce in there, good luck if you're trapped long is my whole point. And so sometimes, and I've used these when we'll trade like Figma or whatever, to be able to find spots, to be able to just quickly get out. So like I'll have this chart up when I get the opening print, and I'm watching the 5-second chart to look for my exit points when I'm scalping out of it. And that's another advantage over there at eSignal. And I'm sure you can get 5-second charts other places too, but you're always looking for new tools that can help you out on whatever your trade might be. Let's go back over to the desk with Adair. 10 minutes till the imbalances and the end of the day.
I want to remind you guys, please check out on X at TTV Research our implied earnings moves for tonight after the bell and for tomorrow morning. And again, these names that are reporting tonight, IBKR and CSX, guess what? You don't have to process those earnings alone. Why? Because Sean and I will take you through those reports on the Market Recap Show, the Trader TV Live Market Recap Show. So stay with us, guys, after the bell, and we'll give you guys all of that earnings coverage that you need. Now, I also want to let you know, we have a bit of an update here on the Trump announcement. It hasn't started yet. and the video is not live, but there is at least a live feed on the White House YouTube. Now, there's no video for it, but the video stream link itself is open. It says they'll begin shortly. That's of about 5 minutes ago. So again, hopefully we'll get this Trump news soon. I will keep you posted, and back to you.
I'm gonna put some lube in my eye.
Oh, the eye drops?
Yeah, don't look over to Neil because I don't want to gross anybody.
No, it's all, yeah, it's all, I've said it before, like it's not that I'm grossed out by it, but I can't do eye drops for whatever reason. It's just a weird thing. Everyone has their little finicky things. So both my parents have to, but it's just nothing too crazy happened. Got into that eye bit.
Lube it up.
It kind of held the low. And the stop was under just barely under that 10, and then it gets up to 30, so it kind of just goes to 1-to-1 and no real follow through on IBIT.
Change
with only about 10 minutes till the imbalances. The early looks have Pfizer for $2 million to the sell. That's kind of random. Woo, $1.3 million to the buy side. Nike, $850K. IonQ, that's not insignificant. $700,000 to sell on IonQ as an early look, but none of the big names will be there till 350. Like all that matters is, when the NASDAQ names get their imbalances. We had $4 million to sell, I think, on NVIDIA yesterday was the imbalance. So you got to be careful for that. But
there's a stock here, IVF.
What's with the...
They've changed their company symbol, apparently.
Is that real, or do we just do that?
No, of course that's not real.
Don't be rude.
Don't be rude, Neil. Don't be rude. Yeah, there it is right there. So this is what people want us to look at right here. So there's Mr. Donald Trump today on that kind of a news, shooting the stock up 146%. Thanks, Fabian. If I zoom in, does it? Oh, there it is. Yeah, so it gets a little bit. You can see. It actually flashes. There it is. Oh, every time I put a little dancing President Trump face right there. Okay, let's get back there, set that. Let's look at IVF just real quickly. Thanks, Fabian. That was pretty funny. All right, IVF. It's funny because it's. I feel like I maybe should have got out more there of JP Morgan near some of those highs. All righty then. A quick little look here. So up 148% today, IVF. It hasn't came back into the 200 period moving average. You can see here, this 50 period, it broke there, and then when it did, I don't know where the 50 period was at this point, but that did create a nice move to the downside. It respected VWAP early. I mean, obviously a lot of movers and shakers that do move and shake will watch out for VWAP because they're trying to find a base, but yeah, right now, this looks like $2. I'd say look at this for tomorrow, IVF on a $2 break right now. So we've been up here before on the name. This looks like a reverse split to me. What is that? 89 cents up to 280. Oh, maybe not. Unless it was a 5-for-1. I don't know. The stocks don't normally do that. But there's a move down, and maybe just to get above $1. So they might have diluted some shares. But either way, look what happens, man. Up, down, up on this news. If you could have one more guess, I'd say there could be another leg higher here into $2 to $3. Give this another 100% tomorrow, and then wait for the fade back down again on that kind of a news. So without not knowing too much about this name itself, we've seen names like LAC and other names continue upside, but also fade out, right? I mean, you're waiting for that next sort of news story, and when you don't get it and you get some negativity back in, this is kind of what happens, right? Like we had a nice move up, continuation, filled the gap all the way back in, then another blast higher, filled that gap back to the last blast, and now we wait to see where the downside move is. Lots of names like USAR as well getting hit today, as some of these frothier names that really don't have any earnings but do have, presidential sort of backing, they're going to get hit until the next tweet. So, I don't even want to look at, what was that, Coot? What was the name that you were trading yesterday? Some of these, you trading this at $4, Neil. This is $2 now.
When they lose VWAP.
This is only one day, though. Like, this is what I mean. Like, boom, goes the dynamite, and then right back down again, right? And so this is the after hours, which no one could really take advantage of. And then that's the move up, like as if this thing goes to $5, and then wash straight down. So just be careful with all this. Like, part of the froth in the market is coming out, and I think with the NASDAQ only being down 0.6 right now, the S&P is probably getting killed. Yeah, 0.91. I mean, regional banks, man, KRE, like this is an ETF down 6% today that we haven't even talked about. Yeah. Look at this name here. Here, look at, and again, I think in the fact that we haven't done any work.
When that shoe drops, it drops It's just
look at the financials today. They're getting absolutely destroyed. Bank of America down 4%. WFC, thanks for going up 7 on your earnings day, but you're giving half that back right now. Morgan down 2. BlackRock, Blackstone, JP Morgan, Berkshire, my guy. What's going on, Warren? Citigroup down 4%. Citigroup's chart looks nasty. So does.
And they all beat. Remember, they all beat.
Right.
They all had great numbers.
So this is what I'm worried about. Like, what about when Amazon does not beat or Microsoft? All right, okay, that was sounding very, very exciting there. Adara's got breaking news. Nothing's going in my ear, but we got Adara over there.
Guys, GitLab is certainly going to the upside and Datadog is going to the downside. Now, why is this the case? Because we're seeing a report here from Street Insider suggesting that Datadog is going to be exploring a fresh takeover bid for GitLab. So it looks like they maybe haven't placed a bid yet, but they are exploring this takeover potential here. GCLB pushing higher on a report that, again, Datadog could consider taking them over. Now, I'll show you guys DDOG because DDOG, a fairly recent S&P 500 entrant, is pushing lower on this news. Back to you.
The second you said Datadog is considering, I'm like, oh man, Datadog's gonna get smoked on that headline. It's already down 3%. If you're at the top and you're talking about making a big acquisition in this market when the market's getting top heavy, you're probably gonna get even if it's a good acquisition, and there's probably some synergies out there. I'm just sort of saying in a general sense, it can bleed the stock for a little bit.
Sorry guys, just want to tell you, Trump just started speaking, and we know reportedly this is going to be IVF related. New York Times suggested it could have something to do with that. That's why some of these stocks are moving. I'll keep an eye on this. I'm watching the video and I'll let you know. He just said IVF, guys. So I'll keep you posted.
And that's why you have the graphic.
All right, well, we'll have a quick little look there. IVF. Just to see if there's anything. Okay, well, I mean, how perfect is the talk that we just had? We just talked about how these stocks need the president to say something for it to do something. And I mean, there it goes right now. So on some talk, let's just see where it goes. I mean, breaking through $2 again right now. I do want to check this out. We're always showing this Benzinga up here until we get a better solution. I don't know what to do. IVF right now. Let's just go into here, select OK on this one, and then just see what the short looks like here for IVF. Again, I'm not seeing anything in this name. 4 million shares, that's it. Short float not existent right here, so I just don't feel like it's accurate, but wow.
Well, they can soak it up, though. That's the thing.
Well, it just lost 30%.
But
so.
If the shares are only 4 million, it's so small.
Look at this thing.
A single prop trader could soak the entire float. Not that they would, but you could. That's how small it is. That's not a very large account. Like when I say soak the float, the terminology is, and I'm not saying everybody does this, but it does happen. Let's say you want a stock to go, you accumulate a ridiculously large position, like a firm might do it, and so if there's only 4 million shares available, they get a couple million. There's already going to be a bunch of insiders that hold it, so the available shares are really tiny. And when it starts going, there's nowhere. If there's no one's letting them borrow, because you're not going to let them borrow when you soak it. And there's just not, when people get caught short, there's not going to be any liquidity, and you get these explosions. So it's easy to do on stocks like this. And I'm not saying it's getting done, but in the case, that's why lower float names don't need to have a high percentage short float, because implicitly they can squeeze when someone just soaks it up and there's nothing available, and they get a positive story like this. So when you're scanning through gappers and you're like, oh, I only like gappers if they have double-digit short float. Well, you might want to make an exception for names that have an unbelievably low share float in general, because like, it's done 107 million. The fact it's got a low float doesn't matter here for liquidity purposes, but it absolutely matters in terms of people actually trying to be able to get it. Now, if you're getting squeezed still on this stock when it's done 170 million, then you stink and you're just not covering because it's turned over so many times. But it's just something that you want to keep in mind. Only 1 minute to go to the imbalances. Man, IBIT doesn't want to go more than like 10 pennies up here, so I'm just going to jump out of it. It's not really bouncing the way that it did before off of this level, and we're about to get the imbalances coming out. Not much is going to be in here. Like I said, it was Pfizer. Now Key all of a sudden is going to be 2 million to the buy side, and keep in mind the president's talking as well. And when the president is talking, like that's the thing that's going to move it. So I said I'll just get out for the small win on IBIT. The story today. Like before we get to the imbalances, like I said, we have 1 minute to go. To me, a lot of the story has to do with the way we've been selling off. Like we'll catch a bid in the morning and then have a harsh sell-off. Well, that's a good bottom and you bounce. And you had the same thing yesterday. Tank, make a distinct bottom and catch at least a decent bounce. Something is very different today. Today, we made the bottom, and on a 60-minute chart, where's the green candles? There aren't any. Like, they're all still bottoming tail, red candles, and a lot of weakness. So just a little bit different what's happening relative to the other days. And we sort of said this in the morning. Yeah, we like some longs, but it's one thing to like the longs in the morning. If 2 days in a row you see massive sell-offs at some point, you better bank your profit, because the market's been falling all over itself whenever it seems to lose the bid, and then we just trend for a while. So look for those spots to reverse. Look for those places to get out. So there come the imbalances, nothing too crazy. We expected key. NVIDIA is actually a buy imbalance of 2.4 million. NVTS, Navitas, 1.5 million to sell on Navitas. Apple 1.2 million to buy, Amazon 1 million to the buy side. Overall, this means the market's probably at least $1 billion to the buy side if NVIDIA, Apple, and Amazon are on there. But NVTS, that's not a bad imbalance. Navitas 1.5 million to sell. I would think, kind of moved. Not as much as you'd expect. The market's 2.16 billion to the buy side for the overall market. Adara?
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know here, Donald Trump, U.S. president, talking about how fertility prices are going to drop sharply. Here is PGNY, Progeny. This is one of those stocks that's been moving on the IVF-related catalyst. So again, Trump is saying that they want to make it easier for Americans to have babies. They're going to be lowering the prices of IVF using the most favored nations policy. So it's very similar to the deal that he made with Pfizer, the deals that with AstraZeneca. They're going to be trying to lower prices here for this type of drug. And back to you.
And GitLab just continues to look strong on the speculation. The Datadog, that's right, it was Datadog.
Yeah.
Speculation. Now $49. We used to make fun of GitLab a little bit. And it's just one of those stocks that didn't perform very well. But it's stabilized and made a bit of a bottom. The caveat we should always say, if there's ever deal speculation without a firm, hey, this is the price, we're being bought at this price, X shares or X dollars, whatever the combination might be, and accepted by the board. If it doesn't have all that, it's all guesswork. There could be a deal if it happens at 60. There could be a deal if it happens at 46 and everything in between. It's only 13%. Premiums have generally been better than this, so I think you can lean a little bit bullish. But I felt the last time there was something like this, I felt a little bit better about saying, hey, I think this one is an okay buy, because that was Papa John's. Because the way I looked at it, when Papa John's got deal speculation, the chart kind of looked a little better in the first place. That's the difference. So I don't necessarily feel the same way about GitLab, because it's like, well, what if a deal doesn't happen? It could go right back there. But I felt like Papa John's was just a better looking chart at the moment. It was bouncing off of support, putting in higher lows, as opposed to just being at the absolute bottom. And this deal, it was just a rumor. Papa John's still hasn't agreed whether they want to go public for go private for $64 from Apollo, and it's trading like well underneath the offer. Who knows? Maybe they should take it. Like, it's 20% from here. They could just grab if they took that deal.
Yeah, wait till deals are firmed up there. EA Sports, of course, the current deal that's going on. NVIDIA, just notice here today, strength, right? Up 1% into a negative 1% S&P, in the negative 0.5% NASDAQ. We really like that AMD, NVIDIA possibility there as well. And just opposed to AMD, which is down 2% today. And we're not reloading anything right now as this comes back into 234. I have no more orders out there today. I'm going to join Adair and myself. We have IBKR tonight, so those earnings should be interesting. And with the banks coming through as a pretty good, obviously this is not going to be a bank, but we'll wait to see what happens here with this brokerage and see where we go with IBKR. We saw SCHW there. I don't have a big position in this, but I do want to build something up in Charles Schwab. I like what they're doing. They're only down 0.74. They did start pretty hot today, up to $98, but now breaking back into this level. Almost at a buy zone for me on Schwab. I probably get out some money maybe in JP and put some into Schwab, but something to talk about there. I am off tomorrow. It's my daughter's in another tournament, so all my vacation days are surrounding my kids, so we'll do that. We'll be Neil and Obi there tomorrow, so that should be a great show. And then obviously the midday guys will be here as well. But yeah, there goes Charles Schwab. Just another look there, so if there's anything about that. And then CSX. We get in here today, so we're gonna have to wait to see $36. That seems low to me, but let me see what's going on with CSX. Oh no, okay, I guess it did have a dip down, and actually that's pretty high. What am I talking about? So CSX right now potentially breaking out right now on report tonight. We have GitLab, we have Datadog is the most recent story. Oh yeah, 30. Okay, so CSX is at a inroads.
That's a
there.
pretty big level.
Yeah, coming up to $37 for CSX. So, all right, news with Neil.
Not necessarily news you don't know, because you should know by now that instead of risking your own money, you can now trade with someone else's capital. No more fear of losing, no more moving your stop loss too soon, and you can actually get enough capital to make it worth your time. So you can aim for big profits, not just a couple hundo a month. The revolution is called limited risk trading, and it's powered by Trade the Pool. So how it works is join Trade the Pool, hit the profit goal, and keep 70% of the profits. You can check out and visit tradethepool.com, or simply scan the QR code you see right in front of you on the screen, grab 10% off. I missed them, but I want to shout out to Mitch and the team that came by. And I know, I'm sure you guys had a little fun. They left us some swag. Unfortunately, I had to miss it on Monday. But we were talking. There was a conversation earlier about like the advantages of prop. When you're trading someone else's money, it's easier to just sort of prop four. You get a shutdown in a day. Like you pass it, you have to stop. You have to stop trading. It forces you. Like when you're retail trading, I'd argue that's a little bit harder because you have to set your own limits. And ultimately, there is an advantage to like a process that sets the limit for you, because then it's easy to, you know the target. You know you can't hit that line or you can't trade anymore. So shout out to everyone that's successful as a retail trader. Prop is fantastic. 55 hit before we go back to Adara, just so you know that all of those buy and balances paired off. So NVIDIA, Apple, Amazon, they all paired. They weren't huge, but they all did just pair off. Adara?
Oh, sorry. Keep an eye here on PGNY. Progeny, all these IVF names on the move as Trump announces that they're going to make it, quote unquote, legal for insurers to provide coverage for fertility treatments. So again, Trump is saying that the U.S. is going to make it legal, his wording, for insurers to provide coverage for fertility treatments. He also said that they're going to have the IVF per cycle cost dropped by 73%. Back to you.
Okay, well, there you go. So we can check out with IVF. That's probably moving around again right now. Oh, wow. Holy sh!
That is losing the bid.
And, you know, it's so like...
That's nasty.
Timing. I don't know what you call it. Not topical, but we had just talked about this stock and saying that, you know, you're going to have to wait to see if there's any more news coming through, because it's obviously moved on today's headlines, and now Trump takes the podium, starts talking about pricing, and obviously they don't like that, as if prices are going to come down, it can't be good for this company. I don't even know. I guess these guys provide the drugs. I don't know. But if insurance, to me, the minute insurance gets involved, it should be okay for these companies. But I don't know. But anyways, down to $1.40. This thing was still up 100% today, but just goes to show, take some profit sometimes on stock when you get it. And we had talked about doing that today on a few things. It's nice to see that Bitcoin stabilizing at 108. I mean, going to be a key level there, and I will discuss that on the after show as well. But yeah, Bitcoin dancing. I bought some. So again, today sold SMR 57, one of the luckiest fills I've ever gotten for sure. So that comes out right there. But we put that order in. We talked about that 2 days ago, so we're pretty happy that got filled there today. Now we can take a 20% dip. Like, isn't that just crazy that we sell that 50% and then it's down 20% from the open? There, just showing 10%, that's because of where we closed yesterday. But we closed yesterday at 54, opened today at 57. So now you're all the way to the downside. So that is really bleeding, man, down there. If I like the stock, I could buy it back today for a nice little discount. Maybe we'll do that. But for me, SMR back down here around 42, 43 is the buys. And that's why we sold some of that. We sold some Oracle today as well at 319. So that's looking good. These could all be dog, you know, whatever tomorrow. Like this tomorrow could open up at 320 easily. And then all of a sudden that sell don't look so good. So we do have some comments in the chat about that, right?
It always says Oracle's not opening up at 320 tomorrow.
No, I hope not, because then I'll feel bad. But so it's very, very easily that it could, right?
I don't think you will.
One deal, one way or the other. No, I'll never feel bad about getting out.
I know.
At the end of the day, that's that.
Hey, guess what
right?
went green again?
You know what else? What about the market went green?
Oh, Webull went green again.
Oh, Webull. I wanted to check Walmart. 110 was the high. Now 106.
Get it, Webull.
Okay, I'm going to go over there. I'm going to give her feet.
Oh, shoot, it's 1 minute left.
Have a good weekend.
Hopefully
the Jays win.
Say good luck to Gia.
Yes, I will, yeah.
Oh, goodness, please. I'm praying for the Blue Jays tonight because Max Scherzer...
You can't go down 3-1.
No, you can't, and we don't have our best starter out there, so the bats are going to have to get on it.
Bosman can go game 7. You mean just tonight? Yeah.
No, I mean tonight. Like, I just sort of... When you're not confident in the pitcher, at the end of the day in baseball, like, they have so much control, you know. We'll see. I'm really hopeful for it. But with 40 seconds to go here, everybody, someone just asked, what is the news on GitLab? That's a great place to go. Shout out to Adair for bringing this news to us. Speculation that potentially, and this is just rumor for now, that Datadog could be interested in purchasing GitLab. Right? So that would be the news. There's no firm deal in place. This is very similar to when Apollo approaches, let's say, Papa John's, and is interested in picking them up. Although eventually there was an actual offer that came up there. There was not an official offer here. The Closing Bell brought to you by Beta Pro by GlobeX. Check them out, and we'll ring it in 2 and 1. And your market's closed. It seems a heck of a lot worse than it really was. Because at the end of the day, the NASDAQ is down 0.3%. The ES is down 0.6%. Ultimately, if you're in things like Rigetti, down 15 points, or there's a host of names that are a little bit worse. See, if you ran further, then you get beat up a little bit more. But if you're in, say a name like an Apple, down 0.7%, closes above VWAP. But what was different, and I've said it a few times, is we've sold off at some point in the late morning, early afternoon, 3 days in a row. This was the day that we didn't have much of a bounce. So a little distinctly different. Who knows if that'll change tomorrow? It's Friday. You get options expiration. We had a lot of Fed speak today. You had the president talking, those IVF names moving around. So that'll be a big theme. You got the market recap show where there's a lot to cover, whether it's the chips. Heck, we spent the entire day post TSM earnings, and TSM wasn't even a thing on the show today. I mean, mostly, I think Joe traded it, but mostly because of the abject disappointment. TSM beat. TSM only faded. This didn't even uptrend at any point. It only faded all throughout the day. So looking a little bit nasty for them on a beat, keep in mind. And you also have IBKR reporting. They are, I believe it might be out, IBKR. I'm just going to flip over before we send you guys to the midday show. Big move up here. Interactive Brokers just popped $2. So you know what? Let's get on over, see if Adara has the numbers as well. Your market recap show, Sean and Adara, Interactive Brokers, right back down. Goes $3 up, $3 down. That's how earnings treat you, and all of it will be covered in the market recap right about now. Go get them. And back to the high.
Hi, guys. We have IBKR earnings, so I'll start with those if you don't mind, Sean. Q3 adjusted EPS, 57 cents versus 54 expected. That's a beat. Sales, would you believe it? They beat as well. 1.655 billion versus 1.505 billion expected. Now, again, the company joined the S&P 500 earlier this year. Nice little look there for IBKR, which is interacting higher here and definitely broke today's high. And I'm going to stop making bad IBKR puns right now. Let's see if we have CSX earnings. That was the other name we were expecting after the bell. And we have the numbers. I'm going to have to pour through this report. But yeah, it looks like here, operating margin 30.3%, not seeing how that compares to estimates. I'm going to wait till I have the comparisons here for CSX, but not too much movement. IBKR, though. Nice pop here. Merck also popping higher. You might have seen it on our screen. I did have the headline flashing there. Merck's EMD Serono, which is their U.S. unit, is going to be excluded from Section 232 tariffs. So Merck's U.S. unit excluded from tariffs. This came out a little bit before the bell. Didn't move much then. I guess after the bell, people started to process it. But IBKR certainly with earnings. How are you doing, Sean?
Good. I'm doing fine. How are you doing?
I'm alive, and it was a great day. It was a fun day. And it's a day.
Okay, I'm glad you're alive. Yeah, that's great. You mean trading-wise alive? Or what?
Oh, yeah, no, trading was fun. Okay. I will say, I think I was a little bit impatient in the morning. We did a nice, sometimes we talk about LFT, we don't always talk about gain from bottom. So gain from bottom is good, but now the goal tomorrow is to not be at the situation where you have to gain from bottom. But yeah, it's been a good week and a good month.
No. I was just only commenting. Is like normally when you ask someone like how their day is, they're just like, I'm alive. Feel like
oh no, that sounded like it wasn't really about trading. It's just I'm tired, and this week has been really crazy with news.
Same, yeah. I feel pretty tired this week as well. IBKR is pulling right back in. I think it's a change in the weather, maybe.
Maybe.
It's getting darker earlier now.
Gloomier.
Waking up, it's darker.
The waking up darker, that actually could be what it is.
Glasses off, maybe. Okay, so just IBKR right now pulling back in. We were positive there on that move up to $71. Now pulling back in. Doesn't look like it wants to do too much. Remember, we had a good, similar stock here. Charles Schwab yesterday comes out with their report as well, and they started going downside. It looked like Schwab yesterday had that nice little beat going to the upside there, and then whoosh, all the way back down again. So we can see if we have something similar right there with IBKR as well. I do want to get up Sharif's document. Make sure you do hit the like and subscribe and hit the join. And if you do that, you do get all of this, man. All of this coming through. This is Sharif's little note there. We talked about Salesforce earlier. Hewlett Packard falls there as well. Alibaba. We'll talk about single coming up. Neo, they're plunging on GIC files again there as well. Snowflake and Palantir with that deal coming through again. And then just more news. CoreWeave. What I'm looking for is Charles Schwab on here. I don't even see that. Apple eyes expansion into sports broadcasting. I think that's pretty cool there. And then some news on airlines. So shout out to the big dog over there. Sharif, thanks for doing all of that work for us again and again. So yeah, but IBKR right now, then the other one, the rails, right? Get on those rails. I think rails have had a real nice look. I mean, this is generally seen as a sign of a healthy economy, and CSX right there, another bump higher. I don't know if I think you did review the numbers, but CSX right there taking out some nice levels on the daily again. So that's going to be a good little look now for CSX again. Like, you know, as we go on, right, the largest rail in the I don't know if it's higher than CP rail or not, but CSX right there, just miles of tracks. You could see 37 right there, been a good little spot for them, up 2% today. So we'll watch out to see if there's any continuation there for CSX. Okay, so I wanted to actually summarize Sharif's file there because a big play today was in the crypto space, as we did see Bitcoin lose a little bit. And I don't really know what the deal is with this. IBIT down 2%. Actually, IBIT down more than that. Let me call up IBIT before I go into Coinbase right now. IBIT down to $61. I stepped in there and bought a little bit today, down 3%. You could see we're basically at a support level, and we can call up Bitcoin itself, and here it is right here, just crypto. It's in an area right now that I'm going to zoom in a little bit so everyone can see this. We're in a level that we've been on since August, and that is 108, 108.50. So, you know, there's going to be some traders that bought tops and bought this move down. But, you know, last time we got down into here, it was a dip, you know, buy the dip opportunity. Now, do I think that Bitcoin has further to go? Yes, I am. I think everybody right now is eyeing 100,000. And when you're looking at a specific level, you want to make sure that, A, you're ready for what happens there. Do you have your plan of action? Are you flattening your trade? Are you buying some more Bitcoin at 100? Because the issue for me is if 100 loses, then the next area that I look at is right here, which is 90. So we could be in like 10% sort of stages there. And I use the word tranche all the time. You may want to, Adara, buy your first tranche, which is like your first set of shares.
Yeah.
So if you're looking for $10,000 worth, buy 1,000, 1,000, 1,000 all the way down. I think that can work out for crypto. But as I said before, you're kind of just back to where we were at the beginning of the year right now, in and around this 100 to 110,000 area. Did we get like a specific story about crypto today, or?
There was that really weird PayPal story with the 300 trillion stable coins accidentally minted, and I say accidentally by their blockchain partner, but I think there's more of an issue with PayPal. And man, Sean, PayPal had a sad day. Like the stock was down, but I'm not even talking about the stock. I'm talking about the company. First, they have that like $300 trillion embarrassment. Then they have the situation there with our good friend Coinbase. Coinbase announces what was viewed, I guess, as a competitive product, and PayPal dumps. And then apparently they had user issues and people couldn't use their product. So if you were PayPal, I think you had a bad day. And hopefully no one trading PayPal had a bad day. We don't want that. But I do want to talk here about earnings a little bit more here, if I may, Sean. IBKR, Q3 adjusted earnings. We already talked about this double beat here, but their revenue actually up year over year by 21%. Adjusted net revenues, net interest income, which we know is an important metric for this type of stock, that was up 21%. Total customer accounts up 32% year over year.
I like that.
It's a great look. I'm going to be honest here with IBKR, at least from a number perspective. And here's CSX. CSX stock actually doing a little bit better than IBKR. Slight beat here for Q3 EPS 44 versus 43 cents. Expected sales up 3.587 billion, beating estimates of 3.576 billion. Now, I do have a little bit more details here. Revenue dropped by 1% year over year, but it did beat estimates, so that's always interesting when that happens. Their volumes here up 1% year over year and 2% quarter over quarter. So interesting look there for CSX, chugga chugga choo choo to the upside.
Yeah, I like that one, chugga chugga choo choo. Do you ever watch Thomas the Tank Engine?
Probably when I was a child, but I blocked it out. It was not a show that was of any consequence to me.
Probably good.
I guess. But I remember Franklin. That was the one with the turtles and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
That was a good one. Arthur. There were Thomas the Tank Engine was not in my top 10, I guess.
Really?
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, my kids used to watch that. Paw Patrol is very popular these days.
See, that was not of my generation, but yeah, my friend who has kids, like they love Paw Patrol. And Miss Rachel on YouTube, that's I think a thing too for kids. But yeah, YouTube now is like the thing.
Miss Rachel, I don't know.
It's some woman who like does kids entertainment, I guess.
Oh, there was when my kids were growing up, there was some kid that was opening things. I forget his name. Ryan, something. Ryan's Toys on.
Oh, I've heard of that, but I don't know what that is.
Literally opening up toys. We're live on air. And I think one Christmas we actually bought because then he had like these things at Walmart where it was like a box and you had to buy it and open it yourself. Shout out to Ryan. That kid's probably like 20 years old now and just cashing in right now like crazy. So I know we had talked about PayPal before. I just want to call up the daily chart here. And look, this is going to be another play like I'm thinking like almost like a Target. And I don't know, Adara, you have a good memory. I feel like PayPal either needs a new CEO or they most recently.
They switched like about a year ago, almost years ago.
So I feel
Alex Chris. And he's most famous, Sean.
I don't trust anybody with two first names.
Well, the Chris has two S's, so it's a little different. But our friend
Chris Angel has two S's.
Does it? I didn't know that. Anyway, so Alex Chris will always be remembered for me in January 2024 when he's like, we're going to shock the world.
Oh, right,
and then
right.
He tanked the stock.
I do remember that.
Alex Chris is mostly memorable for that. I don't know. He's been with the company. I want to say he joined in late 23, so it'd be about 2 years now. I don't know how well received he's been, but maybe we need to say goodbye to Alex Chris. A lot of these companies are announcing dual CEOs. Maybe that's what PayPal needs.
Well, I just don't like the fact that, you know, somebody dropped the ball over there with this coin and with this and all that. And you're looking at the way PayPal's reacting right here. We were just at $80 not too long ago. And I remember that we had sort of stamped this breakout that we had liked it. I'm still in the stock. I haven't bought it anymore. But I'm thinking, and we've talked about this, if PayPal, I'd said, if we ever got back into this area, $66, I thought it might be worth a little bit of a buy in there for PayPal. But I mean, its forward P is 15 or 13 or 15. So I like the stock here. I think there's some opportunities for PayPal, but I don't understand what they're doing today. And then you talked about Coinbase, talking about a new product and whatnot. But here goes IBKR. Just a quick look in here, $69 on this one. So pretty flat off earnings. I mean, we went out today, you know, at 68.75, so 69.50. We're not going to worry about that. And then CSX with Thomas the Tank Engine right there. I think that might be their new CEO. Nice move up there to $37 right now. Yeah, he may be there. He might be a little young for that job. But okay, some key stories today, man.
Newsmax.
We did have Newsmax is going.
I just want to mention it's pushing higher.
Let's go.
And it's kind of a wild catalyst. So here's NMAX pushing higher here. The company authorizing a $5 million purchase of Bitcoin and Trump coin over the next 12 months as part of, I guess, their announcement of a new strategic business plan. That would happen there to NMAX.
What the heck? I mean,
so that happened.
I think Obi and I were talking about this last week, and I mean, obviously you being on the news desk has added so much to our show, but it's like these stories, they hit and they pop. We had that HUD 8 story. We had IVF. You were talking about that. IVF was $2. Trump comes on, bang, down to 140.
Yeah.
GitLab today. I mean, you probably have numerous examples on the daily, and there's another one there with Newsmax. Be careful in the after hours because you don't know what the volume's going on. TSMC, I mean, talk about a great report that comes out today. They're good profit there on this AI chip boom. They reported a 39% year-over-year surge there in profits and revenue growth forecast, all driven by this AI mega trend. You know, revenues jumping 30%, huge number there. Net income rose 13% as well. So this is what TSM looks like here on the daily. But even these numbers do not hold up today, and they wind up falling back down into the downside. This is where I get nervous. Oh, Oracle was another story today as well that popped up. So yeah, TSM, nice downside play there, not really reacting too great. Salesforce, again, you know, it was lifted early today. It was up 6.5% or something like that. They only wind up 4%. So they even pull back on Salesforce, lifts their long-term outlook there and their bets on their Agentforce AI. So Salesforce, again, shares jumped, setting 2030 revenue guidance. 2030. 5 years from now, over 60 billion is what they're looking at there. And again, this is their prediction. So that makes me a little bit nervous as well because the market does not believe it. This is going to be a show me story. Remember when Oracle came out and they blasted up into 2030 and talked about having, this huge increase in revenue? Well, I guess Salesforce tried the same type of thing. It doesn't get going today. A little bit nervous about the pullback. Whenever you get good stories, man, you should continue forward, right? And I mean, Oracle gets that huge bump on their revenue number as well once this chart loads up right there. And then since then, it's pulled back and pretty aggressively as well. Today, I did sell some Oracle near the top there. HPE, a good story there today as well, but downside on weak guidance. So a good story if you're short, but look what's happened to them, man. Server side action, not great there. We had Dell come out with a good forecast as well, but HP shares dropped more than 7% to open the day, but finishes down 11% on disappointing forward 26 forecast and adjusted their EPS and revenue guidance, both missing expectations. So there goes HPE, Adara, as well. And Adara, don't ever feel bad about interrupting me because this is your show as far as
I don't know about that, but I'll always interrupt with news.
Yes, please do, please do. Okay, Alibaba. I don't know, you like Alibaba here, Adara, because they have a big AI story attached to it, right? And we always talk about China and US dominance in the chip space, but apparently Alibaba working on new chips, getting going as well. What's that look on your face?
Well, I just looked at the daily chart and the way
Trump was doing something again.
No, I want to see what happens there with that 157.30. It kind of looks dicey to me in the daily. This is just our calendar for all the things to watch today. That's all it is. I just have it up here to remind you guys. But yeah, with regards to Baba, Sean, I want to see us I don't like that 157.30 at all.
The interesting thing for me for Alibaba, today's story was, of course, that they reported a 12% increase in their advertising driven by AI. So if they're seeing a return on investment a little bit there, I think that's a good thing for Alibaba. Obviously, with Singles Day, I think is around the corner. I don't know if it's tomorrow or not, but I did see some news about Alibaba and Singles Day. They will just do not $1 trillion, but a lot of money in Singles Day. But remember, it's like Amazon, right? The margins and everything on the retail side of it is not why you want to own an Amazon or really an Alibaba. You're looking for the future growth in the name. Actually, TCEHY, Tencent. First of all, I want to thank all 3,500 of you that are still here, man. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe. 3,600 here, right here. Hit the like and the subscribe and let's get that going. I mean, like I just said, man, this is Adara here. Let's give her some credit with all the hard work that she's been doing. And if you don't hit the like button, you don't have to, but let's get going. Let's see if we can get 700 of you, at least 150 of you hit the like button. But so Tencent's another name. This is not a great trading vehicle here. Tencent doesn't do too much as it is an OTC stock. So right here in the US, when the US is open, and we talked about Easton and the advantages of charting different names at different times, watch out for Tencent. But look at this pullback, man. I didn't even notice this. Guess what, Adara? I'm a buyer of Tencent at these levels. I actually have to go in and...
You have to get more than 10 cents though.
TCEHY, yeah, you do.
Several cents.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one there. But the reason why here is look at this. We take a look at that. Do not look at this right now, though, because I'm failing. But I was trying to I don't know why this mouse is not working over here, Fabian. I'm going to have to, there, yeah, big time. Keep hitting that, man. Put it right in my face. Right there. PE is what I was looking for, and it's right here. It's 18 with a current P of 25. You're not going to see many mega cap names that are anywhere near that. So I think Tencent has a move to the high side there. But again, the risk with Chinese names is you do, and I don't have the thank you, Adara, but you do have the Donald Trump sort of give and take there. Yeah, there you go. Wait, perfect. That's even better. With China right there, we worry about... I don't know. Have you been hearing anything about delistings or anything like that?
Honestly, the delisting talk I haven't heard in months. I think the bigger issue is the decoupling talk. And to be clear, China doesn't want to decouple. China has said we do not want, decouple from the U.S. So that's the bigger issue. I think economically, it's like delisting. Honestly, at this point, Sean is small potatoes. Right now, they're actively considering breaking up the countries economically. And to be fair, that is a lot more U.S. than it is China. China's literally said, why would we decouple? Please don't do this, U.S. Jameson Greer, who is a U.S. trade rep, he's been a little bit more tepid about it. He's like, well, we don't want to, but we will if we have to. But Scott Bessent seems a lot more ready to go. And he's been a lot more vocally, I don't want to say opposed to China, but he's more vocally critical of China in recent days. We know yesterday we had that drop in the market. It was already dropping, but I don't think the fact that he urged the World Bank to stop supporting China, I don't think that helped. Right. So yeah, so interesting look there with regards to China. The point I'm trying to make there, Sean, is I think delisting is a concern, but I don't think it's the biggest concern right now.
Thank you. Working on lunch still? How did you like it?
It was okay. I found the meat to be a bit oddish tasting, but I had all of the lettuce.
Yeah, never. Please, if you think something's odd tasting, please stop eating it.
It wasn't okay.
Last thing we
I had
need
to
is
have
food poisoning around here.
I don't think it was like poisoned. I just think it was not for me.
Like we keep talking, we're just joking back and forth here. Obviously, Neil had some time off, and I'm off tomorrow, and all this kind of stuff. These are vacation days, but at the end of the day, like if the caterer, if we ever got food poisoning around here, that would affect my guy Fabian, Ramin, Joe. I should stop. Forget it. The more we talk about things comes into existence, it's a problem. That would really whack us all right here. I did want to go over, so there's FXI first of all. Let's have a quick look at that before I bring up the Fed. Yeah, so FXI, again, you know, China was really cooking, and now FXI, this is the large cap ETF for China. It has really started to pull back off a little bit here. We always talk about buying ETFs at the 50 period, so we're right there right now for FXI, and then the 200 period are always fantastic. I mean, this is the 200 period back when tariffs were here, right? I mean, this, I don't know why it's not. If I go back forward, you're going to see it right here. It probably was a great one, probably coming from highs, but there it is, a nice little bounce off of that. So FXI. The other one, of course, Adara, is KWeb. So let me just call this up quickly. KWeb, yeah, Kawib Tali or whatever his name is there, coming back in there. So we'll see KWeb. Yeah, look at this one. So Baidu, and again, in some of the big internet stocks. This is the Chinese internet. So if you like some of those names, look at KWeb as well. We did get a story today on NI. Yes, President, that is right. We did get a story about NIO. I'll give you one guess of what NIO's high is of all time. Did you see in the midday show?
No, I heard them say something about $30. Is that, I'm going to go with $44.75.
Yeah, no, it's $68 or something like that is the high. And if this ever loads up, I don't know if we need a monthly chart on here or not, but there it is. Hey, what's going on, Fabian? Here it is right here. So this is a monthly chart. $57 right there, all the way to the downside. That's a COVID move up there and all the way back down in. So, you know, some of these names really need some work done to them. And yeah, NEO, nice upside play. But today, we did have a move higher. NEO's been getting hit a little bit lately. Darren, I'm not even sure what the story was today.
Wait, which one?
NIO.
Apparently there's like some threat of, or there's going to be a suit.
Yes, right.
Yeah, so one group of shareholders, they're suing because NEO didn't disclose that one of, I guess, their battery provider. Yeah, that's what it was. I didn't disclose they had like some kind of financial entanglement, and then they're saying they should have disclosed that. They're saying that they tried to puff up their revenue projections. It was a bad look. There was a short report about it 3 years earlier, so we already kind of had context for it, and then this came out.
It's a really interesting one because it's on their battery subscription model. And I thought that was a pretty cool model when it was first delivered, that the fact that you can just exchange your battery. But I just wonder how much work is involved in that. Like, honestly, like now that I have an EV, it's like I really just like plugging the thing in and letting it charge and hopefully not degrading the battery. Obviously, after time, I think Tesla batteries, you guys tell me, but I think it's like 8 to 10 years sort of a lifespan before they really start degrading. So I don't know. That is interesting. And no doubt, man, I mean, when you're a Singapore Sovereign Wealth Fund, you probably have a lot of money into NIO. And then you're obviously wondering, hey, what's up with the accounting? Like, I do know that Alibaba, I believe, is with Deloitte and Touche. So we do know that their accounting is probably enough solid there for them to stamp that approval on because they're reporting here as an ADR, but so is NIO. So maybe their accounting is fine. And I don't know, it almost feels like it's a one of those short reports out there if they're having accounting issues. So maybe we'll wait to see if there is a soon-to-be short report here on NIO. But all right, I haven't heard of that. I'm just thinking.
There's already one prior, that's why I brought it up, but I don't know if there's going to be a new one.
We do have a report coming on October the 29th, and that is from the Fed. And what we're expecting, again, we've been hearing that, yeah, we're really excited about that, I know. I see you're wearing the purple today. That's maybe in for Jerome Powell.
Maybe I should wear purple the next Fed meeting, because I mean, like in honor of our pal Jay Powell.
Yeah, put that in the calendar. You'll remember anyways, but I think that would be cool if you did that. Okay, but right here, this is what the projection is. So we're looking at 25 basis points right now. So that would bring us down into 375 to 4 over the overnight rate. But Adara, there is a glimmer of hope right now. 5% that maybe we get 50 basis points. I don't think that's going to be coming through. I haven't really heard anything. And the thing is, with lack of data right now coming from, that's okay, Fabe, we can get out of that. Lack of data now coming from many of these agencies with the government shutdown. We're no longer getting that jobs report. So what is the Fed really going to base their numbers on and their projections on? So I don't know, man. If they're supposed to be data sensitive, they're not getting much data. So I think we just stay the course and maybe we get 25 now, 25 in December, and that's that.
I know one Fed member who claims they don't need data. His name is Stephen Myron, and guys, I'm not making this up. He literally said that he does not believe that the Fed rate decision should be based on past data. He thinks that, again, I'm not joking, guys, and I'm not trying to put words in his mouth. He put these words in his own mouth. He said yesterday that he believes Fed rate decisions should be based on where they think inflation should be a year from now, and not where it is currently, which is a choice. Sure, but again, he is on the Fed. He is an expert in the field. So just putting his phrasing, I will say other Fed members have said this isn't the end of the world. They don't have data. They still do have privately released data. But even like Feds that have been more dovish as of late, like Waller, he said he doesn't really see the need for more than a 25 basis point cut. And our dovish friend Myron even said like he doesn't think that there should be more of a 50 basis point cut at a time, which I know sounds extreme, but for Myron, I promise that is pretty mild. So he thinks like 50 basis point cuts max at a time. And again, Waller is saying maybe 25 basis points max. Either way, too, it's worth noting, I believe it was Fed's Waller that said today that dissent at the Fed is normal. So if we get another dissenting vote, which by the way, guys, would be our third in 3 months, if we get another situation where there is a dissenting vote, I don't think we should take that as too out of the ordinary because
13 voting members?
12 voting members, but we had like 2 dissent in July. We had 1 dissent in September, and I suspect we might have more dissent going forward. But again, this shouldn't really be a bad sign. It's just kind of a sign that the Fed is diverging opinions a bit, which is interesting, but not necessarily good or bad. And if people want to hear more, Adara Fed rants, this is probably not the platform. But I will say as well here, Refrain Millionaire asking what happens when it comes out, when does it come out? I don't know about all the numbers, but CPI confirmed by the BLS. They're going to release that next Friday, so 8 days from now. I'll have to talk about this ARTV because a lot of people in the chat are mentioning it, Sean. Artiva Biotherapeutics trading higher after the company announced that the FDA granted fast-track designation to one of its treatments. So there we go. Oh, great. Oracle announcing more crazy targets for like 3 years from now.
Oh, no.
Oracle executive saying that the company expects to reach $225 billion in revenue. Oh my gosh. And $21 in adjusted earnings per share by fiscal 2030.
Let me tell you the greatest thing. You probably didn't hear this. So Neil, right when we were done, I told him that I'd sold Oracle at $319 today, so I did do some of that in the long-term account. And then I said, you know what, tomorrow I'll probably be upset when it opens up around $320. All right? And Neil goes, no way it opens up anywhere near 320. All right? On that news, Adara, we got to right here.
We dropped
318.50.
And then we came right back down.
Now we're coming right back down. So Neil's going to win that one. I'm going to feel good about selling that. But there goes Oracle. And again, and I just sold some because it was right here. I am getting a little bearish on the, not on the market, but heading into earnings season. If the earnings are going to blast and prove that there's a lot of, get up still in these names, then I'm here. I'm not selling the whole position, but definitely Oracle. Nice move to the downside right here. And by selling, man, like I'm talking about selling like 15 to 20% of these names. We did flatten out of SMR, but Oracle was another one. I want to talk about something else. Oh yeah, this is another play today, Snowflake. You want to talk about taking advantage of intra-market, intraday plays. Snowflake today started out real super hot fire, right? Like it had a nice move upside. We closed yesterday at 240. Snowflake. Flip over to the chart quickly, Ramin, and then you don't have to do anything else after that. So there's 240. Yeah, okay, see ya. So there we go. So we're almost done. I like Ramin takes over when there's like 2 minutes left, just so she can make sure that this show ends. But right there, 240.50 is where we started at yesterday. Nice move up there into 257. And of course, Snowflake and Palantir announced a strategic partnership to integrate their AI data cloud and foundry systems, accelerating enterprise adoption. So that's going to work for both, but not for Snowflake apparently. Once they opened up here today, it's just been like, yeah, my kids, both of them, yeah, both, exactly, good move there, Dara. Both my kids when they were in grade school, which they still are, but there's a song that says, falling, falling, snowflake, something like that. And they do this little cute thing like you were just doing, where the snowflake is falling and then they drop snow from the sun. But that's what it felt like today for Snowflake shareholders as they make that move. I have no idea what I'm doing. Am I almost off yet? Falling back into 240, down into 237 there with that bottom. So watch out for Snowflake.
Get in that chart.
Yeah. Yeah, so Ramin, I don't know. She's in control now.
What's her
so like I said,
okay, I was gonna say.
I've already said, man, like we talked about woman boss.
Get her, Ramin.
Like obviously, in my life, like my mother being Italian, like, you know, whatever, like I'm a big, huge mama's boy. Like it's crazy how big, to be honest with you. And then both like my daughter and a teacher kind of was like yelling at my daughter a couple of days ago, which teachers I don't think should be yelling at kids, especially when they're 11 years old.
No.
But, you know, Marissa goes, well, she was talking a lot in class. I'm like, gee, I wonder where she gets that from. And then but instantly, like when I hear that like someone's yelling at her, instantly like that rage,
yeah,
you know, comes in there, but it probably was her fault. And then, of course, here we got Ramin and yourself. I feel like you're my bosses as well. And then my wife, of course, is the number one. And that's why I said the stock market must be a female, because I feel like sitting here trading every day, I say that the only thing we have to answer to is the market.
Well, Obi always says mother market.
There we go.
Right? So he's going to be in tomorrow, guys. So, oh boy.
Oh boy. Okay, as we continue to wrap up, was there any major stories that we missed here today? Probably. We had Eli Lilly going a little bit off today, Novo Nordisk, some stories around that.
I'll tell you, Lilly was just technical. Like, as someone who has every trend line on Eli Lilly, the level it popped to was pure technical, and the way it dropped was also pure technical. So take it from one Lilly nerd to another. That's kind of how it is. But I don't have anything else here to note. Apparently, a PayPal co-founder has just been added to Coca-Cola's board. I don't think that's going to be a thing. But PayPal might be a thing tomorrow because, again, bad news after bad news for PayPal. And it was more like FellPal. That was a terrible pun today. So, yeah, that I don't know. That's not really any stories we haven't discussed. IVF, though, certainly on watch. Trump is answering questions now, none of which have to do with IVF.
So a quick little recap for my own personal portfolio today as we wrap up the show. I sold some Oracle, I sold some Marvell, I sold some SMR today in the market. We bought some Bitcoin. That was all that we wound up buying. So we sold those three names and bought some Bitcoin, and we are excited. Okay, today, I don't know if you know about this today, but today is National Shawarma Day.
Is it?
Yes. Because I got an email because I have the app for Osmows, and that's around here, and they're like, huh? Osmows? Osmos? You know why? Because there was an ad about, and it was Fred Van Fleet, and I think it was the Raptors. They were one of the first, and they're like, Osmow, and they were doing like, okay. Anyways, I don't know.
Yikes.
Anyways, got it today. It's $5 shawarma.
Oh,
so this is, yeah. So this is a shawarma, and I think you could pick between falafel, the gyro, and chicken. And what else?
Oh, Trump's talking MP, by the way, guys.
Probably at lamb. Okay, so
chicken.
Any of those, chicken. Okay, so
what
that's
about
what that is. I'll probably go the gyro itself.
Have you heard Drake saying gyro in that one song? Because it's hilarious.
What does he say?
It's him on the radar freestyle with Central C. He puts out a Greek accent. Anyways, everybody listen to it. But also Trump talking about Ozempic, so keep an eye on Novo and Lilly.
All right, guys, thank you so much for all of that. Go get a shawarma if you want. Chicken's a good call there as well. Falafel, I like falafel. Thank you so much for joining today. Once again, it's 4:30. Anything? Oh, okay, good. You're just saying bye, okay? I know the news never stops, so that's why. I'm not here tomorrow. Thank you to everybody. Thanks to Russell for all his hard work in the background as well. Everybody have a great weekend, and more to come tomorrow. Yeah, we got the day off, which is good, man. I think today I had some headaches. They took off the little bandage yesterday, the contact bandage. So it's all good. They just said to make sure I wear these glasses, which is why we were doing that more and more today. So we'll have a couple of days off heading in, and next week will be A-OK. We'll be O-Tay. All right, thank you so much. That's Adara. I'm Sean. See you Monday. We'll see everybody tomorrow at 8:30, though.
I did everything right and they indicted me. I did everything right and they indicted me.